CLG finally pulls it out.
I'm just surprised that the former top teams are now like 0-2 or something like that. Definitely did not expect to lose to Velocity.
We started off really strong.
We just beat the top 3 teams in the LCS, last split at least, so I'm pumped. Oh my god. Our manager promised us boiling crab if we go 5-0. It's delicious. Yeah, you have like little bib and stuff too.
We just beat Dignitas in a crazy 80-minute game, so we're pretty excited about that.
Their pace is dying, their pace is dying.
There was like 50 team fights, throws after throws.
So far, it's went phenomenal. We're 2-1 so far.
Saved by KDA! Saved by KDA! Alright, good shit.
Welcome to day 3 of the 2013 North American LCS Summer Split. I'm Rivington Bism III, and beside me is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kendler. Once again, it's going to be a good day. Today we've got 8 huge games to close out Super Week, starting with Velocity and Maple Street taking on Dignitas and Cutie Pie. But before we get into today's matches, we've got to talk about day 2 and the #1 team in the league right now, Cloud9.
Yeah, so I think it's safe to say now that Cloud9 is the real deal. They are not the only team in North America, or they are the only team in North America without a loss. With their win against Curse, Cloud9 has now beat all 3 of the top teams from the spring split of the regular season: TSM, Dignitas, and Curse.
It's kind of hard to believe, right? And the other story coming out of yesterday's games has to be the continued improvement of last year's late season surprises, Vulcan and Team Coast.
Yeah, Team Coast beat CLG yesterday, even though Jinte was subbing in for the captain, Spartan, in the top lane. And Vulcan, they shut down Maple Street and Velocity with some good lane swaps after you're really adapting to the rough early game. So a lot of people thought that, you know, the end of the spring split was just a fluke.
Right.
They've really proved themselves so far.
All right, we'll have to see. Now that you've heard what we have to say about it, let's take a look at yesterday's action.
The first match of the day featured the veteran Curse taking on the LCS rookies, Velocity Esports. The veterans showed their savvy.
The hook lands, he's not going to get away. Triple kill.
That was a very good fight for Curse.
But the kids showed they have some tricks of their own.
Aggro and
Oh,
says,
great flash.
Oh my gosh, that flash. Maple Street, can he snipe it? 1 hit to go. Oh, Maple Street, you are amazing at this game.
Curse were able to secure their first win of the season.
An ace for Curse. They're going to take this one down and they grab their first win of the split.
Just a powerful performance by Voyboy and Curse at the end there. Solid performance there, 31-minute win.
I've always liked playing Trend. He's a blast to play. And I think he really fits my playstyle too, because you can just dive in, just do as much damage as possible, try to kill people, and then you have your ultimate to fall back on.
Game 2 featured an epic showdown of longtime rivals that you had to see to believe. If you missed it, go and check out the VOD. If you witnessed it, you'll want to watch this one again.
Oh my god!
CLG was able to outlast Dignitas in an epic game that saw both teams rack up more than 100,000 gold.
And here comes Kiva Kid. Can he get in for the damage? A beautiful Sonya's action.
I killed Cutie Pie. Nice, nice. You guys can do that. Nice. Kill the block.
The game is still going.
This looks like it's CLG's moment.
And CLG in 71 minutes finally pulls it out.
A lot of throws and a lot of horrible like bronze level play. So it ended up being really entertaining, but it was really frustrating to actually play that game.
The third match of the day featured the red-hot Cloud9 taking on Team Curse, who were looking to pick up their second win of the day. Behind Edwards' play on Blitz, Curse grabbed an early advantage.
And oh, he gets hooked by Edwards! Would you believe it? And the team is there. Can they jump onto him?
He's gonna
damage the gold card. Oh, Edward, you are so good.
Cloud9 never gave up, and a huge fight at Baron turned the game in their favor.
And here comes the team fight, 5v3 right now. Sneaky, forced to flash away. Saint still chasing down, but Saint's in the middle of the enemy team. Cop gets one cleaned up. He's gonna go in for Meteos as well. Splits him into Bloblets, but High picks up another kill. There's now only 2 alive right now for Curse. High gets another kill. But a beautiful team fight for Cloud9.
1 for 4, and that team fight was so good for Cloud9.
From there, Cloud9 took complete control, and they start their season with a 3-game winning streak.
End it. Ignore Voyboy. Ignore.
Got it.
Keep on the Nexus, and they get it. Cloud9, another win.
17 kills to 16 kills, not nearly as flawless as some of their other victories, but they still came through. Surprisingly, the only undefeated team left in the North American LCS.
In the fourth match of the day, Team Dignitas faced off against Team Solo Mid in a game that was a complete opposite of their 70-minute slugfest versus CLG. Dignitas out-dueled TSM.
As I said, it was going to be an all-in heads-up, and it's going to be Kiwi Kid coming out on top. Everybody knew that was going to be a close fight, and they made it nice.
And Dignitas picked up their first win of the summer split in convincing fashion.
And they're down the York Ultimate. That means another surrender for TSM.
That was an amazing game by Dignitas.
Heading into their matchup against Vulcan, Velocity Esports said they were most concerned with the play of ManCloud, and rightfully so. ManCloud's Kazakhs carried Vulcan to the win as they improved their record to 2-1.
There's a word in right.
Don't get greedy, don't get greedy.
Double kill! Let's go, let's get this man, let's win this game.
We knew that eventually we'll outplay them as long as we don't lose early.
The last game of the day featured Team Coast, who were fielding a sub in the top lane as Zion Spartan was away for his high school graduation. CLG tried to take an early dragon, but Coast Daydreamin' had other ideas.
They've got a lot of people here that's going to have to be a
He gets it! Oh, you gotta be dreaming.
A superb play at Baron by Coast sub Jinte proved costly for CLG.
He's gonna pull off. I got him. I got him. Oh, I got him. Kite this fight. Kite this fight. Kite it.
Obliterated the fight. The Shockwave doing so much damage. They're now into double lift. Shifter's able to stay in the fight. He just fought the Guardian Angel, so he will be back up to participate. He may go down. Nien is just so big.
Get Nien and Baron. I got you. He's got GA. Kill him. We got him. Baron and push mid.
Shifter and Jinte are such beasts.
And Team Coast would secure their second win of the summer.
They are going to take it out, and they are going to find another win as Zion goes to his own graduation.
Coast earned that victory.
Against TSM, we kind of like choked a bit. Then after that, it was like a wake-up call. We focused against Vulcan and CLG, and we just really prepared really well.
Hi Zion, we carried.
Carried indeed, and now that every team has played 3 games in the summer split, let's take a look at the standings. Cloud9 sitting in first place is the only undefeated team in the NA LCS, while Team Coast and Vulcan are tied for second at 2-1.
And the other 5 teams in the NA LCS, CLG, Curse, Dignitas, TSM, and Velocity, are all tied for 4th place with 1-2 records.
Well, that makes things easy.
Yeah.
Quick rundown. But that logjam at the bottom will change after today's 8 matches. It absolutely has to. Up first, Velocity tries to regain their momentum when they battle Dignitas and the Kiwi Kid. Then Cloud9 looks to keep their perfect record intact when they take on Team Coast. And Team Solo Mid faces off against Vulcan.
Next, Counter Logic Gaming battles Curse. Then it's the struggling Dignitas facing off against Team Coast, followed by second place Vulcan taking on CLG.
And then TSM and Wild Turtle face off against Curse and Cop. And finally, Super Week closes out with a battle of the 2 newest teams in the North American LCS, Velocity and Cloud9.
As always, you can predict the winners of today's matches by going to lolesports.com, clicking on the top right, the Matches tab, and then going to Week 1 and voting away.
That's how it happens. Then hit us up on Twitter and let us know as you're surfing the interwebs which player's performance has impressed you the most so far and why.
We're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCS. We'll be checking in on the answers all day long and reading the best ones live on air.
All right, everyone, we have to take a short break, but when we return, it's the first match of the day as Velocity Esports steps into the Rift to take on Dignitas. Week 1 of the North American LCS Summer Split. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to week 1 of the NA LCS Summer Split. It's time for our first match of the day, Velocity Esports versus Dignitas. Scar and the crew came up huge yesterday, getting their first win in the split against the spring champions, Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, Dig came roaring back from their 71-minute loss to CLG to take down TSM. They were led by Kiwi Kids Kazakhs from the mid lane of all places, going 6-1-4.
It was nothing for him. He's just he's relaxed. Easy. He's ready to do it again. And while it took Dignitas 3 games to get their first win, Velocity started out fast on opening day of the Summer Split before getting shut down in both of their games yesterday.
Yeah, Velocity lost to both Curse and Vulcan yesterday. One big reason was that Chris got shut down. In their day 1 win, Chris's Kennen destroyed. But you know, when he got shut down with that, it didn't quite work out. He was 5-1 in that win as Kennen. In their day 2 losses, Chris wasn't able to be as big of an influence. If they want to take down Dignitas, then they're going to need him to come up big.
Absolutely. And while Chris was off his game yesterday, Cutie Pie and the guys at Dig, knowing keeping his top lane skills down again today is going to be a Herculean task.
I think you could say Velocity is the weakest link right now in the LCS.
We've scrimmed Dignitas a lot, so we feel pretty confident going into these games. Every game that we've lost has pretty much been us, you know, kind of working out the kinks and stuff, so we feel really confident going against Dignitas.
Chris is a god. Like, Chris has the potential to be the best top laner if he has decent mechanics. Maybe in the future he'll be god. We'll have to see.
We'll have to see if he can be a god this game. Let's take a look at today's lineups. It's going to be on the blue side, Velocity Esports. Chris in that top lane, NK Inc in the jungle, Vio Rose in mid, Maple Street on 80 carry, and Evaniscus at support.
And on the red side, it's Dignitas. Up top is Kiwi Kid, in the jungle is Crumbs, mid is Scar, I'm a Cutie Pie is on AD, and Patoy is supporting.
Before we jump into the match, we're going to see... Let's take a look at who you guys think is going to win. According to LOLesports.com, 73% of you think that Dignitas is going to win their second game of the Summer Split.
So the fans still have faith.
Their second win, I should say.
They think Dignitas are going to roll through, though, and that's a pretty big differential right there.
Well, with the way they were able to kind of stop, like we said, and pick up momentum after going down so hard in their first game and then going at TSM like there was nothing ever wrong throughout the day, really shows that they can just turn the table over when they need to and get those wins out. So it's actually unexpected what we could see from them today.
Yeah, taking down the Spring Split champions is no small feat. That's still really big for them. So Dignitas definitely showed they can just regroup very well, and they'll bring everything to the table. Look at that. They're also going to bring some new shades here for Cutie Pie there. I like the new style.
Yeah, whoa, yeah. Look at that. They all have shades. They're kind of bringing out all the stops for this one. They know Super Week is the one to get it down. Like we said, all the teams have had 3 games. They will play 5 games. So those 5, 1 and 2 in the standings are going to completely change at the end of this day.
We've got a lot of games. More games today than we had yesterday. So
and you know
there's going to be even more action. I don't know if we'll go as long as yesterday because of that extremely long Dignitas CLG game, but here we go. Dignitas at it again.
All right, we'll see where they go with this. Karthus Diana going out. Vile has been all about the KO, but they've been able to somewhat shut him down on that. So maybe they won't focus it. It's really been pretty much all he's gone to. We'll have to see how they go through the rest of the picks and bans. A lot of top lane and mids being focused right now.
Yeah, you know, Vile's been sort of the unsung hero there. On the KO, he kind of always moves to the area of the map that's unwanted, and he'll take on the 2v1s, or he'll be relegated over to clean up jungle camps. But he always comes through for the team fights with those intervention ultimates that you don't really need to scale up anything to be able to use that effectively. It's all about your skill and your timing.
This is the first time we really see Nasus coming back into the picks and bans phase. The jungler's starting to see a little bit more pressure than it has been the mid and top laners here. Elise does get banned out. Jace is through. Kennen is through. Some big picks we saw yesterday are still on the board as we see Renekton and Fizz being looked at here.
Yeah, the top lane god here, Chris, going with Renekton, who is a very strong bully in 1v1 matchups and actually pretty good at 2v1 also. So he's not really scared of going to any lanes. It's a very flexible champion. Fizz, on the other hand, is something that Dignitas mouse over a lot. They haven't locked it in a while since Kiwi Kid had a fairly poor showing on that Fizz in the spring split. They haven't really gone back to it, so it doesn't seem like they'll do that again.
Definitely a gone fishing game. Didn't hit a lot of the ultimates, but we saw Zion having trouble with that in the beginning of the season too, and it seems like everybody kind of steered away from Fizz. Crumbs working on the Zach yesterday. We actually saw throughout their long game he played Zach in the 71-minute matchup. So feeling comfortable on that. If he does decide to lock it in, Dignitas taking this down all the way to 0 seconds before they lock.
Seems like we always have to point out when there's no Rise ban and no Kennen ban, because they've been just picked almost every opportunity.
Yep.
Almost the same thing goes for Zach over there.
They left Twisted Fate up too.
Popular jungler. Yes, they did.
Maybe giving that to Scarra, knowing that obviously it's going to create a lot of pressure, but it seems like you can kind of get Scarra out of the comfort zone in late game if you get his TF pressured early, and he's really uncomfortable on it towards that later part of the game. Cutie Pie looking cute.
Yeah, and the changes TF makes him a lot less forgiving if you do get behind early, because of the longer cooldown on his ultimate and less mana coming back from those blue cards means that you really have to make your first few ganks count, or else you're going to get behind.
Absolutely, and right now with the team being shown by Velocity, it looks like Dignitas is going to probably want to go harder than that, not get that press R team, wait for a Twisted Fate to get in there. So they look to go for some lane bullies of their own if they decide to lock this in here. They're going for the Graves Lulu, actually.
So Dignitas, I really like the team comp. I mean, we've seen Cloud9 use the Kennen and Zac combo very effectively. Yep. The mini stuns from both those champions and the mini knockbacks, when you add them on top of each other, even though there is overlap in the middle, you have a small area where you're not stunned or something. It doesn't give you enough time to get off whatever you're trying to do. So essentially, you're CC'd for a much longer duration than the actual stun goes off for.
Very cool. Looks like we may have I don't even know, an AP Janna. Who's the jungler? Ezreal Jungle. This is that Velocity poke comp that they brought out before. And they're just going to go hard on it.
Vile Rose is sitting on a TP flash right now. I think they might be switching that one up to him, because we don't usually see a solo Sona. It's usually the solo Janna.
Of course.
And they're flipping him around. It probably is going to be another jungle Ezreal, which is the poke comp that got me so excited and got them into the LCS, actually. So it's jungle Ezreal, and they go solo Janna, and they try and wave clear a lot. They're still switching around, but I think they're gonna flip that one back over, because Sona has a lot harder of a time clearing waves like Janna and being the same, having the same presence.
So this is really now Dignitas. When this happens, you have to say, where do we go first? It's not going to be a regular laning phase. Their perfect thing may be to try to shut down Chris as fast as possible if he is the god. If he even gets to tank Renekton phase, PewDiePie, or somebody said yesterday, when Renekton doesn't have damage, he's just a wall of meat. That's going to be good enough for this team.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Dignitas react to the early tower push, because the way this comp worked out so well before was they brought Ezreal out of the jungle very early after just getting his double buffs, and he came in, he pushed towers. They pushed bottom turret first, and then he moved right up to mid turret and pushed that one with the AP Janna, her extra shield giving extra damage as well. So they were able to take down very quick 2 turrets that set the pace for the rest of the game for them. If Dignitas are able to interrupt the beginning here for this team, then they could easily stall out until they get to the point where Zac has the ridiculous range on his elastic slingshot, and he can initiate. And hard initiates are the death of poke comps.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a composition that Velocity didn't see before when they brought it to the table. So I'm so interested. This is going to be really a learning experience for the viewers, for us, to see how now they engage. As we come in, the final day of Super Week begins here for the North American Summer Split. And we are on to the Rift. Velocity Esports taking on Dignitas to start off the day.
I think the most interesting thing about this game to watch is going to be when the poke comp tries to disengage and they're running away from the turrets of Dignitas. Will the Scarra on Kha'Zix be able to catch any stragglers? The game's all going to be about Scarra hunting down the weakest gazelle of the pack and just picking someone off with that isolation damage.
Who's limping away?
Yeah, if Velocity are not all together and move as a unit when they disengage with their poke comp, then Scarra will definitely make them pay for it.
And again, the teams once again show each other in mid as they're kind of just milling about. They have cover on the tri-bush in the bottom lane on the side of Velocity, so they are covered from there. It looks like Patoy wants to get this ward in at least. They're just going for the Qs, trying to get that long range tell of who is there. Kiwi Kid's going to take over the bush and say, yep, we have room for a ward. There it is.
Only 1 purple ward down there so far, and we got the 4 of them up for Velocity, so they have the entire river. They've got plenty of vision. This one at the top, he tried to put it. It's a very sneaky ward to try and put. Okay, so the pink one there put down, and now they're back to 0 purple wards.
Yeah, so only 2 wards to start this off, meaning they're going to have about 3 minutes of safety in lane after these wards come out, up until about 5 minutes, and then they have 1 more. So we'll have to see how they play it. That pink ward is going to give a little less pressure to NK Inc. in the jungle NS.
It's really interesting that they decided to put their vision down around mid lane here for Dignitas, because last time NK Inc. came out of the jungle, he went straight bottom lane, and he didn't even look to gank middle. But Scar definitely wants to feel safe and see any of the early invades into red side as well. Vile Rose taking a lot of damage very early.
And not something we see every day. Dignitas going to the regular lanes. They're going to send the AD carry bottom. Scar gets mid for one of their matchups here. We see Kiwi Kid in that top lane. And we just remember last time, Kiwi Kid was the one to carry on Kha'Zix for the Dignitas win.
Yeah, this time it's going to be Skara on the Kha'Zix. But the reason that Dignitas sent their duo bottom, even though they're purple side, is because they know the jungle Ezreal going to come out very quickly, and they don't want to see that early bottom turret like they did in the promotions.
So Evanisca's taking quite a bit of damage. Batoy doing a very nice job of getting it on there, probably running the straight masteries for damage on that Lulu, and he really can just do more damage than the AD or the support before level 3. Just so painful.
That's actually really huge to not have the flash on Evanisca.
Oh my gosh. They're not even wanting to. Maple Street knows the auto attacks are going to hurt so bad. They're losing these trades right now. Batoy playing so well.
And the jungle Ezreal actually goes mid lane first. Because they have the duo bottom, he doesn't make his first stop there, and he's going to try and team up with this Janna, make use of the shield, and get the early pressure onto mid turret instead.
This is really smart by Batoy and Cutie Pie. The jungle Ezreal brings just about 0 crowd control coming in unless he hits you with the red buff. So they are pushing, causing the aggression bottom lane enough to say NK Inc. can't even help them.
And Kha'Zix, everyone says his wave clear is amazing, but that's after he evolves his W here. Crumb's trying to come out and clear the wave, but look how much damage he took.
A nice shift there. NK Inc. actually just got out of that turret tether, keeping himself safe. So good amount of aggression from the junglers here. We're going to see NK Inc. trying to push back Skara so he cannot get any roam down and really give him some harass here.
And Velocity, their team comp doesn't start rolling until they get the first tower down. So they're just doing as much as they can to this one. 4 minutes in, and they still have a long ways to go on it.
Chris actually taking quite a bit of harassment. Already burned through 4 pots in this top lane. Unless he grabbed a ward with himself, then only a few less. But Kiwi Kid went with that Doran's and still is trying to harass out. 19 to 21. Chris will come back with that ward for safety as we still see NK Inc. pushing that middle lane. You're right, Kobe. They want this turret immediately.
Scar doing his best to get some damage though and dissuade them. Turret's already at 50% speed, or 50% HP as Crumbs makes his return.
Will he just slide a slingshot in? There's the first part of crowd control that would allow them, but Skara very low here, trying to chug that health potion down, and Crumbs is waiting. He knows they're going to go to the turret, and they're going to get that much room to fight.
So both junglers spending so much time mid, but Velocity are actually the ones that are gaining more ground on this one. As you can see, all the tower damage because of the range of Ezreal. You know, you go with a ranged jungler, then he's going to definitely have the advantage in the early game tower push.
So this is both teams now. You said Dignitas before, who, like we said, once those ADs and the support hit level 3, they're able to push Lulu out of the lane here. Now, Evanisca is trying to do that. Is that Dignitas coordinated the AD carry support so they couldn't get the turret fast, but Velocity reacted as well, and they put the jungler mid immediately.
Yeah, he skipped that whole bottom lane phase and just went straight to the middle. It's working out pretty well. Here's the teleport back to mid lane for Vile Rose. That's going to be on cooldown, but it means that they're going to be able to burst down this turret.
It's going to be that 5-minute turret coming in here. They'll get this next wave easily for them. They'll Howling Gale it in. Looks like a proxy Chris coming up here on Renekton, just able to farm behind. They know all the pressure being created on the map. He's actually able to stop the harassment you can get out of Kennen in the early lane here.
Yeah, and look at down at the bottom lane, we have Crumbs again waiting in the fog of war looking for a jump, but Cutie Pie got harassed down so low that if he did come for a gank, it would be too dangerous, and they don't actually want to go for it. There's the first domino to fall.
There it is. Let's see if they can continue. They go on to Evaniscus in the bottom lane. It's going to be a good buckshot with a jump in coming from Maple Street. He feels like he has the damage to finish. One shot. No, he's going to miss that. Cutie Pie stays alive as he auto attacks a minion. Maple Street is going to go down here. The jump won't be up. That cooldown is there. It goes to Patoy. Picks himself up some support gold.
So Cutie Pie was not too low for that. He was actually baiting with that low HP, had his barrier up, and we just had Maple Street pull out a little bit too early. He didn't get the last shot, and he died anyway as Chris takes a lot.
There's the Slicing Maelstrom on. You can see Kiwi Kid not able to do a lot there, keeping Chris just in that lane. Neither of them were going anywhere really, but they're showing each other what power they have, and neither of them can kill one another yet.
Yeah, both ultimates popped there, so the surprise factor won't be there for either of them. But the wave is pushing to Kiwi Kid's turret, and that means that the pressure for this all-important poke push comp is there. That's what Velocity need to do. Constantly keep up the pressure in all lanes and force Dignitas to come and defend. If they're making Dignitas react to Velocity's moves, then they're winning the game.
And there has to be a point coming up here when Velocity just pushes too far for what they have. If they're not going to get a ton of kills here and get rich off of this just by turrets, they're not going to have the items to really push inhibitor turrets. So this is going to have to slow down a little bit. We saw it last time. We'll see if they can continue to hold it, though, because they have the lanes right now.
I mean, Dignitas with the first blood double kill down bottom are actually ahead in gold right now, even though that turret did go down. So really, Velocity, you're right, they have to keep on pushing the map control that they have. Pressure doesn't work if you only apply it in one lane. You have to keep it up on the other lane so that you're constantly stressing Dignitas and making them spread their resources thin and making them choose between what they want to defend.
All right, see, like Patoy has a bit of a mix-up there with his controls, so we're going to get that sorted out. The team usually very fast at doing this. I should say always very fast at doing this. The breaks are almost non-existent here. But so far throughout this game, like we said, the goal's very close. The one turret being taken down about 5.5 minutes in, and it's really been about the push consistently. The CS is still somewhat there for every lane, but look at this. It's NK Inc. with 40 CS to 25 of Crumbs, which means he's almost like that kill back to him and the assist, so they're pretty much even.
Yeah, and that CS is actually lane CS since both of them were in the lane. Crumbs was actually just trying to gank the whole time, but we had NK Inc. He was killing minions and hitting the turret. His CS lead over Crumbs is actually the difference between Jana and Kha'Zix also. So it looks like, you know, we had Skara beating Val Rose in the CS, but really Ezreal was just taking them. So pretty even in that mid lane 2 versus 2 sort of situation that came about.
It looks like we may have Cutie Pie going for that Blade of the Rune King. Graves obviously wanting to be a fighter in the fight. What's the choice between Blade and just having that Bloodthirster?
So the difference is the times that you get your power spikes. There's a big sort of lull when you're going for Blade of the Ruin King between your Cutlass and your finished Blade of the Ruin King, where you have to save up all the money for the Combine and you lose out on a lot of power. But for the Bloodthirster, as soon as you can get that BF sword, especially for Graves, it gives it helps his wave clear tremendously, and wave clear is going to be so important in this push-poke game where Velocity are always constantly trying to push turrets. Dignitas need every single wave-clearing tool at their disposal to be at maximum effectiveness.
We'll have to see what he goes for. He still has the choice to go in either path, maybe the Blade of the Rune King, since Chris is going to be that beefcake for the team, and he wants to be able to cut through it and get away. We will see as the game now continuing. We are back onto the Rift after we get Patoy all set up. Nope, I'm a liar. So they're just checking Patoy's settings right now. So we'll get this figured out. But that mid lane push coming in, NK Inc. left the jungle immediately. Like you said, he didn't even pressure bottom lane whatsoever. He went out, didn't even, I think he did Wraiths and then went mid because they were like, you know what, we can get this turret. Like you said, Dig, they 2v2'd us in the bottom lane. We need to react to this.
Yeah, that was exactly what we were talking about. The Dignitas made the good adaptation where they sent their AD and support bottom. It gives us more time also to talk about the Blade of the Ruin King. Another bonus for that, actually, if he went that route, would be the added utility where he can slow someone, and slows are really strong against a Pokemon if they can actually get in range to grab anyone. If they can hold on to one person and you take out one piece of the poke comp, then the rest of it really crumbles.
We'll see what is going to happen. 7 minutes 40 in. Like we said, first game of the day here as we get everybody situated, get everybody fixed up. Patoy looks like he's good. Crumbs' mouse kind of went haywire for a quick second there, so we're getting the tech team in, and we're going to get that fixed up and get him suited. Looking at the rest of the scores here, we do have Renekton not really getting too tanky phase yet. We have Chris building up the health crystal. He's kind of trying to match Doran's against Kennen to not be harassed out of lane. And we actually saw that they both went head-to-head in that top lane and kind of came out with half health, and we're like, all right, maybe next time, guys.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting the adaptations that Velocity have made to this composition. Right now, they are bringing a tank to this fight, and they also have that late game Tristana hyper carry. So there are a few extra answers if the early game doesn't work out how they planned.
Right.
You know, with the AP Janna and Ezreal shoving constantly, they still can rely on a end game hyper carry Tristana with going for the 6-item builds here, and they will have a front line, a tank in that Renekton.
And you know, something we do talk about is that early level game when you can create pressure. In the bottom lane, we actually saw the Graves Lulu winning from level 1 to 3, crushing that down. And then the next time we went down to the bottom lane, I think it was the Ignite coming out from Evaniscus, and they were trying to get the kill down. And that's something we have to point out as well, is Evaniscus running the aggressive summoner spell for the lane, obviously, so the AD carry can run that defense.
Yeah, it's really popular for supports nowadays to run that Ignite because all the AD carries want to take barrier because they don't want to build any defenses early. So if you can get that defense from your summoner spell, you don't have to spend money on it, and you just have the support use Ignite. The only drawback to that is that sometimes the supports will get the kills with the Ignite, but that's definitely a worthwhile trade because barrier on your AD carry or cleanse in a case where there's a lot of CC is really more beneficial, and that's kind of what went into that one. The bottom lane, though, we have to say the difference in that was the gank from Crumbs. The double kill right there really brought it back for them.
And it had to happen because that was the exact time the mid turret was going down. Crumbs was like, we need to counteract on this. Went down to the bottom lane. They were able to pick that up, which obviously going to help quite a bit. They were able to get that kill on both to Maple Street and Evaniscus, but it's the only two. It's kind of been slow. There hasn't been any movement towards the top lane. Like I said in the beginning, I thought they were going to try to shut down Chris, but it's all been kind of chaotic in figuring out where to move the next chess piece because everybody's moving, hitting the clock right away.
When you have some composition like this that tries to push so early like Velocity Bring, then Dignitas doesn't have a choice. They have to react to that. So Crumbs made the decision after trying several times to stop this Ezreal and Janna push mid, just gave up on it. He knew he wasn't going to be able to stop it because the range advantage is just too strong this early in the game. There's nothing that Zach could offer there. That's why he turned his attention bottom, trying to make up for it in a different area of the map.
See these guys still getting prepped. Crumbs getting everything fixed up. And these guys not discussing the game, not allowed to, because if somebody obviously doesnn't have a peripheral working or something, then they're not privy to the information. They're not on top. So everybody's kind of just chill here. You know, whatever they're saying is like, man, that boiling crab we might want to get with Coast is going. Or
that sounded good.
Is going to be delicious.
I feel like I want to go to that with them. How can we sneak in there?
We'll see.
No favoritism, of course, but we want some crab too.
So we did have the mid turret push down, and then they were almost able to get that second mid turret. The second tier turret is down to about half health right now. No real pressure on the map from anyone. It has been a switch though. When you come back into the game, Vilerose has moved to the top lane. If you saw it on the mini-map before, they got the pause in. So they're kind of considering that they want to get the next turret down. We'll probably see NK Inc. follow Vilerose up top, get that next turret, because the double lane isn't really working out for anybody in the bottom lane
right now. You really want to keep the combo of the AP Janna and the Ezreal because their power right now in the game is just so much stronger than a lot of the Dignitas. The thing for Dignitas right now that's different from the first tower going down is we have Kozik's level 6. So he's been able to evolve his W. He now has that giant AoE, and Skara can actually do his part to wave clear, and him plus Graves plus Lulu is actually really strong wave clear for Dignitas. So they should be able to put up a good fight holding on to the rest of their turrets. The real discussion here is going to be when do they turn their attention away from turrets, and who will be the first one to go for Dragon instead?
It's true. It's going to have to be soon. Dignitas Crumbs. Crumbs himself is quite close to that level 6. He is level 5 right now and about 50% the way through, getting back in right now and trying to get back into the game. That Dragon has just been warded by Velocity, so they are looking to have coverage on that. Crumbs is towards the top lane after seeing the swap with Janna, so they may figure they're trying to take the turret. This could, however, work out in their favor if they don't find NK Inc. there instantly.
Yeah, that's the bonus of having, you know, this AP Janna with teleport. If she's able to draw 2 people up to the top lane, then they don't even have to send Ezreal up there. They can bluff that top lane.
Absolutely.
And Janna can defend a turret 1 versus 2 incredibly easy at this point in the game. So they could sneak the Dragon with that sort of bait.
All right, we'll see Crumbs. He is actually, 75% to 6. And we'll see as they get back into the matchup. We are checking out Evaniscus and Maple Street. Evaniscus sitting on a ward. Batoy and crew trying to keep themselves safe in the bottom lane. NK Inc. has actually gone up top. They have a ward that's going to be stuck for another about 2.5 minutes on Dragon, so no pressure there. And once they see Crumbs, they're more than happy to stay.
Yeah, and Crumbs, again, waiting in the fog of war, trying to just follow NK Inc. around. It hasn't worked out for them before. They still lost the middle turret, and he's just really repeating the same moves that he's made before that cost them the mid turret.
There's just too much disengage. Unless you have somebody coming from the backside of that engagement, they're always going to get away.
Yeah, well, you can't really catch blue buff Ezreal with a Janna right now. There's nothing you can do. Cutie Pie going for kills.
Throws it out. Evaniscus actually flashes the buckshot. I believe he got hit by collateral damage. There's a lot still coming out from Batoy in the pain region, and Evaniscus realizes that and backs off.
That's huge that the burst there from Graves is going to be down, the combo. He really does need his ultimate too, but he's looking like he wants another piece.
They put
another
the
missed
attack
buckshot
down, so he's getting double damage down. He put the dot onto Batoy and trying to focus onto Cutie, so they're both taking damage, but the trade going in favor of Dig here is Evaniscus is still like, hey man, I'm still pretty hurt from that last engagement. Let's get sustained here and then we can do it again.
Yeah, Sona is not actually maxing her heal though, so Evaniscus is going offensive, trying to get the Q maxed up and get the power chords
He's
down.
Trying to trade back with Batoy.
The power chords down there. The battle of supports right now, both of them maxing Qs, so they really are looking for the kills right now. And since we just have the level 6 on Sona and there's no level 6 ultimate here for Graves, the burst potential is actually bigger now on Velocity.
They say go for Janna this time, but there's the disengage from Vile Rose. They're going to be able to hit. This is NK Inc. just having free time to shoot everybody. Vile Rose shields and walks out. Gotta come from behind here.
So they did actually get the flash. That's pretty big for them, but it was at the cost of Kiwi Kid's flash and ultimate. So it looks like Crumb's not done yet.
Chris has been doing that all day. He did it to Kiwi Kid in the top lane. Vile Rose finally going to go down. Like he said, they wasted a bit too much there. Getting a little too antsy. Vile Rose, or rather, NK Inc. decides to stay as the bottom pressure continues.
Shanna just a little bit too squishy. Shouldn't have actually stayed around that one. They knew that Crumbs was actually still up there. He could very well be in that bush still, and just sort of waited around in lane.
10 minutes into this one, 3 kills for Dig now, but it's still the global gold for Velocity, keeping them in this as they tie it up even. 13,700, but 2 turrets in their favor for that pressure.
And this is the bonus of having everyone pushing all the lanes at once. We had Chris, since Ezreal and Janna were taking all the attention top, he went down bottom lane, they finish off that turret, and now the teleport from Janna. As soon as she revives, right back to middle, she's able to push Skara off of that turret.
And we're pretty much watching everybody right now fight unscaled. They have not gone back. 1,300 is an average amount of gold right now for these champions that they're holding. You'll see these items start to come in. It's a Giant's Belt right away. An almost fully built Blade of the Rune King, the last recipe to be had by Maple Street. We'll have to see if that's what Cutie Pie goes for, and the 80 carries kind of sit even.
NK Inc.'s by himself for this one and taking a lot of harass. Crumbs has his passive up so he could dive. Just ends up taking a ridiculous amount of damage in tower hits, though.
You say Vile Rose needs to come back up top. They're making sure they have that movement between turrets. Very good for Janna to have that passive. Oh, Evaniscus getting dropped down behind the turret. Just walked out of range.
Scar with the roam. He quietly was just feeding on that mid lane, free farming, then went down to steal the red buff and turn that into a gank down bottom. Perfect timing there while Sona's flash was still down.
And this just really all happened. The Dragon Ward is down, the other wards are down. It's completely dark on the bottom side of the map. They may want to try to get back out of this. Skara is still sitting on that pink ward. He knew he was not being seen. They will engage 3v2 here onto Maple Street. Barrier goes down. Maple Street tries to do as much damage as he can. The turret's very low as well. With the presence of NK Inc. now, the bird takes down Skara as he tries to get himself in for the fight. It may have been bad and it turns sour for Dig. Cutie Pie's gonna go down as well. There's no turret here for Batoy. He has the speed up. Chris will not be able to slice and dice.
The jungle Ezreal coming in turns that up for 2 kills here for Velocity, and Kiwi Kid once more on Vile Rose.
This is gonna be some good damage for Kiwi. Did get his proc on, but he did not have that electrical surge up for the stun damage to keep him in range. So still just harass win for him. He knows he's going to be able to put pressure on that lane. This is Velocity, however, taking advantage of that pressure up top.
Yeah, double kill down bottom means that they can get this Dragon. Crumbs trying to make them answer for it with the mid damage on turret, but he wasn't able to get that one. We have to have the Vile Rose recall up top, by the way, because Slicing Maelstrom's still up for Kiwi Kid.
Looking around after the Dragon is grabbed, Velocity Esports now grabbing themselves the gold lead by about 1,000, 200 gold. Crumbs is going to try to take down this turret up top. They're going to be able to negate that dragon. Well, not negate it, but kind of even it out, I should say, as the bottom lane being pressured. Good wards coming out for Velocity allows them to be all over the map here.
Yeah, Balrose doing his best to defend this turret. You can cast the Janna shield onto turrets, and so that helps out a lot, defending it for some extra damage. So does NK Inc. The red buff does hit.
It's like he won't decide to follow on that. Vile Rose, not really that tanky right now. He can still go in and fight with shield, but use it on the turret, so they're going to have to be careful. Skara back to mid, not putting any pressure towards that bottom lane, and the blue buff is up as well. We'll see what Velocity can make out of this. A pink ward to go down as well, so they don't want Skara sneaking in with his stealth.
And Skara, he keeps on shoving this wave, but as soon as he gets to the turret, he doesn't overextend and put extra damage on the turret. So Dignitas are still 0 turrets down. Meanwhile, we have the constantly pushing bottom lane of Velocity. Look at all the wards that Evaniscus had put into the blue side jungle. Patoy's having to come over and put pink wards down to clear them out.
They're harassing right now to Skara towards that blue buff. Top turret very low as well. Skara using everything he can. The blue going to Maple? Wow, he definitely just took that with an E.
Very good steal right there for Maple. There was no smite for either team in the area, so it's all about abilities. And no jungler takes any heat for that one.
Ooh, Kiwi Kid, there's the burn on. The Howling Gale pops him up. The Zephyr's been used, so he's kind of just getting out of the red buff. It's going to be Let's Bounce. That crowd control break from that spell keeps them safe. Chris, however, is going to be able to help this top side.
And here comes Skara too. He walks through a ward though, so they're going to know that he's here. As it's 3 men on 2, it looks like they're going to try and pressure this turret.
Skara coming back out. Remember, he just was downside for that blue, so they're trying to scramble here, make moves. They may be able to get a few, so he will come up with not full health, but he still will come up. No, they're going to dive onto this, and they get all of them. The Cole, the Meek just shredding down Crumbs.
Crumbs walked over to that position past a ward. The ward in the jungle there just won them that kill. Crumbs, I don't really know what he was going for with that Fog of War positioning. He wanted to get maybe a Elastic Slingshot off to get them off the turret, but now the battle continues.
This isn't really that bad for him. Chris is the one that's supposed to die in these fights. You saw him dive in, and it was Maple Street or rather NK Inc. and Evanis or Vile Rose to just walk out. They were like, all right, if you die, you die. They're fighting 3v4s. Sona and Triss are still pushing bot. They don't need everybody in these engagements.
Yeah, you have to pay attention to the entire map right here. They are able to draw everyone over into the red side jungle, and because they already killed Crumbs, they have the numbers advantage. This is going to be the secondary turret here in the bottom lane going to take.
And this is absolutely a little bit of what they did previously. They were able to just crush down turrets with not even the full team. Power in numbers is not a factor in this composition. It's poke.
Yeah, and Dignitas are finally able to answer with that mid lane, trying to get more on the top here, but Balrose does his best. The thing is, look at all the wards here for Velocity. They're aware.
That's going to be pretty big, actually. He's still taking it. You can't throw shurikens at the turret when you're in Lightning Rush. Oh my gosh, he almost gets taken down there. Vile Rose knowing the damage he can take, but they engage onto the bottom. Crumbs trying to go verbatim on what happened last time. Skara misses with the spikes. That's a lot of damage they're going to have to send under the turret for. Skara takes a few more shots. No, it goes over to Crumbs as he jumps.
The whiffed crescendo, those really just break your heart when you see those ones come through. Tough break for him, but Chris is able to capitalize because 4 members were drawn down bottom. You can see how they're making Dignitas overcommit and just constantly run Dignitas around the map. They take objectives wherever Dignitas are not. So they see 4 people bottom, boom, there's another mid turret.
Blade of the Rune King coming out. Yes, it was the Bloodthirster for Cutie Pie, so Maple Street goes his direct build. They finally have those created. Let's see where Cutie Pie is on his stacks, and he is actually almost there on full stack. He is trying to get that in the jungle. They're 122 to 107, and we actually have a super low farm game in CS. It's been all about the scramble.
Yeah, it's all about the towers for Velocity and the kills for Dignitas. Dignitas, they're trying to run around, like we said, and catch Velocity off guard. Yes, they've been able to catch a few kills, but they always lose something in trade. And if you get kills, then you're going to get a bounty.
There's the left bounce going on. Skara comes in. They might be able to get Evaniscus there. The jump out from Maple Street keeps them safe. This should be a bit of gold for them. He throws down a ward to say, I'll use this before I die. And, oh, a second attempt at the turret causes Kiwi Kid his life.
Kiwi Kid wants that turret so bad, and he just can't finish it off. The Janna shield's just so frustrating for him there, and he actually dies for it this time because there's no more flash left.
He's actually gone fast distortion boots here. He used to do this on his Singe, like as soon as he could buy distortion boots.
Yeah, and that's just for Flash. It doesn't do anything for Ignite there. But
right.
Flash is so important with Kennen. It's a pretty good buy right there.
It's kind of how you all.
Flash Maelstroms so much better than Lightning Maelstroms.
We'll have to see Cutie Pie now picking up golems in the bottom lane. He's going to go back. I thought you were going to go push or fight Maple Street, but I guess not. Way to be a cutie. Those glasses. If he had the green glasses on, he'd probably be doing it right now. See where the pressure is on the map. We're going to see Scar going towards the top lane. Cutie Pie just coming out of base now as they're trying to really set themselves up. This is a bit of the lull moment. Dragon's going to come up, and there's a lot of focus for Dig in the top lane. But remember, that Dragon was Velocities without any vision of Dig, so they're blind on this.
Yeah,
still.
Velocity, their top turret's been at one hit forever, so they're just giving that for a Dragon, which isn't much of a trade.
Right.
Since that tower was so low, it's actually a good move by Velocity here, just giving that one up, trying to grab the global gold here from Dragon instead.
Thought Cutie Pie and them were going to go for it. Maybe not. Still backing in the jungle. Crumbs.
They're looking to set up a gank over here on whoever comes to defend this turret. I really like the move because there's no defensive wards for Velocity. Velocity's used so many wards on the offensive jungle that Vile Rose is going to have to back.
All the disengage. The flash coming out there as well, so that's going to be good for them. The teleport's still down for Janna, so this is the time Dignitas needs to move. Like we said, Kobe, there was going to be a lull in the amount of pressure Velocity could put on.
And this is exactly the difference between the two teams. Dignitas just used 3 people to go for a kill, and they were unsuccessful in that kill. Whereas Velocity, they're only looking to push. So they've shoved up this mid and bottom lane.
They are just avoiding the fights. It really is that team that they want to swamp the pressure on, but they'll never want to get in the engagement. Kiwi Kid still in the bottom lane. Janna teleport almost coming back up, so this engagement could be big for them. They get another blue over to themselves, this time going to Chris. Looks like they walk out safely. Good wards for Dig, though. They know what's going on, but they just can't act on anything.
Yeah, you know, the disengage is really strong for Velocity, and it's going to get even better when NK Inc. is able to complete his blue Ezreal build. Jungle Ezreal really started, or blue Ezreal really started in the jungle because it started with that lizard item, and he naturally builds this way. So it's not like he has to sacrifice anything to go for that.
Yeah, we've heard Cutie Pie say it's such a cost-efficient item. It almost must be gotten. Scar taking some good damage. A burst there, the crescendo to finish him off. No, he gets the flash. There is the damage coming out from Evaniscus. Like you said, he was leveling that Q.
Okay, Evaniscus made up for that whiff down bottom right there, barely catching Scar right as he popped the ult. And that means it's going to be 4-on-5 at this turret. We get to see the poke in action from the AP Janna plus Ezreal combo.
Crumbs from the side, could try to dodge into this one. He bounces in, but only to show himself and create a little bit of pressure. Nothing for Velocity really coming out of this as they back up. 6-5 at 20 minutes into this. Velocity with dragons in their favor, with turrets in their favor as well. They're up by 2, and they just continuously push. The poke comp again, the second time to come out of the hands of Velocity.
Cutie Pie mans up and goes to scare them off the red buff, claiming it for himself. Cutie Pie, by the way, did go with the Bloodthirster route because the wave clear is so important in these push games. You got to get that buckshot ramping up, and the flat AD is what it scales with.
And it's going to be very big for Kiwi Kid picking up the Zanyas now. These next fights are going to be a lot better for them. He is going to be able to stay in with that Slicing Maelstrom on the Howling Gale.
Crumbs so far deep.
Monsoon, rather. Monsoon with the Ignite. Oh, or rather, Crumbs with the Ignite. Kiwi Kid goes in hard. There's the Zanyas going down. He got the Wild Growth as well. It's Cutie Pie with the turret aggro, and they are forced to get out.
Crumbs got out of that one with just a recall from the bush, and now Maple Street.
Oh, Maple going a little too hard there. Forced to rocket jump and barrier, but here comes NK Inc. The poke to start. He's got Vile Rose there for safety. They have been on the buddy system all game long.
Crumbs immediately got those home guards, and he's almost back into this fight. So now it's Dignitas with the upper hand. They are the ones that just grabbed the pressure there. A very deep dive and dangerous one, but they were able to come out with it with a kill.
Vile Rose as well, picking up home guards, just accentuating that Janna speed, getting himself back into the game, and he is also crushing down some waves himself. He doesn't have as much CS because he's been sharing it with NK Inc. the whole time, but his turret safety has been huge for the team.
Yeah, the safety from the shields is really big, and also movement speed is so huge when you're playing these shove games. The early home guards really come out when you see these 22 minutes and everybody's already knocking at the doors of inhibitor turrets.
Looks like we got Kiwi Kid rather. I'm a Cutie Pie picking up the Phantom Dancer. quite fast. How much money and gold are you sitting on right now, Maple Street? 150 gold, so he is actually just on that BF sword looking to get some damage. Attack speed rely on Q, so we'll see how those two go into fight. It's something Dignitas has been looking for and something Velocity has been exceptional at stopping.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as he'll probably go into an Infinity Edge with that BF sword, by the way, for Tristana, because he's already got the attack speed from Blade of the Ruined King, and he's really going to be looking to be the end game damage here. Vile Rose actually has to use his Monsoon.
That was pretty scary. I didn't think Crumbs was going to go too hard. It was a good choice. They don't have vision of that jungle, just the entry to Baron. They have to be quite careful. No, actually they do. Janna was sitting on top of that warded blue. They're going for Baron now.
Still does a lot of damage.
4 minutes in. Oh my god, the True Shot Barrage almost cleaning up the team. KiwiKid is for sure going to go down. He doesn't even get the Zanyas inside Baron. They could completely clean this fight up. A nice disengage by Scara. They need to just use that and get out of this fight.
The early Barons have been so bad for LCS teams, and this is another case of it. Teleport down to the bottom lane by Janna means they get the inhibitor turret.
That is absolutely ridiculous. The Oracle's here, so Velocity is definitely going to play this one safe. They don't want to lose that. They do continue to keep vision on that situation. The Oracle's breaks out. Maple Street and Vile Rose kind of staying there, but they know they have to disengage, and they're kind of staying.
Yeah, and look at the minion wins that they pushed up as well. Pressure all over the map. We said every single lane was important. You have to keep your eyes, and that's why this teleport on Janna is so important. They're able to get the objectives and back out in time.
Crumbs getting hit up pretty hard here. He may go down. That passive almost being used. The Ignite. No, it's going to be the burn from his E. On the Tristana, Evanisk is coming up with his second kill of the matchup here.
Dignitas look completely out of sorts right now. They were not really expecting this, it looks like, even though Velocity have shown this exact strategy before. They're playing it really well, and Dignitas really, the early Baron definitely cost them.
It's completely an underestimated tactic, an undersung tactic, and it's chaos. Creating chaos against your opponent is hellacious.
It's so strong, especially in the early stages of the game. You can't go for a Baron like that. Baron does so much damage to your team at this point in the game, and he takes too long to take down, when every second in a push game like this means that you could lose your inhibitor turret just like they did.
A teleport strategy to come in, that window is kind of down, but Velocity, every time they have it up, every time they look for a shot, they make it, and they make it happen with glorious flying colors, if you will. Going down the teleport bottom for the Baron, like you said, making moves only when they can. They knew they had a lull that we kind of spoke of. They weren't going to be able to just crush turrets forever. They waited for that and are now, again, ramping up for that mid-game kind of power curve that Tristana has with the team.
Yeah, glad that we have a team like Velocity in the LCS, because their biggest strength is obviously this comp and this game. Yeah. The way that they're playing it right now, where they're constantly pushing and shoving the minion waves, and it really is going to wake up Dignitas and the rest of these LCS teams that you have to be able to adapt to this type of game.
You don't see it enough. You're just going to have to play it in your mind over and over again, because you're not going to say, Velocity, scrim us with that over. They're going to say, no, we're going to beat you with it every time. We're just going to beat you with it every time. Coming down to the mid turret, unfazed by what's going on, still trying to get the split push, and Crumbs goes in. There goes the slicing Maelstrom, but again, the Monsoon, a great counter to it. They don't step into the damage just yet. The True Shot Barrage flies across the entire team. The Crescendo has been used, so this is Dignitas now on the move. The crowd control is not there for them. Cutie Pie gets almost jumped on. He's forced to use the quick draw in defense, and it looks like they're going to continue. Maple Street completely full health, a shield on him as well. He can clean up the fight by himself if he wanted to. Just going to go ahead and walk over. The reset is there. He jumps for Cutie Pie. Will he be able to find? No. The double kill, however, for NK Inc.
Wrong wall, and they don't want to go chasing Cutie Pie. They want to try and get another inhibitor turret. This is exactly what they have to do, is keep on the pressure, get another one of these down. Double super minion lanes would mean that they have complete control of the game, even though it's 10-10.
Such a counter, that Monsoon to Kennan's ultimate. It's the third time. If Kiwi can get it in zone, it's going to work so much better. Oh, he goes hard for it. KiwiKid goes down. He loses the blue as well. For Triss to have her rapid fire up that quickly is going to be very bad for these guys, and she gets out. Maple Street playing it safe. 1, 2, and 5. That was his first kill, but he's starting to make an impact.
Maple Street valuing his life more than the last hit on an inhibitor right there. And they actually are going to get out of this one with only that one death there from NK.
I think he's coming up with his IE after he's done here. He's going to grab a few more in gold, come back with that Infinity Edge, and that surge of power for Tristana is going to be there. Just saw a huge fight that was really executed by Dignitas for the first time. They went in on everybody they could. the Velocity kind of just walked around what they were doing.
Everyone always says, you know, what you have to do against those poke comps is get the hard engage. They used everything to get it, though, just to get a hold of Janna for a split second with the the Maelstrom stun right there. That was the whole Kennen ultimate down, and almost all the damage was avoided. Chris was able to dash out, and Janna with the Monsoon knocking him back meant that Kennen and Zach were not able to follow up on that one, and the Tristana just coming through from the side and wrecking faces.
And you have to put, you know, to credit what Velocity is doing in their play. You know, Skara on Kha'Zix right now with the Muramana and a Last Whisper and a Brutalizer is going to crush any one of these carry or support or carries they have right now. They don't have defense. Like we said, it's only Chris building the beef right now. So they're positioning so well in these fights to not even take that damage.
And they also have two very powerful support ultimates that they're making great use of.
Yeah.
The crescendos from Evaniscus after that whiffed one bottom have been much better, and he always catches Skara.
Oh, I thought it was going to be that first initiation from behind that may have set them in that fight on the right foot. But Maple Street able to get the inhibitor with his team. They begin to back out. Is he still sitting on that gold? He has 2,100, so they would have gone into that fight with him sitting on 2K and possibly won it.
2K gold is a very substantial amount. You're right. That's more than a BF sword. They could actually increase the damage a lot, but Velocity don't have to go back right now. All they have to do is poke and not be engaged on.
It's really a consideration of the strength of pressure to us winning fights still with you without that Infinity Edge right now, and they're really taking the strength and pressure into consideration.
Right now, all they have to do is really waste Dignitas time, because with the inhibitor in mid down, this super minion is beating on the inhibitor bottom. It will take it by itself if they just leave it.
Crumbs coming in again, front entry. Kiwi Kid trying to get in with the rush, but he cannot. His flash is going to be up in about 25 seconds. Another turret going down. The poke comp just too much, even in the eyes of Dignitas. We hear the shout from the back. Chris tries to go in. Will he be able to get it? No. Evaniscus does not have his flash. It's going to be a walk-up crescendo. Krems goes right into it. The Monsoon goes out right away. No, the Monsoon is still up, actually. And it looks like they're going to keep that. That was the buster shot from Maple Street.
That bottom inhibitor still taking a lot of damage, though. Kiwi trying to go clear it out.
Kiwi Kid, he's going to take quite a bit of damage from these minions, most likely. They won't be able to take the turret unless those melees do. He has a few minions coming up behind him. They're trying to take down Crumbs right now. The melees do get it, and it looks like Kiwi Kid has left the fight to lose the inhibitor as well. They're going to try to go in this time. That's what I'm talking about. They have no armor in this fight. The double kill for Skara. A third jump. Will he be able to clean up Chris? He's the tankiest one. If they can do it, it means they're going to run through this one. They have to get map pressure off of this.
Resets for Kha'Zix right there. Skara is exactly what he wanted. Crumbs is not going to give up the chase, actually. He's still going after Evaniscus, and they now turn their attention towards Baron. They want PewDiePie to defend the base while they try and two-man this Baron. Kiwi Kid even going to come in and try and help, but look how much damage Crumbs is taking. The lower Zach gets, the more efficient his healing is with those blobs, though, because he only loses current health, but he gains maximum health.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to stay pretty safe on this one. He actually almost died for a second, but was able to pick it up. So Patoy and PewDiePie able to help. A little breather for both teams now, and a definite sigh of relief for Dignitas to see that they can actually get the kills to come up on the other side.
So Velocity still have to be careful. You know, they wanted to stay around because Kiwi Kid was forced bottom to try and deal with those super minions on the inhibitor. That meant that Velocity wanted to keep the rest of Dignitas interested in try and get the top one, but got a little bit overzealous there. And the hard engage, you can see what happens when they actually get one. And you have a champion like Kha'Zix with the isolation damage. He'll just reset after reset after reset.
And NK Inc. was actually able to pick up that Glacial Shroud. He had that armor coming in, but that's invisible to Skara right now. Brutalizer, Last Whisper, he's pretty much just going right through that. And we saw the damage they took. 1, 2, 3, continued to go. And they were even able to take down Chris quite fast, which definitely is going to make Velocity think in this next fight where they're positioning, because it was a little off for that last one.
And Dignitas really... From this point on, it's defense of the Alamo. They have to be inside their base forever until their inhibitors come back up.
They're even in the basement.
They're just constantly clearing out minion waves, and whenever Velocity show up, you have to try and get that sneaky elastic slingshot off from Crumbs to get the slight knockback and allow the rest of Dignitas to follow up.
So you can actually see now that NK Inc. has this Iceborne Gauntlet, he's playing the front line, and he's not really letting Chris be up there. He's just trying to get the Q shots out, and they're really working the poke of Ezreal. Maple Street staying so far behind. It looks like he wants to initiate with his rocket jump here.
So dangerous right now because Dignitas have 2 waves coming in, mid and bottom with those super minions, that Cutie Pie is fully occupied. So they really have the 4 versus 5 for a split second, but he's staying close enough because they're all going to the Nexus turrets that he can still join and turn his focus if they do get a catch.
This is just like, who's going to make that one wrong move? Crumbs decides to go out. The Shirelli is right out of that one. Just going to be a quick cooldown. Holy macaroni, Maple Street going hard right now onto Crumbs. That was 4 or 5 shots. Within the movement of 400 range, that was pretty painful.
Ultimate down for Scar too. That's actually pretty big since he did evolve the ulti and you get 3 activations of it. That's going to be a lot of extra damage that he won't have to reset that passive of his and get the extra magic damage.
Crumbs trying to hide behind the trees in the base. Few attacks coming out. Patoy even has an Oracle just to clear out wards in the base right now. That's how strenuous it's getting.
And that's how important the invisible, the elastic slingshot from Fog of War is to them.
There it is, onto Maple Street. They do get a good bounce. It's right in. There's the Monsoon. He's still got Slicing Maelstrom going. Throwing down the Zanyas. No, he waits. It's going to be the Crescendo going across. It's good damage from both teams. Anybody fight to come up here, but Velocity is definitely disengaging harder, and they're getting the poke back down. Scara, Cutie Pie, the health bars are falling. Kiwi Kid rather on the back side of this. It's going to be Ezreal shifting out. NK keeps himself safe. The Iceborne Gauntlet doing work for the team right now.
Scar's got to be careful right now, but that was beautiful by Crumbs. He caught Maple Street as the jump was going off and just knocked him out of the air. The inhibitor still goes down though for Velocity.
We'll have to see another inhibitor in their eyes. All around, Kiwi Kid trying to clean up the mid lane right now. Scar going back in onto Chris. They were able to get the kill last time. The bounce from Crumbs. Can he get the Q slow? It's not gonna be in range. And we got to remember, this is with Baron still going on. So when it wears off, Velocity is going to be way more inclined to get in that base. Oh my gosh! Unstoppable coming in for Scara. Can he get another kill right here? This is the money that they need. The GA is up. They're more than likely to follow this one in. It's not too much of a tunnel for him. Scara, or Crumbs rather, there to pick up the kill for himself.
Very, very dangerous here for Velocity. Although there's almost no base left for Dignitas, they're obviously, they can win the team sides if they can get those amazing elastic slingshots from Crumbs to start everything off. Scar right now is a monster. There's nothing that Velocity can do to stop those resets once they start going, because not only do they have the isolation damage, but they've got Cutie Pie with one of the most bursty ADs. He can focus whatever first target Scar goes after and just use his combo, the buckshot and the collateral damage, to make sure that one guy goes down and Scar gets his initial reset.
They do almost have like a quick assassination from 2 people. Obviously, Kha'Zix being that assassinator, but with the HP bars as high as they are right now, he is going to need a little assist from Cutie Pie on that first. 19-11, as we look over the score, the gold has increased quite a bit since the last time. I think last time we looked at it was about 20K, but it's still even. It's 53.7 thousand gold to 54.7. So that 1K is really split it across 5 people. You have 200 gold. What are you going to buy with that? Absolutely nothing. So this game right now, hanging on a thread for both teams.
Yeah, the bounties also racking up for Dignitas because they're getting so much of their money from kills, where Velocity are getting it from CS and global objectives like the Dragon that they just picked up. So if Scar actually does go down twice, then they're going to get a nice chunk there too. But the GA means that it's going to be a tough task for them.
Just to show you how fast gold goes, they're absolutely even now. 55-3, 55-2 on its way to 3. We'll round up. 36 minutes into this one, 10 turrets to 3. There's 11 on the Rift, which means Dignitas has 1 more on their base. They're going to go in onto Maple Street. They get the Crescendo back across. It's going to be Maple Street being able to shred, but whoa, the Slicing Maelstrom to take him out. The finish from the collateral damage. They all get an assist off of it. It's going to be Dignitas rolling through to clean up the fight on this one. Chris is going to go down. That is the tank for Velocity Esports, and they are just going to watch their teammates go to the grave as it's 22-11. Dignitas starts up the train and they begin to move.
Kiwi Kid Zanya's there with 17 HP that did just save him. So close to dying for 3 members of Dignitas, but they came out ahead on that one. And you can see again the power of the Kha'Zix execute.
Everybody getting back to base. This is the thing that Dignitas has to worry about. Usually things are all, gold and glitter after you win a fight, but it's defense after everything for Dignitas right now.
Yeah, and Maple Street is level 17 right now. He's almost at that max range Tristana, and he's got 2 support ultimates to rely upon, plus his own ultimate, the Buster Shot knocking people away, and the rocket jump. he really has to not die, not be the first 1 or 2 people dying here for Velocity, because he is so much of their damage with that Infinity Edge, Ruined King, Phantom Dancer combo.
And something right now going through all of these players' minds, obviously, Kobe, is Baron coming back up right now. Where is their positioning? Obviously, Vile Rose grabbing blue. We can see Avaniscus trying to clear with the Oracle as they look to gain position here in the upper hand on the Baron dance.
Only 1 inhibitor down for Dignitas right now, though, means that it's going to be risky for Velocity, because they know if they group up inside the Baron pit, Dignitas will just dumpster them. They've got plenty of AoE. Zach's going to be knocking them around inside the Slicing Maelstrom. If they group up at all, then Dignitas will immediately capitalize.
So Dignitas has weathered the Velocity storm, have been able to take the boards off their windows and get out of the base for a second here. Now able to place some wards around. Dancing for Baron. Their lanes are pushed up to the river, which makes them safe. They won't get a death in 1 push down if their Velocity is able to grab this. Crumbs getting himself caught up. They have Chris in a good spot to continue this cleanup, but it does not look like they're really able to initiate. That's a big burst down, and they know it. Collateral damage out from Cutie Pie.
A large chunk of HP off both Crumbs and Kiwi Kid right there, but Crumbs actually going to recall right here, so it's going to be 4-on-5 for the duration.
Really gets good damage around there. Chris is still getting himself fed up. Looks like he's actually only half health. They're going to rely on Sona for this one. They're going to just rely on Chris being a beast with his ultimate up. And both teams decide to walk away from Baron. Dignitas being out of the base is definitely giving Velocity something to think about. They're not so much in the driver's seat anymore.
Yeah, and Velocity still have a teleport on Janna, so Dignitas still have to be careful, and they have to keep a lot of wards up to try and keep track of the rest of the team. Cutie Pie had gone bottom for a split second to clear that bottom wave, and Velocity don't hesitate.
Didn't have his ultimate. He would have to be very safe in the fight. They say we can hold it as 4. Make sure that wave is pushed bottom. It is going to be up to the inhibitor. It's starting to really pressure back in the favor of Velocity again. They can just wait for this to happen and make sure Dig has to be in that base.
So they've got a few more seconds of a little bit extra HP on the creeps, but it will even out now, and we do have Dignitas sneaking in to try and take the Baron of their own.
Chris isn't there. That's damage onto Cutie Pie. Remember, he has the dash. He can get himself out of Baron. Crumbs can slingshot out. Cutie Pie is going to take some good damage here, but he gets himself out there. The crescendo just missing a bit off key once again, and we'll see Maple Street in the backside. Scar tries to get to him immediately, so he can't put pressure on the team. The flash from Maple Street coming in. The collateral damage just coming up for Cutie Pie. Will he finish 2? He gets a double kill here. Now looking for Maple Street to get the 3rd, but it looks like he's gone down by the hands of Skara as he almost bleeds to death.
Skara, very manly op right there. Able to finish off Maple Street, and the Baron, really where these LCS games are won and lost. Vile Rose doing his best with that teleport to answer back with an inhibitor, but 2 members back from Dig means he's only going to get 1.
This is not something that Velocity met the last time they did the poke comp. The game did not go this long. The other team wasn't able to mitigate all that damage and really put a team fight back together that could organize against a poke comp. But now they have. In Velocity, I don't think they've been to this part of the game. It's that situation where it goes late and you're kind of in the no man's land of where to do next.
Well, the last time Velocity ran this one in the promotion tournament, they actually didn't get caught and hard engaged on and ever ace like that. Yep. So it's really because Dignitas were able to get that beautiful elastic slingshot from Crumbs and Let's Bounce to knock Maple Street out of the air and get the resets on Skara that really allowed them to completely turn this game around from their earlier throw that they happened at where else but Baron.
Definitely a hard mode game for Dignitas here. Like we said, they've been in the base, they're finally back out. When they were in their base, the gold was completely even. The second they were able to step out, now they're up about 7,000 gold. It's that fast. Dig is understanding that they're getting a foothold here. It's up to Velocity to kind of play the trickery again and cause that chaos they were before. Dig's starting to read that like a book.
And really, the main tool that Velocity have are the down inhibitor in bottom lane. It means that lane has super minions. So if Velocity do this trick where you go to top lane and they just killed off all of the ranged minions, but left the melee minions, which have a lot more health, but don't do as much damage, then they could build up a big wave top and not have to be there. They could force mid, and then all 3 lanes would be pushing.
Just kind of working off the ball, if you will, making sure it's moving, but you are as well. 3 stacked together in mid here for Dig. Actually 4, as they're just kind of hovering all over Cutie Pie, so he can't be seen. Scar in the bottom lane trying to pressure out. So the map objective free. Dragon's been grabbed. It really wasn't a worry as Baron in the hands of Dignitas. Velocity to clean up their side of the map. Everything's up to the river, so somebody's got to make a move here.
We just had Violets go up top and give an extra little push to that giant wave, but they're wasting this huge wave that Velocity just had. That was actually a big tool for them to make use of, and since they didn't have pressure in either of the other lanes, the Dignitas are free to just go up there, clear it, and that's a free sack of gold for them.
It's becoming that farther than they want it to be item game, and Velocity, I think, knows they're in a crunch right now. Once they get their team to a base, they're kind of pushing something that's already been pushed, which is really why it's being hard for them to even get through the front door.
Oh, it's all been pushed now. They've been all over that base. They're well aware of the insides of the Dignitas fortress.
Ward's going down for Dig just on the outside of Red Buff and Wraith Camp, all the way up to Tribush on that. So they're keeping it safe for any entry. They want to know what lane is being pushed, when and how and where.
The only thing they can't keep track of is that, teleport from Giant that could come from anywhere, but he's got another minute left on that one on the cooldown, so pretty much Velocity don't have too much up their sleeves at this point. And Dignitas, what they have to do is actually answer by shoving in all the lanes here and get control of the map. It looks like they are going to head down mid while Ezreal is going to look for a split push.
Looking at what the items are, the Rabadons for Kiwi Kid, he's had that for quite a bit. We see Scar really getting to that full pen build. The Black Cleaver on. Movement for MK Inc. in the top lane.
Dignitas switch it up. They're sending Scar to go get a free kill here while the rest of Dignitas hold Velocity at their turret. Scar's going hunting.
He may be able to see him. Oh, he's doing just a second too late, but he stops MK Inc. He does have the Glacial Shroud. This is going to be those 1 second Mystic shots you never want to get, but he got the Q before he walked out of range.
Scar always gets his man. NK Inc. stopped the recall right there. And now we have Crumbs initiating.
Crumbs going in pretty hard. Let's Bounce is up. He throws it on, and it looks like it's just going to be for a good show.
Very happy-go-lucky Zach right there. Good show.
And he's just enjoying himself.
So since Scar did go back, he was able to even up the balance of champions because he was able to kill NK Inc., but he's forced to stay back and clear waves. This means 4 versus 4, Velocity versus Dignitas at the mid secondary turret.
And we got to remember, this is going to affect the 3 inhibitors down if win percentage, if Dignitas can get a win. People say it's impossible.
Did they have 3 inhibitors down at the same time?
I don't know if it was I'd say it was damn close if it was getting pushed.
We'll give it to them, yeah. Close enough, guys.
72,000 here to 64,000 in gold. It's still one turret. It's completely been Velocity put on a stall. Dignitas has figured out that once they get to the front of the base, it's hard for them to push through unless Dig makes a mistake. Now Dignitas is really dictating what is going to happen in the game, defining the momentum they had in their win.
Dignitas have to play a slow game now. They have to slowly regain control of the entire map, which means tons of money being spent on wards and slowly just creeping up that line of vision for their team so that the backdoor is not an option.
I actually don't see this game ending within the next 5-10 minutes here. Both teams so cautious in their movements, and like one shot onto Evaniscus, he's like, I don't even want to see if my next shot will crit. I need to get out right now.
Yeah, and this is really where the manipulation of creep waves comes into full effectiveness. Whichever team is able to judge the timings and utilize the cannon minions
correctly,
are going to be the ones to come out on top here because, well, right now we can see Dignitas is shoving 2 lanes, all of Velocity going bottom here for 1 lane, and it looks like we're going to have a recall.
They are trying to get the farthest away from anybody that they can. Now trying to push this bottom lane. The Nexus turret is down there, which means they only have to go for that one on the left side or across the horn and just grab the inhibitors for themselves. They go straight in. PewDiePie, Scara, they have great AoE to kind of just stop a push if there's no wave or even if there is a wave.
If you're a Velocity fan, you got to keep your eyes on Maple Street and hope that he does not get knocked out of the air again.
There it is. The Monsoon comes out. It gets pushed back even farther, actually. It's going to be Crumbs trying to go in. The Let's Bounce goes for the crescendo, but he's going to be able to get out with the tenacity of the ultimate. Chris goes all the way back. Dignitas looking pretty healthy, but Scara gets dropped out there. Cutie Pie takes the true shot barrage. Maple Street looks like he's going on the offensive here. Scara tries to get in. Oh! Bam! Takes him down. Wild Growth gets him up, but it's not going to be enough for too long. Dignitas is actually coming out with the win on the fight.
That was so close to being well played by Velocity right there. They disengaged with their first 3 ultimates perfectly. They had the John and knockback. They also had the crescendo for an answer, but it wasn't enough on the re-engage from Dignitas. Scara not hesitating to jump right in and just melt Maple Street where he stood.
This is a little bit of a tough push here for Dig. They don't have the sturdy ladder to climb back on. It's been a rough one. The few first limbs there are broken. It looks like they're able to get a strong foothold on the next few. The inhibitor turret to go down for them. 32 kills to 12. Velocity's been able to create all this pressure without getting the kills. Like we said, this poke comp isn't about fighting, but when it does come down to fighting, that team has the upper hand.
Yeah, Velocity, they were all about kiting, and they were doing a good job kiting, but they just lost control of it at that last second when Scara, after he got back up from GA, went in a second time, and GG to Dignitas. Well deserved.
Dignitas in a hard mode game at 49 minutes in are able to thwart off an entire base crush and bring it back into the face of Velocity Esports.
They were really just hanging on by threads for a second there. Velocity could not finish off the base though. Their last inhibitor, they were struggling with it so long top. And that one engage there where Crumbs was able to knock Maple Street out of the air, allowing Scar to get resets, just completely turn the tides.
Only super games here in Super Week. They have been super fantastic. We saw it. I was hoping that they would bring the poke comp out, and they actually executed it just as well as they did the first time. But Dignitas said, they like I was saying a little bit, they can't get past our base. Dig realized that very early, and I think they held for something like 15 to 18 minutes in the same spot at that top inhibitor.
Yeah, I have to say this is definitely when Velocity look the strongest, is when they're going with these constant pressure, pushing compositions,
chaos,
and bringing the extra aspect of a ranged jungler so they get the extra early lead.
And it really wasn't, you have to consider, that wasn't a I'm ganking lanes jungler. That was a single lane pressure with Janna the entire time. So the lanes fended for themselves against Crumbs the entire time.
Yeah, Crumbs, he was trying to even up the jungle pressure in middle, but he realized after 3 attempts that
he needs to stick somewhere.
Early level Zac does not equate to early level Ezreal in the Siege game.
I can't punch turrets as hard. It's not going to work. So a good victory coming in here for Dignitas. Very happy for them that it's kind of got to be a boost of confidence when you were down that hard and the team was able to come together and really pull out the defense for that strategy that nobody was able to find yet.
Kiwi Kid said that they were feeling kind of down. You know, they've had a rough patch and they've been under a lot of heat and a lot of criticism, so definitely getting another win will do a lot for this team. They're very resilient players, though, and I definitely have faith that they'll come back.
So you can see that nobody being scared to really try things here or kind of put themselves on the back burner and take a moment to really regather themselves in these games. Velocity able to come out very strong in the beginning, once again trying their poke strat here in Super Week. Dig able to find a way around it, and they come up big. So coming up, Dignitas' Crumbs will join us to talk about their incredible comeback win. Then Cloud9 puts their perfect record on the line when they take on Team Coast. Day 3 of the NA LCS Summer Split. We'll be right back after this. back, everyone. Thanks for joining us here. Week 1 of the NA LCS Summer Split, Day 3. Right now, we're joined by Dignitas' Crumbs after a pretty hard mode and hard-fought victory going up against Velocity Esports. So we'll start off from the beginning. Coming into Champion Select, do you guys kind of say they're running that comp again?
Actually, no. We didn't see it coming at all. We had a set plan going into that game, and then we should have seen it coming when they banned Nasus. We're like, wait a minute, why are these guys banning Nasus? Like, clearly we haven't played this champion in a while. And then Nasus is a strong wave defender. And we're like, Nasus, they just don't know what they're doing. and then when we saw their last 2 rotations, which were, I believe, Tristana and Sona or Janna, Janna, we're like, oh,
here it comes.
Yeah. So in the early stages of the game, what was going through your guys' minds? Like, we saw you visit mid a lot, and you couldn't really deal with the Ezreal poke. What kind of happened there?
I mean, I wanted to go middle because I wanted to hold back as much as I could on the push. That way we can get levels, and us getting levels allows us to engage. Well, it also allows them to disengage, but it gives us an opportunity to actually fight them now. We weren't going to be able to defend that turret, and Scar had blown Janna's flash level 1, so that's why at first I wanted to go in there, but when Ezreal came, there was really no fighting that, so I just gave up on that and went bottom.
So what point was it when you guys didn't know really what to do until they pushed you into your base? It's just so much chaos, it seems like you guys were trying to just transfer and figure out what to do.
Well, for me, it's kind of a deja vu, like, as yesterday it's playing Janna against Janna and trying to engage like that. It's so hard to do. And I was luckily able to pull it off a couple of times at least instead of none. Yeah. And then we also had Kennen, who also was like, oh, damn it, we're playing against Janna, and then they had Tristana on top of it all. But we're just trying to engage, and I think the mistake that we made was simply going for the Baron thing. We got poked down way too hard because Ezreal had red buff on top of Spirit Lizard, and he just mauled us down. Right. But eventually, like, we knew that no matter what, they weren't going to be able to fight us, and the mode that we have to go in is you have to go really, really hard. You just go all out. Like, they obviously do not have the damage. Their team comp does not have the damage to upfront fight you. So if you just charge them no matter what, hit or miss, just charge them, you're going to eventually win them.
All right.
Yeah, yesterday we did see you have some lackluster initiations with Zach, sometimes way too far in front of your team and not really making anything happen. But today you had a really clutch one up at the top inhibitor where you got Maple Street out of the air and really turned everything around for you guys. What goes into a really good Zach initiation? What do you have to use?
Actually, at that point, I usually get a lot of criticism from my team because sometimes, you know, Zach is kind of a bit iffy for me, but I really like the champion, and he's very strong, and that's why we play him. But I remember saying, oh, you got to predict where the AD carries going to go, and typically every time I use Zach in our scrims, we play against some AD carries that they just simply like, oh, Zach jumps me, and then they just don't do anything and they die. But most of the time, the AD carries use their spells as soon as they see you on top of them. They don't actually base it off the shadow. Now, I thought everybody would base it off the shadow if they were more aware, but they just wait until the last second for some reason. And what I did there was I saw, it's like, okay, he's obviously going to rocket jump as soon as I'm on top of him. So I'm just going to aim it further so he's not going to notice the shadow. He's going to rocket jump when I'm in air. So I did that, and then it worked perfectly. I disrupted his charge, and then we won that fight.
It's all so much easier to say, but do. But you did it that time. It worked out very well. So we see Velocity doing a lot of stuff. Have you guys been, you know, practicing anything you haven't shown in the LCS yet? The Super Week not going to be the time to pull that out?
I mean, I think one of the things that we showed was a level 1 we did against Cloud9 where we took like 4 buffs. It didn't turn out that great, but that's some like things that we've been practicing. We obviously have more of that up our sleeve, but speaking of Velocity, like, they're pretty good.
Awesome.
Yeah. They gave us a really good run for their money, and I think we just managed to pull through since we did have engage and a lot of damage, but like, they're nothing to be
just pushed aside.
Disregarded. They're like the black sheep. That's what they call it.
All right. All right.
Yeah, so you guys had a rough start yesterday, but with a win here, you're turning it around. What are you guys going to look for to finish off Super Week?
I mean, do you remember last split? We went 0-2, I think, for the first day, and then we began a huge streak, so that's kind of what I'm looking forward to.
All right.
Hey, fingers crossed we can channel that same winning streak and then get third, and then we just get relegated home. No.
One of the biggest win streaks. Hopefully you guys can do it again. You're off to a good start. Crumbs, congratulations on the win, and thanks for the interview.
Thanks.
All right, everyone. Yesterday, Zion Spartan accomplished something he can be very proud of. He graduated high school, and recently we met up with him at his alma mater to learn a little bit about what he's like when he's not schooling other top laners.
Today was just my last day of school. It was a pretty crazy day, and it was kind of sad saying goodbye to everybody. I'm just like a mixed bag of feelings. I don't know how to feel about this.
I met Darshan freshman year, biology class. He's definitely become more, I'd say, outgoing because of this. As more people hear about him, he becomes more confident in himself.
It was really cool when I had these people that I didn't even know at my own school congratulating me for being good at a video game.
Once I discovered that I had a celebrity in the room, I said, he is now, I mean, immediately, I erased his name from the seating chart and changed it immediately. And then from that day forward, it's always been, and it's not just Zion Spartan, it's Zion Spartan.
Be enough to kill up. Floyd goes in. Oh my gosh, Zion Spartan just mans it up, picks the kill up 1v1.
An extremely action-packed Super Week.
People don't, at first, they're just like, wow, that's really interesting, because they don't know like if it's a good or bad thing. They're like, you need to make sure you go to college, you need to make sure you do all these things, because they don't really understand esports that much. So it's kind of hard. I have to kind of explain the concept of what esports is to them for them to understand how big it is.
A lot of his peers are going to four-year schools, and Zion Spartan could be attending a four-year school anywhere in the nation, and he's going to pursue his passion, and I respect that greatly.
His dad made up his mind that we're never going to force him to do anything, like become an engineer or a doctor or anything. He wants him to enjoy what he's doing. So when he said he's going to play a game, we were like, okay, go for it.
I kind of realized that sometimes chances come and you kind of want to do what you love, and you only have these small windows of opportunity. So I kind of decided that I wanted to go into this thing head first because it's what I like to do, and I'm going to pursue it and see where I end up.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, everybody's dreams oh, you grow up playing video games, oh, that would be so cool if I could do this forever, but not everybody can.
I'm just so happy for him, and I'm very proud of him. I'm happy that I have a son who is so talented.
If I'm not trying my hardest at whatever is important to me, then I'm just wasting my time, and I don't want to do that. So I decided that if I'm going to be playing video games, then I want to be the best at it, and I want to do whatever it takes to prove that I am.
And in all seriousness, congratulations to Zion Spartan for graduating high school and having such a cool mom. And now it's time for our second match of the day, Cloud9 versus Team Coast. And coming into this season, no one would have pegged these two as a match in a battle for first. But the winner of this game will be sitting at the top of the standings with a head-to-head advantage, at least for now.
Yeah, so far, Cloud9 have definitely lived up to the hype. They blew out Dignitas on day one, but yesterday they got behind really early against Curse, and it took them a while to claw their way back to a win.
Now, crawling that win was their only push in mid. They were in their base the entire time, and the first time they got let out of it was a push down mid for the win.
Yeah, you can't give them anything. They're so decisive as a whole team, but it was really high, leading the way on that Kazakh 6-1-9. So scary to go up against, as we just saw Scar display as well.
Leading the way on Kazakhs. And while Cloud9 has been rolling since day one, Team Coast shook off an early loss to Team Solo Mid and won their last two games, including a win yesterday without their captain, Zion Spartan, as we saw.
Yeah, Team Coast gave Zion a nice graduation present with their win yesterday. Jinte subbed in and actually performed the best of the entire team with his Orianna. After missing yesterday's game, though, we'll have to see if Zion can pick up where he left off on day one and carry the team like he did with Riven in their win against Vulcan, going 6-1-4.
That was some amazing play. Remember that initiation in the reel after the day. It was so good. All right, so let's check out the lineups. We need more of this action. On the blue side, it's Cloud9. In the top is going to be Balls. Jungling is Meteos, with one of the highest KDAs out there. Mid is High, Sneaky, AD Carry, Elimination on support.
And on the red side, it's Team Coast. Zion Spartan is back up top. Nintendo X is in the jungle. Shifters at mid. Don't Mash Me on AD carry. And Daydreamin' supporting.
Nintendo being very devious. And that brings us to today's first featured matchup. Cloud9's Meteos versus Team Coast's Nintendo X.
Both of these junglers have been playing great, but they have different impacts on the game. Meteos has crazy good initiations, and he dies very rarely. Right now, his KDA is 35.
Yep, there's
He's
no
only
decimal
died
point
once
there.
in all of their 3 games. Nintendo, meanwhile, he puts a high priority on stealing jungle buffs, and he brings a new flavor to the jungle with builds like this tank fiddlesticks that are so popular.
Going to see some more of that. There've been some hits. There have been some misses. The fiddlestick, that was a hit. I haven't seen it yet in the solo queues going around, which is a good thing. But it was definitely a hit for him, and it's something he actually said that he did on accident when he was changing his sight stone up.
Yeah, that's why
sight stone, changing his golem stone.
That's why a lot of these players actually do think solo queue is decent training, because you can try a lot of different things, and you can, if you don't try to come up with new stuff, there's not going to be a lot of innovation. So definitely got to keep your eye on that solo queue ladder, even if you are already in the LCS.
Yeah, absolutely. Because these players came into this saying, we haven't seen a lot of everybody, so everyone's playing what's strong in solo queue right now. Kha'Zix, Nunu, Twitch, and Kennen already seeing bans out here. No Kennen going for balls on this one. They get that knocked out. Rise also is taken out here. We'll have to see what. Shifter Zed is still up. He kind of took that twice in a row. Jace makes it through.
So the Kennen Kha'Zix Rise bans here from Coast, pretty ordinary. And then the Jace pick as well for Cloud9. That's everything. We've been seeing that over and over and over. But look at the bans from Cloud9. So specific. The Twitch and Caitlyn, obviously straight at Don't Mash Me. They want to see him on something else and see if he can perform. Meanwhile, the Nunu with his recent jungle buffs actually adds a whole another level to counter jungling, which is said Nintendo loves stealing away buffs. And Nunu right now, because of the changes, if you start blue, I love doing this. You can get level 2, and if you use consume on both the mini lizard by your golem and the actual golem, then you get both of the passives, because the mini lizards count as lizards too. And you can go just beast anyone if you meet them 1 versus 1 in their jungle.
Just having fun. Coast picking up a lot of grab. We got some Thresh. We got some Elise coming in here, and we may see that in Nintendo.
These a couple more picks that we've seen a lot of so far on Super Week. Thresh have been some spectacular hooks and some death sentences for himself. If you're Choster playing Thresh, he actually killed himself like 4 times with the first 4 death sentences that he threw out. But Elise was another one of Nintendo X's very popular early junglers that he adopted.
Very common here for Meteos, keeping his KDA up because he can turn into Bloblets and more. Actually, he doesn't even let the passive go down usually. He just doesn't get hit. Meteos plays very well. His positioning is always advantageous for the team. And with an Ezreal, that just gives them a lot of mobility right now. Jace Gate to start off all that if they need it.
Meteos Zach is definitely something to watch. He's very, very strong with it. And we just interviewed Crumbs about the difference between, being a successful Zac initiation and a failure. There's so many mind games that go into it, because first you have to be aware of what your opponent knows. Does the AD carry even know that to look for the shadow? Because a lot of people are like, whoa, what? Shadow's coming? I only got to move when he's flying towards my base, right? So there's so many different levels. You have to first judge where your opponent is, and then you can play accordingly and play 1 step ahead of them.
And Shifter looks to be going on that Zed once again. He feels like it's pretty good. And it really works for this composition. He can chase down that Ezreal. He can get past, if Zac ults in, and they do decide to lock that in. A lot more Grays being seen here in the summer split.
Yeah, plus Shifter's just played that every single game. He's always...
if
he can get Zed, he's picking Zed. Okay, got that one down on lock. And Graves has been making a resurgence. You're right. I mean, it was probably Double Lift leading the way. He definitely embraced it very early, but the wave clear is really huge in all these new push comps that
I
are
remember
coming
Double
out.
Lift played it at All-Stars, had some 500 CS on it.
Yeah, and he's so bursty, like we said in the last game. Very sort of AD caster oriented as far as ADs go.
And we have the super insta-lock Rumble Sonar or feed from Sneaky and Elimination here. They didn't even hesitate on that. They said, you know what? If Ezreal is going to do some damage in the early game, we'll bring in Rumble for the late game ultimate and keep you guys just locked up while Jace hammers on everyone.
Yeah, we pretty much always see C9 picking the same sort of stuff here. I mean, there's nothing really new coming out for them, and that's because it works. They're undefeated. They don't have to change anything up. Lemon Nation, he's definitely a big fan of Sona. We've always seen Thresh and Sona, the top two really supports right now. When one is not picked, then they'll just grab the other one. So not a surprise there.
And I don't know if this is conditional or just the way it panned out and what they wanted to show for picks, but they saved that jungle pick for the last one. They showed Elise. They were kind of like, yeah, what do you guys think we're doing with this? And then he said, you know what? There's not enough to break me out of my ultimate. A quick stun on me, except for the crowd controller, Jace getting in, so maybe Zach. But he's still going to be able to get there. And he had the oracles last time, so he was making sure he had perfect ults.
Yeah, so Nintendo, the way he plays this tanky jungle, if our viewers didn't watch the earlier games, you know, from the beginning of the week, is he goes 9-21-0 masteries to go just super tanky Fiddlesticks right from the get-go.
Yeah.
And his runes are, you know, just AP Quince and Magic Pen Reds, pretty much standard stuff, and then armor on your yellows. But he builds extremely tanky too. He doesn't just mastery and rune for it.
Right.
He goes sight stones, and he's getting all these health items, and he even gets the early oracle. So he goes very utility oriented and just building health tank. So it's very interesting to see, and we'll have to see if he can actually make it successful twice, because the surprise factor's gone, and C9 we're definitely watching that game.
The surprise factor's gone, but you have to consider he needs to be attacked when he gets in there, and that is your first intent. Fiddle's on me, quick attack him. If you're not the one feared, kill him and walk away, because it's just going to be less damage. But when he takes all that damage, that means you have no cooldowns for the other people coming in on you, and that's really what is so scary about a tank Fiddle, because your mind says attack as soon as he comes in. We're on the Rift. We'll have to see if Cloud9 can keep their head in the clouds and keep themselves in the lead.
Yeah, and the other big part about Fiddlesticks is he does bring so much utility to the game. That's why he's used as a support, you know, fairly often. He's got the huge bouncing silence that's extremely annoying that he gets from his Dark Wind, and then the Terrify, his fear spell, starts out level 1 is already 1 second, and it just goes up from there.
I'm just shaking my head. This is such a scary level 1 from Coast. Obviously, they're walking by a ward, but to get hit up by everything they have, if you get feared from that range, just quite a bit of range he can fear you at. Kind of deceiving. Ball's just on one side, says we're safe. Keep the hover down towards mid. We don't need anybody dying here.
That's another thing when we're looking at early invades to keep in mind. When you have these junglers that have strong CC abilities, they almost never want to start that, and they'll only start a CC ability if they're guaranteeing a kill. Like if you're Nautilus or something, you do not want to start your hook, because that's going to mean your jungle's extremely hard. But if it means a guaranteed first blood, that's when we'll see people actually pick up that fear or that that hook. But Fiddlesticks, if he starts level 1 Terrify, it
would be super
a
hard.
horrendous time in the jungle, and he would have to have help on his buff to get him level 2.
He is not. They didn't push in too far. Holding the skills, it looks like he does get his drain off first. Actually, he hasn't chose the skill still. And now he puts it in. Drain just go. Actually, yeah, Dark Winded it.
But they are going to have a normal start here. It looks like Shifter is going to be edging down towards the bottom side, but Daydreamin' is in sort of this, we've seen it a couple times already, where we have post someone down at the bottom of the blue buff to be a live ward, a sort of moving man, human ward, as CLG called it, just so that the very, very common invades on blue nowadays are not successful.
Looks like Coast is going to try and pressure mid with the AD carry dual lane. We got Daydreamin' and Mash Me up against High. High should be able to just quickly poke this lane out, not have too much trouble, but we may see Meteos giving him some attention in that mid lane.
And some of the reasons that could go into the decision not to send your ADN support top and go mid instead are, of course, you know, the roaming support from mid, and that's great for counter jungling. But also, if you look at the champions, you've got Jace at mid and Rumble at top. Rumble, everyone always talks about how Rumble's so effective even on a small economy. If you starve him of gold early, he can still have a great impact on the early team fights. And whereas Jace needs to get ramped up early. You know, he needs to get that tier, start stacking, and then pile on the attack damage.
Meteos just hopping into this bottom lane, soaking up some experience and helping them get the push on. We'll see if Nintendo tries to make any moves off of this. Fiddle not really too effective until you get that ultimate up, unless you just kind of waltz into lane on your stick legs.
On the stick legs. He also has flash too. So the first gank from Fiddle, even before he's level 6, is actually pretty scary because a flash sphere could be coming in, and he looks like he can head bottom, but there's not much that he can do. They're going to have to send 3 people to try and answer this.
And this is Lemon Nation saying, you know, we're at the turret. What time is it? 3:30. The jungler could be around his camps by this time. Oh, Zion Spartan, get him up. Hit up quick. Good there with the Ignite on.
Well, look at this blue elixir. Very early blue elixir popped by Balls. We haven't seen a lot of elixir starts since the red elixirs were increased in cost, but blue elixir for Rumble is amazing, especially with the recent changes to Rumble that reward using the overheat, the what's it called when it's in the middle? The danger zone?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a much better name anyway. The danger zone. They reward you for using the danger zone and keeping your heat in that middle sector where you get an extra 50% damage now. So cooldown reduction from that elixir does help out there.
See if he can keep that steam controlled, moving up, still pressuring onto the turret. Looks like Nintendo's really not able to give up that much pressure for guarding a turret. That's kind of one of the downfalls that Fiddle is. The presence in the lane, like you said, is from the flash engage. The walk up isn't very scary.
Yeah, Fiddle doesn't have great, wave clear. He's got level 2 Dark Wind. Actually, he's maxing that dark, or at least putting early points into the Dark Wind first. To get the bouncing damage here and try and do his best to clear, but he's no match for this 3-man push bottom, and they are going to get the first turret.
Bam, we have a 4-minute, 45-second turret coming in. They get the slow and the red buff there. Will he be able to get another one? Negative. Sneaky takes down the turret, and we have 8,000 gold lead.
Heist Flash was just burned to middle as well. Daydreaming with a nice combo there. They were able to get Flash off of Jace. That's actually fairly huge. The turret still has plenty of life now, though, so the decision for C9 at this point is, do we want to go for Dragon, or do we want to help out high and defend that mid turret first?
And we see this coming in, 23 to 11 CS, also 40 on Balls to Zion Spartan's 21. That early aggression and the blue elixir gave him so much control of that lane.
Balls has just been bullying most of the top lanes that he's come up against. He plays very aggressively, and you can see here, he doesn't even have a ward seeing Fiddle come in, but it doesn't matter because he's harassed Zion down so low already that they can't gank him successfully or else they would die.
We'll see what he has to go back and buy as well. He's against that Elise. May try to get the Haunting guys, but may not put too much health under his belt so he doesn't take the damage. Pushes mid lane as High is going to go back. We have Sneaky and Lemon Nation taking over in that jurisdiction.
So they do decide to go with the protection of the mid turret. Good call right there. They're going to keep their perimeter secured, and it's going to be a much harder here for the Don't Mask Me Daydreaming to get any damage on this turret because the global gold already is in the advantage here for C9, and Sneaky just went to go purchase, so he's got plenty of attack damage boost from the early spike of long swords and Doran's blade.
And absolutely, we see Balls not going for health, too much health on that, I should say. He goes for the Negatron Cloak along with Ruby, just to keep that damage down in lane.
Yeah, so revisiting the top lane there, the Balls, as a jungler, one of the most scary things is seeing a Rumble up top get ahead early because you are very scared to go gank that Rumble. You can't just reset the balance of that lane by ganking for your top laner because Rumble has so much AoE damage that if you gank him and there's even a possibility of a counter gank, you guys will just get wrecked because Rumble does so much AoE damage, he'll bring you down both at the same time.
A lot of pressure being put down mid. The Lantern comes in. Nintendo gets in range. The Fear is down. Sneaky is as well. First blood going to Nintendo. The first one counts from him.
And that was a level 1 Terrify, so it's still only 1 second, but that was enough. He's got also the silence from Dark Wind to follow that up, and they're able to keep Sneaky down.
You don't always need a flash.
You don't
You
always
get a lantern.
Don't always have to use the flash there either. I mean, it's a great. That's why everyone is so in awe of Thresh.
Yeah.
The lantern's just such a neat new move that was added.
It creates so many opportunities.
So many different ways to use that one effectively. High, meanwhile, taking the opportunity to free farm in this bottom lane, and he's actually shoving it. He's not just last hitting here. He doesn't want to freeze at his lane. He's been shoving it the entire way, and he leaves a cannon minion. He'll probably shoot that one with a shock blast. Boom. Gets that one as well.
That top lane buy coming in for Zion Spartan is going to be a Chalice, so both of them saying, damn, this lane hurts a little bit, and they're going for defense right away. Nintendude getting that blue buff up. He's going to add some good buys after that first blood of the game. Now we're going to see it. Cloud9, they've been on the back foot a little bit in the beginning of the game, and they're usually the ones that have the faster ones, so we'll have to see when they start to spark that and it gets ignited.
Well, we already see Meteos laying down the framework here for jungle invades up top, and you're definitely going to see some more attention up top here from Cloud9, it looks like, because they've now got vision inside the red jungle here. Nintendude is going to be unaware that he's been spotted up there, and that will help out Cloud9 a lot. It looks like they are indeed sending 2 up there now.
Looks like, yeah, Meteos is just on the side. Looks like he's going to take Wolves. Well, Balls heads to that top lane if there isn't too much pressure here in the mid. And actually, we may have Lemon Nation joining in on this too.
Yeah, so to prep this as well, not only did they lay down wards in the red side jungle, but they had High shoving that bottom lane, like I said. And so they shove out this bottom lane quickly, and then quickly move all their resources from that bottom lane up top so that they can continue to pressure and keep Coast on the back foot here. Meteos actually, you know, he's just farming his jungle, and High is even heading back down to that lane. Looks like he wants a piece of Shifter.
So this deep ward here at that red Kobe, definitely a Fiddle's level 6. We need all times, all vision right now, even if it's not where he's going to be ulting from. You saw the ping just even at Wraiths. Nintendude X going to the other side. Now to just wait, bated breath.
And we'll have to see if he does go for an early Oracles again to try and counter that vision, because channeling a Crow Storm from vision of your opponents is the worst feeling ever, because they'll make you look silly, and they can just dodge it, get out of the way, blow your entire large cooldown that makes up most of the kit. So definitely have to be very, very careful about where you're engaging from.
High stacking up that Mana Moon in the bottom lane, trying to get some damage. He was pressuring out Shifter there, and looks like Shifter won't be able to stay. But it's a lull between the teams now here. 10 minutes, the gold is really just straight even with one turret in each team's favor. This just farming of Cloud9 right now has put them up that 300 gold that they have. See Zion Spartan, that turret, I'd love to click on it and just see how much gold it has, because he has had a hard time in that top lane.
Yeah, Zion has had a rough time, and so has the other solo lane here for Coast. Shifter and Zion are both falling behind the solos here for Cloud9. Balls has been relentless in this top lane, just shoving over and over and losing so much CS to that Coast tower for Zion.
So Repel is going to be the saving grace here for Zion Spartan, just to make sure he does it in a safe spot. He is now within the turret range, and he's saying, Balls, you're not trying to aggress me, you're playing differently, something's up.
Looking for a 2 versus 2. Nintendo does leave though.
Good blast, nice shock blast through the gate for High. Spreading out the damage just a little bit, and this is going to be Nintendude X coming down. The pings are everywhere. They decide to still go. Having Zion Spartan there, they may try to activate this in mid, but it's going to be Nintendude trying to run up top. He thinks he can get there in time to clean up one of these kills. Zion doing a very good job at staying alive, but he finally goes down. Will Nintendude be there in time? The ward has gone down, Kobe. He may be able to cross storm over the wall.
Nintendo coming in!
Oh, surprise, gentlemen! It comes in. Balls may go down here. Meteos gets out just in time. I would have said Meteos to stay and fight there, because the passive would have been up.
Yeah, that was close. I mean, they should have backed off from the turret, because they actually didn't have any wards in that tri-bush, and they both got so low. I was going to compliment them on that turret dive, though, because they managed the tower aggro well.
Yeah, they were in and out.
Balls went just out of tower range to lose aggro, and then flashes back in so that he can continue to do damage while Meteos is tanking it. But then they overstay their welcome, and Nintendude collects one more kill.
So he is definitely making an impact on this Fiddlesticks. They're not taking it into consideration, but they aren't thinking it's going to be doing as much as it is so far. So he is putting himself on the map this game for sure. And as he said in the role as they went out in the beginning of the day, we carried yesterday. Looks like he's going to try to do it again.
He is going to try, and it's a good buy to pick up early mobility boots if you're going to go for that sort of impact all over the map.
The run top just got a kill for him, so he's saying, I need that again.
Exactly, and he does go with the tanky Fiddlesticks build once again. He's opting for the Ancient Golem jungle item instead of the ability one. It looks like they're prepped for Dragon as well with a pink ward. Fiddlesticks is actually really strong at getting early Dragons, but they have a little sneaky ward in here from Cloud9 that's up towards the middle, and they see him go for it. Problem is, they don't have many people in the area to actually contest this one.
And there have been different wards being placed down here. You can see it's not the Wraith ward, it's just on the other side of the Wraith wall. Cloud9 is trying to predict where they're going to be, so they don't have the original wards as much. The Dragon ward, it was pinged, but they don't have any surrounding it to say, we can maybe fight this.
Yeah, they definitely want to be, you want to be unpredictable with your ward placement. If you place the same wards every single game, teams are going to see that in their research, and they are going to be able to counter you, either work around those wards or just pink ward them and remove them altogether.
Nintendo Dax looks like he's going to get a bit of harassment here. If High knows that is up, he seems to be patiently waiting on it. Does he have vision just on the outside?
Now he's looking for middle. He's actually going to look for mid right now. Throw some shock blast in there. Nintendo is going to have a scary situation if he does get seen by High, but they pull out just in time.
See that blue buff coming up on Nintendo. His ult is up from the backside. The shield comes in, and they don't decide to do anything. They know the clear is there, and once they see Nintendo, they say, let's go slow on this one.
And we have Meteos taking the long walk up to top, charging up Slingshot.
He goes back in. They throw down another equalizer. Didn't do as much damage last time, but he's going to be forced, no, not to fall into it. He dodges 100% of the damage practically.
Yeah, that's 2 ultimates down there, and Zion Spartan, all he had to do was repel.
So Zion Spartan finally getting to that point where he feels comfortable alone in the top lane. That movement from Nintendo really just would have been to counter what they saw. Those ultimates being down was a perfect engagement for them, but Cloud9 even knew they were in a poor position, and they backed off. So we see Meteos picking up blue. Shifter could get caught here. He's going to get out.
Yeah, he's going to walk around, and there's no members to capitalize on that, but they are actually ahead now. Coast, after that Dragon, they're ahead in gold, despite, you know, the losing in CS for most of the lanes.
Definitely a different game than we saw previously. They're both teams kind of getting kills. The farm is at a normal clip this time. And 15 minutes into the game, the gold's still quite even. It's only going to be about 600 gold in favor of Coast. That goes to really the farming and the kill in their favor here. That first blood going to Nintendo is 400. Was coming off the backside of an assist.
Right here we have Nintendo coming in. It gets spotted by a ward. Good job by High, but it's too late.
There, they throw the death mark down. This is going to be enough. High could not get out of this one. He actually throws a Crow Storm down for good measure. They come up with a kill as Meteos comes to protect.
That's how you do a Fiddlesticks gank. He uses everything right there. Make sure they get High down as quickly as possible, and he doesn't have a chance to escape.
You walk up next to them before Crow Storm. Getting it off, making sure you got the damage. And I'm sure they want that blue buff on Meteos, but there just won't be enough pressure to get it down. Sneaky taking good damage here. The buckshot hits as well, so Mashmi kind of trying to control this in mid, but he doesn't have enough vision to continue the damage.
And since they were 2 versus 1 middle, you know, that Graves is pretty farmed, and he definitely has the advantage when shoving waves, so they were able to get that one to the turret here. Coast now definitely have the momentum in this one.
Zion Spartan, I think for the first time, really pushing his lane up here, feeling confident to be in a spot where, you know, balls could actually kill him, but he's been getting out of it. Zion playing very well after the first few hits in that top lane. True shot barrage from Ezreal to clear out mid as everybody's just figuring out some core item buys as they start to come in at 16 minutes. Like we said, we have those Spirit Golems coming out, haunting guys for both of the top laners.
Yeah. They have very, very similar builds. They would almost be the same if Zion didn't have to use mana. Instead of getting the Negatron Cloak, he went with the Chalice, which is a little bit less magic resist, but he also gets a bunch of mana regen. So they pretty much have the exact same thing going on here, going with spell penetration and resistances for both.
The penetration indeed. The Sork Boots just picked up onto balls there. Daydreaming, throwing out Crow. Just trying to shut everyone up for a second. They get off the turret. The turret's been taking damage just gradually. It doesn't seem like it's a focus for them to take that down, though. Why?
Well, they would definitely love to take it down if they could, but it's very hard because Graves has the wave clear, and here goes the ultimate from Nintendo.
Crow Storm over the wall. Will Lemon Nation decide to ultimate on this one? They're right in front of him. He still is holding it. There he goes with the ultimate. He was waiting for balls to come in. The Flame Spitter now to come out, and he overheats perfectly with it to continue the auto attack damage.
Lemon Nation waiting until they're on the Rumble ultimate there, trying to keep them in place for the burn damage, and they are able to answer back.
Oh man, I was about to phone home and tell him to crescendo. And he hit it at the perfect time, the equalizer after. These guys are really playing with cohesive measures, if you will.
Wait until you see the whites of their eyes.
Exactly. Meteos pushing the top lane now, Kobe. We're 18 minutes in, and Coast is kind of starting to dictate these fights a little bit. They seem like they're in the upper hand. It looked like a hectic fight, but like I said, Lemon Nation held the crescendo because they were just so patient. They knew they had the upper hand.
Yeah, and now Ball's trading blows here with Zion once again, both trying to delay each other to get up to this top turret. So Meteos actually comes out ahead, finishes it off, and that will be another tower down here. For Coast, as we have Lemon Nation.
Lemon Nation, that crescendo's down but high, coming just on the backside. It's always somebody there for Cloud9 that isn't in the engagement when Coast goes at it that really throws them off kilter.
Ooh, so Shifter went in there. All the damage is coming from Shifter. The Nintendude and Daydreamin are basically CC bots if they don't have the ultimates, and so they were throwing out the Terrify and actually landed a death sentence at the end, but since Shifter had already gone in, used his damage and taken too much, they couldn't follow up on it. Lose this tower too, so out of perimeter, down for Coast.
Seeing in the inventories, what do we have? 3 kills still for Nintendude. Those are going to have to start going to other people soon. If he is going to get all the kills, they're not going to have the damage they want in the later part of the game. Balls is going to be able to just run through these fights on Rumble. Like you said, once that Rumble gets going, it becomes an avalanche.
Very, very scary. Balls' Rumble has had a huge impact on the game, and where that can be shown is in dragon fights like this. We'll have to see if he can get all the way there in time. Time to take out these pink ward. It will delay it long enough, though, so everyone going to congregate around this dragon.
Good words for both teams. It's still inside. Lemon Nation placing the sneaky one just to the left of the rock there. Walking over the pink. No real engagement just yet. There are a good amount of gap closers here, but they want to make sure everybody can follow up. And it's almost scary for them to fight at this portion of the jungle. It's good with a fiddle to fight in the jungle, but for Graves, this is going to be a tough chokehold.
Yeah, especially when you have a Rumble. Yeah, the Rumble ultimate in either of the avenues to Dragon would be devastating. So it doesn't really matter which side of blue they came down. Balls would be able to land a nice ultimate, and if they did get another crescendo on top of that, it would have spelled doom for Coast. With that poke, it was just too much. Free Dragon for Cloud9 right there. Coast make the right decision to back off.
So Cloud9 kind of winning with movement now. They've just pretty much walked as a group around. We're able to grab Dragon off of doing a good amount of poke damage to start that fight. And now that gold lead that was, or the gold rather, that was even is now a gold lead. 28-4 to 26-3. 2 turrets in the favor of Cloud9 as well.
They still have their bottom and top turrets up, which means so much more to them. You can see there's 0 wards here for Coast inside the Cloud9 half of the map. And that's because their defenses are still up and they're able to keep the rest of Coast all the way on their side.
Definitely something that's worked in advantage of Cloud9 is their pressure to win games very early. 1, 2, 3 turrets means taking that 1 turret for Coast was super hard. Yeah, it was the middle one, but all 3 of their outer are down right now because Sneaky and Lemon went so hard on bottom lane. Yeah, they were able to come up with kills in mid, but it's not helping in gold right now. They need to figure out what to do.
Yeah, plus Cloud9 had 2 Muramanas, or 2 Mana Moons, and now they have 1 Muramana here. Hayes has already changed, so his damage just got a huge spike, and they completed the Aegis of the Legion, so they've got team fighting potential.
He switches, he's on pretty high cooldowns right now. He's getting the full max on that death mark, and he takes him out, and with the ignite.
Pretty high cooldowns were too long actually for I right there. Couldn't get away from Shifter with the Blade of the Ruin King active on that death mark. It was just way too much solo potential here from Shifter. That's why he keeps taking Zed over and over again. Shifter loves to have these duels.
Put himself in the spot to make it happen. Meteos heads towards the bottom lane. He feels more safe. He doesn't die, so he's going to be able to handle himself in that lane. Pressure here now. Coast able to do a little bit. We see Zion Spartan trying to push, but this composition isn't a tower crushing composition, and maybe that's why we're seeing them have a hard time.
And just off to the right of your screen there, you could barely see Lemon Nation placing that very difficult ward over this wall. If you place it far enough, then it can actually go farther than you can normally place a ward and get into that bush. A lot of people actually fail this ward, and it comes short. And it comes short and doesn't land in the bush.
I don't believe it.
He wouldn't have been alerted to Nintendude's presence, but since he is such a pro support, they are able to see Nintendude.
So a lot of things that Cloud9 has done has kind of been in the 2v2, the 1v1 situation. We haven't really seen Mashme, 236 on CS right now, really getting there, almost a Phantom Dancer in his hands. He's about a good 50 CS above Sneaky right now, who's doing well for himself. The blue build is on its way. We probably like that Sheen right now.
Coast caught out of position right now. Cloud9 are making their push down this middle turret, and we don't have Shifter. He's going to continue to split push, so they're going to try and trade this one, keep the defenses up with just 4 people.
Shifter's been down there for a while, and that kind of goes to the point where I said they don't have the greatest tower pushing crew once they get to it. We saw Zion just in the top lane trying to put the pressure on, and we see that Cloud9 can still throw out the poke. Meteos almost going into that fight, just kind of pulling it back to stretch out.
So Mashme uses collateral damage, a huge cooldown, not there anymore, plus his man is gone, so he recalls.
He is still going. These guys were not able to grab the turret. They may not have the turret pushing abilities, but with Graves there, they are able to stop the sieges. Coming back from their base, Mashme is actually back right now. They're gonna get some good pressure here. A 1 turret in the bottom lane, but Shifter has taken 2 to the 1 so far. Now evening that up, it's gonna be 4 turrets in favor of Cloud9.
Shifter canceled his recall also. Now he's going on that inhibitor turret. He's continuing to shove this wave, and Cloud9 have to answer this one.
There's a crescendo flash in, but it was the fear. Balls was not ready to engage with them. Sneaky gets pulled in, completely boxed up, but he gets the arcane shift out very nicely. It's gonna be the 1v1 again between Shifter and High.
Nintendo needed every little piece of health that he's built right there. He was under 100 HP.
High looks like he's got the good push. Shifter definitely taking a bit of damage. Didn't like what happened there because the Miramana was used up last time, but now with him High using it first, Shifter sees that situation a little differently.
Such an even game right now. Both of them not able to break through the inhibitor turrets. The base is still intact, and we also have the Crow Summer available for Nintendo right now, but don't mash it, gets caught out.
2 spells, half health. We gets a third in there, but it's kind of the dot damage that hitting a little bit on the tick. 5-3 in kills at 25 minutes into the game. The gold kind of stretching within 1,000.
Red buff for Don't Mash Me over here. Yeah, both teams really need to lick their wounds after this one. If they put more thought into the wave control for their next push, then that could make all the difference, because both of them, neither of them have teleport, but both of them have a lane that they can go to already beat on those inhibitor turrets.
Getting all the lanes pressed out to the river right now. Both teams seem like they're trying to get on that same page before they really engage. The wards are going out. I think we see an Oracle's coming out. Still the pink wards are really being used. No, there's one for Daydreaming, so they are starting to get their jungle back to their own right now. And Coast looking to really be able to use Mashme in these fights. He's almost there to that build. He actually went that quick last whisper in between going for the Phantom Dancer. He just had a huge chunk of gold.
Yeah, that's really popular build in China also, where they were doing Graves a lot in their burst combos. Just using him sort of as that AD caster, AD carry role, where you get so much damage for Graves with his kit if you build raw attack damage and armor penetration. That Bloodthirster Last Whisper combo is a huge power spike for Graves, and it's all AoE damage, his combo, so he can actually blast down a huge chunk of most of C9 if he's able to get that one off.
It looks like they're setting this one up to hide. If they know they're not walking through wards, they're going to come out with a Fiddle ulti on this. You can see the pink ward going down in mid, but they don't really have vision of where they are going to come from, so they have to be careful as well. That Coast, that is. And, it's just going to be Cloud9 making their way to their own jungle. They want to figure out where Coast is before making a move. Very safe play by both teams right now.
Shifter is constantly split pushing, and this has awarded him the highest level in the game. He's level 16 right now, and he can 1v1 anybody. So when he's split pushing, he forces Cloud9 to actually be the ones to react and send someone up there. We saw High go heads up with Shifter before and lose that duel, so it's a dangerous move for them. Shifter just needs some more vision, and he can go aggressive.
He's doing work for himself. We got to remember, I think when we called it before, it was like 25-9 CS. Jace was up on Shifter in the beginning of that game. It's almost the same thing that happened to Mandatory Cloud. Same story. They pressured him so hard in the beginning, and then you let him go, and he's able to bring the game back for his team. Now 2-0-0, he's looking like he can do that.
Yeah, I mean, the experience is even more important than the gold here. He's got the level 3 of his death mark because of that 16, so he can definitely burst down any one of these Cloud9 members.
Oh, standing on the pink. They try to go for the hook, but they hesitate just a little too much. They wanted to get him unexpected on the walkout. It's like it's just going to be a full pressure in mid. Everybody's showing themselves now, and I think Zion Spartan may come up with a team soon here.
The Baron dance once again. We've already passed the danger zone where so many throws have happened. The early Barons that we've seen so far in Super Week, costing pretty much every team that has started them. Neither of these guys are going to bite on that one. And it's more in the realm of the Oracle's control and everyone just fighting over vision here.
Meteo's jumping in. He throws himself out for Let's Bounce. He got feared for the first part of it. That's huge damage on a Nintendo. He goes for the Crow Storm, no, the fear rather, to get himself in, but Balls drops him. It's going to be Zion Spartan trying to get back out of the fight, but he gets taken down by High. Shifter is out of the fight as well, just getting missed by the Shock Blast, 400 HP. And they get out, but a big fight for Cloud9 as they look at the inhibitor turret.
Tanky Fiddle, not tanky enough, and so much of Cloud9. Oh!
That was a pretty good pull. It was a good save, very good save on Mash Me by Daydreaming there.
Yeah, that wasn't going to be an injury. I was wondering if Daydreaming would actually go in on that death sentence, because it would be a very poor choice. He actually didn't end up taking that one in.
He has to go back now. That Oracles is something they want to take out. We have to consider that Cloud9 has to overly buy wards here. They are trying to put, and like we said, they're in different positions all over the place because of Fiddle.
So the Fiddle there, actually, you know, he got blown up and stuff, but that wasn't really the biggest problem for Coast. The problem was they used so much of their CC on the Zac that was in Let's Bounce, which gives him so much tenacity. He has free tenacity when he's in his ultimate and reduces the duration of all of those crowd controls that are so important to Coast composition. They really wasted a lot of their control there.
Yeah, any fears, taunts, silences, whatever have you. We actually saw him feared in air, and before he hit the ground, that had worn off. So you can just see how fast that tenacity works with his ultimate. Going back to the top laners, we were talking about him before, kind of getting the same builds. Yeah, that happened again. Besides the needlessly large rod and that first buy of Chalice and Negatron Cloak, these guys almost mirroring each other. He's obviously trying to get that penetration for Elise and the catch. Once you get down, there it is. Shifter going in, doesn't get the extra damage. This is going to be the tickle for the death mark.
Yeah, you're right. Coast are definitely looking for catches and picks right now because like we just saw in the last one, the AoE here from Cloud9, devastating for their team. They have too much confusion from Let's Bounce added on to the map control or the battlefield control and zoning potentials of the Rumble Ultimate and the Crescendo.
The thing is, though, that one-on-one, the trying to look for picks, is a very slow regain of control. And it's like once Cloud9 activates something, it's almost two of those fights for Coast. So it's almost like they need the team fights.
Yeah, and Cloud9 are not wasting time. They're prepping up this Baron area, so it's fully under their control. They have the advantage if a fight does break out around this Baron because they've got double pink wards in the most common ward spots, and then they have another green ward that's going to see Coast coming in here. It's going to be Lemon placing one more.
There's the hook. The Baron goes down. They have the shock flat or the gate right there. Oh, Nintendo coming over the wall. They did not have the ward, but they said, why are they backing off? Daydreaming goes down fast. Nintendo not really shredding through anybody. Remember, he's only a tank. It's for the other team to follow him and do damage, but they're all getting taken down now. It's not working out as planned. Mashme's going to go down here. He is going to lose that double buff as well. That goes over to Meteos. Meteos 1-0-5, still alive in the game. They come up with 4.
Daydreaming just jumps in right after Nintendo and gets blown to smithereens right there. Cloud9, devastating team fight. With how decisive they've been, I'm not surprised if they go for the win after this one, straight for Nexus turrets.
They're going very hard. Shifter, a good burst of damage, but he's going to have to get it on everybody, and nobody's going to go down right away. So they are going to be able to focus in 1, 2, 3, knock back. It goes to Balls having a very good game at 5-1-3 and just 31 minutes. Thought it was going to be a little bit longer, but Cloud9 rather, not liking those long games. Bring it up to 32 and take the Nexus away from Coast.
There's a decisive team fight. The Baron and the win all very quickly here. And Cloud9 still undefeated.
Absolutely crazy. It almost seems like they don't even feel that pressure or push back moment at all. They say, yeah, this is normal mid-game. The other team's going to get a spike too. We'll play through it, and we'll just make sure we get to that later phase of the game where we just go ahead and push the lanes. It seems like they're unstoppable in fights.
We've seen so many teams just waste all this time and throw the game back and forth around Baron, make all these Baron-related mistakes. Cloud9, that was just so cleanly. They cleared out the wards, the double pinks, and then they didn't hesitate. They didn't wait there for a bait. They immediately just started it, and they burned it down. They knew that when they had the damage to go for it, and then they started the Baron, burned it off, and Coast just never really had a chance. They were late to the Baron party and then lose the game right after that.
And you got to consider, there's a little bit of AoE, right? You got Zed, he can slash around. You have Graves with collateral damage, but that's almost like single target focus AoE, especially with Elise. They couldn't catch Zach. They couldn't catch Jace. You're all killing one person and then dying.
The Balls Rumble top lane definitely more impactful than the Zion Spartan Elise in this one because, right, Elise is a single target and she relies on catching people out of position with those cocoons, whereas Balls was always able to lay down so much AoE and control the terrain.
And we actually have a replay of that fight that happened just after Baron, really see how it was played out and what went down with that Thresh pull.
So I just remember the beginning here. Nintendo's charging up his ultimate on the vision here. Cloud9 were backing off, and it was just, you saw how quickly Daydreamin just got blown up, and then the tank Fiddlesticks still not tanky enough. There's nothing really they can do from this point. They're just running away at this. And actually Cloud9, it was a reactive back because there's no ward down there. So they just sensed that there was no hope for Coast here, and they were pulling back out. Happened that Nintendo had to blow his ultimate, and that was all she wrote.
So Cloud9 delivering another crushing blow to a North American LCS team to keep themselves at the top of the charts. That was Coast's chance to take it away. So we've got to take a short break, but when we return, Cloud9's Meteos will join us to talk about their perfect start to the summer and his incredible KDA. And then Team Solo Mid faces off against Vulcan in our third matchup of the day. Week 1 of the NA LCS Summer Split. We'll be right back. Don't touch that browser.
The former top 4 teams are all getting mixed up, and there's this new blood, new talent, new faces coming up, so we can't really underestimate Vulcan.
Welcome back to week 1 of the NA LCS Summer Split. Thank you for not touching that browser. I'm Rivington Bism III, and joining me at the desk, it's Joshua Jat Leesman now, not Cody. But before we get to the showdown between Team Solomid and Vulcan, I'd like to welcome Cloud9's Meteos and his insane 42 KDA. Hi, Meteos. KDA, how's it going? Absolutely. We should probably get a second chair up here for this thing. These games, what is your play style like? Obviously, you don't go in to say, I'm not going to die. It just kind of happens. What's your play style?
Generally, I do what's called like safe aggression. Like, we try to play aggressive in lanes, but we don't do anything like super risky, like, oh, let's dive this guy, and hopefully his jungler's not sitting there, or else we'll all die. So I generally like just try to make safe plays and prioritize farm more than like just camping a lane or something, because that's gone like bad for me a lot of times. So I've just sort of strayed away from that.
And how much of this do you think has to do with your team's champion picks? I know a lot of people online are saying, why don't teams just ban Zach against Meteos? Clearly, it's the only thing they're good with. You have other things in mind?
Yeah, I play a lot of champions. I've been playing the game like forever. I have like 1 million games played, so I've definitely played more than just Zach. He's like my favorite right now. So whenever he's up, I tend to pick him.
So what's the idea around this strategy with Zach? Is it the safest one you can play? Obviously, you have more in the champion pool if you were to be banned out, but is that just a core component for you guys right now?
He's not core. Like, when we scrim, we practice a lot of different champions. I just like his, he's really hard to kill. He's got like a lot of disruption in team fights, and his initiate range is pretty crazy. So that's why I pick him.
All right.
Yeah, and expectation-wise, coming into this week, I know your manager, Jack, said if you go 5-0, he's buying you guys dinner, but were you guys expecting to do so well this early?
I didn't really come in with many expectations. We've been doing pretty well in scrims, and we've been practicing really hard, so it's nice to see that our hard work's paying off. But we definitely didn't expect to like win every game. We still have one more, so we're not officially 5-0, but it's looking pretty good so far.
So how long have you guys been a team together with this full roster?
This full roster, I joined the team back in March, and then Sneaky Castro joined the team, I think, like right after the IPL 6 qualifiers. So.
And was there ever, you know, awry communication or anything erroneous for the team? Because it seems like if there's ever a problem, you guys fix it immediately and start to control the game in a different way.
Yeah, we all get along. Like, we're all friends, so that helps. No one really like yells at each other when you mess up. Everyone's just like, it's okay, keep playing. And yeah, we get along really well, and we just talk about mistakes instead of like playing the blame game. So I think that helps us a lot.
Oh.
And one thing I've noticed about you guys is your map movement seems really precise and well coordinated. How do you communicate those movements amongst yourselves?
Generally, everyone just sort of knows what to do. I do most of the timers. Like, I try to time every blue and red and dragon and baron. So I'm like, okay, dragon spawning, let's try to get there. So like, people need to get items, they go and get items, and then we all group up and we try to get the objectives.
Is there anyone you guys usually look to on the team? Obviously, CLG has a double-lift all-star. You want to get that farm on because you'll carry the late game. If anything goes wrong, who's that guy for you?
I wouldn't say we have like an all-star. Generally, I don't get very behind. Okay. But like, I don't necessarily carry the team. Like, generally, as long as everyone doesn't lose lane. Like, some games High does bad, some games Balls does bad, some games Sneaky does bad. But like, usually, like whenever 2 people are doing bad, the third one's like, okay, I got to carry this one. So generally, someone does well, yeah.
And is that generally what you do? So if, say, Balls or High gets ahead in lane, do you channel farm to them intentionally, or do you just let the game flow?
No, we just sort of let the game flow. We don't like intentionally put farm on anyone. We just sort of let everyone do their own thing.
So with Cloud9's training regimen, you guys' perspective on how to go into it, you say there's no blame game there. What is training like for you guys as well in the house?
Well, we scrim from like 2 to 10 every day. Well, we try to. Sometimes there are like internet problems or people have to cancel. But yeah, that's generally it. And then our manager, Alex Penn, he sits there in spectate mode, so we can go back after the game and watch if like, sometimes we'll be like, what just happened there? Like, how do we lose that fight? And we'll go back and be like, oh, okay, like, we need to change our positioning here. And, like, we just sort of talk it through. And it's a really, like, fun, calm environment.
All right. Was there anything, last question, by the way, that is just kind of surprised you about the LCS so far in your 4 games here in 2 days or 3 days?
I wouldn't say there are any big surprises. It's really cool. It's fun playing here and seeing all these teams, so I've had a blast.
Awesome stuff.
Awesome, Meteos. Congratulations, you 42 KDA as well, and on the undefeated victory so far throughout the LCS. Thank you for the interview. All right, so now it's time for our third match of the day, Team Solo Mid versus Vulcan. Team Solo Mid really needs a win here. They've lost 2 in a row, and they're kind of looking out of sync.
And TSM has actually been trending down across the first 3 games of their LCS season. Their first game of the split, they looked really solid in their win over Team Coast. Then they lost a really close match to Cloud9, but yesterday's loss to Dignitas was a bit of a disaster. They didn't look anything like the team that finished first in the spring split. And in order for TSM to get back to the top of their game, I think they need to break out of some of their solo queue mentalities, Riv, especially some people have been saying online. The Odd One climbed a challenger with Jungle Elise, but it hasn't been working for TSM's competitive game. Wild Turtle played 500 games of solo queue and got 1-2-3 in challenger, or 1-2-4, but he wasn't playing with a support X special, so they do have some re-synergizing to do as a team.
It's almost seemed like Wild Turtle hasn't been a part of the fights as much as he was previously. There has been a change, you're right. So while TSM has been on a slide since opening day, Vulcan comes into this match with a 2-1 record and sitting in second place.
And it's been thanks to a slightly advantageous schedule very early. Their first win was against a Curse team that had never played before with Edward, so that was their first experience with it. Their second win also came against LCS rookies Velocity, who have put up a fight, but that was basically a confidence-building win for Vulcan there, because that was a solid win for them, and they're really starting to find their chemistry in team fights. Mandatory Cloud really led the way on Kazakhs in that game. 8-2-4. Seems like everyone on Kazakhs this week has been doing awesome.
He was pressured super
Mandatory
hard.
Cloud's the one on the right, by the way, just in case you're wondering. And the early season records can be a little bit deceiving for these guys, because even though they're 2-1, so much can change. It's 3 games. It's against 3 of the 8 teams. They're going to have to play everyone, and then we're really going to see where the power lies.
Absolutely. So first, we have to check out the lineups before we get into this match. On the blue side, it's Team Solo Mid. In the top lane, as always, is Dyrus, the odd one in the jungle, right behind Reginald in mid, Wild Turtle and X Special at AD carry and support.
And in the red corner, we have Vulcan. Top lane is Psycho Sid, jungle is X Spithy, mid is Man Cloud as he comes back onto the screen. Zuna with his new Mohawk in concentration mode is the AD carry, and of course, Bloodwater, the support.
That Zuna Hawk, it definitely still as loud as ever coming into the summer split. It's not really as much as the vocal warfare that it was previously with the teams going at each other, but it's still something that, you know, pumps up that team so much, and they've said themselves they're a team based on momentum.
And I like the way Vulcan has kind of evolved as a team since we saw them at the start of the spring split. Before then, we were just like, yeah, well, they're 0-5, but Vulcan yells a lot. Yeah. But now they're actually winning a lot of games, and everyone else has kind of came into their own. First game against Curse, Psycho Sid destroyed Voyboy with Kennen. Next games, we have Mandatory Cloud carrying. It's everyone coming together while Zuna brings the noise.
And that's something to, you know, point out is Kennen. Both of these teams have that play whenever it's on TSM. Yeah, Dyrus can play it, but it goes to Reginald, like Kobe said yesterday. And as you said, Psycho Sid wreaking havoc on that. And really, if Kennen gets ahead early, that hurts. Hurts really bad.
And I want to see what the contested picks are for these guys a little bit.
Little Jace.
I know that Vulcan has really relied on late game strategies against TSM, which is always a fun game because TSM likes to punish people, win fast, and win by diving a lot. A little bit like Cloud9 has played because those guys have been main scrim partners for quite a while. And I wonder if TSM is going to deny them some of their picks, and if TSM is going to go back to their kind of team comp play style, not so much solo queue.
They could definitely do that late game effect of the picks towards Vulcan by taking something away from Zuna, because we've seen what he plays in early to mid game carries when you have to get ahead. He is so formidable in the late game. So to take away a Trist, or maybe, you know, he hasn't played Kog'Maw in a while.
Yeah.
But he was pretty detrimental on it.
And it'll be very interesting to see if Wild Turtle and the rest of TSM tries to force a lane directly against Zuna, because TSM is blue side right now, so there's a pretty good chance that Zuna is going to be running out top lane because he's starting on purple. If TSM kind of throws down the gauntlet, they're going to be sending Wild Turtle and X Special straight up to the top and just wanting to duel them despite the double golem advantage. That would really show and maybe kickstart Wild Turtle and X Special into playing together based off all the practice they had in between the split.
Well, nobody's really focused the odd one on his new pickup of Elise, so we'll have to see if that may be something. The junglers have kind of been phased out here. We saw it with the poke from Velocity Esports, just because Nasus, like Crum said, can clear the wave and really just shut down one of the carries, the 80 poke. So we'll have to see if it goes to the odd one. We haven't seen him on much but Elise. So that's a staple for them.
And I want to see the odd one bring out other stuff, because Elise isn't his typical style of jungler when they've been successful. It's been I'm surprised he hasn't played Nautilus. His Cho'Gath in the playoffs was absolutely immaculate. Obviously, his Elise is very good. He's very, very good at it, but it doesn't fit the TSM playstyles. They need a really tanky, the odd one, to go in and support Reginald, kind of be his backup, and that hasn't been the case for them so far this season.
So we know a lot of practice from Dyrus has been on Ryze. He plays the Renekton. Those are usually banned, so we'll probably see Ryze, Ken, and Jace being just thrown out of this game for both teams. So they can't get any of that in here. Still waiting on Vulcan as they get themselves prepped and into the lobby here before we get into Champion Select. Coming up with Game 3. We've had some awesome games already today to come through.
This week of LCS... this couple days has been the best week of North American LCS I think we've had ever. Just the quality of the games, the diversity of the strategies as well. Even just Curse trying to run a poke comp is a new thing. The Velocity team comp that you and Kobe just casted as our first game of the day, which was Jungle Ezreal kind of split push, but also poke, kind of rushed down the game and how it just barely stalled. Like all of these games, the 70-minute game, longest game in LCS history, this has all happened over the past couple of days. And there's even a lot of talk going around how we don't know what's going to happen going into any of these games. The strength of these teams is kind of completely unknown. It's not like the start of last split.
Well, the strength of these teams mentally and physically has impressed me because for even Velocity and, Coast and all those guys, coasted last year, right? So Velocity and can't think of it, and I'm not going to.
What was this?
New team.
The new team, Cloud9?
Cloud9, thank
Velocity?
you. They just watched them play.
Oh, no, man.
My brain just went blank. But those teams, they don't have the experience, but they've held themselves completely composed throughout long games, throughout treacherous games, and they're really showing the experience that needs to be in the LCS.
They're definitely holding their own and then some. Cloud9 obviously looking like they're going to come out of this with the best record of the split, and Velocity has put up much better games than many people expected going in.
We'll have to see what we do in Champion Select, and the late game utility of Lee Sin will not be seen this game.
Well, there we go. It's just X-Smithy's kind of favorite jungler as it's turned into. Even in the spring split, he was playing a lot of that Lee Sin. Its main use is that he can survive on low farm, which really allows Mandatory Cloud to get the huge amount of farm, and that's a smart ban by TSM.
Kazakh's coming in, also a smart ban. A Mandatory Cloud, levels 4 to his level 1, was still able to come back and carry Vulcan through their game. So they don't want that in his hands.
The last day North America has to deal with this particular patch of Kazakhs because the 3.8 Kazakhs is a much different animal altogether. I think they're definitely banning out Reginald here because Vulcan knows the key to being TSM is beating up Reginald a little bit.
Yeah, and that Reginald getting beaten up on the picks and bans here. Taking out a little bit of Karthus. They want to force that Kazakh, so man.
Bans are slow here.
Yeah, they are super slow. These teams are considering each other.
That the bans are much faster.
Last game it was like, done. We're in game. Sona,
I like the Sona ban. Against Bloodwater, specifically, it cuts down on a lot of the versatility that Vulcan can bring in, especially because even if Psycho Sid wants to play something like Rumble, Sona's really the best lockdown support for that to try to keep people inside the equalizer, and
everything I said was left up.
Every single game in Sona. What was this?
Ryze, Jace, Kennen, everything has been left up, and they're like, what do we take? This wasn't supposed to happen. Nobody knows what they want now because it's all up. Yeah,
I feel like Dyrus
for Dyrus, that would be so huge. That's a safe lane for him, and even Shy himself was like, I think that was going to be an easy lane, and he's like, I have to give Dyrus more respect now than I thought he should have gotten.
But another one of the takeaways Dyrus had from the All-Star game was the power of top lane Ryze. He was saying, I'm going to play it every game because he had to deal with Shy playing that as well. They're definitely letting this tick down because whatever they don't take, they're leaving up for Vulcan, and they're really trying to plan this one out.
Psycho Sid will have a Kennen in his hands if it is up. Wow. They hover on this one, maybe to play a little bit of a mind game here, but no, they decide to lock it in. And there was some good plays from Dyrus to Reginald from Shen with Stand United.
TSM plays quite well with Shen. Now that they've kind of got their communication worked out, if they say, hey, Dyrus, be ready to ult in the fight. He's watching. He's watching for it. He's going to be able to go.
Got it.
And if they do have to worry about the Jace, if it's a Jace in the same lane, Shen can survive that type of poke.
Right.
So it's not a bad pick against Jace. Shen is a very standard laner in the sense that he can survive almost any matchup.
Maybe they were hoping, like, if they take Jace, it'll go top lane and they won't take Kennen. No, they're going to take Kennen as well. Boom and boom. And maybe go into ManCloud on the Jace or the Kennen. We haven't really seen him do the switch up of either. He's been playing that Kha'Zix, playing a little a little aggressive.
Yeah, and what's he going to end up going for here? Diana is still available. That's one of the things that he hasn't picked up yet. But Diana plus Shen might be a little too bruisery for TSM. It would mean they need a lot of damage in other places, which, although we spent the whole game talking about the Odd One's Jungle Elise, it would leave a hole in the team comp that allows that to exist and be good because they'd have enough general tankiness elsewhere to dive into Vulcan. But we'll see how they end up going out with this one.
Special looks like he will want Thresh. Had a really nice Janna at the All-Star game, but he's got that champion pool and he's going to utilize it.
And Thresh is also denying Bloodwater what I think Bloodwater's second support has sort of become. It's also X-Special's second support.
Yeah.
I think Lulu is going to be the thing that falls in afterwards if Vulcan decides to pick up their support, maybe in the end of the pick phase, but that might be the TSM comp that they're going for. They do not see a problem with the Jungle Elise, but with the Shen, it actually makes a lot more sense for TSM to pick that for the Odd One.
We'll have to see what Wild Turtle goes on. He has his Draven, a pretty good skirmisher, which would be great for this team comp since everybody kind of has to get in close, and he's not really going to have anybody on the backside peeling for him if Thresh is going in.
And this is also what we talked about in the pregame, is if Zuna can get on the late game hyper carries. He's selected Tristana right now, has yet to lock it in, but this is a dangerous pick because he's picking this completely blind into TSM's AD carry, and he also knows there's already a Thresh, so if they lane against them, Thresh has some of the highest lane presence of all the supports, just being able to shut down enemy AD carry farm. If Zuna picks this, he is not going to be strong for a large portion of the game, and Vulcan is very much saying that they are going for the late game. Still hasn't locked it in.
This could hurt, but it would be good. They have the knockback if they have a Shen or a Repel. They may try to stick with that Tristana. We saw it effective in the previous game when, with the poke, they were just trying to keep away. And the Sejuani getting locked in.
We thought we were going to see a lot more Sejuani bans before this one, but in the previews, we were saying how Sejuani is only pretty much weak to highly mobile teams. And I wonder if TSM is going to block out the rest of their team with highly mobile people. Draven is not necessarily that mobile. I think Sejuani can kind of run at him fairly aggressively. Wild Turtle will have to be extremely cautious with his positioning if he goes with Draven. He's had some bad experiences so far in the few games on Ezreal, Blue Ezreal in particular, but that's kind of a smarter pick against the Sejuani. We'll see how he goes. Draven.
Wow, I like this matchup. Looks like Reginald's going to be getting Rise. They were going to switch that up there. They decided not to, and he does go for Draven. We heard this previously that he wasn't really participating in the fights and he was being a farmer. We'll see if TSM has kind of wrangled that back into control, and we're going to have Wild Turtle back in these fights.
And we're going to see some really clumped fights too. Rise plus Shen plus Elise all just go to the same spot. Draven's only 550 range, and Thresh usually goes in with everyone else. While they do have a lot of shields and a lot of general tankiness, they are not spacing themselves out. So they're going to be inside Sejuani ultimates and Kennen ultimates, which will be dangerous. This is going to be an explosive game if we start getting the team fights. And you know, what else can we expect from TSM?
These are, you're right, they are going to be crazy. Kennen coming in from one side. You said TSM wants to mob onto the team, and we have a Lulu as well for the safety of that person being mobbed out.
And Vulcan's team composition specifically will now have the Jace in the mid lane against Reginald's Rise, which to me says Mandatory Cloud will have a bit of an edge on Reginald unless something crazy happens. He should be able to outpoke him a little bit and also potentially make Reginald go into the armor itemization a little before he wants to. A lot of Rises have been getting away with going Spirit Visage at the end of their tier Rod of Ages combo because it gives them the cooldown reduction anyway. He'll definitely have to be going for the Frozen Heart, which might leave Reginald open to some Kennen ultimates. Once again, very clumpy team fights are going to be coming out, but if one thing TSM's done with the Rise pick, they may have matched the late game of Vulcan, so this is a very close game to call.
You said they needed a little bit more of something to get in there in that fight with damage, and they brought tank and damage, so they kind of synergized that very well together in that pick. They filled the hole of a little bit more tankiness with the Odd One. We'll have to see. It's kind of tough lanes to gank here for the Odd One, though. It's going to be a Kennen in the top lane, a Jace in mid, and you have Tristana Lulu bottom. So he has his work cut out for him.
And the Odd One usually sits around Reginald's lane as well, which might be what he tries to do again. If Reginald gets going, not even talking about if he's playing on Rise, because that's especially so, TSM wins games. TSM's 1-2 coming into this. Vulcan is 2-1. Obviously, they're looking to even the score. And track record-wise, Vulcan and TSM have very close games.
We'll see what Reginald can do. Like you said, if he gets going, usually you want to see Reginald be the second one diving behind blue buff second tier turret at 5 minutes into the game.
See him go.
Yeah, it could. Poised and ready behind us. Vulcan versus Team Solo Mid as we get on to the Rift. Coming into all these games today. Game number 3 on your Super Week. Summer Split beginning this weekend. Thanks for joining us throughout these 3 entire days.
Oh, yeah.
An amazing amount of views because of you guys at home staying up with your parties. Make sure you got your popcorn and your sodas for this next game because it's going to be a long battle.
And just based off Vulcan's early run down the lane, you generally don't. With the Jace, I believe he started gate. They're trying to rush to the triangle brush of TSM's bottom lane and catch someone coming towards that area. Because they had the Jace acceleration gate, they can get there faster than the enemy team. TSM's nowhere near, though.
So there isn't going to be any guard on the tri-brush. None whatsoever. They are moving power and numbers towards the top side just to get these wards down. Volatile, explosive spider going out. Looks like they're back to safety. Whether they are going to try and deny something here or just stick with the golems, I think they're not going to find too much.
Yeah, the one thing that has an advantage here for Vulcan is normally when you invade this aggressively, you're at least walking through a few wards. The fact that TSM went all the way for enemy red side wards but didn't ward their own red side whatsoever means they got to be very careful, which is why they're all staying grouped up, because they're kind of expecting to run into some trouble.
And teams have had to have watched Velocity or Vulcan so far. That ward has been placed at Golem every time now.
It's been done by more teams than Vulcan, and maybe TSM will expect it because it's becoming more of a standard strategy here. Vulcan is looking for a delayed invade, and they're still not tipped off to where TSM will be because TSM hasn't even looked at the double Golem wards yet.
They have wardens protecting the blue, so that's going to be safe for the odd one. They know nothing's coming from the tri-bush invade at 140 top side, but the bottom side is still a question. Oh man, this could be a very scary walk. It looks like they could stay in mid.
Yeah, X Special did not see anything there. Neither did Wild Turtle. There's a lot of question marks going on. You can see X Special and Wild Turtle are going for a delayed blue invade. Vulcan has the complete mind game advantage here because TSM has not spotted a single one member of their team in the last 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
You got to tell me Vulcan just saw them. Actually, they're going to come up on the back side of Reginald here. They may be able to get some attack down. Jace is going to be there. No damage, but a 2-minute flash burned on Reggie.
And right away, Vulcan's decided to do a 2v1 mid against Reginald. Bloodwater as well will help shove that lane very quickly since Ryze's wave clear is not that good compared to other mages. That is a smart move early on by Vulcan.
A really, really smart move, knowing if they pressured hard enough, yeah, we'll blow flash. The kill would be, to boot, but a great strategy to get that pressure down quick. So the odd one is definitely going to have to be towards mid now.
But one thing that just happened actually is X-Smithy used his smite in TSM's jungle, which meant he could not take that blue buff safely with X Special harassing him. He didn't necessarily spend enough time on the red to get the pull, and now the steal threat is there, but there could very well be some fighting going on.
There's a lot of level 1 still coming into this. We only have a level 2 Xmithy and Odd One. The jungler's been able to pick up 2 camps. He tries to get Xmithy, knowing that's where the damage is coming from, and the tank is. They go back onto ManCloud. X Special actually not taking that much of damage. First blood to the Odd One. They're going to continue this on. They have to be careful. Zuna's not even moving in mid, and he has people coming up behind him. Looks like he's going to start to take that pressure into consideration.
That was really well played by TSM, and it worked for a couple reasons. Wild Turtle stayed in the bottom lane long enough to get level 2 before he decided to come up, and everything cascaded off of X-Smithy not having smite. It gave the Odd One time to run up here and threaten the blue buff, and then Vulcan really just overstayed their welcome. Once X-Smithy realized he didn't have smite, he needed to concede that to TSM.
We'll have to see if Zuna and Bloodwater can push this turret down in mid. It seems like they have Reginald under his turret. Xmithy grabs up red, forced to go back after that from the engagement previously. Shouldn't hurt him too much. He should have that golem and back in, or Spirit Stone and back in.
It'll be okay for him. I believe he's sitting on 420 gold, so if he wanted the Spirit Stone, X-Smithy could have picked it up, but instead he went for a cloth armor. Sejuani actually has a lot of damage in the jungle, but not necessarily that much sustain, so there's only a slight damage increase towards the Butcher's Blade from the Spirit Stone, so the cloth armor might be smart.
Looks like a fast turret here for Team Solo Mid. One of the quickest. I believe it was about 4:45 for the previous, 5:15 just after that, and we're consecutively getting lower. And here it goes, 4 minutes and 35 seconds. They take it out, 10 seconds privy to the last.
And I believe this lane swap has not worked out whatsoever for Vulcan, mainly because Mandatory Cloud was never able to get down there. He started to help the blue buff invade, and he died for it, and that just allowed TSM the power to push that lane freely. Vulcan never got defenses there, and also Bloodwater was helping as well, so Zuna never got the shove on Reginald in the first place.
Where is Mandatory Cloud rather. He is actually down back at 4 CS. Smithy's been able to grab up more, so we're have to see ManCloud now left on an island again. He was behind this game. We'll see if he can repeat the last game he played in this situation.
ManCloud's going to need a lot more help if he wants to be able to get to those situations, because he has been shut down a lot. Just the Fairy Charm,
he's level 2
not
still.
even near the tier. Exactly. He had no business going to those lanes because Wild Turtle was just running free with Draven, extra levels from that free lane he took earlier.
So the push still going in there, trying to get as much damage on that mid turret, and they haven't even, they got it down to half HP. Reginald coming back to lane. He has got himself his tier, hasn't had too much trouble farming at the turret because he has been full aggressed in that mid lane after losing Flash at 2 minutes.
Exactly. The one benefit that TSM had, though, is they created enough pressure elsewhere in the jungle that Reginald could get away with not having this flash up. As well, when you're 2v1ing with the Tristana, the whole purpose is kind of to shove. So having Reginald's flash down wasn't as punishing as if it was in a 1v1 lane and he was somewhat pushed up, because as long as he's at his turret, the flash doesn't necessarily matter.
And something we haven't looked at yet, the Kinku order in the top lane, Shen versus Kennen. I was going to say Shen versus Psycho Sid, but that wouldn't work. Shen versus Kennen in the top lane. A little bit more harassy from Kennen, but you can see that Dyrus knows he's just going to take some shurikens. They're pretty steady in CS. It was Psycho Sid getting that grab on 17 more as Dyrus has just gone back, so he's going to clean that up.
And Kennen's early strength is in the lane for the most part, especially when you go Dorn's Blade on Kennen against Shen, who is a melee attacker. The harass is there, and a 47 to 30 is not a surprising number. It's not like Dyrus is getting super outplayed there.
Right. So it looks like they should have enough damage. No, actually, to take down this turret. Reginald throws down the ultimate, clears out the wave quickly. Desperate power, and they look to continue as Elise comes in.
If Vulcan can get that turret before Draven pulls anywhere else, that early game will be okay for them. But you can see TSM looking to stop him.
No ulti on Bloodwater in middle. It's looking a 4-6 fight there. They continue to go out. Here's Special finding Smithy. Both of them actually finding each other as they trade damage.
And Smithy's early jungle hasn't looked that potent. He's one level behind the odd one. None of his ganks have really worked out. So much of it going off of the early invade that TSM put on him. Sejuani doesn't necessarily come back that well if she's behind, unless they get really good team fights once she hits level 6. And this is an early dragon attempt by TSM.
Having vision of Sejuani in middle, and it looks like Smithy has just smited a minion, so they will not have any trouble grabbing this.
No, pretty much a dragon for the turret.
Yeah.
They recognized that the turret was low and that Vulcan was putting a lot of time and resources into getting it, and TSM was okay trading that dragon because they know it's going to at least keep their gold lead at what it was before the trade, actually a little bit higher, because Dragon does give more gold than turrets.
That is going to show in about 1,000 gold here, just above 1,300 gold in the favor of Team Solo Mid. Playing it quite smart at this point, but that turret for Vulcan is going to help them keep in that gold discrepancy. So going through a ward up to the top lane, kind of keep it safe. Looks like they're going to now try to pressure down the top turret as it is in favor of Vulcan.
Vulcan's really trying to get something going here. Obviously, Zuna cannot think about fighting his opposing AD carry and Wild Turtle for quite some time, so Vulcan instead is trying to just keep the lanes pushed and keep TSM fighting minions instead of Vulcan, because Vulcan wants to get later.
And it's kind of been, what we talked about before. These lanes are quite hard to gank. Nothing's happened top lane. It's kind of been walk-in for everybody in the mid lane, and when they did get the gank, it's had to Reginald started it with the Rune Prison, and then Odwin was able to come in. So everybody doing what they can. It's only been 1 kill in 8 minutes, but a lot of presence in every lane so far.
Yeah, and TSM, despite it only being 1-0 right now, I feel like is still looking for the fast win. That was a really good steal by Vulcan as long as they can get out of here, and I think they can.
Would be nice. That was the first time they've really tried to activate something in their favor. They had the bottom golem, and they aren't forgetting about trying to just get themselves small advantages here. So 9 minutes, they steal away the blue buff. They'll be keeping the timer on that for the 14 opponent blue.
Really solid. It keeps Reginald's blue away as well, which will keep his spamming down quite a bit on Ryze. Early game Ryze has very high mana cost, and the blue buff is quite required until he gets those Tear of the Goddess stacks. So
you need ammo from your
not only a well-executed steal, a good tactical steal.
We'll have to see what's going on in the jungle. 2 ability tomes coming into the hands of Odd One. Looks like he may be going for that Spectral Wraith build up. Psycho Sid could finally see a bit of action here in the top lane, the first gank towards this area.
And he might just have to concede this turret altogether. That minion wave is huge. Psycho Sid, while Kenning does have wave clear, it's only if he's able to run through the minion line, and that would have been suicide.
So TSM knowing that they need to start battering down back. at Vulcan. They will grab the second turret of the game. That's going to put them up another good chunk of gold. So they're definitely starting to grab an upper hand here, like you said, looking for the fast win, and they're triggering everything they need to make that happen.
TSM's playing a pretty confident game right now. They know they've gotten mandatory Cloud on his back foot. He's going to be sitting back. That was really the early threat they would have had to deal with. It's like, what's Jace going to do in the mid game? Because they knew that Zuna isn't going to do stuff in mid game because he's Tristana. He's just due to farming. And then Psycho Sid is the threat they then have to deal with. That's why they put 3 people in Psycho Sid's lane. So TSM dealing with all of Vulcan's avenues right now, and that's the reason they have the 2,000 gold lead.
We see ManCloud trying to stack up that tier in the bottom lane. He's had free farm the whole time pretty much, and he's really been able to catch up to Reginald. And his tier is almost exactly the same as Reggie's too. So those guys are actually quite evening out for the amount of time ManCloud has just had here by himself.
Yeah, ManCloud's tier is actually at 240, whereas Reginald's is at 140. That just has a little bit to do with him getting the tier like with no boots. He hasn't been back to shop in forever. Jace is actually sitting on 1,600 gold. But it's also been because Vulcan's not doing much on the map right now, and that's another reason TSM is pushing down mid lane.
There's 1,500 gold in the hands of 3 members on Vulcan right now. Jace being back means he's not in this fight, so that gold is not present yet. They're still trying to hold this turret, but we can see how TSM is really taking it to him with their buys. But they still have 2K in the pockets as well.
Exactly. So TSM just trying to punish Vulcan for not shopping. They don't want Vulcan to be able to stall this game out. And once again, even though it looks slow because the kill score is 1-0, TSM is putting on a lot of turret-focused pressure right now.
Looks like they're going to continuously go down this mid lane, at least with Xpecial and Wild Turtle, to keep that vision on whoever is there. You can see the ward placed down by Vulcan to make sure they have vision of any lane leaves and where that gank might be going.
Gotta see as well how long it takes for Zuna to actually get to his items and what path he takes. Right now Zuna's sitting on the 1,700 gold, just the Vamp Scepter. He could go for a BF Sword, or he could be going for a Blade of the Ruined King like we saw Maple Street doing in the Velocity game. That would give them a little bit more mid-game presence if he goes Blade of the Ruined King to maybe deal with the Draven. Or if they're really going all in, he's going to slow build up to that Infinity Edge. It's going to be interesting.
In the end, that Blade of the Ruined King is going to help anyways. You're going to have a Rise, pretty tanky. Darius is going to get big, and the Odd One may start building that way once he gets his Aura items in. He starts going for that HP on the Randuins. So we'll see 17,000 gold. TSM steadily holding this lead. There hasn't been really much of a change as now that they're kind of, working things in their way.
And I actually feel like both of these teams are saying, all right, I'm okay if this goes to late game. Obviously, TSM is keeping the turret pressure more so because that's the style they play, and that's how they're trying to punish Vulcan since TSM's mid game is better. But the Rise, in particular, from Reginald, he personally has the confidence of him being able to take over the game if he gets his farm down, which is what he's trying to do here in mid lane.
And it looks like, they know, obviously they know they're playing for the late game. They picked the champions, but even in the purchases right now, Kennen going for the Giants belt against the Giants belt of Dyrus instead of building for Azanias to get himself in the fight. He'll have it later.
Yeah, Psycho Sid might be going for a Rylai's really early on. Maybe trying to solo some people down because Dyrus is actually going Sunfire Cape / Randuins and not itemizing against Psycho Sid. I'm surprised Psycho Sid actually isn't trying to punish Dyrus more for Dyrus really disrespecting him a bit by not building any magic resist.
He's been just throwing himself into this lane. Maybe he's running it heavy on the Mastery's runes, but I don't think he changed anything up just to play against the Psycho Sids. Like you said, not really giving respect to that lane, but Psycho Sid should be going harder. They start to pressure down towards this dragon area as it is up.
And now we might see the Shen coming in to benefit TSM because Psycho Sid has no way of matching Dyrus if they decide to fight in this area, and TSM should have the area control here. Bouncing between the Dragon and the mid lane could grant them one of the 2 objectives, as Dyrus and Psycho Sid just kind of play with each other.
Well, if you really think about Dyrus's buy here, with what's going to happen, he will be able to mitigate everything he's fighting against. He's leaving that AP lane.
As long as he can get away from Psycho Sid, and Psycho Sid is not wanting to let him do that
all over
as TSM's running towards the Dragon. I think eventually, though, Psycho Sid's lost vision of him, and TSM would be able to take this Dragon if they really want it, but they're baiting for a fight.
You can see how back and forth this is getting. Psycho Sid's calling that I can't see Dyrus. Now he can. Dyrus maybe teleporting in. He's backing off of the turret here. Odd One going very low onto this one. Will he decide to come in? No teleport from Dyrus. They play this one calmly.
And that's probably the reason Vulcan didn't decide to dive in despite the Odd One being very low, is because Psycho Sid was out of interruptible range for Shen's ultimate Stand United, and it stopped them from being able to do that. But in all of Dyrus trying to poke back a lot, it may actually end up costing them this top turret as Psycho Sid presses on.
He goes hard, gets the turret. They needed that. very much so. That's why they played it safe. You are very much correct. 2K is still the gold lead about with 2-2 in turrets. So it's still going to be spread across nicely. A 15-minute Oracle coming in for Special.
So pretty early Oracles for him. He could have finished his Ruby Sightstone, but the team in general has a lot of ward coverage already, and they may want to retake a bunch of free goodies around that Dragon area because they know how heavily warded it was if he goes down there. Also, TSM wants to get control of this blue again, as the previous one had been stolen away. That's why he has the Oracles.
Looks like they are moving in for this one, cleaning it out, making sure no upper hand from Vulcan can be had here. Psycho Sid trying to get himself in. Thought we were going to see the flash engage, but there wasn't enough vision as that ward has been taken out. They play it safe.
Yeah, we're 15 minutes in, and I don't think we've seen an ultimate used other than a Rise ult to clear the wave. I guess Special did use a box around the Dragon, but that is pretty much it. These guys are really saving their stuff for the first team fight.
Backing up onto this one, Zuna's the last one there, so they're going to keep turning tail for this. 102 CS to Rise's 88 in mid, so we've seen ManCloud now pull himself up on top. He's starting to get those items. He's now got himself over Reginald, and he was 3 levels behind, but he is still a level behind right now.
They're taking it a little bit slow, I'd have to say.
They are. They're making sure there's safety in
They're making sure
everything.
I think some of it has to do with TSM's 1 and 2 start. They really want to make sure they don't come out of this Super Week with a losing record, which means they have to win their next 2. TSM's the defending champs here, and they do have the lead here. They believe they're a better team than Vulcan, so they're making sure that they're not forcing themselves into any mistakes.
Mandatory Cloud and team gunning for it. He is the only one to go down so far. TSM was able to find him quite early, but it's been, like you said, just very safe play. Besides that, Reginald and team not wanting to give up that history of having the championship behind them. So they want this win so they're not forced into bad momentum. We know Vulcan uses that. Zuna said it before. And they really haven't created any this game yet, but neither team can. It's kind of odd.
Not really, and it's surprising considering when the team fights do start, they're going to be very clumped up just based on the way the team comps interact. Psycho Sid will be able to kind of go in and catch TSM's bruiser line in fights, but until someone decides to engage, neither team can really fight. The engage itself is all kind of in the hands of Vulcan. TSM can maybe go in with a Rune Prison or a Cocoon if the odd one lands, but it's not nearly as reliable or on demand as Vulcan's engage. And since Vulcan's been behind and wanting to get to late game, that's probably why it's only 1-0 right now.
This is really just that point of interest part. Dragon's down, nobody can go for Baron yet, and it's what can we focus? Everybody's kind of in that lull, and this is the focus. Shock Blast coming from the right side, huge damage, the clump up, but everybody's forced to flash as they sit on an under Psycho Sid's ultimate. He grabs a kill onto a special. Wild Turtle in the back line is just peeled out. Cannon goes down just with a little bit of health left. Reginald on the auto attack, and they continue to push mid.
Really strong amount of disengage, kind of surprise disengage by TSM. X-Special, even though he died in that fight, is probably the MVP. His box, most of the 5 pentagram, walls of that pentagram actually broke off, doing full damage, keeping Reginald to the side safe, and keeping Wild Turtle at a sliver for them to take on. That's why Vulcan was waiting so long for those fights, because they thought something like that would happen.
They were finally able to pressure it. Seeing Psycho Sid and ManCloud on the outer lanes gave them just enough initiation to really put the pressure on the turret and find a mistake from Vulcan there. So Reginald and crew playing that one smart. Probably got a little bit of a relief sigh after it, knowing that, you know, the fight can go in their favor here, and they've seen the damage that Vulcan has been able to bring out after their buys.
Absolutely, and there's still no Infinity Edge for Vulcan Zuna. That fight didn't give them gold because they just got the 1 kill on a Psycho Sid and then lost objectives. They lost 2 turrets for that after the fight, and TSM's gold lead ballooned a little bit to 4,000. So that fight was bad, but the next fight could be worse.
A Locket of the Iron Solari coming up for the odd one. He likes cooldowns, so does Elise. It's going to be good. We'll see what they can pressure with that. We see Bloodwater walking around with ManCloud, trying to get a clear on all these wards that are being placed. 20 minutes into the game, TSM holds with 2 turrets ahead of Vulcan right now, but they're not seeming to pressure it. It looks like it's going to be the 2nd tier turret in mid that's going to get the look.
And X-Specials bought another Oracles because they want to keep the control on. Once TSM has the 4 turrets down, Vulcan's going to be trying to ward up their own jungle so they can continue farming. That's why there's the Oracles from X-Special. That's why they're denying it, and that's why TSM is pushing strong up mid.
Mirror Mana being stacked up pretty close for Jace now. Looks like he's 740, 750, so it's going to be procced up in this fight. It will change. Looks like he will be able to guard the turret. Maybe. No, TSM goes very hard on this one, knowing Psycho Sid is back. A lot of area of effect not there for the team. His ultimate's up, and he tries to get back with the team. TSM knows to keep it safe.
And Vulcan's super apprehensive right now. They lost a lot of turret health. Half of their inhibitor turret just completely gone because Psycho Sid didn't necessarily get back in time. Good, successful push for TSM. TSM actually has a choice here because there's a huge wave stacking while the Dragon's coming up. But I believe Dyrus' ultimate cooldown will sync fairly close. There's 20 seconds left on Stand United, so there will be a 10-second desync between the Dragon spawn and the Stand United, but I would be very surprised if Vulcan knew that exact time.
This is a big portion of the game here. The Miramon is finished. There is enough gold in the hands of Zuna to finish that Infinity Edge, and there really isn't a lot of tankiness being built on Reginald yet, so they may be able to go through these fights if they can avoid Odd One and Dyrus.
And Psycho Sid's doing his best to just keep lanes where Dyrus isn't pushed up to keep TSM on the run. But speaking of that, TSM's on the hunt for Psycho Sid. It's going to be tricky for him to escape this one.
He's going to try to walk this one out. He wants the turret. He's going to give it up for his life. He still has Surge. He's moving himself in a good position. He may go for the execute here. If he can get around, he probably will still running. But there's that speed surge coming from Turtle. Gets him with a stand aside, and this is going to be a takedown.
Yeah, Wild Turtle's going to be able to spam a lot of move speed. Reggie pops his ult to go, and Vulcan is running for Baron, actually. TSM doing the same. Reginald is going to try to finish off with the Draven ulti.
Hit him!
Eventually they're going to get him, but Vulcan kind of wanted to fight. TSM is all over this play, though. Look at this guy.
This is fantastic. Ring around the rosy with Reginald in his own base right now. They're going for the fight. They have had enough of it. TSM says, let's do this if they don't have that area of effect once again. Dyrus goes down. It may have been too much. We see the repel. It goes down onto Psycho Sid. Actually, ManCloud goes down to Psycho Sid previously, and they're going to continue here. Zuna goes down. The Volatile Spider coming out. Xmithy and Bloodwater forced away, and that Baron attempt may now be Team Solo Mids.
Really good flank there by TSM. Zuna was trying to go for Dyrus. They were trying to do the pincer move, and the Odd One landed the cocoon right onto the face of Zuna. So a great pick-off there. First real fight of the game is very scattered, and Reginald actually makes it all the way back for this Baron attempt, so they should be able to take this one out if Xmithy doesn't try for a Miracle Steal.
And this is when they need to get that burst. It's going to be so tough for Vulcan to climb over this mountain that TSM is going to get with Baron. Yeah, Zuna finished that Infinity Edge, but he still isn't bringing the attack speed that's coming from the other side of the map yet.
And this is a very throwback game for TSM as well. They're just keeping it slow. They're winning kind of just by slowly being better. There's no miraculous plays. It's kind of like, oh, here's another TSM victory. That's why they're the best, is what we would say back in Season 2. And it's looking similar to this before because nothing miraculous has happened. They're just slightly and slowly outplaying their opponents.
It's steady play. Dyrus really hasn't been in the top lane. He's participating in a lot more fights than ulting into the fights. It's been up for quite a while. And we've said it a few times, but ults really aren't being used almost. It's like you'll see a few, and then it's just everybody disengage until they get to that late game. Zuna didn't want anything of that last fight, and we saw how fast he went down.
And a lot of the times, the presence of the ultimate, just knowing that it's there, is better than actually using the spell. With
the
things like TF Ultimate or Stand United. It's like,
yeah,
we can't do anything, guys, because Shen Ultimate is up. We don't want to do anything here because Dyrus could be here. We should deal with Dyrus, and as long as he keeps that threat up, Vulcan's constricted.
Definitely playing on their mind right now in the mental gameplay. 6-2. We fly down mid to see what Vulcan is going to put up to defend this push. We have Draven just coming up on the backside. That is Wild Turtle. There, Dyrus finally off on the side. So now the pressure even playing more on their mind that Dyrus will be coming in and not already in the fight.
And at this point, Dyrus is also just making sure the lanes are pushing together. There's a huge wave, actually, you can see on the minimap over in the top lane that I'm surprised Dyrus isn't dealing with, but that means I think TSM wants to go a little bit quickly. They may just all pile on another turret.
Heading down towards that. Yeah, they have Dyrus there. He's going to back. He's going to grab the bottom lane now. They said, you guys need to take this. I need to soak that up.
So a smart, another slow play by TSM. When they land the stun, they're not going because they're like, oh yeah, by the way, Dyrus isn't here with us. But that is a huge amount of damage coming down from Reginald. More so than other players, Reginald will blow ultimates on turrets for the harass, and that was a great example of how much you can do just by using an ult.
He's only waiting on 30-some seconds to get that ultimate back. A little plus over that. Odd One going to be able to take down the turret with the rest of his team. Behind the Dyrus, cleaning up the top. They are still ready to fight. TSM is just bringing this tank all around the map.
One of the slowest kill-wise games we've had so far in the LCS, but a very well-played one by TSM thus far. really taking the options away from Vulcan as far as I can tell.
Slow and steady wins the race. TSM used to be one of those teams that would give up Dragon because it could be a pitfall in the early part of the game. Here, they've made decisions of when to take Dragon and when to take Baron, and they've been absolutely perfect. Psycho Sid getting caught out there hiding in the fog of war. And that ward over the wall gave him the upper hand.
So much ward control by TSM, just making sure Vulcan wasn't there. Psycho Sid wanted to get ahead of the game and clear off away with a turret, and ends up just crushing their own base.
Unfortunate. They made sure Psycho Sid didn't get a lot of action in the early part of the game, being one to win it for them last time on his Kennen play. Dyrus played it safe. Props to him on that. And from there, they've really been able to pressure everything. The ult comes out from Sejuani. Bloodwater on the backside, just trying to slow them so Zuna can stay in a safe spot. But no, right to the backside. He gets the wild growth too. The final amount of peel comes in. It's going to be big. He has to stay alive with his own barrier. Flashes out of that one. One more attack coming in. It's Dyrus just a second too late. Oh, I thought that was Zuna again. You were going to be crazy.
And that was just desperation time for Vulcan. Now Psycho Sid's trying to hold up. The inhibitors still haven't been cleared for TSM, and their AD carry is dead. So the inhibitor's going down more slowly, but I think TSM's going to get it.
This inhibitor turret, and then they move to the mid inhibitor, now to the top inhibitor. Jack, this is not good when you can't be pushed out of the base.
Exactly. That Baron regen is what's keeping them in, as well as the huge lead they've accumulated over the last 26 minutes. It's a 4v3, and Vulcan, it's got to be desperation.
One of the fastest games we may be seeing here. 26 minutes in, Team Solo Mid once again just dropped somebody 100-0. This time it's Zuna. Psycho Sid back into the mix. These guys are just trying to clean up the mess right now.
And it shows, even though TSM had a bit of a back and forth in that fight, how little pressure TSM has been under this entire game. Reginald, through all that team fighting, just knew he still had flash up. Zuna was completely caught off guard by the flash rune prison from Reginald's rise, and that's the reason they were able to unlock that second inhibitor and extra wave of super minions.
And it's almost spelling, not behind for Zuna, but just the situation he's in. He's got to build the Last Whisper right away. He doesn't build the extra speed off of Xerx. He's relying on that rapid fire, which is, you know, Kobe said yesterday, it's 3 recurve bows coming in if you activate it. You know, if you just wanted to put 3 recurve bows in your pocket,
it helps a little bit.
You hit Q, but he still hasn't been able to build anything, and he knows he's behind on the damage he's able to create on Dyrus, Odd One, and soon to be Reginald once he gets some defense in there.
And even though we're 27 minutes into the game, it's still not late for Vulcan, because 27 minutes for 33,500 gold is a very low number. They've been getting pushed, out-farmed, and outplayed by TSM, and it's just a continuation of that as TSM looks to round up all of them. That's the third Oracles of the game X Specials picked up.
That's quite a bit of gold he's putting into those, but it's giving him all the control. Right, it's a complete return on investment at the end of the day for him. 28 minutes into this one, a 10-3 as Team Solo Mid able to find those last few kills and that bottom engagement with the inhibitors that they took out. 10-3 as they push this top one now.
And I think it's a matter of time here because there's 2 waves of super minions pushing for TSM. When those waves get closer to the base, Zuna's going to be going off to farm them. If Vulcan could somehow hold this for about 15 more minutes, then Zuna would get enough farm off of those waves. But as soon as Zuna leaves, TSM's going to dive, and I think they're going to get inhibitor number 3.
Zuna does. Nope, actually it's going to be Jace trying to come back over. ManCloud getting into position now. That wave in the bottom is so gigantic. You are right, it is going to have to be Zuna. Why don't they keep ManCloud there to poke back?
This is just the choice they've made. They feel like ManCloud can make it back over faster because of his move speed from Jace.
All right.
And that's probably the reason, but it's not stopping both waves. ManCloud constantly on a back and forth, and here goes that turret. A lot of damage.
Not even a siege wave. They're able to just kind of waltz in on this one. You know, we heard the other day Zuna saying Wild Turtle, or not Wild Turtle, but Draven not being the best at hitting turrets because he can't move too much, and that may give Vulcan the upper hand, but so much damage being traded back. That desperate power from Rise so big as he comes into the fight, and it looks, actually putting it on now to fight it and continue the 3 kills they have. Dyrus getting out just by the skin of his teeth.
And he was just tanking the turret up, which is about a hit away, because TSM knows this game is going to be won right here.
That damage was absolutely ridiculous on the front burst of the fight. Nothing they could even give something back on. Trying to give their own medicine down to Wild Turtle there. Cannot get it. ManCloud is forced back onto the fountain. They're just using everything as the Nexus goes down. And Team Solo Mid finds the win over Vulcan.
TSM with a very demanding victory, just crushing Vulcan. This is the most one-sided game they've had, most impressive win of the early Super Week for them. 13 kills to 4, under 30 minutes. They had a 13,000 gold advantage. They were not close to losing that game at any point. Very controlled.
Super Week is only showing us that it is an anything can happen season. We saw Dignitas get obliterated in a match and then obliterate somebody. Team Solo Mid was looking a little lackluster, and then they were like, no, wheelhouse strategy. Let's go back to this. And everybody is kind of just surprising everyone.
Best of 1 format, and TSM has to adjust in between days. They had it out yesterday, as far as I could tell. They were not pleased with their play. They've improved.
They're hard on themselves. Dyrus says that he's hard on himself. Reginald, somewhere between the middle part of the season, they talked a lot about ambition and preparation and where they're going with things. And it was a switch that they turned on and they've utilized since.
And this was a example of that almost.
Yeah.
They did go back a little bit to their roots. Draven for Wild Turtle is something he's very comfortable on. Rise is a champion Reginald's played for forever, as well as Dyrus. But they made it work with the new as well, because the Odd One stuck with the jungle lease that he's been practicing, and he definitely made it work this game.
Absolutely, he did. Even though we want to see him back on the old stuff, the Elise that took him to Challenger is still bringing TSM some wins. All right, so we've got to take a short break, but coming up next, TSM's Dyrus and Odd One join us to talk about their dominating win. Then Freak will man up and replay Central to break down the key plays of the day. The NA LCS Summer Split will return after these messages.
All right, welcome everyone. I'm here with Dyrus and the Odd One from Team Solo Mid after their win. Really nicely played, guys, and I have to say, from the very beginning, you really took the upper hand with that first blood by the blue buff. And one of my earliest memories is you counter jungling me over and over at blue buff. So how does that really change the game when you get not only the first blood, but also the counter jungle on the blue buff of your opponent?
It sort of sets a tone early game. Like as soon as we saw or didn't see any of them on the map, we realized if they're not doing their blue, which Special and Turtle checked, they're definitely doing our red. So as soon as we saw that, like I knew I had to go from my blue to their blue because we had more members down there. Because there's no point going for their red when they have 2 mid and 1 top, while we have 2 bottom and then 1 mid. So we have the number advantages there. So once that happened, we just slowly snowballed it and just took control because Sejuani is more reliant on blue than I am because I'm Elise. So basically from there, after the first blood, I just had an item lead, and then that allowed us to get dragons easy because I could easily get Spirit Stone boots and then later Spectral Wraith.
Is there a reason that you opted more for, you know, like objective control like dragons rather than spamming a whole bunch of ganks after you got that off?
What we really want to do is just mostly focus on objectives. Like we don't really care about kills unless it leads to a tower or something. It just happened that we were unable to really get anything done aside from defend towers and get towers and dragons. So we decided not to risk just going for kills there. So we just got all the dragons and then basically snowballed it from there.
Yeah, having Shen on your team makes it a lot easier to get those objectives. Dyrus, when you first picked that Shen, actually shocked Jat and a couple other people. How does that really change the game when you first pick a Shen?
It means that we're not making the same mistake as Season 1 when we're only trying to pick OP champions and we actually pick an actual comp. There's a lot of things that go behind the scenes for TSM when it comes to picking and banning. And after yesterday, we figured most of it out. So there's not really any reasoning for it that I can provide that I would want to give away, but it's better now.
Okay, yeah, and you talked about you guys being a little bit down after a rough start. You guys really wanted to come out very strong, obviously. A lot, actually, of these older teams have had some struggles here in the beginning. How have you guys, kept it together and come back strong?
I don't know if we really kept it together.
We definitely did not.
Did not?
Because yesterday, basically, we just need to get back into our groove because yesterday we had a few issues and then it just melted down, and then you saw that performance yesterday. It was very, very bad. So we just have to focus and just remember how we won the last split and just work from there, because or else you'll get games like yesterday, which we just won't talk about anymore.
Well, can we talk about the aftermath of a game like that? After you come out of something like that, where you guys are obviously disappointed, what kind of went down after the game was over and you went back to the hotel?
Well, I guess it's okay to say it. So after the game, we went into the lounge, and Xpecial's like, come on guys, let's talk. And the whole point of this discussion was, why did we lose that game? And it was about picks and stuff, and it ended up being an argument between Xpecial and Reggie for 2 hours. Usually we were all standing there, and then after half an hour, we kind of just walked away and let them talk it out. So however it got resolved, like it's fine now. So I don't know, if you want more input on that, you can ask them that yourself.
Okay. So some discussion went down. So that's a good way. You guys hashed it out. Another thing that Xpecial and you have in common is you went to the All-Stars, though. Is there anything that you guys actually brought back and you've been able to implement already in the LCS from that experience?
He just walks
I love my jacket. Every time I walk by Odd, I'm like, hey, you like my jacket? I cut in front of him, just like stand in front of him, walk with my jacket. For me and Xpecial, I guess it's some nerves and a lot of confidence. So far, my performance coming back, like you're playing with a completely different team at All-Star, so my play style was a little bit different. And like so far, you've seen me play tanks every game, and on All-Stars, sometimes I'd get like Kha'Zix or Rumble, or so it's not that much different. It's just I end up running TP a lot less or more. And another thing was there's overconfidence. I came back and I look at everyone and I feel like I'm double lift for the day. So that's definitely not a good thing to have. It's not too much of a bad thing, but I don't want to go in and think that everyone else is bad. Like, I really, really think that every single other top laner is probably better than me right now because I'm in such like a slump. And like even that last game, you know, Psycho Sid beat me out. Even though Kennan's supposed to win out early, like I was down 20 CS and almost lost the tower early on, and that should never happen for someone like me who's been playing as long as I have.
Speaking of everyone else being bad, CLG versus Curse is coming up next, and those are two teams that also, you know, previously were up there with you guys in the top North American teams and now have been struggling. What are your predictions for the next match that's coming up?
I think Curse will win this one because CLG's having growing pains. Like everyone's not familiar with everything except like aside from like Link, who doesn't have to rely on anyone. Like Double F has to rely on Chester, who's getting back into his role, getting back to his old form. GG's in the jungle, and then Yen's top lane. So like it's really hard for CLG to play well when everyone is unfamiliar with what they're doing. So I think Curse will win, even though they just got new support, but Edward's fantastic, so I think a few of his hooks and he'll win the game.
All right, well, thank you both for the interview. That's going to do it for the Couch Lounge over here. Everybody's looking forward to this CLG and Curse game, but we actually have 5 more games. This is going to be a long day, guys, and before we really get into any of that, we're going to have Freak over on the Telestrator breaking down some of the best plays so far.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kobe. So let's break down one of the important team fights between Cloud9 and Coast. Now, the funny thing is Coast is running that jungle tank Fiddlesticks. And the way Fiddlesticks works is he kind of wants to start fights or at least counter-engage. But what happens here is Fiddlesticks gets jumped on, which is the #1 thing you want to do against Fiddle. So Meteos, he's going to leapfrog himself up there. He's going to catch up to Fiddlesticks, and the entire team is going to focus down. Even though it's tank Fiddle, they're going to focus him down. Let's roll the clip out and watch the initiation. Meteos comes in, they get a Nintendude, and they focus everything on him. Every skill shot goes through Nintendude, and they pick him off right here. So let's pause. Because what the Coast team wants to do is run the Assassins and catch Sneaky. Shifter's coming down, Zion's coming down. It's going to work really well for them for that kill, but there's no follow-up left. Mashme and JJ have been off on the backside. They can't run through the Equalizer because it was beautifully placed by Balls, and there's nowhere left for the Coast team to go. So let's watch the team fight play out. Let's run it, and you can see that, yeah, they get the quick kill onto the Ezreal, but it's going to be very easy for the rest of Cloud9 to chase them down. Zion Spartan's going to go down, and that team fight gave them the inhibitor. And that's just an amazingly well-played team fight by Cloud9, jumping on the right target, keeping him from channeling anything, and winning the team fight outright. That's how you win team fights when you got a Zach. I'll send it back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Freak Superman, and the replays. Okay, guys, earlier we asked you to let us know which player's performance has impressed you the most so far and why. And here's what you had to say.
So at EG Froggen says, I think I know that guy.
Maybe.
Meteos, because of 1 death in 3 matches while always being the first one to dive turrets. Also, his Zac ultimates are spot on. And we actually talked to him about that. It's just still a 1 death, and it's very impressive. It's the safe aggression that he called about.
Absolutely, keeping himself alive and safe. So the next one is Vizkay. Edward's amazing plays in the Curse versus Cloud9 game really impressed me. This is the Edward the NA scene needs.
And a lot of people were talking about how Edward may be kind of on another level early on. His roaming blitzcrank was a little bit new and caught Cloud9 very off guard. It's just they weren't able to come through. I feel like also because Edward and St. Fish's got a few too many of the early game kills.
Absolutely. And one more. Looks like Anders MMO says, despite his absence yesterday, the play we've seen from Zion Spartan so far proves he's a major pillar of Coast's strength. And
oh, yeah. Right. We've seen that for a while, especially their run through the playoffs. Zion Spartan turned into a monster. He got on the Jace train before a lot of other people did, and he really showed people in North America how you play that champion. He was the first one to drop it.
You know, a lot of times when you see those big plays, it's on people that are willing to take chances, and the whole entire team of Coast is willing to do that.
Especially Zion Spartan, man. Top lane Fizz, sometimes the chances work. Jungle Leona, Tank Fiddlesticks, those guys. Risk takers.
Absolutely. Risk takers indeed. Those were great, but we want more. I know I'm addicted to tweets. So hit us up on Twitter. We're at LOL Esports still. And remember to use the hashtag LCS. Don't forget. Now that the first 3 games of the day are in our match history, let's take a look at how they affected the standings so far. Cloud9 continued their dominance today and remain the only undefeated team in the league.
Tied for second place with 2-2 records are Team Coast, Dignitas, TSM, and Vulcan. In 6th place, it's another tie between CLG and Curse, while Velocity brings up the last spot in the standings at 1-3.
Absolutely. All right, guys, we still have 5 more matches to go today. Up first, CLG looks for their second win of the split when they take on Curse. Then Dignitas battles Team Coast. Vulcan then faces off against Counterlogic Gaming.
After that, TSM looks to build on their dominance when they take on Curse. And our final game of the week features Velocity and the undefeated Cloud9.
It's going to be an epic day of esports, so do yourself a favor. Don't go anywhere because there's still a ton of NA LCS coming right up after this break.
Get Lulu, get Lulu, get Lulu. Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna waste ult. We got hella damage on Scar. We got hella damage on Scar.
Don't leave him. Don't leave players.
Yeah, don't leave players. Maple's behind.
I'm getting top. You can just back up.
No, we need you. They're jumping on me. They're jumping on me.
Cut.
I had the ult. Scar. There we go. Go top now. Go top.
Good call.
Don't go top.
Good shit, good shit.
Welcome back to day 3 of the NA LCS Summer Split. It's time for our 4th match of the day, Counterlogic Gaming versus Curse. These teams have struggled with their new roster this split, but yesterday both squads showed signs of what could be possible once they get a little more time to mesh.
And CLG had the 2 most entertaining games yesterday. A lot of that actually has to do with them not being used to their roles yet, because they'll make a lot of mistakes, but then they'll make up for it with some really great plays. Then they'll make more mistakes. And then it just creates really back and forth games, including that 70-minute epic against Dignitas.
But it made it interesting, like Doublelift said. It was entertaining nonetheless. And while Curse has suffered from their own inconsistencies as a team, their new support Edward has started to make the type of plays that got him voted into the All-Star game over in Europe.
And Curse is already giving Edward a lot of freedom to do what he wants in their games. His blitz game was strong for them. And so far for Curse this split, the name of the game has really just been playmaking. It's either Edward or Voyboy running around and trying to make all-star plays in order for them to win fights. But they haven't really found their team chemistry yet that had them in first place for most of the spring split. They've also been doing a lot of things that don't really fit the old Curse play style.
Yeah.
They've tried the poke comp early on. They have caught playing aggressive AD carries like Draven. So it'll be very interesting in this last day of Super Week whether Curse goes back to their old style or whether they keep trying new things.
Absolutely. But Curse isn't the only one trying out something new. Doublelift actually has some nice words to say about his competition today. Well, kind of.
I think Curse overall is actually a pretty good team.
CLG, they are kind of weak right now because they just have the roster change. It's crazy stuff.
Most of them are pretty inexperienced with the roles that they're now picking up. So it's pretty much to be expected that they're going to not have maybe the best start.
When we scrim Curse, they're actually pretty good. But when we play them at LAN, they tend to play really sloppy.
I mean, you never know. People can play completely differently in LAN than offline.
Curse is probably going to remain around the 4th or 5th spot throughout the entire LCS this season. Looking forward to playing against them and hopefully getting a victory.
Now let's check out the starting lineups for the match. On the blue side, it's Counterlogic Gaming. The top lane, Niantanto, finding himself still big fat in the jungle in his new role. Link in mid, Doublelift at AD carry. Chowster back on support.
And on the red side, we have Curse. Top lane is Voyboy jungling, Saint Vicious, Nijaki in mid lane, Cop on AD carry, and Edward on support.
You know, something we have, you kind of mentioned previously, is that Curse really can't find what they had previously in the season because of, you know, maybe some changes with Edward. And then, as you mentioned, it's kind of been Voyboy or Edward, and it is that one person for them. Voyboy tried the Tryndamere, brought it out, and he was the one to carry the game. It's going to be finding where Saint Vicious can get back and having hand in his first blood, so all the lanes can kind of get an advantage.
And if I had to make a prediction, I'd say Voyboy might be going crazy in this game. Yeah. Also, that there's going to be a 1v2 most likely against this guy because Niantanto has not fared well in 1v1 lanes thus far, and Voyboy excels in 1v1 laning situations. So that would be a very one-sided matchup if they end up going that way, and that's why I would expect a 1v2.
We'll have to see what he chooses. There's a nice wink from the Voy man, the beard growing quite well still. He just gets his hair out of his eyes so you can see that. Everybody's just screenshotting the wink for themselves. It was all for them.
It's a nice wink.
And we see Niantanto there, the one he may face up against, but you're right. And it's something they should pressure Niantanto on because we even saw Voyboy admitting to having trouble to getting back into that lane. And during extreme amounts of pressure, you can see those nuances that have pained him sometimes even come into play still.
Absolutely. It just hasn't been working out necessarily. And CLG in general just needs to get in sync. The potential is absolutely there for these guys. In the team fights, it works for them, but the gank setups, the laning phase, the early game coordination isn't quite syncing up for them yet, and it's still so early.
Well, we'll have to see what kind of upper hand they can give themselves in Champion Select. We'll see the synergy right here. CLG versus Curse, now into Champ Select.
So, no picks or bans coming out quite yet, but Blitzcrank, come on, man. Everyone's saying how North America needs to learn from Bronze League, and they banned Blitzcrank.
I feel like it's a huge pick for them because Edward can utilize it, and you know, people have been knowing they're letting Edward make plays. It's not something you see, so I guess they are really going to pay some respect.
And the Twisted Fate ban is actually a little surprising since Link hasn't played Twisted Fate yet, and it's actually been Nijaki playing a lot of Twisted Fate, but that just tells me Curse respects the champion more so and just wants to not let the other team have a chance of first picking it.
And Cop playing Draven the other day. It looks like they want to take this one out, maybe because of that 2v1 lane. That's kind of a weird ban because Cop didn't seem to excel on that pick too much.
No, he didn't. So CLG throws that out. Maybe they're just banning for fun. There's actually not too many huge champions that Curse has been keying off of. Kha'Zix is the one smart ban, but they honestly, the Draven is a slight throwaway ban, as well as maybe just blocking it in case Cop felt better on it today.
That's true. You can give him something to stay back and stay safe, or what they're going to force him to play on that. May see a Cop coming in on Twitch here. This could be interesting if they actually lock that in, because Corki is one of Nien's favorite AD carries. Used to play it in mid when he did play that position. So they actually, CLG may try things here, but I'm just putting that out. They're just hovering on this.
Yeah, they're hovering on it. This would be a very strange first pick for them. You'd almost want to say like Nien Tansa would do a top lane Corki if they ended up doing the strategy, and they would try something similar to what Velocity played earlier, where they just have multiple AD carries and they try to split push around the map. It doesn't seem like a COG type strategy. I know when Nien Tansa was a mid laner, he'd play a bit of Corki, but the Jace makes a lot more sense.
Absolutely. Fun to think about and ponder on, but it looks like they're going to be able to lock in that Jace. Most likely going to Nien. Link, maybe.
Link. I think Link's mid lane Jace is devastating.
They're most likely going to Link, maybe Nien is what I want to say. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely there.
We see Voidboy and Saint Vicious. It would be easy to pick a jungler on this one. Saint's usually one to pick it in the 1-2. He doesn't really worry about getting countered too much. He kind of makes his own role in the jungle with whoever he's playing. But still, time being taken within this game, just like last game. They don't pick the jungle.
Voidboy does what he wants.
Yeah.
And if they're going for a high damage composition like this, having Thresh and Karthus already, it means Voidboy can even more go with what he wants. And that opens up a lot of potential, just wide open potential for what Voidboy exactly wants to play. It also blocks CLG from doing a Karthus of their own if Nien Tansa was going to do a top lane Jace.
We've seen a lot of Karthus pick and ban actually coming into this first super week of LCS. Getting through here, we saw the Jace through and the Kennen banned, so those two working effectively as they have. And it looks like they're taunting Voidboy now as they hover Tryndamere.
They're messing with us a little bit today. Even though it's like, hey man, Tryndamere is kind of a counter to Jace. Maybe we'll do a top lane Jace. They're not doing a top lane Jace. That's a mid lane Jace, and I don't think we're going to see a mid lane Tryndamere.
They are taking their sweet time to lock these ones in, however. Love to see Saint on that jungle Karthus if he pulls it out. But all hopes and dreams on this one. They're messing with us super time now. But it looks like the pick's going to be locked in. Big Fat actually switching over to Sejuani, something that really didn't work effectively for him in his first attempt.
And it was the Thresh-Sejuani combo that in particular didn't work that well for CLG.
Right.
Big Fat's favorite jungler, as he's been picking up the role, has been Sejuani. It's what he's played the most of. It was actually banned against CLG twice already this weekend, so being able to lock that up with a second pick comes as a bit of a surprise, actually, that Curse decided to actually, I say the Twisted Fate ban is what I'd be surprised on, letting the Sejuani through.
I'm really, next week, when this comes in and these teams have a chance to play against each other and practice all these champions, instead of, like we said, there was a blackout for these guys to practice with team switches and everything before, all of this is going to get so much more solid, and that just, helps CLG with their statement of saying, we're still meshing, we're still getting this to work out. But they are sticking with things they've played with, which means they really are trying to work this out.
And we also have the jungle changes coming in next patch as well, so that's a whole other can of worms that everyone gets to open up, trying to learn each other. But a much more cop-ish AD carry in Ezreal. Keep his distance, stay in the back, do damage, all at the start of team fights. It's coming together for Curse on a team comp side, and here is where CLG fully decides their team comp. Because already this season, there's been a bit of a trend of Link carrying more and Doublelift kind of tag teaming instead of everyone trying to support him. Now we'll get to see if A, Doublelift picks a hyper carry, which he does in Vayne.
Boom.
And now B,
Queen.
Are they picking even more damage? And they do.
That's going to be pretty big. They got good AoE. If Big Fat can lock them down with that first initiation, then everything falls into place. But I feel like they're hanging on that initiation with that comp.
They're hanging on Sejuani.
Yeah.
They need that Sejuani ultimate to land in just the right spot and then combo it up. But this is, again, a newish CLG. They picked a lot of threats in their win against Dignitas as well that went to a 70-minute game, and it allowed the rest of the team to kind of come together. I like the new CLG mindset.
I do like it. How do you feel about this full lineup, though? The disengage they have from everything with the Sejuani being the entry, the box, the Karthus wall, the stop for everything they have right off the bat.
I think CLG is going to be fine dealing with it.
Okay.
Basically just because nothing is really pushing CLG back. and most of their damage is actually ranged. So they can slow them down and keep them there for the most part with Big Fat OP Sejuani, and then they should still be able to get most of their damage off.
All right, see how it plays. We still have a lot of early game to go and a lot of action in that early game to see between these two teams. It is going to be Edward taking his Thresh. So he still gets a hook, and they go for Lulu on the other side because they do have a team that needs to get into the fray.
And the top lane Ryze, as far as getting into the fray. That's another brawly champion. I'd almost call Ryze like a bruiser AP, except he has carry level damage. So once he gets going, Ryze is ridiculous.
Q.
And that's one of the reasons the top lane is so important for them. And this is very interesting now because the COG lineup we have has Nian in the top lane with Jace and Link in the mid lane with Vladimir. Even though previously we've seen those guys playing the other champions, this could be a total fake out. And it's gonna mess with Voyboy and Nyjackie's runes because sometimes you'd want a rune for physical or magic damage. I'm gonna see if I can sneak in and check Voyboy's runes right before the game goes in. But they can change them to the last
5 seconds before. We'll keep you updated on whether they decide to switch or not. There's 2, there is 1, and it looks like they are going to keep that composition. The game has been into the launch, so we are gonna have Nien on that Jason top lane. They choose to switch it up, so maybe they think they'll get 2v1'd in mid, give Link really safe that 2v1 champion.
And both members of Curse were forced into generic rune pages, just flat armor and MR, none of the like full MR stacking or anything creative.
Safe page.
And they had to go for the MR, so they couldn't go for any extra stuff. Rivalry continues for Curse and COG now, but slightly new faces.
We'll see what happens between them. Both comps looking quite strong. They've definitely done their homework here, but as we said coming into this week, they're also picking champions they're still comfortable on, and that's got to be 100%, 110% more true for Counterlogic Gaming and the new roster squad. So, on to the Rift, ripping to the third, and Jap bringing you game number 5 live. Here we go.
Oh, man. So we almost made it through the Super Week. We got 5 games
left.
Left.
Game number
this is
4.
Game number 4, but we got 5 games left.
Yeah.
So keep watching for the rest of the day. We're going to see who comes out of it with winning records here because both these guys are 1 and 2, which means the loser of this game definitely going to have a losing record from Super Week, and that's not what either of these teams wanted coming in.
It's going to be a crusher on that hill of momentum that everybody's trying to climb right now, and Cloud9 has a flag at the top of. But Curse looking to get far in on their wards. Link is just going to be able to give them the knowledge of where everything is going down as the rest of CLG makes their way to the top side. Pretty orthodox start here. I don't think anybody's going to get caught out.
It looks a little bit standard here. I mean, the main thing that I want to kind of point out is the huge amount of wards that have already been placed by COG. A little bit afraid. St. Fishes has a quick problem with, I believe his mouse is what I just heard. That should be fixed pretty shortly for us, but, you know, not much yet to say in this big rivalry.
We're looking at the items as we see Ryze actually going far in that utility tree for, as we've known before. He actually has the Biscuit on him and his own Explorer Award.
Yeah, a couple people went 21 utility here. That'll be a little bit of extra for Voyboy. Also, a Mana Crystal start happened for Voyboy on that top lane Ryze, so that generally means he has to play very cautiously early on. No move speed, but what it will give him is a bit more trading potential with Nian, since of course Ryze goes with that mana.
Yeah, and once he gets that tier, he's actually going to get free mana the whole time, so it's like he's bringing in gold. We saw like the tier can be like that, the Sightstone, the Wriggles, once the jungler gets it and moves around, it kind of just, it is in the flow of gold, but it is.
It's trying to get there faster just because sometimes top lane Ryze gets starved a little bit of farm earlier, but we won't know any of that or even any of the lane assignments until we see this level 1 play out.
We'll see where they decide to go. Still power in numbers for Curse, making their way to the top side. This is going to be seen. The pink ward goes in the bush, so they get a wide range in to make sure it's not in there. They clear it out, and it's going to be safe jungle coming around for St. Vicious on Zach.
Both of these guys, pretty good starts for them. I wonder how much jungle Curse is going to take for their non-junglers right now, and how much farm St. Vicious is going to require on Zach. We've seen Meteos destroy with Zach this entire weekend, but St. Vicious is going to have his own crack at it.
You see CLG putting a lot of consideration into Curse's level 1. Pink ward down at red to make sure they don't have any upper hand there.
Yeah, look at all the wards. I could see that just CLG was worried about a lot. Thresh hooks are very dangerous to play against at level 1, and I feel just like the presence of Edward made CLG put down a couple wards of their own.
All right, so pretty much mirrored on those wards as you were talking about. Some of the top, some of the bottom. We're going to have a very safe early part of the game, which means there won't be much action. But that means we get to see how these guys take to it, if they can try to get around that wall of no action. Holy Nyjackie taking some damage here Looks like he's going to be all right, though.
Yeah, he's going to go back to base as well. This actually tells me
bottom
that
lane
Curse
Blue
is,
Jackie.
Yeah, it's bottom lane Blue Jackie, and it also means Voyboy gets to have a solo lane against, guess who? Nien. Somehow they won the mind game, and Voyboy's getting 1v1 with Nien, but it's a mid lane where Nien actually has a fair bit of experience because he played that role briefly in Season 2 as he was trying to transition off of AD carry back then, actually.
And it looks like it would really hurt. There's not much defense on Voyboy right now on that Ryze. He's only 4 bar. That's 480 some HP. That level 2 Nien could be very scary.
I think he's actually going to be a little bit more scared of Voyboy, though, just because I don't think he's that familiar with the matchup. So Voyboy has a lot of confidence here, and St. Vicious is going to be backing him up.
All right, so Voyboy does have that help right away. They want to try to drop Nien. They know what kind of power Jace can bring to the game, even towards the mid section of the game with just a few items.
And Big Fat LP wants to punish this early blue Karthus Nijaki. This is the trouble. The one weak point of the game here for top lane Karthus is the level 2 potentially getting dove, which is why Nijaki may just kind of give up his turret. And I'm very surprised that St. Vicious isn't going down there to help him, because if Curse wants to take, sorry, COG wants to take this early turret, they're going to be able to. Nijaki's just jungling.
Yeah, Nijaki heading back. He has to get these wolves down. Then you can see Big Fat coming around. He made the right call there, and there may even be another switch up here.
And Curse took a lot of harass here on Ender, but they're still going in for a dive on Link.
Link throws himself down. 20% of his HP goes with that. The Ignite is still on. He's trying to dodge and use the turret so they cannot click him. It hits the minion on the hit. It's going to Edward as he comes up with the Thresh auto attack.
Wow, all 3 of them took a multitude of tower hits, and Cop did have to burn the barrier at the end, but the dive worked, and they're going back without killing the turret because they were all so low. I don't know which one's better, because COG, despite not getting a kill, is going to be able to get this turret.
They do grab the turret, but Curse kind of falls back into the way they've done things. Curse St. Vicious having the hand in first blood, starting to get those lanes, starting to roll.
That's exactly what Curse was doing at the start of the spring split, and they're back to it again. Didn't get the turret, but they did get the turret dive, so we'll see which one works out better. It's all about how quickly Curse goes back to either dive again or get a turret, and how COG responds to that play.
And you also have to consider who they attacked and what the viewers have really considered about Link and just the other LCS members. He has been carrying CLG, so it's going to be hard to stop him, even with that one kill.
And they're attacking Link in a sense as well. So they're attacking one of the COG carries while letting the other one get going. But the carry that COG really wants to always get going is Double Lift, and that's the Vayne, who picked up an early turret, is 10 minion kills up on Cop because he hasn't had to go back and shop yet, and is continuing to have some freedom in this game.
Oh, wow. CLG is just everywhere. They're going to be able to put this one back in between the turrets. I was going to say, if it was going to be anybody, it'd be St. Vicious and Voyboy doing this with Ryze if they were ahead, but CLG trying to just kind of be reactionary on that top kill.
And their reaction for Curse is actually sending St. Vicious to 2v3 up top, which means that Curse has it down bottom, but Saint goes in against 3, and that's pretty much just going to deal damage to himself.
Saint getting poked, even Chowster getting the last few hits in. Double Lift keeping himself to just farm, knowing this is really just pressure on the lane until something can be a kill.
We've seen this story before, 3v2 in a lane, trying to push the second turret, everyone coming in. COG now sending 4 for the turret. Haven't necessarily seen this one, but they don't get much damage.
Very reminiscent of our first Super Week back in the spring season of the fast turrets going down. We're 6 minutes rather, at the second tier turret already, but it's not working the same for Curse. They can't put the pressure on that lane because Vlad is just completely wave clearing. It'll be down soon, but he's putting a good stall on that turret.
Getting the hook onto Link actually scares him quite a bit. He will have his pool of blood open, but it means that that turret's going to be going down. So that most likely the next wave because he's going back. But that's a good bit of harass for Curse as they hold that other turret.
As I say, he's holding it. They get the perfect amount of pressure to take it down and try and activate on this second turret. Really not letting Saint be that facilitator of getting his lanes going anymore. He was top, and now he's forced to be bottom.
And I'm actually really surprised, though, at CLG's added attention to the second tier turret in the bot lane, because Nijaki's got a couple levels out of him, and you're not pushing on a Karthus once he has a couple levels on him. CLG made almost no progress on that bottom turret, and I think they gave up their top turret in the process of trying to push the second one, so they're transitioning off that and trying to make it happen mid, which is what they should have done a couple minutes ago.
We still have Nijaki at level 4. They hurt that lane so bad the global presence has completely been shut down. You already have a 6 Voyboy top. Link going heavy again. He puts himself behind the minions. Very well played. Going to keep himself alive as he dodges the last Mystic shot.
So close. And now Curse has an added push onto this turret, so A lot of back and forth here. Saint, again, seen this story before, dives in.
Oh, permafrosted down. A few more shots from Double Lift. He knows. Actually, he might be able to do that with Chowster there and Voidboy out of mana, but they play it safe.
Now Curse is trying to take the blue buff off of this as well, so all the turret finagling has given Curse a slight edge because I think CLG overstayed their welcome in the bottom lane and really lost the advantage of having that early kill there for them. We'll get that feedback for you guys very shortly as there was a successful blue buff steal.
It looks like Big Fat is going to be able to grab that for himself. Voidboy and Edward now taking to the mid lane. The turrets have been crushed down on the top side, so it looks like they now put the pressure onto this mid lane.
And let's see if CLG makes something happen here because they've had some issues in the early and mid game trying to make things happen, whereas Curse has actually been making a lot of things happen in the early and mid game, and Curse has had trouble in some of the team fights. So Curse, again, winning the mid game, early game a little bit, and has triple tier. So we'll see how they play with that one.
Crying all over the place. See if they can get some kills
sad
for themselves and put some smile on their faces. 8 minutes in here, we're going to see a dragon. This is actually pretty early. Six minutes is the earliest ones we've seen, but usually it's about 10 or 11, so they're still going to take a good amount of damage here.
But Link is not there, and it would be a 4v5. I wonder how strong Curse really is here. They don't have any defensive items since they've all won Tear of the Goddess. I think CLG could fight this 4v5 if they want to.
If that first shock blast hit, it would be an over fight for Curse right now. They're able to get the dragon and really not pressured. Neon missing that first one, not too much of a problem. They'll be able to get this back.
And CLG spent the time to look at the dragon, but didn't push up any lanes aside from their top one. So I know I'm being a little critical of CLG here, but they could be playing this a little bit more optimally. Curse getting the 1,000 gold advantage because of it.
At 9 minutes in, it is 1-1 on turrets. You can see Link doing his damnedest to pressure these top turrets, but when you're an AP champion, it's a bit of a struggle. He's doing what he can. We see the mid lane now, Curse and Edward taking that area as they have pushed down, or Cop and Edward, I should say, pushed down top, and they actually left that top turret right away. They didn't get too much damage on it either, so it's just them prepping for this later part of the game.
And the wave clear is really starting to take off for these teams now. Link and Yen can clear quite a huge amount of minions, whereas Nijaki and Voidboy, since Voidboy can pop his ult now, freely can do it as well. And with the dragon gone, we might start seeing an age of farming.
Karthus finally hitting that 6, and he's only not even a wave past it, so he has just gotten that under his belt. Now they can start getting a bit more global pressure. The fights have to be considered here now by CLG. They've been doing a lot that has kind of strung them out. They won't be able to do that anymore.
No, they are kind of okay though. It's 1,000 gold disadvantage. It's not as actually bad as CLG's game against Dignitas was before their comeback, so CLG's probably feeling pretty comfortable about this one. They know they have awesome team fight skills, and they have a very good late game team composition with the Vladimir plus Sejuani, and then double it on his happy champion Vayne.
And 91 to 70 or 79 in CS there. The BF sword already on Vayne, so he is already putting out a lot of hurt. Jace taking down the turret, the rest of the team as they move back. 10 minutes in, still just the 1 kill for Curse. By keeping Saint in that bottom lane, he was no longer to go top, or no longer able to go top, go mid, and he's been forced to farm this whole time.
And he hasn't even farmed up a huge storm either. 40 minion kills at 10.5 minutes, only 8 more than Big Fat LB Sejuani. Saint will have to start really diving into making plays like all jungle Zax. He's maxing his elastic slingshot for the increased jump duration. But jumping onto double his Vayne is not an easy task. Many men have tried and failed.
And there's only so much pressure you can put on it before doing it again. Edward just getting the toss in onto Big Fat, stopping that back, most likely for the pressure, keeping Big Fat in the lane here. Doing great pressure. Hemoplate going down into Voidboy. He can't get any damage to go on top of that. No, he flashes in, gets the Tides of Blood down.
Ooh,
it's going to be damage from this. Oh, the Requiem comes in. Like I said, the fights must be considered.
And Void doesn't even need it. That's the dive comes mid.
Let's bounce. Big Fat gets the wild growth. St. Vicious is going to be blobleted, if you will. And it looks like they're going to be able to take those down quite easy. Edward just missing the hook off to the side as Cop was trying to come in. They are very low, and that would have been dangerous.
Surprisingly, the ultimate coming punishes them. Chowster flashes in, and I don't know if he got him.
Oh my gosh, Edward so low. Throws the box out. Chowster ignite one more tyke. And the burn is not going to be enough in the end. Bam! Takes up Chowster, or Edward rather. Cop there just to watch it happen. Unfortunate events.
Whew, that was some crazy action after about an 11-minute lull. I got to say the Karth assault going for to help Voidboy in the fight against Link kind of baited St. Vicious into diving a little bit, even though his team wasn't ready, and then it was all about the CLG counterattack. After all is said and done, despite Voyboy's soloing of Link in the top lane, CLG came out for the better on those trades.
The gold almost evening out. Now everything on that score sheet is just about even at the top. 12 minutes in. Cop not going back on this. He does have only 500 gold, so he's not really sitting on a big chunk of change. Nope. His last buy was that Spirit of the Elder Lizard, so he's getting the first piece of his item in, and really the most profitable one for right now.
And he's going for the regular blue build, which starts with a Spirit of the Lizard Elder. Double Lift's blue build Ezreal starts with a Bloodthirster, but the flaw with that is it requires a much higher farm threshold before it starts working. Something that Cop necessarily doesn't have the option of doing, since Nijaki and Voyboy take generally more farm than the solo laners that do on CLG, so he wouldn't have time to go for it. He's going for the utility Ezreal, and Curse is looking for the damage from Voyboy and Nijaki.
And that really, almost, that was very nice of him to help them smite that down with True Shot Barrage. And that's really indicative of his playstyle in general. A double lift to Cop, the safe utility in the back to the I'm in your face, everybody else is trash.
For a second there, I thought you were going to just like slam Cop and be like, you know, he loves helping the... No, he doesn't. That is not the way Cop plays, guys, but Big Fat takes the ward out in the top lane, and this could be a push on to Voyboy. That turret is very low. Voyboy thought twice before going into that one because he had to be worried about a dive.
So it looks like they got good pressure on the top lane. This is an easy takedown for them. Unless he pops his ultimate out here, he will decide not to. He's going to lose this turret. No, he does. Throw down the Rune Prison and that ultimate. They're going to go in. St. Vicious from the side. They say, let's do this, but not a lot of damage is going in. They're able to just kind of walk away from that one. The Wild Growth for safety.
This has got to be the nicest game for Doublelift that he's played in forever. He's had free lanes the entire time. He's got a Lulu babysitting him 24/7. And he has not been harassed, free to get every minion kill, and he's just farming up for late game. This looks good for CLG.
Confidence helps your play immensely as well. If you know your team has been peeling perfectly, and they're not really diving into the fights as much as I thought they would be past the Karthus. But then again, Jackie's been bottom the whole time, so we haven't got to see it. But Big Fat's actually been peeling quite well for Doublelift, and it's all about Chaucer doing that too. So with the threats, it's still working.
And this is definitely an early throwback to the earlier games of Season 3 where since the turret game happened early, teams take the early turrets and then they say, we're not really sure what to do next. And CLG's actually starting to figure it out a little bit before Curse, as they've been able to generate now 3 turret kills. And I believe they're clearing out for the next dragon, which is going to be shortly. I think it's up right now. Let me check. Yeah, there it is.
I mean, the easiest way to do it is to transfer the 80 carries, right? Link was up in the top lane trying to take that turret, and he was just kind of throwing feathers at it. You got Doublelift up there. They were able to take down the last few 100 HP right away. So it's been the rotation of Chaucer and Doublelift all across the map since the start, really facilitating a lot of movement for CLG.
Yeah, Lulu's also a support that Chaucer's had a lot of experience on back when he played support. Chaucer's bad games have came when he's on Thresh because he just hasn't learned the Thresh mechanics yet that Edward has been able to perfect all season in Europe. So this could be a much more comfortable and confident game for CLG.
There's definitely a difference between that playmaking support that Edward likes to do and the kind of, you know, support, if you will, that Chaucer wants to come in and play.
The super peel. And Chaucer peels better than almost anybody for double.
Exactly. You just got to play that style. You see Cop and Doublelift do blue different builds, the supports as well. I mean, we used to see Elements when he played Lulu being one to flash ultimate in to start fights. So it's different for everyone.
I don't think we're going to see Chaucer doing that.
no flash wild growth.
He's going to flash back to alt Doublelift because he's way behind the fight. That's all that Chaucer really cares about in these fights. Maybe he would ultimate Big Fat OP in a fight, but I kind of doubt that situation happening, to be quite honest with you.
So let's see where we're at on these tiers. There are 4 stacking up in the game. 352 on Rise. We have 432, so 500. This looks like a lot of 4s and 5s coming in on the side of Curse, and a 600 actually. So it's going to be Niantu his first if he keeps those changes going.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of mana stacking that's going on for Curse, and I wonder what's going to happen when that actually transitions, because the idea with the tier of the goddess items, even though some champions get pretty good early spikes out of them just because they need the mana, is they're weak-ish in the mid-game until they transform into their full items when they spike up in power. And Curse will be hitting that spike up in power between the 20 and 25 minute mark. So come 25 minutes, if CLG hasn't started to put Curse away, Curse might come back.
Hey, hello. Chaucer finding Voyboy, gets turned into a tiny little dragon, but he is going to machine gun out a few spells. Knows that Oracle is there and knows there's going to be members safe behind, or right behind it.
Yeah, and this, with Nijaki in the bottom lane, it's just the Karthus ultimate that would be able to support Chaucer. Getting a little cheeky trying to clear out these wards. The Thresh hook could come by at any moment, but Curse actually might try to trade a mid turret here for top.
Double Lift still free farming in that top lane, highest in the game at 173, keeping himself up. He may even hit 200 before that 20-minute mark. He's got 3 minutes, but like you said, Jat, they are going to try to pressure this. They have a flank coming in, though.
And Compensate might want to run out of here before that turret goes down, or they're going to try to catch Link because Link is there a little early.
Link says hello. They deciding if they can fight this. They're both having different ideas of what's going on. Cop not going in, knowing they're coming from behind, and Saint uses the slingshot to engage on Link. That's his escape. Here's the chase coming in, the ultimate. Not hitting, but slowing. Hemo Plague forcing the flash, the ignite. The kill won't come out, but a lot of pressure being put on from CLG right now.
The ultimate from Sejuani didn't quite detonate, so it only slowed instead of stunning St. Vicious, which allowed him to flash over the wall to safety. Otherwise, that Hemo Plague would have detonated his passive, and COG would have enough people there to clean it up. But Saint makes the great escape.
See what they do. Cop pushing out in the mid. He did get Glacial Shroud first coming in. Usually, sometimes you see people going for that Sheen after. What's the difference in the buy? Just he's getting dove more, it's choice?
It's definitely a choice. Cop has always been one to err on the side of defense as well. Not to mention, there's a Jace on the other team, plus the only magical damage he's really having to worry about is Nian Tanso, who isn't fighting Cop at this point. So Cop is more worried about the long-range poke, which is going to be physical damage, and he wants to avoid that early.
Tears still stacking. We do have the Muramana finally finished onto Nian, so he is at that point where he gets the boost in damage. He also has a BS sword right on the back side of this, and usually you'll see that kind of the blue build and then the last whisper for Jace, but Nian always goes for that hard damage right away, not the pen.
I like the Muramana right off the bat, and the Hex Drinker I feel like was more of a necessity.
Right.
Because he was a little bit worried about the magic damage, plus he's going to need it just throughout the game to try to defend himself from those Karthus ultimates. It actually hurts his late game progression a little bit, but it is probably worth it in the lane.
Chauster with that early Oracle still walking around. Edward has one of his own, though, so it seems just to be a common thing now, these teams understanding that 15 to 20-minute map control where Dragons are going to be coming up again is huge, and Dragon is up.
And also because Curse needs to retake this map when they take this turret. There were so many deep wards placed by COG once COG picked up 4 turrets that Curse got the Oracles to safely allow themselves to push up here.
Moving up to the turret. Good lay waste to crush it down, but they don't have much. The turret's able to push it back in the end.
Curse has got to deal with Link in the top lane. That split pushing Vladimir is farming up a storm there. Even though he's 0-2, he's like split push Vladimir instead of split push Singed.
And you know something we didn't really pull out is that Vladimir might just be something CLG wants in their comp. It was played by Nian the first time and not so well. Link on Jace as we thought before, but they've switched it up, still wanting these champions.
They really want the champion. It'll amp their late game damage. They actually have a huge amount of threats, and I don't know if Curse is going to be able to deal with it.
Boy, oh my gosh, he doesn't even want to turn around to Rune Prison. He has to go and head in that straight line, straight home.
And the push from Curse gets a little bit repelled. The gold is still very close for them, and I feel like COG is preparing for the next Dragon. Nian Tanso is going to have to run down bottom lane real quick and kind of catch Voyboy in a back cycle. COG taking a lot of stuff right now.
St. Vicious coming back into the lane. You know, we heard, going on to Edward, it doesn't look like they'll do too much. There's a lot of safety that can happen from that, and they actually flash it. I think that was about to miss, but super safety for Chauster there.
Yeah, Big Fat LP was a little bit worried about that. They swap roles so much. You're always wondering who's on what champion here, but it was Big Fat LP worried about getting his giant model Sejuani hooked in. And also, it's a safe Dragon that they can potentially now take. Curse gonna try to stop this. Team fighting Karthus Rise, double AP in a tight corridor. We could see our huge bit of action here because the gold is close enough that this could swing things.
Jackie gets hit up. Not too much damage coming from that shock blast, only onto him. AoE was prevented by the spacing of the team right now. Saint goes in. They're able to get the smite onto St. Vicious. That's a lot of damage going on to Nijackie. He's out, but everybody was on him for a second. They get the dive they wanted, Jat. You were correct. They're in, they're out, and it didn't even matter for the amount of stoppage Curse had.
Nijackie died right in the middle of the river, which meant COG couldn't push through to finish off anyone from Curse, and it was just a Dragon for a kill. Now it's COG knowing, man, we lost the Dragon. Let's go get something back. We got Curse really low in that fight. Let's push mid.
There's St. Vicious coming in once again. This is a pretty big initiation. He gets blobleted. He's going to be all right. Double Lift getting hit up by the turret, and they choose to continuously stay. Double Lift throwing on the barrier. Wanted some turret aggro there for himself. Looks like they'll get the turret out of what they want.
2 kills in a turret makes that a win for COG. There's still no kills onto Double Lift, which is very rare for a COG game. Most of the time he picks up all the kills, but because they have so many damaging threats this time we see a slightly different kill distribution on CLG.
You know, something that I was saying before that initiation in the bottom lane that Bloodwater said is when they played against Curse, it wasn't about Edward for them. It was as long as Saint can't get to our lane, we'll be fine. And CLG hasn't created lanes for Saint to be in. They went from lane to lane with double lift, took out the turrets. He did get first blood, as we were saying, you know, Curse would do in the beginning of the spring season. But they were like, if we shut down Saint, who's going to get fed in lane?
And who's going to go in team fights as well, since they are the double AP composition. Saint Fish is going to try to go in with Nijaki, but unless he gets something a little bit more going, 0 kills, 2 deaths, 1 assist, trying to build that Aegis Legion, Saint's going to be blowing up. Double lift, just finished Phantom Dancer, plus he's got some MR. There's no physical damage to reach double lift, and I feel like Saint Fish's might turn into cannon fodder if he tries to dive in.
Nijaki, with that last fight, was really a zombie Karthus. And the disengage we said that CLG has allows them to get away from that if he dies instantly. So it's all about Requiems that Nijaki has right now. They have to fight with that window.
Yeah, and Big Fat LP is going to have to get an Aegis plus Runic Bulwark pretty soon as well, since Curse's AP champions are going to be hitting a pretty big sweet spot shortly, and that'll actually really help Curse's chances.
They actually
COD's chances.
singularly have a lot of magic resistance. Link going down. There's going to be the Room Prison on the way back up. Boom! He gets hit up quite hard here. He's going to throw down a lot of damage. Tries to get that lifesteal back. But I don't think he's going to be taking anybody out.
And I'm a little bit questioning Double Lift and Chouster both being together in the top lane. It's allowing Curse to run amok in the bottom half of COG's jungle. Also, since they were so far back, COG has nowhere else to pressure. That was a nice kill Curse picked up because there was actually just a lack of people on the map for COG.
We'll see. This could pay off in the next few seconds here, but it looks like Curse is going to get back. You're right. It was just held by them, the bottom lane. A few kills will help. Link is pushed out here, and Link really hasn't and is not getting the chance to be the carry that he usually has been for the team as well.
No, and it's kind of a token COG thing where Double Lift gets the free lane farm, whereas other teams that run Vladimir often let Vladimir farm out the side lane since he actually pushes it much faster than Double Lift. But we got to talk about what team we're dealing with here. COG always gives it to him. 254 already in 24 minutes.
Yeah, he's going crazy on CS. 9,200 in his pocket. He has 1,000 gold, just about 900 gold over that 8,300 of Cop. So he has the most gold in the game and 1,000 there to spend right now. He's sitting on.
And Link actually trying to get a little bit aggro on Cop. There's a Jace around the back. Cop, you're in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, Cop should have gone straight up towards that tri-bush, but he runs down. They had him anyways. It was going to be a valiant chase nonetheless.
I really like the home run smash that Jace gets to do, especially when it finishes off a guy. It's like the hammer just disappeared Cop. Cop was where he should not have been. He got a little greedy thinking he'd be able to solo Link. He's done that a few times so far today. He'll kind of overcommit in certain situations and get punished for it. It's difficult.
He has that ward down in the bottom for safety, but I think literally the CS that Double Lift has is forcing him into situations like that. He's like, I need to catch up.
Yeah, he's pressured to match, plus he wants to finish that Iceborne Gauntlet so Curse can play the catch and disengage and engage game. Once St. Fishes goes in, Cop's going to be the one trying to kind of keep people in place.
Everybody back onto the Rift now. Both teams seeing what they have for each other here. 5-3, 3,000, 3,400 actually for the gold lead in favor of CLG right now. 6-3. They're slowly able to just go with this one. The slow and steady wins the race technique. The Bloodthirster coming out from Jace. So this poke just got huge from him. Expect him to be getting that blue buff from here on out.
And what Nian really needs to do is get some armor penetration as well. He's got the AD now.
Yeah, skip that last whisper.
Time to get some armor, but the other thing is the AP champions for Curse have yet to build armor, so the poke should still be quite effective unless he decides to fight more Cop, which he actually did pretty good with last time.
Yeah, that wasn't... yeah, chunks of health. Chunks of health are never good when you're losing them. If you're getting them back, you're sitting pretty. Double Lift in the top lane. His build is consisting still of that Negatron cloak. Hasn't gone any further than that. We'll have to see what he decides to go.
He might be trying to farm up for Last Whisper. He's already sitting on 1,900 gold and just kind of wants more. Once again, this is like the lowest pressure game Double Lift has had in the last 4 months. Everyone else on CLG is distracting for him. He's happily gotten to 278 farm while his team actually holds a lead. So this is really good situation for CLG to be in.
They played it well. They got the lane, well, not the lane swap, but the champion swap in. St. Vicious, wow, that was awesome. Condemning him out of the elastic slingshot, pretty much stopped him midair. There's the last few volts. Can they get the tumble in? There's the kill. Double Lift with one. Could he be coming up with another kill? The exhaust is worn off quite early, but he is sitting in that defile. Nijaki just keeping it on right now. The Hemo Plate goes down. They're taking a bit of damage.
That's a
This
foul.
Requiem is gonna hurt. It's going for the double kill coming in. St. Vicious to help clean up with the team. Cop comes up with a kill there. Nien to run.
Huge play specifically by Nijaki right there. St. Vicious trying the escape and actually forcing Doublelift to flash in after for a kill. Once that happened, Nijaki flashed in, and there was no escape for Doublelift. That was a great bait and attack by Curse there. 4 kills in the jungle based off of CLG's first sign of aggression.
And this is the favorite part just after a fight. Everybody's like, shoot everything, push the waves, get the minions pushed. Cop throwing out all the spells that he can, grabbed himself a nice blue buff after that fight. Looks like they are going to get damage on Baron since they have the lead up time. This is the poke from Nien to stop it.
And Karthus is the fastest Baron killer, but he is not up. Nien, with that Bloodthirster, will try to poke. That Baron does not die particularly fast. How long can Nien stall this before the rest of CLG comes to support? That Baron's dead.
There was too much HP for him to just continuously shockwave. That was one of the hardest situations he could have tried to steal it from or just harass them. They get out, buffs on 2, and the Baron on all.
Good call by Curse right there, because that was about 2 or 3 seconds later, and they would have been trapped in the Baron pit without their Karthus with no Requiem. But because they got in there in time, they have it. And now CLG might be trapping themselves in a Dragon pit against a 5-man Baron team.
You can see Doublelift making the smart move. He went around the other side. He was the last one in the Search Brigade, and he would have gotten caught out as the straggler. The Dragon going to Curse. They just can't do anything with that Baron buff on.
And they get the gold lead back too, so that fight really giving them a lot of advantages. 4 kills, plus a Baron, plus a Dragon, and a lot of fear instilled into CLG's play.
Absolutely right on those purchases coming in for Doublelift. Looks like he went for the... Actually bought Home Guards up along with the pickaxe after having that much gold, so he kind of spent across the board instead of towards that one item.
Yeah, he probably just wants to be able to get out of base sooner since he wanted to rush that huge wave over in the top lane there. Now he needs to go back to base and run out to defend that turret. Home Guards are going to be needed for him for the next little while.
Edward going in. You can see the pressure he creates. When you least expect it is when it's the best. Big Fat taking quite a bit of damage. The Mystic Shot misses. Now True Shot Barrage going through. And the last one to hit, making it count. St. Vicious taking up the turret very nicely. Looks to have his passive up with the calmness that they're playing with.
Curse pushing while Doublelift is not there, and Chouster was to the side. Another just tactical play by Curse, taking advantage of CLG here.
And their waves are doing the same thing they are. The mid wave is really the next thing they're going to push down. It gives CLG things to think about and time for Curse to just walk around.
And we mentioned it earlier, all of CLG's games are close because they'll do some awesome stuff and then some not so awesome stuff. So it goes back and forth. I'm waiting for the next awesome play by CLG. Curse only has 2 minutes left on this Baron. There's still a lot of farm on a Doublelift. He's 302 minion kill Vayne that has not had a good fight yet. If he saves his flash and uses it to kind of stay back from teams, I feel like Doublelift can do a lot of work, but Curse has done even more.
And we're 30 minutes into this game. There's still a few more items being purchased too, but you don't see elixirs just yet, but we are. Even for CLG, they're saying these next fights really matter. It's also Voyboy picking one up on Curse.
He's going for a big elixir. I mean, the time to go back to base, there's a minute and a half on Curse's Baron right now. I think they want some more turrets because CLG is up 6 turrets to 4, and Curse has pulled a slight gold lead up. If Curse can get a bit more map control back, that'll mean the next time Curse wins a fight, they might be able to end a game, but they have to do the previous work to get the turrets down in the first place.
So we got that 34 round Baron coming up. Like you said, they still have that for a minute or so, and they're going to try to utilize it once more. They don't have too much of a pressure in middle, and they've lost the pressure on their side waves here, so they may just get stuck at this turret for the rest of their Baron.
Yeah, the poke from CLG is going to be a lot of keeping him back, but the nice thing about Zach is he can dive on anything if they really want to. If Edward combos it as well, they could dive in. Would be a dangerous play for them, though, and it would be one of those poor things for Curse, as this is tense hole.
You can see Edward was setting himself up in that position, putting himself in a volatile spot. That was very dangerous.
But Curse did get the turret based on the threat of still having that Baron buff. I think CLG's main objective here is making sure they don't lose inhibitor turrets, because those are going to be the things they really want to hold at.
Well, look at that poke on Nien already. 3 of those gets him to half HP. Comp really able to put out some damage here as that blue build coming to fruition. He just needs the last whisper to finish that off. Looks like they toss to safety. They're looking to get a grab over this wall, most likely.
And Big Fat OP has fallen really far behind here as well, and we knew he was the only kind of sole initiator, but he's even squishier. Even if he dives in, he pretty much dies to defile damage. They want to be able to go in with that Karthus wall, and the squishiness of Big Fat OP Sejuani is preventing them from doing so.
Last time they, like you said, they used the Thresh and the Sejuani. It's even more of a walk-in initiation for Big Fat, and like we've said, it's him to be the one doing it. Nyen not sporting that blue buff as he really wants to be right now, isn't able to put out enough pressure to stop Curse being at the front door for the last 2 minutes rather.
Yeah, the Baron buff is off though, and Curse gets initiated on.
Perfect ultimate right there from Sej. Big Fat coming up huge. The Hemo Plague follows after, but it's going to be the Let's Bounce.
Wow.
And it does not look like CLG can follow up too much after that. The Requiem to come down. Everybody stays alive with 3 blinking champions, and it looks like they make it out with a 3 kill.
Link really manned up in that fight, completely killing Cop by himself with that Hemo Plague plus a bunch of follow-up damage. And that was pretty much the instant Curse's Baron went out. Curse was saying, okay, maybe one more. Hey, is our Baron out, guys? Boom, Sejuani ultimate, everyone else followed up. It didn't matter how squishy COG was because they won that fight before it started.
You know, I said Sejuani had to walk in that ultimate, and Big Fat did just that. He gets tossed over the wall. Looks like they're going to just try to harass here. Edward always doing what he can to inflict pain on somebody. It doesn't matter if you're going to kill him or not. He is just trying.
And that was one of those miraculous plays by CLG. Every once in a while, they have another good one. 4 people now pushing, getting the first inhibitor of the game. They got to run now, though.
They got to be careful. Now it's Curse's turn for the miraculous play. So
let's do it.
As it teeters back and forth, Curse now to set themselves up. But with that, CLG was able to protect that turret for, like you said, about 2 minutes. The first rush for CLG was the inhibitor turret and inhibitor.
And 12 turrets down already in 33 minutes. It was a bit of a throwback to that turret push game, but just now I feel like we're going to see the back and forth team fights because there is so much open space on the map right here. Neither team is safe, and because there was such an extended siege, you can see the ward coverage in the middle battle area of the map is low. There's the deep wards, but that's not where these fights are going to be taking place. Everything's going to be about that next Baron, and neither team is actually taking control of that area.
Doublelift continuing his farm, 3:35 now at 33 minutes. Just kind of going good amount of farm for each tick on that timer. Thresh trying to put the wards down. Still the Oracles going around, looking for Chowster. These guys have spent so much gold on Oracles throughout this game. Since 15 minutes, they've been buying them up. Oh, Edward getting locked up on the wall. The Condemn goes down. Vayne throws down the ultimate. Edward not getting out of this one. There's one. And the Wild Growth. Was that thrown out just the end? No, it was not. It was the E from her going off.
And that is still an ultimate from Doublelift, though, so his stealth would not be available if Curse decides to dive him in this fight. And remember, that is just a support with the Baron spawning right now. I don't think CLG can safely take this one, but if they could find a 4v4, they should take it. Or 4v5.
Right. 10-8 here, 34-34 on the clock. CLG now swinging the gold back in their favor. 51-4, 50,000 on the side of Curse. Thresh down, or Edward rather, for another 15 seconds, and they're seeing like, can we pressure out Baron? Let's make sure it's clear, and then we'll start the dance.
And CLG has to be so careful about where they initiate because they lose fights when they get caught, but there's the Sejuani!
So Edward is still down. They actually get another catch. This is a great initiation again by Big Fat. The Hemo Plague is down. Nijacky's going to get popped out right there by Wraiths. St. Vicious is pressuring Doublelift, but nobody can follow him on that aggression. He is peeling for himself. Cop, I would not do that. They're going to keep this one safe. It looks like they are going to be able to keep Saint safe as well. And now it looks like CLG to back.
And Nien tried to do the Shock Blast execute that Jace can do on Zac sometimes, but he slightly missed it to the right and did not kill all the bloblets right before they formed. That's why CLG actually has to be cautious with those initiations. We saw how close Doublelift was to falling when he was getting zoned out here because his ultimate was not up as Nijacki was walking towards him. But because everyone on Curse went back, CLG might have enough damage to rush this down. Even though they're all low health, nobody backed.
Here comes the Ezreal ultimate. It's going to do a good amount of damage. They should be safe if they can micro this in and out here. Chaucer's got to be careful taking a little bit of AoE here from Baron. They get it, and they are going to make their way out. Big Fat with 2 great initiations back-to-back there to really put CLG back on top.
Yeah, he's being very precise with those Glacial Prisons, and the team is going in with him. The Jace Gates are coming down to fire up with a Shock Blast as well as speed Link in, so it's quite coordinated. It's kind of, Link is turning himself into a Shock Blast, Big Fat LP is going in, and Yen, Doublelift, and Chowster are kind of sitting back and trying to kill Saint and Nijacki as they run through. So the majority of these fights, Link and Big Fat up here are going to sacrifice themselves, do the Karthus AoE, but it probably will work out for them with this Baron buff.
And that Karthus AoE from Nijacki, it's going to be powerful, but it's not the Rabadons. He went straight around that. He's going for the Zanyas next as well. And the continuation of the fight, this may go fast for them without that burst damage.
I think it's the right choice, though, for Nijaki to go without the Rabadons. You got to be careful with your builds on Karthus, since so much of it is about where you die, and if you don't get the Zhonya's to kind of get there and extend the amount of time you get your Defile off, think about the extra 2.5 seconds you get from your Defile from your Zhonya's Hourglass can be more damage than the extra damage you'd have without those 2.5 seconds, even if you had a Rabadon.
Right.
So it depends on this type of the game and how frequently he thinks he's going to get focused, plus where he's going to die.
All right, see how they play this going in. Doublelift seeming to lead the charge here. Feels pretty confident about his items and his play. You see that Negatron has finally been turned into that cleanse, like Quicksilver Sasha should say. That's a good alliteration there. Last Whisper for him, it looks like the Infinity Edge to come out just on the back side of that, so he is definitely getting to the hyper carry queen that Vayne is, but the blue build is actually quite completed by Cop.
Absolutely. Cop just has that Mercurial Scimitar left to go.
Right.
He needs that to, I think, break out of Sejuani Ultimates, plus get rid of that Hemo Plague that might get placed on him. Plad's been destroying him, but COG going for this inhibitor. I wonder if Curse is going to initiate on them.
This is a point in the game we talked to Cloud9 about, is when we know we're strong enough, you just need to go. Everybody needs to go. You will win the fight. With the way Doublelift is right now, Nien, the Baron, they are just needing to go. And Big Fat's really been taking that in consideration here. They're going to try to approach the wall. Not down yet. They actually go into Voyboy. They try to lock down Rise, not to get that damage out. Nien from the side just misses Shock Blast. They're going to be able to get the Defile down again. Nijaki rather goes down very fast. Can Edward finish this kill? Oh, man. He does have Flash up and he may pursue. Edward flashes over. Oh, he gets the little wolf. They try to just cause chaos in that situation. Cop in the fight. They able to go 1 for 1 there. Do shutdown for shutdown.
And Doublelift is just chasing him.
He is going to keep going. Rise comes back into the fight. Voyboy did not get eventually taken down from that initial Big Fat aggression. His St. Vicious going down there. The Bloblets were just previously used, and the passive is down. Doublelift could be looking at this inhibitor with Chouster here, but they are low, and they got to be safe.
What a crazy fight, 3 for 3. At one point in this fight, Doublelift had 60 health. He life stole off the wolves as he was using them as a human shield from Edward's hook, and now he's still getting chased down by Voyboy.
Oh, the home guards are coming into play. This is the second or third time Voyboy's come back in this fight, and that time he goes all the way down. Edward is going to follow. The chase from Vayne just too much. The double kill for Doublelift. And he is now 5-1-5.
And he's actually going for a Nexus turret. There's still a second left on Jackie's spawn, but Karthus is coming down. It's Doublelift and Chouster versus the world right now.
Oh, he gets hit up by a quick minion there. Has to turn back. Actually throw out a lay waste that stops him up. And he is going to just pause. I thought he was going to throw it on the wall and try to go crazy, but that probably would have been 2 shots from Doublelift to take him down.
That was a crazy fight. So much peel and distraction coming out from the rest of COG. Honestly, Nien taking out Cop with the last breath of his life allowed Doublelift to create the rest of those plays for his team. It's the miraculous COG games. They have the best games for some reason.
And we just saw a ping towards middle. They're saying, yeah, gung-ho, let's just ride this down mid. We can head to top turret because the minion wave is there. Everything just really working in their favor right now.
2 of the 3 inhibitors are down, so they're going to have super minion waves coming. The third one is exposed. Plus, once they get that down, there's going to be a huge stack of super minions at the base anyway, since there's only 1 Nexus turret trying to shoot them down. Doublelift got his Infinity Edge after the end of that one, so he is a crazy, crazy Vayne. Chouster did hit level 16, so his Wild Growth is healing for, or giving Doublelift 600 extra health, and they're going to try to walk in and take this one, I think.
A lot of Seraphs coming out. We have 2 rather on Voyboy. 1 on Voyboy, 1 on Nijaki. So that's a little bit of damage mitigation for them, but it's really just too much power. It's kind of like those are being negated by the Hemo Plague, then there's extra damage on top of that. They're countering everything that Curse's kits bring to the table right now. Big Fat still with himself out front for the engage.
And CLG is waiting for their super minions to arrive in the base. They're taking their time. Maybe not even on the next wave will they get there, but what CLG wants to do is they want to catch Curse with a person out of the fight, so their initiation is cleaner and harder to follow up upon.
The next minion wave, yeah, absolutely right, chat. The minion waves aren't even giving them pressure into the base. They're like, okay, there's the minion wave, but look at your other waves. We're now at your inhibitors.
Very soon those will be at the Nexus turrets, and that's when I think COG will go in. The minion wave that COG has in this top lane for the inhibitor doesn't matter. It's all about the 2 lanes that are approaching their base that Voyboy is trying to go against. That's why actually the wall went down despite no minions even being there, because Curse is trying to fight not in the window where Voyboy's there.
Boy, edging over every so slightly, trying to kind of pull the minion wave with him to the other side of the inhibitor since it'll follow you for a bit. And he looks like he is going to be somewhat positioned to get back with them. He's out of mana. He may need to go back to base real quick and get himself home guarded up here, but it looks like they're trying to take advantage, and CLG finally making some pressure inside the base on that top inhibitor.
So far, so good for Curse's hold, because look at the harass they got down on CLG. That's not going to be healed up.
Nope.
CLG's trying to get this faster, though, because they know their minion pressure will not last forever, and their health is not infinite. There's a Reverie, though. Maybe they're going for more.
Jackie holding onto the wall. There's the execution, or there's the initiation, I should say, rather. Double lift did so much damage. He gets hit by a Mystic Shot through the entire fight. Great job by Cop. Same Vicious on the backside, so tiny. And then he gets taken down into the Bloblets. He will be safe, but a miraculous thread of the needle by Cop's Mystic Shot to take down Double Lift and stop the pressure.
Great hold by Curse. They recognized what CLG was doing. They played the back and forth just right, and then they got the all-important catch onto Double Lift, which is why they lost their 2 inhibitors in the first place, because Curse couldn't catch Double Lift, but they got him, and that extends the game.
That was fast. You can see how fast that was if you look down at the summoners of Double Lift. He did not even use his barrier in that. Maybe he thought from the safety that he's had, he'll be all right, but he got taken down quick. That Mystic Shot came out of nowhere. We have 30 seconds pretty much on the Death Chambers for Double Lift and Link. You can see Curse needs to make moves here. They're getting the ward clears. They're going to try to pressure this. This is scary, though. CLG right on the backside.
And barring a disaster, Curse gets this Baron. If CLG tries to fight them with this Baron, since they have no Double Lift and no Link, that's a lot of their damage. They would lose the game off of this. Curse gets a Baron now to hold their dead inhibitors for a while. This generally means that the game's going to last a fair bit longer, Riv.
And we got to remember that that looked free, but nothing is free. Because take a look at the base. All of that has cost the Baron they just got. But it's a slow work towards the advantage that they need right now. 2,000 gold behind.
And specifically, Curse earned that Baron by killing Double Lift during the inhibitor siege. Cop still has a couple items left. The next item for Nijaki would be the Death Cap. He's still got a long time to do that, but they got a long time to wait. Because I don't think CLG is going to want to go in and actually have a team fight. CLG will want to keep pressure on the inhibitors, but we saw a similar situation happen in the first game of the day, if anyone got a chance to watch the awesome one between Velocity and Dignitas, where even though the team comps were a little different, because Velocity had even worse team fighting than CLG has right now, but the concept of a team with Baron defending respawning inhibitors generally means that the team that wants to take the inhibitors isn't stronger in fights. So you get these awkward standoffs where Curse actually wants to fight, but they're constrained by their base right now, so they have to initiate in really strange situations.
We'll see how they work this. The inhibitors coming back up for them is going to help immensely once they get these last waves cleared out. And it's really all about Curse now trying to find that entry that you were talking about. Hard to fight in the base. That top wave is going to need to be pushed, but they're trying to focus. They know CLG is just going to start again to go around the horn with the power that they have.
And another thing that happens while all this is happening is the 3 waves of super minions are all getting farmed by Curse. So the gold, despite CLG having the map position, is trending towards Curse.
And Double Lift, his farm has actually slowed down with the amount of kills they've been getting, which means their farm is... Oh, wow, Big Fat just throwing that out to the side there. Edward making sure that does not hit anybody, but there was from ults for ults. Edward's ult was used there as well, so that's big peel for Cop in this fight.
It may be a blessing in disguise that that Big Fat OP ultimate missed, because I don't think CLG could have taken this fight as long as they don't get initiated on now.
Oh, Link gets grabbed. He's going to be forced to pull here. He actually goes Zonia's. He's going to try to keep it safe and harass the back line. Edward knows he's not dead. He just walks away, and he's going to keep going into the fight. Karth is still going. Nijacky's been alive for the longest time in these fights, and it's actually able to push CLG out in the end, or rather Link towards the top.
Exactly. This is why Curse can't fight, because their base is constantly exposed. The guerrilla warfare comes in from Link because he knew that fight was lost, so he took it in the other direction and cracks down an inhibitor, which keeps Curse in their base.
So the bottom inhibitor not taken, but the top done valiantly by Link. As thought he was going down in the fight. The Zanyas and everyone was like, we can't focus this. I've never really seen a Zanyas not be able to focus that much. He just walked away. Even Edward turned his back to him. The Oracles for Edward is still clear. Chowster keeping that map vision for himself. No, the Oracles is not there, and they have no pink wards for the map. So if anything starts going bad, they're going to have to start getting those back on the map.
And this is a very bold move by Curse here. They're making the call. They got 1 minute left on their Baron. Even though they have an inhibitor down, they're deciding to go. It's not like COG has a teleport that could take down their Nexus. There's a very small window where Curse can push here, where their inhibitors won't die and their base won't die. So since Curse is up here, it means they're looking to end something, or they should back off very soon.
Only Big Fat and Edward are waiting on the level 18 up, and that's going to be the long timers now for the Death Chamber. Doublelift just coming back in. Doublelift with home guards on will be able to present himself in the fight here soon, and that may be the initiation. Going in onto Big Fat, they get the link down. Has he been able to get anything else in the crowd control area? No. Nijacky's standing in the middle, and they take him down and walk away from it. The Requiem to do a good amount of damage as Saint tries to capitalize with the synergy. Can Cop follow up? Voyboy and Cop now coming into the fight. Chowster is going to go down as well. We saw Link just previously fall. It's all up to Nien to stay alive. The 1, 2, 3, the punch to the gut, and it's going to be a finalizing Q. No, maybe. There's a
He's still got his Guardian Angel
coming up. They don't stay for the kill. They're not going to pressure.
They were worried they couldn't end. Ryze is the slowest turret pusher in the game, and Curse is at a risk of losing their own second Nexus turret if they don't go back. An absolutely insane fight. That was Curse's gambit to try to end this game here. It almost worked out, but CLG barely held on.
4 for 3. We saw the Guardian Angel fall just now, so that's not going to be happening next fight. It's quite a long cooldown. I don't think we're at the point of 100,000 gold where that's going to be bought, resold just yet. We're not into that phase of the game, but at 48 minutes in, it's 19 to 19, 300 gold difference, but there's 5 turrets in favor of Counter Logic Gaming. 11 are how many you have on the Rift. That means the Nexus is exposed right now.
I hope CLG, I mean, obviously CLG fans probably don't hope for this for the sake of their health, but like I hope CLG stays like this forever because these games are so awesomely back and forth. There's just some amazing plays happening, but still the inexperience to not close or not do exactly the right thing. So many decisions are forced. You're going to learn really fast playing games like this.
Oh my gosh.
Way faster than just winning in 20 minutes or losing in 20 minutes. This is awesome League of Legends.
You know, we said last season that teams didn't have a chance to do this over and over again. It looks like they will come into the summer split here. Time still just slowly ticking along as we have not seen any action, waiting for those global objectives to come up. Everybody's kind of like, so what's happened since or at the beginning of the game really doesn't matter. It's now what matters about now. This next fight is going to be those 50, 60-second death timers, and it's going to be a final push for any team.
And these teams are both one-tank teams, which makes the team fights much less structured than normal fights. It also means that, say, the dive of St. Vicious isn't necessarily enough to take out Doublelift, or Big Fat LP going in isn't enough to take out Cop. So both of, like, the main damage dealers generally have a lot more fighting potential, and they hit each other more often because the tanks get obliterated before the fights start if it's in a structured way, and that's makes the fights actually much more volatile and much more unpredictable.
And we actually see the build structure coming out here. It looks like we will finally get that Rabadons to come out onto a Nijacky, obviously this late in the game, but it wasn't the Woda for him. That goes to Voyboy, which is actually going to help quite a few members of that team in the next fight.
Woda on Ryze, and just Woda in general, is, to me, the most underused plus really powerful item in the game. Even Ezreal is getting a tremendous amount of health back because every Q, every spell that does damage for Cop is healing him with that Will of the Ancients. It's an amazing item. It just doesn't fit in most builds because it's not a selfish item, and there's so much selfish play going on with all the split pushing we've been seeing lately. But when Curse completes an item like that, it's really impactful.
The Mercurial Scimitar finally finished up for Cop. That is the full build. He can get himself out of pretty much anything. A strong power in numbers here coming into the Baron for CLG. And True Shot Barrage goes right across. The vision is now there, and so is the rest of Curse.
And they know Cop is a long ways off, so even if this fight comes, CLG might want to take it.
Whoa,
Curse wants to take it right away.
This is going right in. It's not going to be the Snite. Actually, Doublelift gets Baron with the bolts. It's going to be the fight continuing. Nijacky goes down here. This could be a final fight for somebody. The damage is there from Requiem, but it's Doublelift in the Guardian Angel during the Requiem. He misses the damage. They're able to continue the fight.
Amazing turn of fortune for Doublelift right here. They want to push to end this game. They're calling it out. All 5 of them are alive.
They're trying to go for this. It's Cop. That is a nice Iceborne Gauntlet Cop, but it's only going to slow them down for so much. He's doing a good bit of damage here. They're still trying to chase, putting the wards down for any kind of exit and then re-engage. But like you said, Jat, this could look very grim here with 40-second timers on 3.
Cop and Edward, 2v4. They have 1 Nexus turret to hold. This is an insurmountable task for these guys, but let's see what they can do.
Let's see what can happen. The Nexus is open. It's not going to be a lot for them unless Edward turns into a gigantic brick wall for the Nexus. it's CLG coming out with another 51-minute game into the late game.
And it's so funny because we talked to Doublelift after their last 70-minute game about the 6th item.
Shaking his head.
Seriously, about the 6th item. Because Doublelift was like, I would like the Mercurial Scimitar. They said the GA was going to be better. I bought a GA, and it didn't work out for me, is what Doublelift said. And this game, he had a Mercurial Scimitar, sold it for a GA against a double AP team, by the way. So he's got less magic resist from it. But because of how he got trapped in the Baron Pit, and during the GA revive, he lived through the Defile damage and the Requiem damage. That's why CLG won, because of the way that GA fell off. Obviously, there's other reasons he won, but that is so neat.
It is crazy. The timing between coming up is quite short, and that's unlucky. It's not like he planned that. That's super unlucky for Nijaki. It was a great fight all around. We said that was going to be the one and final fight. Somebody had a base after that, and when you fight like that, you are on pins and needles.
Especially for Niantanso, another game here where he pulled it out. He went 7-1-13 by the end of it. That was a tremendous Jace performance. CLG's finding ways to pull it together. That moves them to 2-2 now. So jury's still obviously out on their new lineup, but you can tell they are at least able to win team fights and pull out the late games.
Absolutely. So let's get into that Baron fight we just saw and really take a look at how it went down and how CLG was able to come out.
And Saint went in to try to smite steal. You can actually see his smite went off, but it was a little too early, so Doublelift finished it off. And Curse thought they had it. They all piled into the Baron Pit to get Doublelift, thinking that was the main threat. But then everyone else peeled out from Baron, except for Doublelift, specifically Niantanso. Zhonya's Hourglass and GA both dodged Requiem, making it ineffectual at the end of that fight. And it just meant that Curse's pile-in was for nothing. They didn't get the Baron, they didn't get Doublelift, and it lost them the game.
And something that still just kind of amazes me coming into this game is the fact that, you know, Vlad, Nian, Link, Jace, and they just switched it up because they wanted those champions in the composition, and they were able to work with it.
It was also the mind game.
Yeah.
It stopped Voidboy and
That's
Nijaki from necessarily getting comfortable in their own elements. But that game was another one of those back and forth, topsy-turvy games.
Called it.
It's cool.
Absolutely. So Chronologic Gaming giving us some more good stuff. We'll be joined by CLG's Link to talk about their exciting win, and then Dignitas tries to get revenge for their spring playoff loss against Team Coast. Stick around because week 1 of the NA LCS Summer Split continues right after this.
Dignitas still looks like they're kind of slumping from at the end of last split, and we're obviously coming off that playoff win against them. So I think we're going to be all systems going against Dignitas. They should be scared of us.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 3 of the North American LCS Summer Split. I'm David Freak Turley, and beside me, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. Now, before we get into the next match between Dignitas and Team Coast, I'd like to welcome CLG's mid laner, Link, to the desk. So, Link, you did really, really great that game, but it was super, super hectic. So I want to take things a little bit slow and talk about that game, because a lot of stuff happened. First of all, we know you as a really, really good Jace player, and we saw Nien play Vlad before in this split. Why did you guys switch those around? Where were you on that one?
So the way the team thinks about our team dynamic is that me and Nien aren't exactly like a top laner and a mid laner. We're just solo laners. Okay. So we kind of pick our heroes depending on what we want to do and what we feel. And at the time, I think Nien is more comfortable on Jace, so over Vlad, and I've also been playing Vlad too. So we kind of just swapped it around, and he played Jace.
So tell me about that sort of team dynamic of we're just the solo laners and we'll go wherever we need to. I've seen a lot of teams actually have that mindset. Do you think that's the way League of Legends is going, is just 2 solos?
Yes, because there is no more like top lane anymore. It's not it's not a 1v1 at top anymore. It can be a 1v2. It can be like a 2v2 top. Everything can change depending on the game. So the way we refer to ourselves is just solo laners. So
great.
So yesterday I was thinking you guys are taking all these games really long so you can get more practice in the studios with everyone at their new lineups. But Scar tweeted out, maybe CLG is getting paid by the hour. Do you have any extra insights from Kelby on recent management changes, or they just happens that way?
No, I can't talk about that. That's too confidential. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, serious question. Doublelift and Chowster are kind of back on their old school characters that they were really known for when they were hyped up in Korea as one of the best bottom lanes maybe in the world. Was that a conscious decision you're going to choose Vayne and Lulu no matter what, or was it a matchup thing?
We decided on we talked about a lot of different things, and we decided that Chaucer's Thresh isn't exactly on par with his other champions. So we're definitely trying to figure out what works best for us. And recently we were all on the Thresh hype train after Mad Life did so well with it and All-Star. So like we don't say we listen to the community, but at the same time we kind of do. We're kind of influenced by like what other teams pick. So Thresh was definitely like a first pick, like first ban sort of priorities, and then to us, and we kind of realized that it really isn't. So we're always learning.
So talking to you about that sort of team learning dynamic, you've got a new roster together, a couple new heads, and you're trying to come up with ideas for team compositions or what's important. What goes into that process, how you decide who you're going to play the next game?
So we pretty much suck. I'm just going to straight up say it right now. Like, we're so inconsistent. Like, our laning phase is pretty poor. Our team fighting is okay. Our game control is pretty okay too. But against a lot of like experienced teams like TSM, we used to get smashed in scrims all the time before this week. So when we're going into these games, we're trying to figure out like we're just like winging it in a sense, and we're watching our replays like and analyzing it as much as possible. Like yesterday, we watched like 4 hours of our own replay, just trying to figure out what we can do better. So.
It seems like you guys are progressing really well so far. You're now up to 2-2. You've gotten a couple of wins in your back now. Are you really learning that much just in the middle of a play week?
Yeah, because LCS games compared to scrims are completely different. They're just on a whole different level. The way people play in LCS is much more safe in a sense. Like a lot of kills don't happen like they do in scrims. Like in scrims, you might just have like a 10-10 game at like 4 minutes or something like that. Something like ridiculous. And like that doesn't happen in a complete stomp from them. It can be a complete stomp from us. It can go either ways. And honestly, I'm not expecting us to win, but like maybe we can win. But going in with that sort of mentality.
All right, Link, thank you very much. And at least for our sake, I don't want to give you a heart attack, but I'm kind of hoping for some more of those 70-minute games. They're really fun to cast. So if you have a say in the matter, give me one of those hour-long ones. They're a lot of fun. Anyway, again, thank you very much for your time. Best of luck today. Best of luck in the rest of the split. And we'll see you kick some ass later on in the day. But it's time for our 5th match of the day. Team Dignitas versus Team Coast. Now, Dig fought their way back after losing 2 games to start the summer. But they've won their last 2 matches, and if they can get a victory here against Team Coast, they'll end Super Week with a winning record.
Yeah, Dignitas, they had to survive an incredible early push against Velocity that shoved them back into their base. Dignitas stayed calm, they regrouped, and won a team fight after team fight to turn the game around. Scar's Kazakhs was huge in that winning team fight because he was able to get the resets, jumping one after another and just destroying Velocity. 11-5 and 11 as Kazakhs.
Well, so Dignitas definitely won their first game today. Team Coast, though, they got rained on by Cloud9 in their first match.
Yeah, Team Coast played well against the best team in the league. It was a close game all the way till the end. In fact, Team Coast have played pretty solid in all 4 of their games so far. They've proved that their spring playoff run was legitimate. And Shifter, after his first game jitters, he's been solid. He's played Zed every single time, though. He's been going back to that Zed, so maybe we'll see someone make him change it up.
Well, we'll see if they have to do that in this game. We're going to get ourselves underway soon. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Dignitas. Kiwi Kid in the top lane, Crumbs in jungle, Skara in mid, I'm a Cutie Pie on AD carry, and Patoy on support.
And in the red corner, it's Team Coast. Zion Spartan is up top. Nintendude's in the jungle. Shifters at mid, Don't Mash Me on AD carry, and Daydreamin' supporting.
So it's interesting right now because we're halfway through the final day of Super Week, and every team has now played one match. Everyone plays a match in the first 4 games. Everyone plays a match in the last 4 games. All these guys have a little bit of warm-up. How do you think it's going to affect their play compared to when we started out the day?
I think everybody's plenty warmed up after Super Week. I know I'm warmed up. I can't believe it's only halfway through.
Yeah.
They are definitely ready to go. Everybody's got all the jitters out, as we just said. I think Shifter's definitely gotten through that. And it's actually been a good way for them to start with Shifter, just going straight into a Super Week and getting him as much practice in a small time as possible.
I guess it's got to be scary as well. It's fun because Dignitas is a team that's actually let their lineup gel. They haven't, aside from having subs once in a while, their lineup's been solid throughout the entire season so far. And as you mentioned, getting those jitters out of the way for the new mid laner Shifter, it's got to help him a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be good for them, and especially with all the changes that are going around, you have to be able to adapt to any of the changes. Like Dignitas, they were a big fan of the 2-versus-1 mid lanes, so Shifter's going to have to keep his eyes open because Dignitas could be going back to some of their older strategies, as you know they haven't had the spectacular start to this summer split that they were hoping for.
Yeah, their laning has kind of been it's been like their hit and miss point, because during the playoffs they had said their strategy was don't die before 3 minutes, and then we'd see like random games where like MIA from Kalexi like pulls a double kill on bottom lane, and then Dignitas just gets really, really sad. But at the same time, you see ones where, like even against CLG earlier on in the week, they had this really, really good opening where they just kind of were winning the laning phase and winning the laning phase. And 20 minutes in, they're still in the laning phase, and they're just growing and growing and growing ahead. This seems to mean so much for this team.
Yeah, and especially when you play one of those games where you get pushed all the way into your base and have almost all of your inhibitors down, and you come back to win it, that's got to be a huge confidence booster for these guys, because like I said in the interview with Reggie, like a lot of these previous top 4 NA teams have been sort of down on themselves because they're used to being on top. They're used to performing. They're not really used to having this hard of a time.
It's funny, you gotta watch kind of the scene grow though, because think way back when to Season 1 to Counter Logic Gaming and Solo Mid, who were just the best. I remember way back when, before Locust was on Dignitas and they became hugely successful, he was like, I don't see the point in making a team. CLG's is gonna win everything. Like that was an actual like thing he said to me, and I was like, well, you've got to try, you've got to get out there, put the practice in, and get yourself up. And then you watch him on Dignitas, and they exploded. They did amazingly for a good long time. You watch these other teams go up here, right? Coast was you know, a 5-6 American team back when they were GGU, back when they were, oh man, I mean, it goes back to Monomaniac and then Team Dynamic. They were always, you know, up there in like the semifinals as far as they'd go. And suddenly they're up to being a favorite in the American scene.
Yeah, there's just great new talent coming up all over the world, even in the other regions. If you think back to like Season 1 and stuff, Korea, they didn't even have the game. They had to play on our North American servers to even get a chance. And then all of a sudden, boom, they've shot up. You know, they've definitely defined themselves as the best region with their showing at All-Stars.
Yeah, so definitely a lot of great players coming through in the scene. Of course, Champ Select has started, and As you mentioned, Shifter played Zed every single game, and right off the bat, Dignitas says not this time.
So yeah, that's the pretty easy ban because he's used that every single one, and they want to see if they can actually bring back those jitters. They're like, oh well, Shifter, maybe if we put him on a different champion, then he'll have a hard time once again.
There's a lot to consider here. Karthus and Rise being dropped away from Dignitas. Seems these guys, like kind of everyone else, is just target banning Skara.
It's really the go-to strategy. Pretty much everybody is going after him. It was kind of maybe even overhyped about his limited champion pool. Just people have been harping on it for so long now. You know, he's spread out a little bit. He also can go with the Eve or the Diana. Both of those are still available, but they're definitely taking out a couple of them.
So the Jace being dropped away as one of those for sure. Dignitas, now it's their turn to first pick. We've got a couple of those Who's Who champions available. Kennen used to be huge for a lot of these guys. It's definitely a consideration, but they've got to make up their minds.
Yeah, so Kennen, big pick here. Also Zach. Crumbs has been a pretty big fan of Zach going back to that one. Meteos has really just showed how powerful that champion could be. He's so disruptive in team fights and so hard to kill that it's a very good all-around pick. And even though Crumbs has had a little bit of trouble with the initiates, he did get some game-saving ones already.
And of course, they've still got plenty of time to make the rest of their choices here in this game, but looks like they're not going to go for Zach just yet. It's actually Elise that's the first pick coming in for Dignitas.
And that, I kind of want to lean towards a solo lane Elise. Crumbs usually likes a bit more chunky of a jungle champion. After they took off the resistances from her spider form, she can actually get blown up pretty quickly. And those are some of the problems that, you know, the odd one and people have been running into when they are running that Elise. Little bit harder to duel people heads up because you take a lot more damage.
Yeah, we have seen Kiwi Kid do very well in this champion in the past, and he's going to look for that one again. So now Coast has to make their own choices. And of course, we've seen so many different strategies come out from these guys. Back in the playoff, you had the Zion Spartan top lane Tryndamere. We've had Nintendude run. Actually, every time he's run Fiddle, it's been with Thresh, but he's run that tank Fiddle in the jungle. Ooh, he's looking at it right now. Nintendude, make me happy. Bring it back out. Elements is here in the building. He's one of those old school Fiddles as well. It's fun to watch them come out here. Time ticks down, and they're going to go grab the hooks as well. So Blitz and Fiddle here for Coast.
So he's had one win and one loss with Fiddle. Looked pretty good on the win, and the loss, their whole team was kind of under the gun. So I guess this will be the tiebreaker for all the fans that want to jump on the bandwagon here with the jungle tank Fiddle. If he does well here, I would expect a lot more of those in solo queue.
Yeah, I'm a little hesitant to go back into solo queue now if they don't do very well, but it's Dignitas' turn to make their choices. You said Zach was going to be a big point there for Crumbs. Twisted Fate, we haven't...
Yeah, and Heimerdinger.
Yeah,
those Heimerdinger mechanics.
So Heimerdinger less likely. That's actually, I would expect that for Cutie Pie. No, it's Ezreal here and the Zach, as you mentioned.
Cutie Pie, huge fan of that blue Ezreal build. He says, I believe it was a quote from his stream, that's almost the most fun that he's ever had playing League of Legends is playing blue Ezreal because it's so annoying. Once you do get to that point where you complete the build, there's just so many options with him. He's so slippery and great at kiting. All the cooldown reduction really works well with his kit.
Nice cooldown Ezreal, definitely a blast to play. So they've grabbed 3 of their champions so far. We can guess where most of them are going. I suppose we have seen support Elise as well. I guess we mentioned that it was probably Kiwi Kid. That's definitely a likely spot. But of course, adaptation still available. Coast have to make their own moves, and they might be switching around the roster a little bit. Looking at maybe a Zion Spartan Riven. The Heimer, you know, Mash Me, I know you guys like clicking Heimerdinger. When you actually pick him, I'll believe you. Until then, I'm just going to ignore that click.
Everyone's a fan of those Heimer mechanics. You can use him in very, very specific strategies. These LCS teams not quite ready to take a chance on one of those yet, so we are just going to go with a normal AD pickup here. And that actually complements this team pretty well. If Blitz is able to land that grab, you know, the combo with the knock-up and the silence is enough time for Varus to get out the burst that he has in his kit. It's really powerful, and you can pretty much 100% to zero somebody.
So I don't want to be the guy that gets hooked in that lineup, unless it's maybe Crumbs. He can survive through it, being Zach, and bounce around. But the rest of this lineup, they're really not going to like the Coast hooks, and well, they're going to hope that Daydreamer misses a couple of them. But Dignitas has to figure out what the rest of the lineup is going to be here. You've got a very scary one on the right-hand side, but they've got a fill out their full lineup. Ooh, the Patoy Alistair is back for the first time in the split, I think.
Awesome. The true bodyguard. Patoy does an amazing job of protecting not only QT but the whole team. He's sacrificed his life for Skara several times as well, so he's definitely a team-oriented support there on the Alistar. And it's to be said, like all of this Dignitas team, they all have jumps. They all have dashes. You know, the Diana and the Alistar can only go in with them, but Ezreal's very slippery. If he does get hooked, he can just Arcane Flash right back out of that one. And like you said, Crumbs will have no problem bouncing around.
What are the odds we see Patoy ult out of a Terrify and just headbutt Nintendo out of team fights?
I mean, headbutt is also a great answer if you're not going to pick Janna against that Fiddlesticks, because all you have to do is, you know, exactly, headbutt him right back out. It's almost the same distance as the Monsoon. You can't actually get him over walls, too, like we saw Chowster do with his Monsoon.
Yeah.
So a very good counterplay right there. And, you know, Patoy is great on Janna and Alistar, but it's nice to have the extra Pulverize there for the offensive abilities as well with Alistar.
Okay, so Dignitas have come through with their familiar champions here, and Coast are looking at their final one, and that is Ahri grabbed. So a lot of hardcore initiation here for Coast. They've got the Crow Storm, they've got the hook to make fights start, they've got a lot of crowd control with the Varus. I mean, Riven from Zion Spartan, we've seen it so many times, and Ahri looking to dash into battles as well.
Yeah, Zion Spartan carried really hard in that Vulcan game when he was Riven. So we'll have to see if the first blood goes up top. This could be really bad for Dignitas. Nintendo might want to focus his ganks on whichever lane Zion does end up in.
So maybe a little bit of camping here for that Riven setup. Certainly not something that Nintendo is shy to do. In an interview, he said, I'm much more trying to play for the team and less for myself there. I realized that my role as a jungler is to get my team going, and getting Zion going is one of the best things I think they could do for the team.
And that's really embodied by his build. He goes Sightstone with the Fiddlesticks. He adds a whole bunch of wards, and he also gets the early oracles sometimes to help clear them out. So he definitely does his part, always thinking for the team. He even got the Aegis of the Legion in that last failed jungle Fiddlesticks that he played.
Yeah.
But really, it's going to be about the early game here for Coast. And although nobody's really scared of the Fiddlesticks ganks before he's 6, Flash Terrify is a very effective early ganking tool. So he's got that one chance. When he still has his flash up, he's scary. After that's down, then you don't have to worry so much.
So we'll see if he can get those scary ganks in, because we got a game on our hands, guys. The Super Week winding down a little bit. We got 4 games left. Game number 5 right in front of us here. Dignitas on the blue side, Coast on the red. This is going to be a great match.
Should be a good one. It looks like everybody is going straight up the mid lane here, keeping tight. And we've seen invades almost every game, so it's really going to be on the first wards. Whoever gets that first sight of the other team usually has the advantage as far as the level 1 goes.
Well, right now, Coast are grouped together looking for the advantage themselves. Early wards coming down a little bit as actually Dignitas spreads out. There's the first one. They're going to spot Zach off to the side. It looks like Digidream's not going to look for the hook onto Crumbs, but they keep putting the wards down into the red side jungle and then go back towards mid.
So they immediately, both teams get down that Wraith ward. That's really been one of the most important wards for almost every team here in the LCS, to get down early, because it gives you so much information on the enemy jungle. Daydreaming going for the blind hooks. That actually hurts your on-hook percentage, so it looks like he doesn't care about that.
Well, so there's 2 things that work there, of course. You miss all the shots you don't take, but he is now at 0% here. So Daydreaming, he's got to turn this one around by the end of the game, or he's going to get a lot of smack talk on the boards.
I love this Explorer ward up at the double golems, because they'll actually tip them off if Zion does go for that early double golems to try and get his all-in gambit. This is a really popular strategy with champions like Riven. If they take one of these small camps before going to lane, then they'll hit level 2 first and be able to all-in the other solo laner and get an early start there. It also lets them know that Zion is definitely going top, and there will be no switch for this purple side team.
Interesting. So yeah, Dignitas taking their double golems from the bottom side, just like normal. We see that so much from the blue side. But you're right. I mean, Dignitas are actually doing the full default lane setup. Coast is only making one real change here, which is dual lane mid against Skara. But we do have that straight up 1v1 top.
And they are going to be aware, like we said, because of that ward. Kiwi Kid knows that Zion did this. If that wasn't enough to tip you off, coming to lane with half health and a health potion chugging, then that's definitely going to let him know. So there's level 2 by Zion, but Kiwi Kid's keeping his distance.
Definitely playing defensive against Riven, trying to wait for his own level 2 to get something back. But look at what Scar has to do in the mid lane, though. Daydream and Mashme pushing forward, really trying to zone him out.
And it's going to be a little bit difficult for the the early levels here as Diana, but it's not too bad as long as he doesn't get hooked. That's where all the pain's going to come from.
Okay, so Scar going to try to keep himself alive then and away from those early annoying blitzbait grabs. Crumbs has hit level 3, and we've seen junglers a lot of the time hit 3, then immediately run to their solo lane and defend the turret.
It looks like he's not going up to the solo lane. He's going more offensive down to his duo to try and put more pressure onto Shifter. And you can see the pink ward from Patoy does find this green ward, and they're going to sneak in behind him.
What a cool move. So some extra cooldown reduction on Crumbs. He's going to follow Patoy in. They've got the surround on a Shifter. This could be really bad for Ahri.
Daydreamin is rotating down, and Nintendo just finished the Wolves, so he's on the way too.
They've got a surround. It's going to be a 3-on-3. The charm lands on Patoy. He's going to flash away from the pulverize. Beautiful move by Shifter. And now Dignitas has been forced to run away, but looks like there's no capitalize for them to grab. So Flash is traded. Shifter 1v3 like wins that.
If Dignitas had waited another second to start that gank, then it would have been completely different and terrible for them because Nintendo and Daydreamin just barely got there. We just missed action by the split second right there. We almost had some explosive fights bottom.
That was impressive, but Crumbs, though, because that pink ward is still there, is looking for a reprise roll in this bottom lane, 3v2. He's waiting around. They might go for it.
And Fiddlesticks is very squishy early. He has 1 level in his Terrify already, though, so he's got 1 CC, and then Shifter also with the level in Charm. They do have 2 single target answers here, so that only leaves 1 extra member of Dignitas that will be free to use their character.
And of course, the exhaust is down. The lane is pushing, so they're getting farther and farther away from safety. There's the pulverize on a Shifter. He has no flash, taking a lot of damage, knocked into the air as well by Crumbs. Can he get the charm? First blood actually picked up by Nintendo, and he might just split Crumbs into Blobbits, or he might fight Cutie Pie, trading 1 for 1 so far, and he's still chasing Ezreal a bit. Toy did go down, though.
Crumbs still has his passive Cell Division as well, so even if he did pop that, it would be hard for Nintendo. He looks like he might even want to go for an Elastic Slingshot here.
Nintendo Smite is available. Crumbs' blue buff wears out. Damage in the mid lane, though. Scar down below half health. And he is just trying to last it in the turret. Mashme's not putting too much damage onto him. He does have that turret down to half, though.
Yeah, him and the turret both down to half. It looks like they're going to need some backup here. Even Patoy already heading over there.
Yeah, he definitely is trying to defend that one out. Scar not running completely out of consumables. He actually still has a health potion left in his inventory, but the people who have gone back to base do include Crumbs, who has kind of gone back there and picked up an early Sightstone.
Very even game so far. They did trade those kills, and the first blood went to Nintendo once again, but last time we saw it, the first 2 kills went to this tank jungle Fiddlesticks, and he wasn't able to make any further impact on the game.
So let's see if Dignitas can make that happen again and keep Nintendo from doing too many
flash.
things. He does still have flash, and you mentioned that he might just show up and get Zion Spartan running. Had the counter gank in the bottom lane, is lurking around. Daydream and actually roaming out from mid as well, but they're right on top of a ward.
Great job by Kiwi Kid. He backs off with that one. You don't want to hesitate when you see Fiddle and Blitz coming at you. He does have the spiderlings that come out when he goes into spider form too. So not only does he get that extra move speed, but he also gets some free blockage for hooks.
And speaking of people getting blocked, there is a ward right on that brush, blocking Nintendo from getting a gank into this mid lane. Dignitas, they've actually moved their dual lane back to mid to hold the turret up.
Crumbs is going to make an appearance, as is Nintendo, but the fight is up top right now. Level 6 Zion, level 5 Kiwi Kid.
Dodges in with Repel, trying to do damage. Zion Spartan, he's going to flash back in, pick up the kill on a Kiwi, and Crumbs is taking Ignite damage. He does get split into Blobbits right here, but Coast, they've taken so much damage, and Mashme has no mana or summoners. They can't pick up Crumbs. There's just a 1-for-0 top lane. Zion Spartan, 1v1 winning.
So he didn't really get anything out of the level 2 versus level 1 all-in, but the level 6 got there first as well, and he made use of that as well. Kiwi Kid actually took the bait a little bit there and went in with a Repel. Great outplay there from Zion, and he will start his roll up top.
And more than just a kill, look at the minions as well. Zion Spartan 52 to 29 in that 1v1.
It's exactly what happened in the previous game where he got going. He was already ahead in the lane as far as CS, and then he got a kill on top of it, which just solidified it. So now it's going to be extremely hard for anyone to 1v1 Zion, and he becomes a real nuisance up in that long lane because as Riven, he still has plenty of gap closers to get away from, even if you send 2 people at him.
And just to kind of solidify his advantage, he's even rushed a Hex Drinker off of that extra gold. He is completely itemizing to shut down Kiwi Kid 1v1.
Yeah, he's fine living up in that top lane now. He can actually start shoving Kiwi Kid off of CS2 and try and increase his lead.
Okay, so he's going to be fine up there. Nintendo's going to look for other things to do on the map. His blue buff has respawned. He might look to give that over to Shifter. The lane's actually resetting a lot this game, though. Coast back to 2v2 bottom with Dignitas. The mid laners are back to mid. Everything's kind of gone back to standard lanes.
Yeah, definitely. We have the 2 versus 2 bottom, and this is the 2 versus 2 that I actually really wanted to see because Alistar is a great counter to Blitzcrank. If you hook in the Alistar, then all you're gonna get are the horns. And Ezreal
maybe a pulverize.
He just finished the Elder Lizard, which is actually a really strong point of Blue Ezreal because it's such an efficient item. And when you finish that, you're actually at a pretty good spike right now, and he does a lot of damage. But an extra person.
They've gone in on Patoy. Here comes the Crowstorm. The fear of Patoy's not level 6. He's gonna go down from that one. PewDiePie 1v3. He's actually still fighting Nintendo. He almost gets the kill off that one. Has to Arcane Shift away. Great presence of mind to stick around. Just can't quite turn anything off of it.
Nintendo burning down, but he gets out of that one alive. And now we have Shifter joining the party.
He wants to hit Crumbs, but Crumbs is gonna jump over the wall and survive. Shifter, yeah, he's just lurking around. Got 3v2. I don't see much coming out of this one as Skara comes in as well to help.
Skara actually should have stayed mid and shoved that mid to make Shifter pay for roaming down bottom. His presence down here was actually just wasted time walking all the way through their jungle and then going to walk all the way back up. Wow, he could have gotten a little advantage there from the roam of Shifter not being effective.
But he's actually just staying bottom anyway. The wave gets cleared out. They don't get pressure on the turret, but Skara doesn't want to leave.
So much, wasted minutes here actually for both teams in the mid lane there, and it looks like it's going to culminate in a large battle royale down bottom, 3 versus 4.
Certainly grouping around that one. Only Shifter's gone back to base at this point. He will actually go back to mid himself. And Dignitas saying, no, we really want this turret. Skara has rejoined the squad. And look, there's so much initiations here for Dignitas. Crumbs wants to go in. He's going to jump on Nintendo. There's the dive in from Skara. Oh, Fiddlesticks actually flashes the pulverize, but the headbutt, but he gets a flash pulverize there. Patoy still in the mix, low on health, but has to get away.
Yeah, and Patoy's still level 5, so it's kind of dangerous here. There we go, hits the level 6, and now he'll have that answer, the ultimate for the Terrify like you're talking about whenever Nintendo does go in. PewDiePie with a little cheeky Mystic shot right there, and Daedream takes another one in the back.
Blitzcrank just keeps getting shot at. I mean, I guess he's a really big target, so it's nice practice. I should say target practice for PewDiePie, but they have completely taken control of this bottom lane now. Skara, it was a risk to spend so much time in that lane, but it finally turns into what just might be a turret for his troubles.
Yeah, it was actually great. And that was because Shifter decided to go back and head for that mid lane farm that we were talking about. That Dignitas take advantage of the numbers right there, dive the turret very easily. And that's really because they have Zach on their team. Zach is just one of the best at turret diving because of his passive, the Cell Division. You can stay in there and tank it all the way till the last hit, and then rely on your passive to get back up.
And even more than just like Zach, like look how easy it is for Dignitas to charge into fights too. They've got Alistar to follow up, Diana and Elise, like they all want to go ham on these guys.
That's why I like the Alistar pick more than the Janna pick as a counter to the big AoEs like Fiddlesticks, because Alistar also has a lot of offensive oriented abilities that he can use, plus the disengage from the headbutt.
So great champ select play then here from Dignitas to get some good synergies as well as the counter pick all in one. That's the mark really, I think, of a clever team when they manage to get things that work on both sides of that one. So we now look at Zion Spartan though. He is still just trying to man-mud up that top lane, has grown his minion lead to 30. You can see the gold lead is 800 because of that, despite the fact that Dignitas are winning in global objectives with that turret kill.
Yeah, Dignitas, their bottom turret take has been unanswered so far, but Zion Spartan up in the top lane has really just been making Kiwi Kid pay for the early lead that he got, and he's just increased it so far.
So I have a question for you then on how Coast can play this one out, because the Zion Spartan like pain train is certainly a thing that has worked well for them in the past. He's getting really big in that 1v1, but they're losing the rest of their map. At what point do they have to sort of pull him down and say, look, we need your help. Please help us team fight?
Well, there's two options. You could pull him down. You know, he could shove his lane and then come down for a dragon to force a dragon fight. Or you leave your extremely strong solo lane up there and make him draw more resources from Dignitas to that side of the map. So then, if you do have a fight around dragon, you have the numbers advantage.
That's a cool idea. We'll see what Coast ends up doing off of this one. And right now, though, Dignitas are happy to leave Zion up there. They say, no, we want to go hardcore. It's actually on a Nintendo, the fear, the knockup. This is so painful for Fiddlesticks. He's trying to just life drain up, and he can't do it. Skara, hardcore goes in, picks up the kill. Another one picked up for Dignitas, making it 3-3.
That's exactly why a lot of people stop picking Fiddlesticks, is because if you get engaged on without going on your ultimate, there's not a lot that you can do. You're so squishy. He can just take you down for free, basically. And that means that they have no more presence to contest this dragon.
Absolutely great job then to get those fights started and make sure they could knock people down. Dignitas, as we said, they got the numbers advantage out of that one, and they picked up that dragon. So another global going their way puts them up 2,000 gold now for their 4v4 efforts.
That's why I really liked the composition of Dignitas here. All of them picking champions with dashes. It's exactly what you need against Fiddlesticks. Even though he's going to go tank Fiddlesticks, if you can still get to him, you can burst him down fairly easily. If he doesn't get to use his ultimate, that is a huge part of his kit that he's really counting on.
All right, so far so good for the Dignitas squad, stopping the Crow Storm. We did just see them steal away the Golem buff just a minute ago after the Dragon, so a lot of this map is really going their way. However, Coast have found an answer. They've managed to collect people up into the mid lane 3 strong and take down mid turret.
That's a huge turret for them, but the Dragon's already gone, and the red buff is up right now. There's no wards for them right now, so Crumbs is probably just going to go grab that one, and then there won't be a lot that they can actually invade down there.
So we look at this game and we see about 1,000 gold difference, just a little bit separating these teams right now. Nintendo is actually picking up some of these solo side lane farm. Interesting, they're kind of funneling gold to him, so he's just gonna kind of keep building tanky in this game.
We've seen a couple different takes on the Elises. Some people preferring that extremely tanky build so you can actually stay in there and just make use of the base stats that she has that are so strong. A lot of people definitely like rushing spell penetration, but it looks like Kiwi Kid goes Tabby Boots instead.
Wow, he just wants to survive that lane. The Hex Drinker on the one side, the Ninja Tabby on the other. There's a haunting, guys. So a little bit of a mix for Kiwi Kid, but certainly a defensive tilt there. We'll be able to keep tabs on how that lane progresses. Still down 30, but again, we'll catch up on that some more. Dignitas, though, they're still keeping 4 people on the bottom side of the map. They just haven't really found anywhere to go. Like, after that first turret kill, they've not really seemed to threaten structures so much in the recent past.
Well, Dignitas do have some good wards now that are going to allow them to continue that push.
Okay.
We have the blue side jungle is completely warded up for them, and they're just allowing Cutie Pie here double buff Ezreal with 2 major parts of the blue build finished. So he actually is quite powerful at this point, and there's not a lot that that Coast can do to contest this. You can see they're scared already, giving up a lot of free damage on this turret.
They are scared indeed, and the wards might just spot out Nintendo. They're really paying dividends here as they collapsed up on that right-hand side lane. And no, it's just like the presence is scaring them back a little bit. A new minion wave comes in for Dignitas. They wave clear again here. They're certainly knocking at the front door. They're just not quite finding the battle they want. Zion Spartan, though, is going to be in a battle with Kiwi Kid. Kiwi's going in for as much damage as he can. Zion's going to go back for the fight. Ignite is on. There's the Wind Slash, but the Cocoon's going to stop Zion. Kiwi, though, still forced to run away. Flash available on both those top laners, and they're going to just trade away.
Kiwi definitely has to be very careful, even though that Ninja Tabby was a really good buy against Riven because a lot of her damage comes from auto attacks. He still takes so much burst. As you can see there, he didn't want to get outplayed once again with the flash stun from Zion.
The Hex Drinker was not even popped either, so as long as Kiwi was paying attention to that one, he would know there was still some more damage still to deal in that matchup.
the jungle control that Dignitas has been holding seems to be pushing up even more. We see Skara kind of trying to dive in there. The wards on the blue side jungle still holding strong, and here comes a bit of a roam towards the top lane. 3v2 for this turret, maybe.
This is kind of what they wanted, was for Zion to draw more people up top, but he's actually going to pay for that one with his life.
Hexdrinker pop, trying to shield up and flash away, and here comes the Crowstorm. Will it be enough? Skara Fjord under the turret, but the turret's not hitting him. Here comes Shifter on the backside as well. Kiwikin forced to flash away, but now Skara is surrounded. He does not have anywhere to go. The ults from Shifter will make that a 1-for-1, and here's the pull on a Kiwikin. Daydream is going to 1v1 the top laner. Granted, he had some help from his team, but Coast actually make that fight a 2-for-1.
So exactly what Coast were wanting. The one part of their team that was ahead was Zion. And they're like, okay, we're going to leave you up there as long as we can until you can draw people up there. He finally did, and they made him pay for it. 2-for-1 now to try and get the other part of Coast here, this other 4-man team, try and get it out on par with the rest of Dignitas.
And as the result, they've got themselves about 8 seconds left of power play. However, their group in mid, there's no turret for them to kill. It's Shifter who really gets the advantage. He ran to the top lane, capitalized on that kill, and took a turret.
Another big win for them. Now they have the opportunity to start placing wards in the blue side jungle of Dignitas and look to deny that all-important blue buff from Skara.
That's going to be really, really important for them. The ward control, we saw it almost pay off on the right-hand side. They pulled people over, nearly got that second turret down, nearly baited into a fight. Now this might just be Coast's turn to make the same thing happen. Dignitas, though, still feeling strong. Put a lot of pressure on mid. That turret is losing health very, very rapidly. The minion wave goes away, but they've got another one coming in. This might be another push soon from the Dignitas squad.
And they're going to have to send somebody up here to deal with Kiwikin because Zion has switched lanes. Now he's in the bottom, shoving that one by himself. And he has one ward at Tribush, but there's 3 members of Dignitas in the area.
That is a risky place to be then. He's going to go ahead and say, yeah, I'll back out of that one. Never mind. Didn't want to do too much there. Shifter was the man sent to stop Kiwikin in the top lane. And we mentioned how important this blue buff was. Daydream is coming down, but Scar's getting it pretty quickly.
Yeah, he tried to go for the blind hook over there, but Scar had already leashed the golem, so that was really, really lucky timing for Scar, and he does get his blue buff.
So really nice job then. He managed, really on both sides though, Coast had that golem timed out. You saw David come down at the right time, but again, smart leashing by Scar does save that one out. So now we've crested into the mid game. 19 minutes in, couple of low kills, but turrets have been under contention a lot this game. QtPie, he's progressing through that blue Ezreal build pretty nicely.
Yeah, and Dignitas need to make another move right now because QtPie just shoved this bottom lane, so that is going to go into the bottom turret, and it's going to force a move. It looks like the move is going to be a dragon.
Here we go. A lot of people grouped up. Patoy right around there. The fiddle bounces come through. Everyone's trying to contest for this one. Dragon taking more health. Blue team is slaying Dragon. The charm out of Patoy. This might be the wrong target, but the Crowstorm comes across. A lot of damage. Kiwikin falls over. Everyone else is still here. One for nothing. Patoy gets out. Crumb's now getting chased down as well. The hook! It's flashed. Beautiful job, but just the one for nothing. Still, though, Dignitas took the dragon for that.
Yeah, Crumb's really nice smite right there, even though Kiwikin got in there as well with execute damage, so he definitely did his part helping as well.
And Patoy's actually getting chased around through the map right now. He takes a shot from the turret, has boots mobility, so as long as he waits another 3 seconds, he'll run fast. He did get out of that battle. Dignitas also, even though they lost the fight, took down middle turret.
Yeah, and that was only had a few more hits on it. Really, QtPie going for this blue steal is another huge story. They get all 3 MAC objectives that are on the blue side. It looks like Don't Match Me has something to say about it, though.
All right, now Zion Spartan definitely said hello to the bottom lane and tried to stop that one out. Over at the blue buff, though, QtPie is running away from Mash Me and Shifter, but he's going to Arcane Shifter over the wall. That said, he did finish the steal.
Yeah, and something interesting to know about this QtPie build for his blue Ezreal, he did not put any points into W. He maxed his Mystic Shock and Arcane Shift first.
So a lot of mobility he's really emphasizing there. It's interesting because we've seen so many different takes on it. When NK entered the jungle Ezreal, he was using the Essence Flux a lot to help push mid with Vile Rose, and that seemed to pay off here. QtPie, though, I guess he's so afraid of Zion and Nintendo. I mean, I'm guessing here, I suppose, but he's just prioritizing that mobility. That'll be fun to look at and see how he progresses through this game. Of course, level 13, it's all for naught. So let's take a look at some of the rest of these players in the map. Kiwikin had a very rough opening, but he's just taking some of that side lane farm and trying to catch up in this game.
Yeah, Elise, pretty strong champion, even if you are behind. He did get some spell penetration with that Haunting Guise. But it looks like Nintendo gets engaged upon again.
They're just jumping in on the Fiddlesticks. A lot of damage there. The Let's Bounce. He's going to terrify Scar and just run forward, draining and tanking for his team. The rest of Coast are going to run away off of that sacrifice. Great engage by Dignitas. Another kill picked up.
Talked about the initiations from Crumbs before. It was a problem for them early, but he's been on point ever since. It looks like it just took a little bit of practice. Going straight to Nintendo is the perfect target because, again, no Crow Storm, no problem.
No Crow Storm, no problem indeed. We saw how those just really turn fights around, but Coast with the 4v5 still want to go in. Damage on a Kiwi Kid, the reinitiation from Crumbs. There's the ult coming out from Don't Mash Me. They're trying to find something. The hook does not land. Zion forced to run back as well, has popped his ult, and they just disengage. Nintendo's back alive.
Zion's trying to scare everyone off with his big sword, just waving that around, trying to protect the rest of his team, and they got away. They should actually wait here until Nintendo can get into position. Still has that Crow Storm available.
Does throw some bounces around, silences up the team. He's looking for it. The rest of Coast actually lurking around the corner, maybe for a counter engage.
They've been pinged out, though.
They have been pinged out. Nintendo tried to bait it. He couldn't quite have it happen, so Coast re-engaged in the mid lane, cleared this one out, and now they've got to realize, you know, Nintendo, you've been getting jumped on a lot. They've got to, I feel like they've got to position a little bit differently to get their fights going the right way.
Both of these jungle champions really benefit from Fog of War, and so that means the important buy right now are oracles for both these teams. You can see Daydreamin picks one up right now. They need to have a really good Fiddle ultimate, because if he keeps getting initiated on like that, you're still going to get the same results over and over.
Let's see then if they can make some different moves then out of that one. Daydream, and oh, Scarra nearly jumps on him. Close one there. Not too long the cooldown on his ultimate, so no big worry from that jump.
And Patoy with an Oracle buy of his own wants to clear them out, so Zach can do pretty much the same thing. If Crumbs is able to initiate from Fog of War, then he'll have such a better chance of landing some of those game-changing initiates instead of the flubbers that he started out with.
All you're going to see is a shadow when he makes his way in, and by that point you know it's too late. He's going to jump on you. He's going to bounce around. Your life's going to be pain. Not going to be a fun thing. Daydreaming, though, happily sweeping out wards with his Oracle, so the war on the Fog of War starting to go Coast away a little bit.
Yeah, so if you're talking about the shadows of Zach, a lot of people actually aren't even aware. When he starts his Elastic Slingshot, you can get an indicator. If you look for that shadow constantly, that's what you want to dodge. So if you guys are having a hard time with that, then maybe that's a little tip that can help you out.
Pro tips from Kobe here. Make sure you play well against Zach, because I'm sure after these weeks of games, a lot of people are going to really be picking him back up and making sure they see if they can play as well as Crumbs and Meteos and the rest of the gang here who've run him a lot.
That one's actually courtesy of Meteos.
Courtesy of Meteos. Fair enough. Either way, guys, we've got a good game on our hands. Just 1 kill and 0 turrets really separate these teams. Only 2,000 gold apart as well. They've been looking for structures over and over, but the pushes, they've been defended pretty well on both sides.
Yeah, it's an extremely close game, as most of them have been in the North American LCS Super Week so far. And everybody getting up around Baron really makes me nervous, because we've seen countless throws around this Baron pit.
The noob trap, it's Saint who calls it that, I believe. And is going to make sure his team groups up. They've swept out Vision here. Dignitas are keeping the opposing team in the dark. And you're seeing Scarra constantly sweep out the mid lane. The top lane is pushing for minions as well. The map definitely going Dignitas' way.
Dignitas has to, take advantage of this, though. You're right. The map's pushing top. But where else are they threatening? It doesn't really matter if they let Coast clear that without making some other objective, pressuring it at least, then they're not going to gain anything from that. And it's just free money for Coast.
They were trying to bait out a fight on the bottom side. Unfortunately, it was sniffed out just enough, and then Daydreamin turned around. No Cocoon's going to land there, and Dig are looking for their next chance. They all run through a ward. Coast knows where they're at, and now the Coast is the team actually trying to control the Baron side.
Cutie Pie's a little bit far away from this one. The Dragon is up as well, though, so there's 2 different options. Crumbs right now and Dignitas, they could either go straight up the middle to push this turret, or they can retreat right after that and go for that Dragon, burn it down very quickly. They have plenty of damage on them right now. They can actually just rush this one down.
And rush it down they are going to. They've got plenty of damage, as you say, and Ghost is running towards them. I don't know if they're running fast enough. I'm a Cutie Pie is actually standing there trying to zone them out on the backhand side. Arcane shifts back, tosses out the Q. Dragon down below half health, and Coast is going to say, well, we'll maybe try to push mid, but Dragon's yours.
Yeah. Blue Ezreal at this point is basically like a wall of ice over here. He can continually slow you, and he can actually heads up stop the whole Coast team by himself. He could zone them from Dragon. Patoy has to use his ulti.
And the charm is used after he uses the ulti to put him back into the team. However, with the ult damage reduction, he does not get dropped low enough. He does walk away from that successfully. But heck, an ultless Patoy might just be what Coast needs.
That's a huge cooldown for Alistar because as a support, he's not that tanky yet. He really relies on the ultimate to be able to survive all in the team fights.
So the next 90 seconds could make or break this game, as Coast says, your Alistar is not tanky. The rest you can jump in, but at least the cow can be turned into some nice beef. We can have a little meal off of them. Dignitas trying to hold their mid lane. Patoy's healed back up. Pull almost lands on Ascara. Looks like that push is not going to turn into anything for Coast.
They're just going to back off once again because the top and bottom lanes are both slowly pushing here for Dignitas. Right now, Dignitas, again, they need to make a move to capitalize on the 2 pushing lanes that they have. So they're going to go straight up the middle and force Coast to make a decision. Do we give up our top lane farm that's going to be up there and try and defend this turret? Nintendo looks like he's in a precarious situation once again.
Constantly Crumbs is jumping onto him and making his life difficult. The initiations onto Fiddlesticks, getting onto him so he can't crow storm onto you, has been kind of the name of the game for Dignitas. They've done a very good job of making sure they get on Nintendo.
They're going to have to keep him interested here, and the Vision Wars are going to be very important.
There we go. A lot of damage on Nintendo. The ult is not yet up for Patoy. He's going to go down. Zion Spartan grabs the kill. Crumbs jumps back in. It's a 5v4. Let's Bounce comes across. Daydreaming in the front, and the dive comes in. Zion dropped incredibly low. He's still trying to run away. Zion does get dropped down, but Shifter and the Crowstorm are coming back in. So much damage going back onto the Dignitas squad, but now Mashby's under fire. They'll pull back onto Kiwi Kid, but Kiwi is so big now. He picks up 1, he picks up 2, and Dignitas just wiped the floor with Coast.
So easy to clean up with this Dignitas team where everyone's got jumps and dashes. Blue Ezreal is probably the best champion there is for cleaning up after a team fight like that. And even though Patoy didn't have his ult and he got exploded first, they were able to focus down Zion, who was the carry for this Coast team, and most of the damage was on Zion. So after he's gone, it's only Don't Mash Me.
So amazing team fight mechanics then, and the Baron does indeed go down. Great team fight prioritization by Dignitas, and a great capitalization as well. Took the team fight, took a global objective.
And Cutie-Pie's not done. He wants more objectives after this. He's going to get some nice damage onto this turret here, even face-tank it for a little bit. We have the Blitz as well as Home Guard, Boots of Mobility, Fiddles coming. Will Fiddles give up on the chase? He will. He should.
Yeah, he should. Daydreaming wants a little part of that as well, but an Iceborne Gauntlet Q to the face says, no, stop chasing Blue Ezreal.
No. Now they're going to retreat with this fancy purple buff that will definitely give them the upper hand on taking down the secondary ring of turrets. It's actually very easy for Dignitas to dive a turret because of that cell division on Zac. He can be the one to initiate. He can start it off with a slingshot and then bounce around. He doesn't even care if he's tanking the turret whole time because as soon as he pops the passive, it'll reset.
And it doesn't even have to be Crumbs. I mean, you talked about, getting the reset and the reset on aggro, right, and not falling down. I mean, Kiwi Kid's got Repel, Skara got his Zonias already, Patoy's got his Alistar ultimate. Every single guy in Dignitas is ready to charge anything.
And Blue Ezreal Arcane Barrages do hurt. Don't Mash Me just takes a third of his life from that one. It has to recall and put out the fire.
So the fire department calling a little bit for those guys. They're going to heal themselves back up, and now it is time for, you said, the tower diving is available. Dignitas wants to get on a secondary ring of turrets, 3-3, but it could be turned around very soon. Crumbs, Dignitas, the rest of the gang. Actually, no, it's Scar being sent bottom, so he's going to actually split while the rest of Dignitas hold the team hostage here in mid.
Actually, a pretty decent choice by them. They have the upper hand right now, and they don't need to rush it as Dragon comes up, 1 minute and 30 seconds or so. The pull! Oh. Nice snag there by Daydreaming.
He was trying to steal his own blue buff smite. Oh, he used it too early, and Crumbs gets it. Oh my gosh, that is going to be a little bit heartbreaking for Coast.
And I don't know if Nintendo is trying to give that to Shifter, but yeah, if you can see the other jungler right next to the buff, then you should definitely be using your smite to finish off the buff and not be trying to give it to one of your teammates.
And here comes the dive in. Crumbs in the middle. The enemy team, a lot of tankiness on him. Pole goes back into Kiwi Kid, and the team could be ready to re-engage, but Zion Spartan just goes down first. Kiwi does drop as well. They've traded top laner so far, but Crumbs is going to re-engage. Look for another fight. The turret's been grabbed by Dignitas. That's still a win.
There's the tower dive that we were talking about, but they actually were not able to manage the tower aggro correctly, and Kiwi Kid bites the dust.
Bites the dust. The cost of a turret, 11-9, 4-3. A couple of numbers in Dignitas' favor. PewDiePie just has no fear, and in front of the enemy base is like, I'm going to take this minion wave, no one's going to touch me, all is well.
This is classic PewDiePie. You know, he first did this on Draven, where he would shove his lane just, you know, into almost 40 minutes into the game. Does not care who they send at him. As Blue Ezreal, he can be even more overconfident and overextend even further.
So definitely playing his champion to the limit, and despite those, some could say overextensions, he's still managed to not die at all this game. 4-0-6. Gotta say that Blue Ezreal is well beyond the item threshold he needs.
Yeah, the only thing now is he's going to start picking up, you know, some lifesteal with that last item slot after he sells his Doran's Blade, and from that point, he will not only be able to kite you around a full team fight, but he'll be sustaining himself the entire time.
PewDiePie, definitely hard to deal with. Has the lizard buff as well, so he's going to match the purple with a little bit of red. He's going to get the 2 lizard buffs onto himself so he can make people burn and die in fires, and that's going to be just grand for the Blonde Explorer. Dignitas, yeah?
PewDiePie also always starts, you know, the 3 lifesteal quintessences when he does his Blue Ezreal build, so, you know, he's had some, but he's definitely going to look for a nice boost on that one.
Okay, so when he gets more items, he'll be even happier. But for now, he's at least got some sustain that he wants. The Dignitas squad are looking to collapse back in on this one. Looks like they're running for the top lane right now. That is one of those secondary turrets still available. And the Batoy Oracles is really starting to crush the vision out from Coast.
Both teams, again, with the Oracles. Yeah. It's really been a constant fight, and neither of them can surrender that fight, because once you give up the vision and you resign yourself to just having Dignitas have complete control of your jungle, then that's when you lose your entire outer ring of secondary turrets, and you're really just going desperate at that point.
You really, really are. You're seeing those wards try to be put out in the jungle, just not really doing much, except give 25 gold over to Patoy. A 5th turret does go down that top lane push, very successful. Coast just waiting around, trying to wait out the Baron buff, or wait till they have some kind of opening, because they're not right now looking for fights against Dignitas at all.
No, Coast, what they're looking for are some really good pulls by Daydreamin. They have to rely on catching someone out of position here, because the straight up 5 vs 5s have not been in their favor, and Dignitas have so many tools to dive a turret. Even under a turret, it's going to be extremely hard for them. So they have to get a pull on someone, you know, on Scar or PewDiePie, to get them to burn their Arcane Shift or their Zhonya's early and kite it, only to have a chance in the 5 vs 5.
That's going to be difficult, but we'll see if Coast can have the organization for it. PewDiePie and co. pushing down the mid turret. A lot of skill shots went out. Didn't quite land, though. PewDiePie still looking for some poke. The smite being used on a cannon minion. Coast are using everything they can to try to keep their turrets alive. They're just barely holding on.
Now, Dragon is up again, so they could just retreat and go for the safe play and get even more gold right now. But they really should be looking to pressure soon, because if you're just going to leave this game go longer and longer, we've seen so far in the North American LCS that throws are happening, you know, all the time. So they've got the lead right now, and you should probably make something happen here before. Oh, there we go. Something is happening. Daydreamin does get caught.
Yeah, Scar doing a bunch of pain to him right there. Patoy's coming nearby. Another Q comes out. There's the headbutt pulverize. Oh, PewDiePie almost got to steal that one away. Patoy flashes, takes that one, says, no, Scar, I want 300 gold. Thank you very much. Ups that KDA.
So Patoy was going to walk away and give that one to the PewDiePie snipe, but since PewDiePie missed, he's thinking, that one's mine now. Forget you, Scar. I'm flashing for it.
Now we know where Patoy's loyalties really lie. He was AD carry, not his other teammates. Crumbs looking for an engage on the left-hand side. Doesn't want to jump in. The turret's going to go down, and Baron has respawned. Dig's got a new objective.
Yeah, at this point, it's really the slow strangle for Dig. They have pretty much complete command of the rest of this game. They're making all of the first moves, and it's up to Coast to try and respond to them. Without Blitzcrank, it means they're just going to have to go for a brawl here.
Oh my gosh, that is jump in on Nintendo. He tried to go for a cross over the wall maybe, but just completely got shut down. Oh, he has reset this one a little bit, and Dig re-engages for Baron Nashor. Coaster still on the outside though.
Fiddles is so low, and he doesn't have a Zanya, so if he Crow Storms in, he's going to get blown up.
They got a lot of damage in a Scar though. He's dropped very, very low. The re-engage in from Crumbs flashes in for the Let's Bounce, and now Daydreamer's in front. Crumbs has to get back out. He's taken so low. Zion Spartan is now in the mix. Can he get the damage? Kills off Scar. Cutie Pie and Cutie Kid are low. Cutie Pie still chasing around. Shifter looks for something. They get the damage on a Cutie, and they've just traded kills back and forth. 3 dead for Dignitas. Crumbs forced to jump away, but he's now outnumbered. He's running and running and running. Cutie Kid gets a kill on Daydreamer off screen. There it is. 2 kills, and there is the Crow Storm, the Terrify as well. Look how tanky Crumbs is, but he does go down. 4-2, Coast wins that.
Happy birthday, Nintendo. You finally get to use a Crow Storm this game, and you get rewarded with a kill. But great job by Coast to kite Dignitas back into their red jungle. And they're going to be rewarded with the Baron here. The throws that we were just talking about. Always have to do right around Baron, and Coast are right back in this game.
Oh dear, and look at that, Nintendo back to full health. I'm surprised actually that Mashpee is still taking it with Nintendo full with max drain, but they're still going to take it down without any real worries. Ooh, I think they killed it. Nice, Daydream spawned in time, so 4 Baron buffs here on Coast.
Definitely a huge benefit the more champions you get that on. They would love to have it on Zion, because he is, you know, the carry for the team, and he did start out the strongest, but you don't want to risk something like that. In solo queue, I know a lot of people were like, wait 10 seconds till I'm up. What? Are you kidding? I'm not waiting 10 seconds to leave this Baron up.
I actually saw that in the CLG Curse game as well. It's like, enemy jungler's alive, they have no wards on him, and I'm like, GG's spawning in like 3 seconds. No!
No. Don't wait for it. Get it now. Don't care if you grab the Baron buff. Cutie Pie is going to grab a red one for himself, though, and it's a consolation prize. Not as good as the purple one, but it definitely complements the blue Ezreal build so very well, just giving him more on-hit damage.
And just look at the jungle control as well that Dignitas have continued to exude. That blue buff that Scar is wearing right now that he just stole, that's like 5 in a row they've taken from that camp.
Even with, you know, the recent win in the team fight and the Baron buff, Coast still down a lot of gold right now. So they definitely know that they haven't won the game yet. They've just got a foothold here, and they have to build upon this and hope for some more Daydream plays here. Hopefully he didn't get a hook that time. He actually got caught, but it worked out the same. So
if I can't pull you into me, I'll have you jump on, and then we'll call it equal. We'll say I hit the skill shot after all.
Noble sacrifice.
Crumbs obliging once in a while. So Dignitas is going to group up and say, yeah, okay, we'll keep pushing on. And actually, this looks a little bit more Dignitas-esque. They're actually pushing multiple lanes at a time now with Cutie Pie on the right-hand side, the rest of the team near mid, and now Scara going towards top.
With all 3 lanes being pushed at the same time, they'll actually be a bit trickier for them to play because Zion has picked up a GA now. So even if they are able to burst him down, he can get back up. And Riven is one of the best champions to buy a Guardian Angel on, because waiting for the cooldowns for her to come back up means when she gets back up, she'll have that same amount of life that everyone else does, but she can activate a ridiculously big shield and gains so much from lifesteal. Since her passive increases her attack damage, the lifesteal on her is just ridiculous when she gets back up. So you really have to just completely burst her down or CC her as soon as she gets back up from that GA.
So good luck Dignitas, because Zion Spartan's being protected by a team of players who like to crowd control all of you, charm some people, fear you for a while, and have 2 area effect silences. So Dig, if you can do it, my hat's off to you guys. Nintendo, though, he's got to just hold on to this mid lane right here. I mean, it's so funny. You talked about it, how they're still behind in gold, but the team with Baron is the team who's defending.
Yeah, and right there, Cutie Pie did have an opening to go for that bottom turret, but the rest of his team were not in position to keep up the vision and keep up the pressure in mid, so you can't really do that 2-pronged attack if you only have 1 prong working.
1-pronged attack, not nearly as powerful, or as as well described in history, really. Cutie Pie still just pushing down that bottom lane, though. That 1 prong is there. But actually, the rest of Coast now have turned it around. They said, you know what? We're tired of defending. They're actually now pushing down mid finally.
forcing Coast to do a tower dive would actually be okay with Dignitas. They have so many invulnerabilities and dashes at their disposal that they can kite around under a turret for a really long time.
But Cutie is still being sent to push the right-hand side. Crumbs just dives right in there after a hook. Spartan has to jump out. There's the headbutt pulverize. Hits don't match me. Blue turret has gone down. They're starting to trade their bases right now as Cutie is still pushing in the bottom corner. The 5v4 is still in effect. Crumbs actually waiting around with low health. The inhibitor losing a bunch of as well. And there we go. The inhibitor's gone. Cutie making his moves down at the bottom lane still.
The reason Crumbs was hanging around with such low life is they wanted to stop the recall, but Zion got it off, and he has home guards, so he's going to try and stop Kiwi Kid from answering for another inhibitor, and there's another fight. Don't Mash Me is in trouble.
And oh my gosh, everyone is diving right in. Daydreaming goes down. Skara, ooh, nice Zonia's right there. Will they get to chase him down? No, he flashes out of that one, so a 1-0, and Cutie is being defended by Zion, so no one hip trade. No, the flash fear, can they pick up Crumbs? It's going to be close. The rest of the team is still around. The Drain is doing some damage. Kiwi Kid is low. Oh my gosh, Crumbs! There we go, he dodges the shadow, but that dude is a little outnumbered here. They're trying to run back. Cutie has actually rejoined his team. This battle's still going.
Crumbs. He's a little bit too far here, and Cutie does get stunned.
The flash stun, the ult comes across. Mashme's so low on health. Cutie still getting chased around, but where do they even go? He's kiting Zion Spartan. Mashme has to dodge a Q right there, but they get the bloblets. Crumbs does go down. Zion still trying to chase forward. Finally gets a knock-up on a Cutie. Oh, the dash, he dodges the stun, and Cutie is still kiting.
You're going to have to see some really strong blue Ezreal mechanics right here because Cutie Pie's had plenty of practice, and he's going up against two people, and Nintendo goes in.
Oh my gosh, no, the Arcane Shift Flash, he doesn't get terrified. I don't think Nintendo had the mana for it, and he gets out.
Not quick enough on the trigger finger there. It only cost 105, and it was on the cusp.
Close to that.
Very, very, very close there. We'll give it to him so he didn't have the mana. But yeah, one of the other interesting things really was highlighted in that fight is how when Zach gets lower and lower on HP, his champion size, the model, actually gets smaller and smaller as he turns into this cute little mini Zac Gumby figurine. And it actually bit the dust there too. So that was cell division down now for Crumbs, as well as him dying.
Great job then here for these Coast guys to turn something around and put themselves, you said it was a foothold a while ago. It seems like that foothold is growing a little bit more, even maybe a slight ledge, maybe a 2-foot hold. They're still down a couple thousand gold, but they actually finally broke into the base. They actually did take out an inhibitor, and that really changes what they can do to the map.
It's huge when you have the difference between an inhibitor turret or an exposed inhibitor. You don't have to do that tower dive once more. You can force an open fight. If Dignitas really want to have another team fight, they can do it right now because they're starting Dragon and they have vision.
They do have vision, and Scar is so far away. Oh, I'm a Cutie Pie. Hats off, exceptionally well played. Steals that one out. Didn't need a team fight.
Blue Ezreal mechanics indeed does get the Dragon steal, and they don't have to go contest the Dragon. Scar wasn't even in the vicinity, so it wasn't a problem here. It looks like Crumbs gets another nice initiate.
He's jumped right in. So much damage on Don't Mash Me. He's falling over. This AD carry from Coast is likely to fall over, but he's not quite. There we go. They've traded a couple of kills, and Dignitas still in the middle of the mix, and so much damage coming across. Only Zion Spartan is left alive. Just wipes the floor with Coast. He goes for Kiwi Kid. The Zonia's was popped, though, and Zion's going to fall over. He's got the Guardian Angel. However, he is surrounded. Only one kill picked up. Damage on a Patoy tries to jump out of this one. He might just be able to do it. No, the knockup from Crumbs. Nice kill picked up. Ace for Dignitas.
Talk about a beautiful initiate. Not only did Crumbs get a short hop over the Wraith Wall, but Patoy was on the backside flanking the rest of Coast so that nobody could get out. The Alistar did not let any man pass this day, and the inhibitor's not going to be the only thing going down.
Not at all, because they're still looking to inch forward. There's no minions in the base just yet, so it's going to be a backdoor bonus enemy base, but they've got a bunch of people here. They're going to start putting pressure on this turret. 15 seconds left on any of the major respawns here. This could just be enough, actually, for Dignitas. The first Nexus turret is going down. Minions flooding into the base as well, making a lot of good moves here. Second turret likely to fall. 6 seconds left on any of the respawns. Only Daydreaming up right now. Flashes in for the silence, gets knocked up for the enemy team, and it's now the exposed Nexus at this point. Crumbs so low on health. Here comes Crows, everyone on from the team. Double kill picked up, going in for Cutie Pie. Cutie Pie tries to take it down. No, that is 3 kills picked up, and now only Scar and Patoy are alive. And here comes the counterattack from Coast.
Over a minute left on the death timers for all 3 of them, and Coast are going to make a beeline straight for the Dignitas base. This could be the throw of a lifetime.
And Patoy is getting chased down. Daydream pops wards as he runs down. Pops the overdrive as well. Patoy's gonna have to dodge this one. I don't know if Daydream actually wants to necessarily go for it. Is he like delaying the hook? There's the headbutt pulverize. He's gonna stop Daydream in a bit, but the silence comes across. Here comes Scar. He picks up one. Fear off. Shifter's right there. He Zonius the charm. Now can they turn this one back around? He flashes out of the base. The ult is whiffed, but there's still 30 seconds for these guys to take down the base. Scar has to recall right now. There are minions flooding in.
That was so essential to the that could have been the game. If Patoy had gone down right there and Scar hadn't come in for the kill, it would be completely over, but they're still gonna have to run for this one. Home guards on Scar. It means that he can contest. Inhibitor respawns at the perfect time.
10 seconds left. The first turret's going to go down. They still have minions. There comes the initiation on the Zion. Spartan, a lot of damage to the Scar. Scar does not have Zonius, but he does take a lot of damage. Zion picks up the kill. Patoy getting shot as well. They go for another turret. The respawns are coming. The Nexus is going down. Can Coast do it? Patoy CCing everyone, and here comes Kiwi Kid. AD carry falls down. They go for the Nexus. They get it. Coast turns it around and grabs the win.
One of the closest games that we've seen in a long time. Both Nexuses going so close. We'll let them speak for themselves.
Suck at calling, dude.
I almost threw that game, but we won.
Zion is bad.
You can tell they're a little excited right now.
a little excited. The thumbs up there. Wow.
I don't even play this game.
I'm a little stunned right now. I can't even talk about the game very well.
Talk about a super week.
Oh my gosh.
Dignitas goes for the all-in on the Nexus. Get it down to 50% before Coast just respawn and come out blazing with home guards all over. Clean up
one day.
Dignitas and then make a beeline straight for their Nexus, answering it back and able to finish it so close.
Oh my, and both Nexus dives were even the same. It was, okay, turret goes down, Okay, your Nexus is here.
Inhibitor respawns halfway through.
Hero Inhibitor nearly won that game for Dignitas. You mentioned the clutch save from Patoy, right? They killed Daydreamin', then they both got out and recalled and got some health back. And then Patoy like CC'd everybody. Like they were all in the air with the Nexus exposed, and it was like they might have the exact same thing happen here where they die with an exposed Nexus.
I thought that was going to be game-breaking by Daydream and holding onto his hook so long, not wanting to use it on Patoy and get pulverized. And then when Scar came in and finished him off and Patoy got away, but it didn't matter. They were able to finish off not only the respawn inhibitor, but also the Nexus, and a well-deserved win right there. Such a close game. That's got to be heartbreaking for Dignitas.
Oh, yeah.
But definitely congratulations to Coast.
So Dig definitely in a lot of crazy games. I can still hear them yelling in the background.
Yeah.
They're not even done feeling this one. But guys, we've got to take a short break. But when we return, Team Coast Zion Spartan will join us to talk about their exciting win. And then Vulcan and Counter Logic Gaming battle to end their Super Weeks with a victory. Day 3 of the North American LCS Summer Split continues right after this. 10 seconds left. The first turret's going to go down. They still have minions. There comes the initiation on the Zion. Spartan. A lot of damage on Scar. Scar does not have Zonius, but he does take a lot of damage. Zion picks up the kill. Patoy getting shot as well. They go for another turret. The respawns are coming. The Nexus is going down. Can Coast do it? Patoy CCing everyone. And here comes Kiwi Kid. AD carry falls down. They go for the Nexus. They get it. Coast turns it around and grabs the win.
One of the closest games that we've seen in a long time.
Welcome back, everyone, to week number 1 of the North American LCS Summer Split. Now, before we get into our next match between Vulcan and Counterlogic Gaming, I'd like to welcome Team Coast's top laner and recent high school graduate, Zion Spartan, to the desk. So, Zion, I want to talk to you about, I mean, there's a lot to talk about in that game. Let's start early game, because your champion select here, you went for a Riven and just dominated your top lane.
Yeah, so Riven's just one of the champions that fits my playstyle. She's really strong late game, and if you get ahead, she snowballs really hard. So that's kind of like the playstyle I look for. Champions that snowball really hard and that are great when you get ahead, get advantages in lane so that you can carry your team and kind of just like help them out, which I almost actually threw that last game, which was really scary. I was like, hey, guys, let's go bottom, and then Zach jumps on our whole team, and we're all just freaking out, and wow, that was just a crazy ending to that game.
Yeah, seriously.
So when games do get that close and it's down to the Nexus versus Nexus both exposed, every second matters. Who is the voice on your team that you guys are all listening to at that point, and how does the communication go down?
Well, I'd usually say it's like me, Don't Mash Me, or Nintendo that calls something, and I was like, hey guys, let's go bottom, and that was probably like the worst call I ever made because all 5 of us grouped up for like Zach ulti and all that, and Brandon's like, yeah, I think I'm going to start doing the late game calls, so I don't know if it's going to be me doing all the late game calls anymore, but you know, I try to help out, and it's mostly just like everybody just kind of says things when they think it's appropriate. We don't really have anybody who's like designated shot caller or anything.
So most of that game, you guys were actually behind a little bit early on. You won your lane. The rest of the game was a little harsh for you guys. How do you keep yourselves sort of in the right mindset? How do you turn that game back around?
I always like to look on the bright side. One of the things I always say to my team is like, don't worry, guys. We have the better late game. And I'll just like repeat that. Like people are like getting sad and down. I'm like, guys, we have the better late game. Just like repeat that, you know, keep morale up. And if you like just keep your morale up, you won't get out of the game. You'll like fight. You're like, claw your way back up, and you'll make these comebacks, and you won't give up. And that's when the truly great games happen. And that's kind of what we did. We just didn't give up, even though we were behind a little bit. You know, we just kept our heads in the game, and we just won.
So speaking of great games, I want to talk about some of your Riven play a little bit more, because you crushed your lane really hard. And then I want to so you said, I want to win lane, and then I want to carry my team from there. So I want to ask how you transition from a winning lane to carrying a team into the mid and late.
Okay, so winning lane is just such a huge impact on the game, because if you're ahead of your opponent, you can deny them from farm, you can go gank other lanes, you have more map pressure, and the enemy's scared to do things. So when you're ahead on your opponent, you can just get farther and farther ahead, especially if you're playing the right champion. That's kind of how my whole playstyle is centered. If Nintendo gets off a good gank, or that 1v1 with Kiwi Kid, I live with like 50 health. Once I won that 1v1, after I got that kill, I just got further and further ahead, and I was just really strong. And that just made me really useful to be able to just kill carries, and like in team fights, like I'd like kill Scar really fast if I ever got on him. I didn't really get a chance to get on PewDiePie, but when you get that ahead in lane, you can just transfer these gains into other parts of the map, and your pressures fall all across the map, and you really make a meaningful impact.
So I want to ask you a follow-up then on playing a melee champion. You mentioned that you were able to get on Scar and kill him, but you never got on the AD carry, on PewDiePie, who's normally such a valuable threat to get rid of. What do you do when you're melee and you're just getting kited all day by an AD carry?
That's one of the points when you're just like, okay, I'm just going to stop chasing this guy. I spent about 2 minutes chasing I'm a PewDiePie through a jungle, and he had the Iceborne Gauntlet and like 40% cooldown reduction. I couldn't catch up to him, so I just kind of needed to be like, okay, I can't catch him. I'm going to try to kill the people in the team fight I can catch, and when he gets in a vulnerable position, then I'll jump on him and try to kill him really fast, because he's still really squishy, but he's just hard to get onto. So I just have to focus what I can, because you can't get too tunneled onto one champion. Like on CLG double lift, everybody will start focusing, and they're like, oh, we got to get double lift, got to get double lift. But then that kind of works out to their advantage, because they're all trying to tunnel for this 180 carry when the rest of their team is just tearing them apart. So you need to just focus what you can sometimes.
So it sounds like when you guys are making your picks, you focus a lot more on your own champions and your own lanes. What is your idea on this tank jungle fiddlesticks, and how do you guys adopt to having that one on your team?
I definitely love having tank fiddlesticks on my team because I can just build full carry. That game I didn't really build all damage, but usually I love to go like stack Bloodthirsters on Riven and just do a bunch of damage. It's like you're another carry. And with tank fiddlesticks, you just get all this CC and like tankiness. So instead of just building tanky on a top laner, I can just build more damage, and then I do more damage, and then we already have utility from the jungler. So when I get all this extra farm, I get to use it to my advantage more because I'm not building tankiness, I'm building more damage.
Cool. So final question for you before we send you on your way. You guys are off to a pretty good start here in this split. Of course, second place last split. You got the world playoffs, potentially in your way. Where do you how do you see yourselves going in the rest of the split here?
I just think we have to work out a couple things, and I definitely think we can finish first in the split. Cloud9 looks really strong, but I think when we played them, we were up in the early game. We just made a couple mistakes that we can fix just through practice and stuff. And I think Cloud9's definitely beatable, and I think that we can take first. And I think we just need to work out a couple of things, and we'll be fine.
All right, Zion, thank you very much, and good luck to you in your quest for first place in the split. We'd love to see you guys in the World Playoffs and crushing faces here in North America. Now, guys, we've got more matches today. Both Counterlogic Gaming and Vulcan have a lot of respect for their opponents, but that doesn't mean that the Bulgarian gangster and his crew will be looking to put the hurt on Counterlogic's new roster.
CRG's new roster is pretty interesting. I'm interested to see how they'll perform.
I see Vulcan's potential. I think they're really good, actually. They're probably still a top 3 LCS team. I don't know exactly where they stand, but their roster is really solid.
CLG right now, I feel like the beginning of the season is definitely going to be a roller coaster.
Chaucer, being in the sub-aura now, he'll be able to control double left a bit more.
For Nian going top and Big Fat going jungle, it's a lot to work around. They're definitely all good players. It's definitely going to take them time to adjust.
All strong individual players and decent teamwork, so it's going to be hard games against them, but we can hopefully pull out a victory.
And now it's time for our 6th match of the day, Vulcan versus Counterlogic Gaming. And CLG is coming off their second win of the season after taking down Curse in another exciting back-and-forth game.
Just like their first 3 games, CLG fluctuated between making incredible plays and big mistakes. This time they made just enough plays to come out with the victory. They also used a different comp than we're used to seeing from CLG. They had a lot of other damage dealers and spread around the kills. It wasn't all double lift. In fact, Nian Tonto came up big in this game, and so far this summer, he's been able to make plays in the late game after he's done with the laning phase.
So excellent job by him. Yeah, he's going positive so far just after being new to the role. So CLG is riding high after their last win, but Vulcan comes into this game off one of their worst losses in the summer at the hands of TSM.
Vulcan got behind early. They lost their blue buff and gave up first blood, and after that, there was nothing they could do to stop the bleeding. But Vulcan have some confidence coming into this game. The last time they played CLG, they knocked them out of the playoffs and into the summer promotion tournament. Plus, ManCloud, we have to mention him. We can't talk about Vulcan without mentioning ManCloud. He's been playing very solid for Vulcan this entire summer. He's very resilient. Even when he gets behind early, he's been able to come back and make game-changing plays.
And what's really impressive about that graphic as well is he's had some games where he had a 1-in-5 start or a 1-in-5 end result, and he's still coming out positive in this league so far. So a lot of great All-Stars there. And of course, let's take a look at the rest of these All-Stars here. Take a look at the starting lineups. The blue side, it is Vulcan. Psycho Sid in the top lane, Smithy in the jungle, Mandatory Cloud in the mid lane, Zuna on AD carry, and Bloodwater the support.
And on the red side, it's CLG. Nian Tonso's up top. Big Fat LP is in the jungle. Link is middle, double lift on AD, and Chauster supporting.
So guys, we're about to head into Champion Select, but first, let's take a look at who you guys think is going to win this matchup. According to LOLesports.com, 63% of you guys think that CLG will win their second game of the day.
Some confidence right here. They think, CLG's on a roll, and they've gotten so much practice already this week because all their games have been so long that maybe they're getting more comfortable in their new roles.
I think they're getting a lot better. They're doing pretty well overall. Nian's shown up, and he's done great. So Champ Select has begun. We're going to see what kind of adaptations they make. I know a while ago we said, yeah, people aren't going to ban against Nian until he proves himself, but he's starting to here.
Yeah, and it's interesting how they talked about the switch between him and Link, the Vladimir and Jace. They're not afraid to switch around those champions and keep people guessing, which is a really useful tool when your solo laners can just play so many characters, because it forces the solo laners of your opponents to just use default general runes instead of making your rune page specific, because that's a really, really overlooked tool. If you go like full magic resist page versus somebody because you know you're going up against a mage, then it can make a huge difference early game.
I actually like what happened with the Team Coast sub as well, where Jinte came in for the top lane and played Orianna. The shifter kept playing Zed, and it actually worked beautifully for him. So the bans, of course, have come through, and Vulcan are saying, yes, please, rise on mandatory Cloud, please be our carry.
Very quick with these bans. It's interesting to see that Orianna ban first as well against CLG, because Link has had some really great Orianna play as well, mentioning Jinte over there. Both of them have very strong Orianna mechanics.
It's also fun to see blue side ban on Twisted Fate as well. Normally, I guess not anymore normally. We don't see him 100% of the time in North America. It was approaching that at the end of last split, but here after the nerfs, he's been a little bit less prioritized. Instead, though, Counterlogic Gaming, we saw the Nocturne once before. The Karthus I actually really like a lot from Link. We'll see if they lock him in. They do.
This is actually, sort of a comp that's very similar to TSM. They love going with those globals. If they can get their hands on multiple globals, then, they can stack so many ganks in their favor and just play reactively. And CLG loves to play reactively, so they can patch up their sort of shifty laning phase by having people with extra globals to join the fights from other lanes. Shen is even still up, so you could combo a Shen on top of that Nocturne even.
And we've seen how much people love to gank double if lane, the extra globals there. You're absolutely right. I love the idea here from Counterlogic Gaming, trying to shore that lane up. However, Vulcan, they've got their own ideas. They pick a lot of early game power in that Thresh and Caitlyn.
And late game with the Ryze as well. We've seen so many Ryzes just become ridiculous powerhouses late game because he just scales so well. It's a really nice mix here. I like the first 3 picks for them. Thresh, always extremely nice to see on your team because, like we say, the Dark Passage, that Lantern, opens up so many more gameplay opportunities, and Bloodwater has just been going back to Thresh over and over, even over his adored Sona pick.
Yeah, you're right. He did pick it over Sona, and Link's going to grab that up for Chouster here in this match. But what I like kind of looking at is it's weird to me because, so first of all, CLG have grabbed Kog'Maw. They've grabbed a late game AD carry. I'm not surprised to see that whatsoever because it's double if they're going for the late game. But interestingly, Zuna as well, he's not picking as much late game himself.
Zuna, they've had some misses when he does go Caitlyn. You're right. She's not like a bad late game champion, but she's not his Tristana. That's really the signature hyper carry late game. So it's interesting that they're actually going to be putting a lot of focus on that Ryze if they do get to the end game hyper status.
Yeah,
I saw you get you twinkle in your eye when you picked that one.
I just kind of started ignoring what you were saying. It was like, as soon as he stops talking, I'm going to say Xerath. So Xerath and Nasus, of course, Jungle Nasus being grabbed up here, but the Xerath is making his way back into the North American LCS, Kobe. I like that one a lot.
Xerath was, a popular pick for a couple weeks in the middle of our spring split, and it's because of that long-range burst damage. This is really interesting, especially when Vulcan specifically picks Xerath, because they have multiple players that actually play Xerath. Smithy, they've said in the interviews, is one of the best Xerath players. They believe he's even better than Mandatory Cloud at Xerath. So usually when we see role swaps, we'll have a Draven or something for Mandatory Cloud to go on to, and they haven't picked that up. So it'll be very interesting to see if, Smithy's maybe trained Mandatory Cloud a little bit on that one, or if they actually are going to do a couple role swaps here.
Well, the Summoner spells tell me right now that Smithy is still staying on the jungle, but we'll see what they end up doing out of that one.
Could be tricky.
It would be tricky. I mean, there's definitely a chance. Of course, these players can't see each other's Summoner spells. They have no reason to really lie with them right here. So I'm going to guess they keep this one and they rock the top lane Ryze. However, I do want to talk about the fact that Counterlogic Gaming are picking up York. We saw TSM run that before, but they're grabbing some extra zombies to go with their zombies.
So they're going full TSM here.
Yeah.
Y'all, okay,
we're going full TSM here.
We'll leave that one. We'll see how it works out. After this, you may or may not want to go full TSM. But yeah, Karthus going to have a buddy there with the undead theme. It looks like they decided to leave Shen out of this one. It's been such a popular duo that I'm interested to see what the York is going to bring that Shen wouldn't, because having a Shen ult on top of your Nocturne when he dives in is just, it's one of the most strong dives that you can actually have, the strongest dive buddies.
Yeah.
The reason that they probably didn't do that is because Big Fat LP builds complete tank Nocturne. He doesn't even build damage on his Nocturne. We saw him not even be able to take out a red lizard there in the late game after 60 minutes in, and he can't even take down this red lizard. So it's because he's so tanky already. Probably won't need that extra Shen shield.
So I actually have a couple of questions on some interesting interactions here because, so Xerath is super long ranged, but Big Fat LP's ultimate is going to cut his vision down really, really, really short. And I'm wondering how much that's actually going to hurt ManCloud's ability to snipe the back line.
It depends on, how well GG does with Nocturne. I don't know if a lot of early adopters of Nocturne, they'll just use the ultimate for a gap closer. But really, I've always said the sign of a good Nocturne is leaving your darkness up for the duration and then using the second active of it after you've already gained the benefits of that vision denial, because that is one of the strongest CCs and most overlooked CCs in the game is vision denial. Like the Nocturne ultimate or the Grave Smoke Bomb are really, really overlooked tools.
Okay, so let's see how they end up using these tools when the game does kick off. Counterlogic Gaming in the red side looking to keep their stuff going. Vulcan in blue spawning in the bottom left, and right now CLG are very much waiting for an invade toward them.
We've seen so many invades that it's really not much of a surprise that they're waiting on the red side, because all through the early part of today and yesterday, every team was invading red side of the opponents. Red side, red side, red side. But this time, they actually don't go for that Wraith Ward, which we've seen almost everybody go for.
I gotta say, the read by Vulcan is impressive then. I mean, I don't know if there's anything that you haven't just said, but you're right. They predicted that CLG is going to wait for the red side ward. They get the wards on the blue side instead, and now CLG says, well, that level 1 didn't work, and we don't have any wards down right now.
Yeah, well, that one didn't pay off. Good effort, guys, though. I definitely follow that research. I understand why they went with it. It was just a good move there by Vulcan. They have great vision of the blue buff of Counterlogic Gaming. So since their AD and support of Vulcan are down on that blue side, and it looks like Nien is going to be down there, it definitely is advantage Vulcan right now as far as jungle invades go, because they already have vision of that golem.
So right now then, it's actually interesting because we have basically Season 2 style lanes. You've got the red team swapping their double lane to the top, and then we have the standard mid laners in mid right here. So it is a safe lane here for that double lift Kog'Maw. He's going to be able to happily scale throughout the game.
You definitely want to be wary of a late game Kog'Maw. We talked about late game Tristana, but he's always the second champion that you mentioned when you talk about late game hyper carries. And it's because the range that he can gain when you activate your W is right on par with a level 18 Tristana.
That's going to be fun then. Let's see if Double Lift can carry this team indeed, because they're running just 2 damage threats here. That tank Big Fat LP, Nien, not going to be too painful in general on York, but Smithy, though, he's looking for a little something on the right-hand side, and he actually forces Big Fat back.
Yeah, so that ward I was talking about on the blue buff definitely pays off right there. But CLG, great job. They already had both sides of this mid lane warded, so at least Big Fat LP doesn't have to pay for this one with his life. He's just going to be a little bit further behind as far as experience is concerned in the jungle. And Smithy smiting that one away just in case.
Yeah, so the 2 blues going over to Vulcan's side, and there's really nothing in the jungle left for Big Fat LP. We're just going to watch him suffer in his own jungle. Nien Tanzo actually in a bit of an interesting spot because he's getting 1v3'd, now 2v3, but Big Fat's very low level.
Level 1 Nien as well, and level 2 Nocturne means that they probably won't go for this dive because turrets do a lot of damage nowadays after we tune them up a little bit. So it's very, very risky, and you don't really see too many of these, early 3-minute tower dives anymore, unless you do have one of those champions like Zac that has an extra free life because of his passive.
So right now it's just the pressure on the turret. Instead, Hook comes off on an end, though. Good amount of damage, dropping York down below half health. Great pickup there. Good hook, good everything to Bloodwater. This turret's taking some pressure, but I do want to look at the top lane because that one's taking way, way more. They're basically ignoring Psycho Sid and chunking his turret down.
That's definitely a conscious decision by CLG, just focusing the turret instead of going for harass, Meanwhile, we had the opposite here down bottom for Vulcan. They were going for harass every time they could head it. Now they're switching they're switching up their game plan. They're trying to burn it down because they see what CLG are doing, and it's probably going to be CLG taking the first one, but a quick answer from Vulcan.
Certainly. So right there, 150 gold picked up for every member of Counter Logic Gaming. That 2-on-1 worked beautifully for them and put Psycho Sid at only 5 minion kills. We'll see what these guys end up doing if they come back to the other lane or if they keep pushing over there. We've seen CLG actually sit there and like just keep split pushing that 2v1 for a long time.
Yeah, we actually still have a bunch of wards on Sona. Chowster could. Oh, here we go for the dive.
Ooh, they got some damage. Big Fat LP level 4 gets the hook onto him. This is not good for CLG. Zuna putting out the damage. Can they donate the kill properly? Yes, Zuna getting the 400 gold for first blood.
Sometimes you forget when your turret's getting real low like that and you stick around too long, they're immediately going to take the opportunity and jump on you. Big Fat LP, he flashed away, but great hook there from Bloodwater. They were able to follow that one up. First blood plus equalized towers.
So beautiful, beautiful early game. These Vulcan players have put themselves at a 500 to 400 gold advantage. Psycho Sid is still chilling up in the side lane, trying to catch up for a pretty rough 1v2.
He's doing his best to farm up there, actually using a lot of spells since the wave is already at the turret. Since the dragon's going to be gone here, it would actually be a decent idea for him to freeze that lane for as long as possible so that he could get CS, because after the dragon's already gone and there's no way you're contesting that, you're not going to give up anything else this early in the game. So freezing is actually the best choice at this opportunity.
All right, so let's actually watch then as Psycho Sid.
Well, it's already built up, so.
Sure, certainly. He's up to, yeah, it'll push out a little bit, but I still want to kind of keep track of those minion kills because at one point Sid was at 5 to like 14 of Nien, and we're seeing that turn back around a little bit. I want to see if that Ryze can keep the scaling going and really explode into that late game after his lane stopped being so terrible for him.
It looks like this is going to be a double push now. The mid going to take a lot of harass right here. Wither's great for just keeping those defenders at bay.
So yeah, there's a lot of AoE coming back and forth. And look at just the amount of spam that Vulcan can do. The Xerath Nasus combo just eviscerate minion waves.
Great job here by Vulcan, not letting up the pressure. After taking that bottom turret, they send 4 people mid, and now, since there's a big creep wave, they are going to push with Psycho Sid, so he's switching up from just last hitting. Now he's going to try and get a lot of damage on that top turret. Just kidding. They're breaking off on that strategy, sending Caitlyn bottom to deal with this Kog'Maw and all the free farm. So yeah. Psycho Sid going to stick around here and go heads up, level 6 to level 4 versus Nien, but no mana means probably no kill.
No, not so much. So it's Nien trying to go for something. It looks like that mid lane push was just not doing quite enough for him. So Zuna's going to heads up against Double Lift. That Kog'Maw, though, is level 6. He's starting to scale through this one. And actually, look at the minion kill leads between these AD carries. You have a late game AD with a 20 minion kill lead over an early game AD carry.
This is huge. The experience advantage that Psycho Sid has up top over Nien means that that mana pot is going to actually give him some teeth. And he could pressure if he wanted to. The only thing is he's backing off because he's scared. No wards, and there's no presence from the rest of his team elsewhere on the map. He could go heads up with Nien and overextend right there if the rest of his team were pressuring either mid or bottom right now. But since they aren't, it's that one-pronged problem that you run into. You can't have one person shove a lane by himself. You have to shove in multiple places to force CLG to react.
So let's see what Vulcan does then to put multiple prongs out on the table and make CLG actually do something about their early aggression. Certainly Vulcan are still looking quite good with a 700 gold lead. Some aggressive wards as well. Bloodwater got one across the wall in towards that blue area of CLG.
Looks like we have 4 people down bottom, and you have to note that we've hit the point where the globals are now coming into play. Remember, Nocturne available and Karthus also available, so they actually can turn around whatever gank Vulcan decide to go with here. And Mandatory Cloud, it's really up to him to land a long-range stun on Link and try and interrupt that Karthus ultimate.
So how paralyzing is that then for Vulcan? You just said that these globals will turn things around. They've got to hope they can like stun a Requiem out. They're against CLG, who are happy to sit there and scale into late game. Heck, bottom lane's about to get frozen here. What does that do to your mindset when you're like, well, we can't jump in, there's a Nocturne and Karthus?
Exactly, it's very scary for them. They have to let Double Lift freeze that. There's not really an answer for Vulcan unless they want to give up another objective in favor of stopping that double lift farm. So really, what they need to do is focus elsewhere on that map and make double lift pay for sitting down there, because that is a resource for CLG that's not available for defending. If Vulcan turn all their attention top or middle and they are actually able to push in, then it won't be a huge loss for them.
Well, we do see a lot of pressure top. It is 3 people right there, the jungler plus the standard duo lane. Vulcan are putting some good pressure on this turret at the beginning, but look at that. Counter Logic Gaming send their own members to the top lane and stop that push.
Yeah, so 3 top for each team means that that's probably going to be a stalemate, but really the advantage of double lift being bottom means that Vulcan have their extra person in middle, and they do get the turret.
And look at that, actually, double lift, as a response, even started pushing down on the bottom lane. It was going to be a freeze. He said, no, you're putting pressure on the rest of the map. I'll start putting pressure on the bottom lane. He's turning it around.
That just means that we're going to have Ryze rotate bottom, though. He'll get there in time to clean up a lot of those minions, actually. And you can see he even went the safe way. Psycho Sid didn't want a chance going through the tri-bush. So he's going to come in from double lift from behind here, know that he's blind, and go for this kill.
Oh, he's Rune Prison just outside of turret range. The ult comes off from the Requiem, actually. That's actually Psycho Sid taking a bunch of pain. Ignite was burned on a double lift, and he's actually safe for that one. But the push in the top lane is where it's really at right now. Neontonso taking a bit of damage. Xerath comes in, flashes for it, but doesn't quite have the range to deal any more damage. Zuna gets exhausted. Xerath, ManCloud finds the kill. Great job there, picking up Neontonso. 2-0 to Vulcan.
Looks like Smithy lessons on Xerath are paying off here from ManCloud. Does get in there for the kill to finish them off, and that means 4 versus 3 at this turret. Xerath is great at sieging. He can continue to deal damage if you're stuck under the turret trying to farm, but the rest of the members of Vulcan too low, so they don't want to chance it, and they're actually going to recall right here.
However, Psycho Sid managed to find his way into a bit of a lead in the bottom lane. He actually pushed double lift out of the lane and is getting more shove. That sort of, actually, I guess at this point it's a one-pronged attack, but got some pressure on the bottom.
Now he's going to have to go back and purchase. This will be the next sort of stacking item for Ryze. We're seeing Psycho Sid go with that carry Ryze build, that is the tier into the Rod of Ages that makes you deal so much damage late game.
So scaling up consistently as this game moves forward. The thing is, it's a little bit early, but we're talking about a CLG game here where it's gonna go to 70 minutes like all of their games have so far. And so I gotta kind of ask you the question of the late game scaling. I know we hyped up Kog'Maw a heck of a lot, but you know, that late game carry Ryze build is something to be worried about for CLG.
The thing about this late game Kog'Maw is he's got a York on his team as well. So you potentially have 2 late game Kog'Maws shooting at you. And if he pops that Bio-Arcane Barrage, then he gets plenty of range. And he'll be safe for a while until Vulcan have to spend a lot on diving him, because, you know, they've got the long range of Mandatory Cloud, but that won't be enough to 100% double lift during the late game. And this extra Dragon Gold going to CLG right now is going to go to fund that the double lift fund here.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to build that BF sword into that Infinity Edge.
That is really impressive by CLG, that despite the kill deficit they're under, they're actually doing a very, very good job of taking neutral objectives here. Mid lane second turret under fire. CLG, you know, it's a good push by Vulcan. They got it down to half as sort of a retribution for Dragon going down, but CLG have defended it.
It's pretty funny, too, that we're seeing like a similar arms race from both sides. Yeah, Ryze is going to scale up because he's got tier and he's going to go into the Rod of Ages, but Karthus also built a Rod of Ages, and it looks like we've got Yorick over here with the Muramana going for that one. So it's going to be a pretty much even race to the end of the game here. We're going to have to see if it's going to be a play made by Mandatory Cloud, catching somebody out with the stun and ulti combo with that Xerath, or if they're actually going to have to wait for Big Fat LP's initiations and have Nocturne be the one being the playmaker.
There's actually something interesting about ManCloud I want to bring up, though, is, you know, we talk about Xerath trying to sort of one-shot people and burst his combo down, but he's actually gone for kind of low AP. He's gone for the early Athene's Unholy Grail, spending 3 grand on only 60 ability power.
It's kind of the Reggie sort of idea where he's getting cooldown reduction and mana regen, so Reggie's not afraid to just burn his ultimates constantly as soon as they're off cooldown. It's kind of the same idea here. If you rush Athene's, then you're going to have that up more often, and he can use that to chunk someone low. You know, he might not be able to 100% them, but if you can chunk them low enough that they have to back off of an objective, then that's a win for your team anyway.
Oh, cool stuff then by Mandatory Cloud, going for the objective base, not the kill base, Xerath. We've seen a lot of teams really do that. The TSM interview, we said that we don't really go for kills unless they turn into something, so we go for kills to grab turrets and kills to grab dragons, and we try to capitalize there. So Vulcan making a lot of good choices. That vision ward, though, really keeping Smithy in the dark and stopped CLG from knowing exactly what's going on. But again, another top lane push here for Vulcan.
And even though CLG are ahead in gold, Vulcan are in the driver's seat. They're making all the decisions here, coming back to top, getting some nice damage on it.
It's very, very low, this turret, but a little bit of counter engage there from Chowster is making Zuna think about his decisions a little bit. He's scaling up, though, and there is double if so. 3v3 for this turret. CLG refuses to give up structures on this map.
Good thing that Nian just picked up, that Negatron cloak, too, because he's going to try and heads up versus Rise and keep that one down. Chowster with the flash crescendo.
He does land that, the dive in. Big Fat LP right on top of Zuna. The Flay knocks him backwards box as well. There's the Requiem landing, and will CLG turn anything back around? Smithy wants to go back in for this fight, but look at the Void Ooze from Double If, stops the chase in. Good disengage.
Requiem is down now, though, and the ultimate from Rise, you can just burn that one willy-nilly, whereas Karthus is going to have to wait a long time to get that one back up. Thankfully for Link, he was wearing a blue buff at the time.
Ooh, just out of range for the last shot. Recall's in place. Mancloud's just going to wave clear a little bit here. Link shoved out of lane, and as you mentioned, the low cooldown Mancloud ult only going to take 33 seconds now for that to be back.
He's got a blue buff of his own right
there.
So he can take pot shots at Link under his turret and get another wave there. It looks like that pressure that he just created mid is going to allow a few more hits up at this top turret. If they do just a couple more, they keep on returning back to this last standing perimeter turret of CLG.
Q's one and gets landed right back out.
Fade away
a little bit of farm. So that fadeaway Q from Smithy, giving him 3 more damage next time he hits somebody with Siphoning Strike. Counterlogic Gaming, they've been doing a very good job of controlling dragons this game, despite losing a few turrets, but it's kept them pretty good in gold. Their trek on the way to late game is holding up quite nicely.
And they do have Nian again going bottom, and he's got 1 ward, so he can actually stick down there for a while. Like we said, Yorick has so much sustain, spamming out his ghouls. Now that he has that Merman for the mana regen and the Negatron cloak to dissuade Rise from going all in. Looks like Link even going to join the party here.
He wants to get some damage onto this turret. It seems the minions are going to fall down. There's still a bit of a minion wave left here for CLG, and they're just chunking this thing down. That's going to be a turret actually equalized. Great roam by Link is going to bring this turret lead back to equal.
Yeah, look at top, though. I mean, Zuna's working on that top one. Nobody's in the area. The only thing would be if Zuna got scared by not having any wards in the red side jungle of CLG.
It looks like he didn't get scared enough. He will net back to the brush and recall out, but another turret trade happens. So Vulcan makes this now 3-2 on turrets. And it's weird, both these teams, they're pressuring turrets occasionally, they're showing up for it, but no one's fighting too hard for these objectives. They're kind of content to play laning phase.
Well, it's really interesting if the fight's going to happen over Dragon, because both AD carries just finished their Infinity Edge. They're pretty much basically even right now as far as item power goes. So the next Dragon that comes up in 40 seconds is really going to be a hot point over here, because there's only 1 turret down here, 1 turret left up for Vulcan on the outer ring, whereas CLG have none left.
That is going to be an interesting thing to consider there, as Vulcan, they're trying to poke out. Look at that. They're already posturing here for Dragon. They've got, well, I take that back. They've got actually Rise running to the top lane, so unless he comes back down, I'm trying to follow what Sid's doing and see if they're going to go for Dragon or not. Looks like he is going to make his way back down. Puts a ward down. Vulcan does know the timer on this. They're going to have all 5 members ready. Though the interesting thing is Zuna is currently pushing down to the bottom lane, so they're actually creating pressure somewhere that isn't Dragon right now on the map.
It looks like we're going to have CLG leak over down to that Dragon. We have an Oracles on Chaucer as well, so they can clear out the vision. And now is Vulcan's choice whether they want to contest the Dragon or go for a turret.
A little bit of damage in a Big Fat LP does shield away the ult burst, but the 5-on-5 has maybe begun. Double takes an ult, takes some poke as well. This Dragon rapidly losing health right here. The smite could come in. Smith looks for it. No, red team is slaying Dragon, and here's the battle. Double exhausted, flashing towards the back. He's been doubled up as well. Bloodwater takes so much pain right here. Big Fat's trying to disengage. Has Ignite on and has made his way out. 1 kill for nothing so far. Will CLG keep going for the fight? ManCloud still trying to poke back. The fake double lift runs in and says, yeah, you can kill me. But that is still Dragon and a kill towards Counterlogic Gaming.
So at the beginning of that fight, Zuna was coming from the bottom river, and he walked all the way around the Dragon to come from the same side of his team. And Bloodwater initiated because he hit that hook onto double lift, but it was a little bit early, and Zuna wasn't quite in position. That was the small difference between Big Fat LP going down, whereas Bloodwater had already been bursted.
So the second turret is going to drop in mid as payment, but Neon Tanso going to take a lot of damage there, forced to flash away. Big Fat's going to shield some of the damage as well, and the siege is actually still on. Despite losing the fight, a counter turret comes in here for Vulcan.
They've also got a really big wave from CLG pushing top, so Vulcan probably want to send at least one person over to clear up that giant pot of gold.
Zuna's going to take a lantern on his way back to base as well. Bloodwater says, hey, come with me. There's a giant pot of gold up here. I can dig one up with the recall animation, but I'd like if you took one from the minions.
Shaster getting back to work clearing wards over here. There's actually 2 in that bush, Shaster. Go searching for it.
Yeah, he's got it. All right, Shaster's making it his bank right here. The Oracle's paying a couple of dividends there. He's already paid off more than 10%. Good stuff, good stuff. So,
and look at the difference in auras here. Because Big Fat LP always goes, full tank. He actually first got a Madreds, but he's got a completed Bulwark, whereas we still have Smithy working on his Aegis of the Legion. So in those full 5-on-5 team fights, they actually do have a slight upper hand as far as the auras are considered.
And that's going to help them deal with really Psycho-Sid and Mandatory Cloud, that double AP team, triple if you really count the Nasus. The Rush Bulwarks definitely seeming to help them. Even Neon Tanso, you mentioned the Negatron Cloak a while back. He's turned it into a Spirit Visage, so he is getting quite tanky as well.
And that adds a lot of cooldown, which is amazing for Yorick too. So you can keep on spamming out those ghouls. Here we go, Double F looking for the 1v1 though. Zuna's in trouble.
Oh, he's not even gonna get the Requiem. Doesn't even let Link weigh in on that one. Mandatory Cloud's gonna clear mid lane. Double, that was really nice.
Yeah, he just sort of walked up there. I said before, when Zuna was extending to get that top turret, he might get scared because he has no wards. Looks like he's still not scared, but this time he definitely paid for it.
Maybe it's going to make him a little bit more honest in the future. Double finds himself 300 gold here and 188 minions. I just kind of want to call out those 2 in particular because we've been watching this race develop, and Double Lift is up over 500 gold, over 600 gold now over his opposition as far as AD carries are concerned.
Interesting that Link is going full damage right after that Rod of Ages too. I'm happy to see he's aiming for that death cap because we always like to see the very powerful Requiems. It's kind of disappointing when they hit and only take off a few hundred, or when they don't hit at all in the situation we saw before where Double Lift finishes off the target before he even gets a chance.
So high damage is the name of the game here for this Counterlogic Gaming lineup. They've got Neon Tanso to revive them anyway if something goes awry. The double Kog'Maw, as you mentioned, definitely a scary late game carry. So Zuna, he's just being donated to side lane farm. They're still trying to get him to that 6-item AD carry status, even on Kate.
They definitely need that power from the back line too, because ManCloud's going to try and stay back there, and he actually gets free spell penetration from that. Oop. Double Lift does get withered as well, and there's going to go the ultimate. They might engage off the back.
They put a lot of damage. He's down below 1/4 health. Has to take a quick heal from Sona, but the chase might be on. There's the Nocturnal you mentioned, kind of blinding the vision here from Vulcan and maybe saving a couple of lives there. Vulcan, they don't seem done though. They're still pushing down mid lane.
So the Nocturne ulti will be down, but they still have Yorick ulti, plus Double Lift has Infinity Edge, but Zeal combo now. They're going to have 2 of those Kog'Maws firing from the back line.
This is going to be a rough spot then. If Vulcan decides they want to take this battle, it's going to be a close one. The heal has come in from Double Lift. He is going to be back in this battle very, very soon. Close to Phantom Dancer as well, so he is scaling nicely. Vulcan take a couple of shots in that turret. Zuna disengages. We'll see if they keep playing the siege game. ManCloud's ult is back right now.
Yeah, they're slowly chipping away at it, and ManCloud with that blue buff, he's going to have maxed out cooldown reduction. He can continually poke. This is the reason why you pick Xerath. So you can poke from this long range when you keep them pinned up under turrets. He works so well when you have a Caitlyn on your team. So you can get those free shots on turrets while Xerath is poking off the other team.
Definitely doing a lot of damage right there. However, a bit of a counter engage onto Zuna just from Double Lift actually dropped him below half health. So Looks like Cogmo's got some artillery of his own to answer for the Xerath poke, and Chaucer's trying to sustain his team back up. Vulcan, they're not giving up the chase. They're still staying in this mid lane.
Vulcan would love to keep this siege up as long as possible without getting hard engaged on because of the giant minion wave bottom, and they have the confidence to do that because Big Fat LP had used his Nocturne ultimate to shield double lift and use the vision denial to make sure he didn't get bursted. So they know Big Fat LP will not be jumping in on them anytime soon.
Chaucer's running very, very low on mana. He's actually forced to recall back to get his funds back so he can heal his friends up. That bottom lane push we talked about, Double Lift has been sent to go take it, and Vulcan are not yet reacting to it.
They could just swarm in behind Double Lift right here. Really risky move. It looks like he's going to try and get back under the secondary turret.
He's going to have to cleanse away. Flash actually as well. He burns both his summoner spells as price for a couple of those minions. Link gets pulled in. The burst comes across. He's forced to flash out as well. Vulcan's still going strong.
Both summoner spells for 5 minion last hits right there. Not a very optimal trade, and now a lot more damage going down on the mid turret.
Yeah, that's going to be still great stuff here. The summoners are down, but the health bars are back up. Counter Logic Gaming still not wanting to relinquish their base, still wanting to fight for territory. They said, okay, you got some of that. We're back, though. Get off my lawn.
Vulcan start retreating. Double Lift stops to take a nibble of that cupcake, and now he'll be rejoining the rest of his team. Looks like we're going to be on the back foot now. CLG will be the ones sieging. They don't really have the team for it. They'd rather fight around something, you know, like this dragon, and they have the oracles to make it happen.
Oh, the flash crescendo comes on in. They're going to dive on a mandatory cloud. He's forced to flash away. The wall of pain doing a bunch of slows as well. They're still focusing ManCloud. He's trying to run away. Look at Double Lift, though, completely safe in the backline as well. Requiem comes across. His link falls over. ManCloud's going to drop. The Intel's taking a bit of damage as well, and Vulcan are just forced to retreat. 2 are dead, and that's a team fight win for CLG, and they're like, yes, we're going to take Baron, maybe.
Great job by CLG right there, setting up the trap. The oracles on Chaucer paying off. They knew no vision from Vulcan. Vulcan assumed they were going to go just take down Dragon, and they ventured out just too far. A fight in the open for CLG. It looks like they set up another trap over here.
They're baiting it, but look at how safe Zuna is playing. He knows he can't steal by himself, but they have Smithy coming in from the wings. This could be an attempted steal here. The double Kog'Maw is out. Smithy gets spotted. They put some damage on there. They will actually engage with the Voidoos. The damage up on Smithy. The jungler is likely to fall over. Chaucer low on health, but they get the 1 kill for free. Zuna's milling around right here, but CLG are forced to run from this.
That's actually a good trade there. You know, Smithy sacrifices his life to make sure they don't burn that Baron down. We have Karthus. He's notorious for being able to just murder Baron, but they made him use so much mana that they were not able to continue on that one after Smithy sacrificed his life.
And speaking of that Karthus, not a lot of mana, didn't go Archangels, but did finally finish that death cap you like so much. So Link is getting nice and huge. He's finally finished that one up. Nian Tansu, though, still going tanky, adds a giant belt to his repertoire.
And something else to note about the, Karthus spamming his Defile for extra damage, it does cost more mana. So if you just leave it on like that when you're at the low mana, then you'll actually get better return. Looks like they're going to get the consolation prize, go for Dragon instead.
Yep. On the Dragon, not the worst thing to grab. Zuna's going to get the red buff at least, so something answered back from the jungle for this Vulcan squad. And Smithy, promised you guys I'd keep up with the Siphoning Strike, so he's actually maxed it last. It's still only rank 1, but he's at plus 150 with Siphoning Strike, so approximately 50 last hits there, doing a bit more damage there, Smithy. See if he can keep that one going up.
Yeah, and Smithy actually spent some more money on his boots to upgrade those into Home Guard instead of finishing that Aegis of the Legion, so they're still without that, defensive aura that everyone puts so much emphasis on in team fights.
Smithy's only at 575 gold right now, so he's I forget if it's 650 or 625 for the combined, but he's got a little bit more to go till the Aegis comes up. And of course, Big Fat's like, yeah, I've had Bulwark for like 20 minutes. What are you doing, dog?
Big Fat doesn't care if he doesn't do any damage, though. He's all about full tank Nocturne.
It's working pretty well for him with that. And the thing is, actually last fight, Big Fat took all the damage. He tanked everything and made it a 2-for-1. It ended up being a 3-for-1 when they killed Smithy afterwards.
He's fine with just being a distraction here. He said when he took over the jungle role, I will be the most annoying jungle in the entire league. All he wants to be is annoying, because as a mid laner, most annoying thing for him was opponent junglers.
Here we go. Big Fat's going to dive in on ManCloud. Actually blocks the Wither. Beautiful spell shoot by him. And the engage comes by. The counter engage maybe out of Nian Tansu. ManCloud still the target here. No, they're going on Bloodwater. Bloodwater flashes out, puts the box down. Double Lift gets up the kill. There you go. Chaucer taking a bunch of pain, forced to crescendo. He's trying to run, but no. ManCloud turns that one back around. 1-for-1 so far in this fight. Supports have fallen. CLG now the team forced to retreat.
Link channeling the Requiem from the back meant that he couldn't add any wall or lay waste over to that fight, and so it was sort of an interesting trade right there. They both do lose the supports, but Vulcan now want to take this siege, and they have their most important champions up for it, the Zuna and as well as the Smithy as well.
Oh, Link! 200 health! Oh, he's a flash of the Q, and ManCloud nearly snipes that one out. Thankful flash from Link, but the turret, it's going to go to Vulcan, and they've got to run for an angry Kog'Maw.
Caitlyn with the last shot on, excuse me, the last shot to take down that turret.
Zuna still with the retreat antics, shooting a net, and then the built over Peacemaker while in the air. Bit of damage on a Neonton, so of course, that guy's not built a lot of armor. He's much more worried about Psycho Sid. Counterlogic Gaming, though, Baron is still on the table, and they're starting to move towards it. They've got the Oracles.
This is really dangerous, though, because this is where so many teams have thrown the game. CLG even have thrown the game several times in this Baron pit. They have a lot of damage, though. Karthus has blue buff, so they can burn it down really quickly, and they're going for it.
Roll-up-in goes across it a little while ago. It's, of course, timed out now. Baron above half health and is regenning back up. Vulcan did scare CLG successfully.
They're going to pay for this one. They have 2 minion waves pushing right now. Vulcan are not going to let them rest. They're going to go straight for this inhibitor. It's exposed already.
They're a little haggard, though. Zuna a little bit low on health, not much mana. Smithy kind of in the same place as well. They're running for that middle inhibitor, but the home guards are back in. CLG, they're not going to let them make him pay
That's
for
all,
it.
Yeah, they still are. That's all they wanted was to draw CLG over to the mid so that this bottom lane wave at least is going to run into that turret, and CLG will lose out on all of that minion farm.
Absolutely right. Good call, Kobe. And a good call, of course, to Vulcan. That right-hand side turret, by the way, down to about half health right now. So the minions just by themselves have been making work. If they ever get an ace, Vulcan can choose to go down any one of those lanes they want. CLG, though, they have kept their eyes on Baron. They're going for it again.
This Magnet is strong over here, and this time they pop the York ultimate. This is an all-in.
This is a lot of damage coming out, but the Double Lift ult will come out fairly soon. A lot of damage coming across on Baron. They're going to re-engage. Smithy taking a bunch of pain. He's getting dropped down. Shouster in the back line has to force to flash away. Smithy on the retreat. Big fat LP. The Requiem comes across. That's going to find ManCloud a kill on a Shouster, and it's Vulcan looking for the fight. They jump in on Neontanzo. The stun. Is it going to land? Yes. Will they keep engaging? No, because the slow field is there. Oh, another poke coming out. Actually, wow, ManCloud refusing to let CLG rest. Where will Vulcan go next?
ManCloud is such a ridiculous force in this game. I don't know why they keep saying Smithy's such a better Xerath than ManCloud, because he's definitely proved himself here. And Vulcan have made CLG pay once again for starting up the Baron. I feel like CLG needs one of those ready checks when they're going to call a Baron. They need all 5 people to check yes before they're going to do it.
They were on board, but I think they didn't really ask Vulcan, because Vulcan was like, no, we're not ready for you to take Baron. We're gonna contest this. Thank you very much. Please stop. Let him regen. Thank you. We'll take a kill in the process, and just turn it right back around.
Smithy gonna farm up bottom. He does not have a teleport or anything, so this is another sort of chance, I guess, if CLG have not done with this Baron area. They can at least clear out the wards.
Smithy is about 100 gold away from completing Runic Bulwark. It seems like Vulcan are just a little bit doing Smithy farm so he can finish big items. And saying, oh no, but ManCloud, he's forced to flash backwards. Big Fat put down the spell shield, hoping to block a stun. Didn't need to, though. Summon a spell burn. Good move.
Yeah, face checks right into the Sona right there. Very dangerous. Good thing he had flash up, because that was going to be a dead ManCloud.
He did take Chaucer's Exhaust, actually, so it was a Summoner Spell trade, not necessarily one lost. You got to decide for yourself which one you think is more important for these teams. Vulcan, the thing is, it's weird, because both these teams know, like, Baron has been forcibly by CLG the objective that's been contested this game right now.
They're really going to have to manage their minion waves now, too, because we have to remember that that mid inhibitor turret is still down for CLG, so Vulcan don't have to force anything around Baron. They can go straight up the middle here and force a fight around that inhibitor without having to work around any sort of towers.
That's going to be a little bit of an easier thing here for this Vulcan squad, because they've been poking so very well, and as Zuna grabs his red buff, this might open up opportunities. Yeah, look at that. ManCloud's grabbing blue, or maybe Sid. So okay, ManCloud grabbing blue, and Zuna has grabbed red at the same time. All the buffs have just been grabbed for Vulcan.
And Rise has just, you know, he's got both of his stacking items, so Sid's doing as much damage as he's going to get. From this point on, he's just going to start getting tankier and tankier. So this is the point where Rise transitions, really. He does a lot of damage before, and he's that machine gun, but now he's going to be even harder to take down. His next buys will probably be some resistances.
Yeah, 30 mana left on the Archangel till it becomes a Seraphs, and then the tanky rise will begin. Even the shield's going to help him on top of those resists. So look out, Psycho Sid's about to go postal on this one. The rest of Vulcan are... Wow, no, they're not actually grouping up. They're stalling it out a little bit and letting Zuna, with Baron on the map no less, letting Zuna go bottom lane right now.
And to allow Zuna to do that, we have Bloodwater placing some more wards around Baron, so that will delay CLG if they decide to force something around there. It'll give Zuna the time to walk back up. It's very dangerous to go bottom lane for either team at this point in the game, but if you're able to pepper that Baron area with wards, it's hard for CLG to make 100% commitment.
Okay, so let's actually keep the train of thought on these AD carries because they're still maturing throughout the game. The quick check on gold puts them only 200 gold apart, so Doublelift and Zuna have the same access to items. But what I really want to call out is the differing in builds, because on one side you've got IH Phantom Dancer Last Whisper, on the other is IH Phantom Dancer Blade of the Ruined King.
So when you have Blade of the Ruined King, you do get that extra percentage health damage, but he's missing out on that armor penetration that you would get with the Last Whisper. So it's pretty good against Nasus since he gets all that bonus HP from his ultimate and everything. It's just the targets that stack armor, which really you don't have Ryze getting a bunch of armor yet. So it's actually a pretty good choice here. Wow, that was a nice chunk out of Chowster.
So you mentioned the low cooldown Xerath build, paying dividends there. Almost got him, but either way, it's forcing him really out of the fight. So Vulcan have retaken control over the middle of the map, and let's see where they go with it. Nowhere, back to base. They took mid lane, and they're like, yeah, I'm going to get a chest of gold, and we're going to buy some stuff.
Interested to see what item threshold that was for, and it was for that Bulwark Combine. So they wanted that full aura to be there before the next team fight.
And a new Oracles as well was bought up on Bloodwater.
Holding on to that one in his inventory. You know, you don't want to pop that in your base. You gain an extra few seconds by waiting. As long as you have the inventory space, might as well hold on to it until you're actually out in the field.
And of course, the Baron Dance has been really the story of this game. CLG have tried to take it down like 4 times. Vulcan have actually always shown up in time to stop them, but it's been the source of a lot of battles here. It's where all the tension has come from on this map. The Oracles they're playing the Vision game a heck of a lot. I mean, this reminds me a little bit of Counterlogic Gaming Europe versus WE back in the World Playoffs with just like 1 million ward kills. They're just trying to contest neutrals here.
Yeah, I mean, this has really been the story of the Counterlogic Gaming North American summer splits.
Yeah.
It's every single game they go really, really long with them, and it looks like this is going to be no exception. Now Vulcan finally have the complete items that they were looking for. Gonna go for that contest of this exposed inhibitor that we pointed out, you know, what, 10 minutes ago?
Yeah,
15
Turret's
minutes
been
ago.
dead. Turret's been good and dead, Vulcan. It's on you guys.
Doublelift is recalling right now, so they have a few seconds without Doublelift there, but no moves being made by Vulcan. They're very hesitant here, and it's really going to be up to CLG to go for that hard initiation.
Put some damage onto York. He's got the Warmog's armor put up as well. So he's got the Muramana for damage, and everything else is saying, I want to be a tanky man. Now Vulcan still looking to be the aggressors here. Maybe put some damage onto the inhibitor. It's starting to lose health finally. W see him try to poke down Azuna with the living artillery. That's kind of the only moves made by CLG right now.
And keep your eyes on Doublelift to see what he uses that cleanse on, because there's a lot of CC here for Vulcan. There's going to be the Wither that's definitely going to go onto him. And then ManCloud has such long range that if they ever actually do fight, then he's going to be looking to land the long-range stun combo onto Doublelift. So if Doublelift pops his cleanse early on a Wither or something, then you can follow it up with that stun. You do get the reduction after you use your cleanse on further CCs, but you definitely want to save it until you can get out of a stun.
And of course, trademark Doublelift, he's also built up the Negatron Club, looking for what I'm guessing is another Quicksilver Sash. I think it's probably his favorite item behind Zerker Greaves.
Yeah, he said he was trying out a bunch of different defensive items in their last 70-minute game.
Yeah.
It actually gave them some nice practice research. Here, Zuna's out of position.
Taking a little bit of pain right here. Where are they going to initiate? Yes, they are. Zuna taking the Requiem as well. Shields are on. That will make him survive, but he's at half health. ManCloud fires back as the artillery. Chowster low on health, forced to run back as well. Doublelift still holding the back line strong. Well, they're going to reinitiate. Double taking more damage from ManCloud, also down below half health. But Zuna I don't know where the rest of his health went, but he got dropped incredibly low. Vulcan cannot fight this.
Yeah, he's definitely missing it, that's for sure. And Chowster as well didn't blow the Sona ultimate, so they still actually have that tool, even though he got so low. A lot of shots fired here, but nobody goes down.
So a really, really hectic battle. This game, the game's been like this the entire time. There's been hectic battles, a lot goes on, but the kill score doesn't change for it. The Baron dances, the close battles, the bursts that bring people to 10%. There's been like 17 almost kills.
Oh, North America, you silly goose, you. We're just big fans of these very long games right now, and they're definitely putting in the work. Everybody, for what it's worth, is at least getting a lot more experience, and they're testing a lot of the different shot calls and seeing how they come out. So since it is the beginning of the season, this is the time to do it. This is the time to take your chances and figure out what works for your team.
And you heard, of course, what Zion Spartan said about it as well, is that the LCS games themselves are different from scrims, that you don't get the same kind of practice because people go a lot more aggressive. People tend to be a little bit more defensive and passive here in the LCS games. There's a lot more on the line, but that's not very passive for Mandatory Cloud, bringing a lot of health bars down, from Double Lift.
Double Lift gets caught. Oh, some more harass coming out from ManCloud. They scare him right off of that Baron.
And another poke comes through. ManCloud has constantly been hitting those perfect long-range snipes, and Double has like no health right now. Nothing to lifesteal off of either. He's been forced back. Small power play for Vulcan.
All right, round 5 here. We're going to go straight up middle once again. Everybody's recalling for CLG, and a few more pot shots being taken at the inhibitor.
Here we go. Zuno puts some damage into Neon Tonso. He has an inhibitor available. He's shooting it. It's taking some damage onto the structures, but Double Lift shows back up, takes the Q to the face, and says, I'm going to lifesteal this. Don't you even try it.
Oh, yeah. Blade of the Ruined King, plenty of lifesteal here. Nien does get caught up a little bit, but there goes Big Fat LP.
And they crescendo the front line. Big Fat LP trying to be annoying, flashing away from a lot of the burst damage. Kago picks up the kill on Nass's Link. Is going to drop down, but has his passive still to go. They're going to dive on forward. Psycho Sid taking the Requiem to the face. The rest of CLG still alive. They've traded 1 kill for 1. Vulcan, they're actually still holding strong in the front side here. They might keep pushing.
Double Lift just melted right through Nasus, but Link trying to get in there even with the flash. No flash, no Requiem going to be up for Karthus for a while now, and this is really Vulcan continuing to push now.
Neon on the backside, Double Lift there as well. Zuna could get caught out. The ult might be coming across. Big Fat LP half health. Neon Tonso taking damage down below half as well. No, it's going to be a disengage. There's just not enough hard crowd control for Vulcan to dive in on people.
I mean, they still have York ult available, so if they overextend it again and they try to engage, there's going to be that double Kog'Maw barrage from the back. That's just too much damage output.
Sid and ManCloud both wanted the Lantern, and ManCloud beat him to it. So Sid's got to take the long way back. Zuna, though, says, you know what, we've got map control. He's now going to open this. I feel like most of the Dragons this game have been like uncontested, where someone grabs them and the other team's not ready to stop them.
Love it when you are someone like Kalen, too. You can just take it by yourself and then hop right over that wall. So get yourself out of harm's way. They do have a 1 ward still at Baron. And if you're playing against CLG, you always want to have a ward at Baron because they are just attracted to that thing like flies.
They really do love it. And of course, I'm trying to think if they have a lot of ways to hit it over the wall. Pretty much only Double Lift can shoot it there. The rest have to walk through. I just remember a game where there was like a Thresh and an Ezreal and a bunch of guys who would just hop it and 4-man it from the backside. It was kind of fun to watch that one come out. But
hey, you can flash over that wall.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can flash over the wall, to be fair.
If you really want to, you can get in there.
Burn the 5-minute cooldown, 4.5 utility masteries, and take that one out. I want to see that. I want to see the 5 flash Baron strat.
Yeah,
I'm going to go flash fight on everyone. And
hey, guys, they'll never expect it since we don't have the right composition for it. It's all burn flash.
Dude, the one time someone does that, you're like, all right, that was deserved. That was well deserved.
And then they get aced inside the Baron pit. Here goes Vulcan's turn, though. They're actually going to start this one up. It's the sneaky 2-man Baron. Nasus is the perfect champion for that. And CLG actually might be losing at their own game here. Will Double Lift be able to get some vision in there with his ulti?
He's got ghouls.
Looks like Nien will.
But
it's a little bit too late.
Aren't very close. It's going to be an attempted steal from Link if he can get it. Blue team has slain Baron Nashor. Naruto goes off, but Big Fat was just not ready to go for this one. Vulcan have taken Baron finally. This might be their push.
That 2-man Baron, oh, so strong. Nasus ultimate, able to burn that one down. They won't have it for the fight, though.
No, but they did just burn the flash away from Double Lift, so his repositioning tools are actually cut down quite a bit.
No cleanse either.
40 seconds left on the Xerath ult. That might be a pause button for Vulcan. Right now with Baron, they're still happy to fight.
This inhibitor is really, really, well, never mind. They're going to take their time
really exposed.
here. Now that we have the Baron buff on Vulcan, though, they'll actually not give up, and they'll stick around.
There's the pull on a Chouster. A lot of damage. Crescendo comes across. Oh, Chouster's forced to run away, but Doublelift is looking for a battle right here. Bloodwater falls down. The zombie mode used on Link, and he will keep chasing down. Can he get another Wall of Pain in time to slow the enemy team? Wall of Pain's in 1 second. Can he catch anyone out of this one? Looks for Zuna. Zuna has been slowed, but he's been pushed back so far. He won't get much. Now they dive in on ManCloud. They exhaust him. A lot of damage comes in from the Crescendo and everything else. Neon forced to run away. A great fight here. Double it for Psycho Sid. Gonna pick up Big Fat LP as well. Everyone on CLG is dead except for Neon Tonsu, who's undead.
Zuna gets bombed with the Acathian surprise right there, and you have to say, the zombie of the zombie really cost them there. We had the Yorick ultimate go down on Link and got nothing out of it. All he was doing was a walking corpse, and they couldn't catch up to him. Wall didn't make much happen, and Doublelift could have used that extra life.
That is a little bit harsh then. So 3-on-1. Vulcan takes down that middle inhibitor and then looks for the top lane. They've got a minion wave here. This is their turret as well.
Easily going to be able to clear this one out, and that's more global gold for them. The map control is definitely solidified here for Vulcan.
And it's built themselves a 4,000 gold lead, which really in the grand scheme of things is not a heck of a lot. There's 60 grand on both these guys, and just 4,000 separates them. It's weird to watch these teams at work because you don't have the hardest of engage. You've got a lot of long-range poke really on the one side, and Vulcan is kind of trudging their way through the game, trying to find the openings on CLG. They're just barely making moves forward.
Yeah, so CLG definitely on the back foot now, but if there's one thing that you've learned from watching North American LCS, it's never give up, because the other team could always throw it.
Yeah, they could indeed. The blue buff being taken down right now. ManCloud doing a good amount of damage to it. He's going to take that safely. Link going to do the same on his side of the map.
So dangerous. Oh, goodness.
Oh, dear. Smithy and Bloodwater are right there. And yes, he has to back out. Smithy does have Smite. It should be taken pretty successfully there by the Vulcan jungler.
They don't end up chasing Link, though, so that was actually a lot better than it could have been. He gets out with his life, at least.
He does.
Gonna miss that blue buff, though.
He's gonna miss that a little bit. His mana is actually very, very low. He's gonna recall back right now. Has home guard. He'll be back in the mix soon enough. But he is still itemizing up. I want to keep track of how these carries are itemizing. We already know that Neon's going tanky, and he's getting there very successfully. You said Psycho Sid was gonna go for some extra resist. He's got the Frozen Heart. He's got the Negatron Cloak. He's scaling up as well.
Frozen Heart, another really strong aura to have if he can get close enough to Doublelift. The aura on it pretty short, you know, only that 600. So until you see a snowflake over Doublelift's head, it's actually not working for them.
So it's going to be what to look out for then. Is Double really effective? The only guy who really cares about attack speed. Big Fat wants to be annoying, not an attack speed based damage dealer. So see what it means for these guys. Mandatory Cloud still poking through. Thing is, they actually do have wards over the wall, so ManCloud has enough vision to spot for these guys.
It's interesting that, you know, the CLG double threat composition that they're known for actually gets us another semi-threat with the Yorick ultimate. So as long as he does put that on Doublelift, then they're going to have...
They're going to dive right on in. Mandatory Cloud taking a bunch of pain. Big Fat's going to solo him out there, so the rest of the fight's on the right-hand side. Crescendo comes across. Link is still diving forward. They've picked up 1 kill so far, traded 1 for 1, but Link is undead, chasing out for more blood, more damage. ManCloud still getting feared up, but Psycho Sid goes to help out against Big Fat LP, putting a lot of punishment on him. Spin's going to get dropped down. Doublelift is still untouched. He's at half health, and now they're chasing on to ManCloud. They've gotten the shutdown here from Link. The Rocket comes across. Psycho Sid shields, but he's going to drop as well. Zuna finds 1 kill, but now he's being chased. Double from across the wall, might look for something else, and Zuna falls over. That is now an ace for Counter Logic Gaming.
This time, the zombie on Link was a good call because they already had slows down, and he could stay in the fight after that. The moving Defile definitely paid off right there, able to get all that AoE damage out before he went down the second time. And CLG, again, the swings in this game really shouldn't be a surprise at this point. Every single CLG game, back and forth, back and forth. We're not even to 50 minutes yet, man. This is still early game.
Exactly. 47 minutes in, and well, we've gotten a couple inhibitors cracked, but the team fights is still going back and forth in this one. CLG, they've got just that 1 inhib down. The other ones are still protected by turrets, so for as much as Vulcan is sieging, I mean, they're making very few moves in. Doublelift, he's going to find his own turret to pick up here, but that's only 3 turrets picked up for Counter Logic Gaming.
you know, you got to take baby steps there. Yeah. He's got to get one at a time, one at a time. They do get down the last bottom one outside of the base. And Double Lift now, he's doing so much work for his team, grabbing up objectives left and right. He's going to go solo this dragon. It looks like we may have an answer from Bloodwater here, but we'll have to see if he can actually steal it with some puny death sentence. Doesn't look like he'll even try.
Nah, so let's take a look back at the items then for these guys. So Double Lift's been doing a lot of work. He's got like 1,800 gold, 1,900 gold in his pockets right now. He actually went for the Banshee's Veil and did add a last Whisper finally to his inventory. He's pretty much done on buying things.
He's been trying every single defensive item as the last defensive item for an AD carry, and it looks like you know, being able to have the bubble prevent a spell instead of having to use something like a Mercurial Scimitar reactively is an interesting choice, because you don't actually have to worry about using it after, and you prevent all the damage that would be dealt with whatever that first spell is that hits you. If it's Mandatory Cloud Stun, that's definitely a better choice, because if that thing hits you, it's a huge chunk out of your life as well.
Double Lift actually made another interesting choice as well. He sold the Blade of the Ruin King, grabbed the Bloodthirster, so decided the self-heal wasn't worth it, added more damage to his side. Meanwhile, Zuna's grabbed his own Ruin King, and he's actually going for the Mercurial Scimitar.
So some interesting style choices here. It's definitely adds to the tension, I guess, because we keep on having these end game builds switch up game to game. Last time we saw Link sell his boots, buy a Zanya, sell the Zanyas, go back to the boots because he wanted the home guard, felt that he needed that movement speed, and then sell them again and go with the Guardian Angels. You never know once you get to these points what people prioritize. Now another exposed inhibitor fight here, and the poke from Vulcan is going to be focused on Nian here actually for the first time.
Yeah, that takes a couple of damage points off, but Nian Tonso, I mean, to give you an update on his stats, 170 magic resist and 3,400 life. If Xerath can one-shot him, I just don't think Xerath can one-shot him.
So it's actually Xerath just trying to get the ticks onto Yorick because he's got a Leandries now. So if you just tag him with one spell, you can burn him down as a percentage of that HP, and it's very, very effective to get a first hit on every single one of the champions because it's current health.
Well, it looks like Vulcan have gone for a new objective though this time. The mid lane wasn't quite working out, so instead, Devil's going to Banshee's Veil block the Xerath Q, but they were looking at Baron this time around, and now CLG are forced to defend this part of the map. However, there's a big minion wave at the bottom side lane.
My goodness, we still have an exposed inhibitor to go after, but they instead retreat to the dangerous area, and there's the Flash Crescendo missing.
Yeah, flashed away by ManCloud. They wanted to open up on him, but couldn't quite do it. The answer back though on a Chaucer is very, very painful. Nian will block some of that damage. The Banshee's back up here for Double Lift. Vulcan say, look, we got some damage on you and your Crescendo's down. Let's engage. The slow into Big Fat, dropping him lower and lower, down to 2,000 health. Oh, the max range hook, but Link wants to go in. He gets dropped down immediately. Will they re-engage? I don't think they maybe should. The box comes across. Big shields come out, though, from Vulcan. This is a 5v4 power play. They caught up to Chaucer. Chaucer goes down as well. 5v3, this could be it.
Dude, that was a terrible, terrible fight for CLG right there. Link, please, too close. He got rune prisoned up, and he was sentenced to death.
He was indeed sentenced to death. The inhibitor goes down, but Vulcan says, base, what base? We want bottom lane.
What base? That's part of their base too. They'll go
yeah, okay, sorry. I thought they were going to go Baron, and they went bottom, and I was like, oh, I set that up so poorly. So
there we go. We're going to start the siege up when we still have Caitlyn, so that means turrets mean nothing.
Turrets are going to fall over. That's number 8 right here picked up there for Vulcan. So only the top lane inhibitor turret and the Nexus turrets are remaining for this Counter Logic Gaming lineup. Second inhib has fallen down. They've got a couple of minutes here of minions starting to flood into the CLG base.
We've seen so many games with 2 inhibitors down come back, though. And look at this. Gold dead even at 52 minutes in. Kills dead even at 52 minutes in. This really, you can't call the game still.
You really, really can't. Vulcan they've been looking like they're winning for most of it, I gotta say. They had a couple of good early leads. They've been up in turrets the entire time. The Baron went to them. They've been the aggressors. But CLG always finds some way to turn those team fights back around. The Game of Throws is still afoot, really.
I mean, that last team fight doesn't really tell much for the current power levels because it was Link totally getting blasted down before anyone else was able to do anything. So that really was not telling, right? We're going to have a much longer extended team fight next time, and we'll have to see how Nian chooses to use that Yorick ultimate this time. Looks like a little cheeky Baron over the wall. Won't pay off. Blue ping's going down really quickly.
And Vulcan definitely knows about this, but the wards are still getting swept out. Thing is, Chowster, he'll take some poke, but I don't know how much he really cares.
They softened it up for
Oh
Smithy!
my gosh, it's so low. They do have to make sure that Big Fat LP can join the fight. They are all around. The ults come across. Double takes a bunch of pain right there. Dropped dangerously low. He's down to 600 health right there, and has to run towards the double
Baron.
to life steal.
It isn't healing.
Oh my gosh, Baron, yes, it's so low as well. 4,000 health on it, and it's taking damage from Thornmail once in a while to keep it from regenerating as well, but no one's quite starting the fight. Vulcan doesn't want to battle this either. They poke on a Big Fat LP, and Nian Thompson puts ghouls down. CLG might do another across-the-wall Baron attempt, but Chowster's been revealed by a cupcake.
Oh no, Nian now is by himself in the Baron pit. That was not the right way to go, my friend.
No, he charged up the wall, but he's still going to go down. Link chunked as well, and Doublelift might be forced to run. Mandatory Cloud is going to keep people away. Baron's still taking damage. I don't know if Vulcan are trying to risk the steal, though. They're kind of waiting around. They're finally going back in.
LP has his ult.
Can he go for it? The wards have gone down. The poke comes across. This is going to be the blue team Baron. Once again, Vulcan takes it up.
Nian, that was the wrong neighborhood to wander into. Very, very dangerous neighborhood, that Baron pit, and he paid for that with his life. Couldn't get back to the edge to try and get out.
Baron pit is the Compton of Summoner's Rift. You don't want to be caught out there on the wrong side, and that just went poorly. So Vulcan, they're making their way top lane. They've got the other inhibitor so far. It's the last one left, top lane. Let's siege it down.
Speaking of dangerous, LA neighborhoods, we have, 5 shootings in Santa Monica? It's almost even as dangerous over here. But it looks like that's going to be the edge that Vulcan need to make their way towards the last standing turret.
And they're going to look for it
Inhibitor
right here.
turret.
Inhibitor turret, indeed. The last thing inhibitor here. Defend it up. Zuna's going to take a little bit of poke from Double. Chowster is there. The rest of CLG are alive. The zombie ult is up. In fact, every single ultimate on the map is available for these guys when they want to throw down. Even summoner spells, we've got most of them back. Nian's boosting a flash. That's pretty much it for these guys. ManCloud's got his back. All summoners, all ults. This is everything available.
And you're right, we did have a QSS picked up here by Caitlyn. So Zuna is going to be able to get out of, whatever, tether he gets in. If it's Big Fat LP diving him, he'll be just fine. He's mobile right now, and there's not that many other dive buddies for Big Fat LP. He's not threatening at all because he always goes full tank like this. A Nocturne jumping into the back line on Caitlyn.
We're looking for the siege right there. Poke onto Link. The crescendo comes across. Nian gets Rune Prison. Here comes the engage. Can they get enough damage across? Big Fat goes into the back line. A lot of damage from the Requiem, but Big Fat LP is going to get exploded right there. This is going to make it a 5-on-4, and Vulcan are not done. They still look bloodthirsty. The minions are flooding into the CLG base. They're just trying to buy some time right here. Kato comes across under Nian Tanso. The rest of CLG forced to back up to defend their Nexus. That turret is still losing health, and the top inhibitor is forfeited. Vulcan's going to take that one down as well. They might keep moving into the base.
All those tanking items mean nothing at 55 minutes into the game, and here we go, Vulcan.
They're trying to explode Nian Tanso and then force back down onto the Nexus. 5v4. This could be theirs indeed. Double makes a stand, but can't quite pick up the kill. Soda's going to fall down as well. Nexus will drop, and Vulcan will finally take the game over in 56 minutes.
What a quick game there for CLG. Actually, they go down this time, so another loss. 56 more minutes of practice, though, in their new roles.
And I gotta say though, as far as 56-minute games are concerned, the ones who hold it on the entire time and carry the team, they tended to be there on Vulcan. Mandatory Cloud, 9-2-3, 19,500 gold. Xerath, he pretty much opened everything for the squad in this game.
Mandatory Cloud, he really has been the star of Vulcan. Talked about it coming into the summer split, and he lived up to the hype. We talk about this Cloud9 hype. Mandatory hype train is also, rolling out of the station now.
Cloud 10, I think is going to be Mandatory Cloud's unofficial name right here, because he's definitely on another level right now. Did an amazing job in this game. And I don't know, it's the story I kind of want to talk about. CLG, a little bit new to their roles. We saw guys getting caught out once in a while, like these little weird mistakes that make the game frustrating.
New to your role has nothing to do with being caught out. I just want to say that right there. That's a general game knowledge mistake that happens, and wandering into Compton, definitely dangerous, as we've discussed. So the Baron pit, Nian was unable to escape, and that was really the nail in the coffin for that CLG team.
So a couple of unfortunate events for CLG. We'll see if they can bounce back in the rest of the weeks. Of course, we have plenty more action, both today and later on. So we're going to take a short break. But when we return, Vulcan's ManCloud will join us to talk about their takedown of CLG. Then Jat will return to Replay Central to drop some knowledge. Don't go anywhere. Week 1 of the North American LCS. We'll be right back.
Got good damage. Look at Charles. Look at
What's your
Charles.
ult? What's your ult?
Link is still alive. Link is still alive.
Cogma!
Nice.
Good shit, baby! Let's go!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and summoners of the League of Legends. We're back in the interview lounge here, Rivington III, joined by Mandatory Cloud and Bloodwater after their big victory coming up on Counter Logic Gaming. Now, we've seen a lot of teams in the LCS kind of go into the late game, where that was an experience that really hurt teams coming into the spring split. What are you guys finding out about yourselves in the late game? We'll start with Bloodwater.
In my opinion, for our late game, we're a really good team when it comes to team fighting. And for the late game, we're really well off in the late game.
So, Mandatory Cloud, what are you guys finding out really about that late game? Where is your pressure coming from, and why are these wins always not so good, but so strong against CLG, always being able to stop them?
I think we're really good at CSing. That's a big factor. We always have the items that we need in the late game, and so just all our abilities are doing the maximum damage. But yeah, I think we're a really strong team in the late game, and we've shown that in the first half of the split, where we brought like every game to 50 minutes or something ridiculous.
Right. And you guys were the ones to face CLG, obviously, during the qualifiers, but the end of the spring split. Knowing that CLG really didn't like that matchup, what's the difference between the hotshot CLG and the now roster swap CLG?
To me, I don't really see much of a difference.
Okay.
I feel like they're doing a little bit better than they were with hotshot. That's just me, though. And hopefully it works out for them.
Right on.
He actually plays kind of lower impact champions, to be honest. He doesn't play Shen, which hotshot really loved. He doesn't play Malphite, which can just shut down an AD carry on his own. There's the difference in his champion pool, I think, affects the difference.
And you guys feel, with obviously a strong roster coming in here, that you have an upper hand against some of the teams that maybe came in with fresh rosters, or are you giving them all the respect since you guys actually did it halfway through last season?
To me, I always like to give people respect. I don't like to underestimate people, because when someone's better than you, you're forced to try your best and perform better and always do your best. So that's always a good thing for me.
Right. ManCloud, we always hear, we were hearing, obviously, the Smithy training ManCloud on that Xerath. Where's the skill coming from? Have you just been practicing it yourself, or was there a little bit of tutorial there for you?
Yeah, I went to the Smithy school for Xerath, I guess. It's kind of like riding a bicycle. Once you play Xerath, you learn them. You don't have to play him much to keep him up. So.
Right on. So we haven't seen a lot of the double comp, this is a question for you, Bloodwater, of Yorick really trying to just accentuate an AD carry, somebody else get that second Karthus in. How do you play against that in the late game when Doublelift really could have just made a disaster of your team in a few seconds? How do you get around that?
Honestly, if we just went all in into their team, we would have all just died. Instead, we just decided to peel back and Lantern Xerath every time he got Nocturne ulted, and we just peeled every fight. And in my opinion, Yorick's ult on Doublelift wasn't really that useful because we just ran away every time they tried to come at us.
Absolutely, definitely had to disengage for the fight with Mandatory Cloud coming in huge. With the pressure you guys, had on the map, it's been a lot different coming in since the spring split. What has changed for you guys now that you're coming into the second season, the experience of the spring split under your belt?
Definitely a lot has changed for us. We're trying to change our mistakes and not really do them as often, but that's not really working out so well right now.
What are some of those mistakes? I heard you talking to Mandatory Cloud, like, I didn't mean to do that part. What was that?
Right now, we've gotten worse at level ones, almost. It feels like we've just gotten worse, or everyone else has gotten better at it. Like, we'll just lose games in a minute and 30 seconds sometimes, and that's the biggest thing. We've been focusing on that a lot for this split.
And final question for you guys. I know you said you give a lot of respect out there to every team, but who are you looking to beat to really give you that confidence that you can just continuously go with the momentum that Vulcan loves to use?
Definitely the top team right now, TSM, in my opinion. So
all right.
If we can overcome that, that'd be really awesome for us.
So really, with this strength of Cloud9, you guys still think the veteranacy of TSM is going to be there still in the middle of the season? All right, Mandatory Cloud, Bloodwater, thank you very much. Congratulations on the win once again. Always finding a way to get over Counter Logic Gaming. Guys, Team Solo Mid versus Curse is up next. We still have a few matches to go on the day, but right now we have Jat over on the Telestrator to break down some of the big plays already.
Thank you very much, Riv. And this last game between COG and Vulcan was an exercise in futility when COG kept trying to engage on a Vulcan team that was purely bent on kiting away. And this was the closest COG came to being able to get a fight because they set up a sneak attack in the brush. Let's actually roll this in half speed to watch how Chouster flashes in and catches some good priority targets in a crescendo. They get the Caitlyn and the Xerath, and then Big Fat LP flies in for them. And if we actually pause it right here, we'll get to see mainly the Karthus wall slowed a few, but it's a question of target selection and how does COG actually get everyone they need to, because Psycho Sid is up top here on a fairly tanky rise, and the entire COG team actually just chases up towards Psycho Sid and allows the priority targets of Vulcan to go away. Let's actually watch this clip at half speed to see how COG all funnels in towards the Baron side of the map and doesn't get all the priority targets they need to on Vulcan. There was a slight miscommunication from this because Double Lift got peeled off, but Link on Karthus went so far away. And right now, COG is saying, they're dead, they're all dead, but they didn't do quite enough damage. 3 key members of Vulcan got away with a sliver of health. And from here, COG was not able to get the Baron off. That was the closest they came to getting the game because Vulcan had their disengage down pat. They knew they couldn't win a straight-up team fight by diving into COG, so they didn't throughout the rest of the game, and they pulled out a late-game victory. Let's send it back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Jat. And now that we're 18 games into the summer split, let's take a look at where the teams stand. Still in first and still undefeated is the LCS rookies Cloud9, while Team Coast and Vulcan are tied for second at 3-2.
In fourth place, it's TSM at 2-2, while CLG and Dignitas are tied for fifth. And finally, in last place, it's Curse and Velocity.
But there are still 2 games left to go in this Super Week. Coming up next, TSM looks to stack the pain on a struggling Curse, and then Velocity tries to be the first team and only team so far to take down the undefeated Cloud9. So stick around because week 1 of the North American LCS Summer Split will continue right after these messages.
Curse, they lost to Vulcan, and that makes them even lower on the chart. I don't care how good their support is. They've only had a day of practice or something. So if we lose a Curse, it'll be a huge upset to me.
Well, huge upset could be in the works, of course. We'll look and see what happens in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, welcome back to week 1 of the North American LCS Summer Split. I am still David Freak Turley, and joining me from the replay lounge is now Joshua Jat Leisman.
Long trek.
Yeah. Uphill both ways. But he's made it, guys, and now it's time for our 7th match of the day. Nothing can hold this guy back. It's Team Solo Mid versus Curse. TSM is coming off their best game of the summer. They finally look like the team that won the spring split during their roll of Vulcan.
And the odd one got TSM off to a great start in that game. It happened early today. He stole blue buff and got first blood in the first 4 minutes. He finished 3-0-8 and carried through. TSM used some really solid team play to turn that early lead into a quick 29-minute win. So if Odd One and TSM can duplicate their effort against Curse, they would end Super Week on a 2-game winning streak and tied for actually second place in the league at 3-2.
So while TSM seems to be hitting their stride really, really well, Curse is still trying to find their footing and are in danger of slipping to a 1-4 start to the split.
And this has been a very trying week for Curse because Edward's acquisition is more of a long-term plan for the team, and they've had such a short amount of practice time that they're trying to squeak out of this week with as few losses as possible, since they knew that that they will be better later in the year. And they've had a lot of close calls so far too, because their game against Team Cloud9 could have went either way, and their game against COG was very close. This team is just a few plays away from being a 3-1 team, so they really need to come together, Freak, if they want to beat their biggest rival here in TSM.
Going to be a fun match, of course. So let's take a look at the lineup so we can get ourselves into the game. On the blue side is Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane, the Odd One in the jungle, Reginald up in mid, Wild Turtle the AD carry, and Xpecial still on support.
And on the red side, we have Curse with Voyboy in top lane, St. Vicious in the jungle, Nijaki in mid, and then Cop and Edward, that new bottom lane, rounding out the AD in support.
See if they can run it up this time. And of course, this brings us to our featured matchup. It's the all-star supports, TSM's Xpecial and Curse's Edward.
And hey man, Edward is known for his playmaking and his hook shots with Thresh, the Thresh Prince of Las Vegas now, because he's decided to move. And Xpecial has actually started to take a more vocal role on TSM since the all-star game. Apparently also, as Dyrus was saying, having it out with Reginald a little bit after yesterday's losses, and they turned it around for sure. And this is actually now the only league in the world where you get to see 2 All-Stars in the same role play against each other.
It's going to be a fun one. And actually, Jat, speaking of people kind of turning the strides back around and keeping their games back, and kind of everyone having a good chance in this one, you had a fun stat about the teams that were winning so far today.
We figured out during the break that in the 6 games today, 6 of the teams have won.
Yeah.
And Curse hasn't won a game yet today, but TSM has. So if we're going off the trends, Curse has got this one.
Curse has got this one, guys. Champ Select has begun. It's time to get ourselves a game underway. Blue side TSM, red side Curse. And for the first time, actually, they're actually taking their time to plan out their first ban. Like, that surprised me a bit. And they're like, you know what, Nijaki, you really don't get Twisted Fate. And Curse says, you know what, TSM, Reginald, you don't really get Karthus this time around.
One of the themes of the day has been taking your time, or just bouncing back and forth between Baron and mid lane, and Baron and mid lane, and Baron and... You're familiar with that. Everyone else got to watch that game, fortunately. But, yeah, they are definitely taking their time. TSM's game against Vulcan had slow pick and ban as well. I don't think that's really anything we can look too much into other than they're just making sure they get the right stuff.
Definitely a lot of respect bans coming through, though. The Thresh Prince is not going to be able to reprise his wall. His wool, what is he, a sheep? Reprise his role here in this game that has been banned out of the way by TSM. Of course, the Reginald Kha'Zix getting a lot of respect. So taking their time or not, Curse are repeatedly banning Reggie.
Well, if there's one thing that we've seen a lot of Kha'Zix play, yes, Reginald's play on Kha'Zix is awesome. And I think he was the first one to play Kha'Zix this weekend, or in opening week. Everyone has done well on Kha'Zix this week. It's just been an eventuality of when he's in the game, it's strong. And the Ziggs ban, I feel like, is a throwaway.
I have to believe that. They're not fighting Prawley unless he's randomly something we didn't know about this. So
surprise!
Maybe they didn't need anything else. It just feels like confidence right here.
I think that's exactly what TSM's been going for. One of TSM's tricks, actually, back in their scrimming days and when they scrim, is they will either not ban or ban champions that they don't care about because they are either trying to get the team to play something good against them or they want to see, like, give me your best shot. Play whatever you want against us, and the Ziggs ban could be a little bit similar because it denies bans as well. They wanted to get rid of Elise
to counter the odd one, but obviously that would leave Jace up for Dyrus.
So Jace is open, and of course, a lot of these really high-tier picks are still available as well, right? Jace, we've seen guys like Rise as well as Kennen have been really, really hotly contested, and then a lot are being left open right now.
And if I think back to TSM's first game today, actually, Dyrus hovered over Jace for about 20 seconds, then he swapped to Shen.
That's right.
Yeah, and they let Vulcan pick up the Jace, and they were just completely fine with it because they were running comps instead of OP champions, in Dyrus's words.
Of course, and honestly, this. I just want to wait to see what they do. Of course, you've got 1 minute to make your mind on each side. They can't be too surprised with the bans coming out from Curse. And I think we've talked about this before, about like trying to fake out your opponents and show a champion for a long time. Think about Jace, think about Jace, think about Jace. Just kidding.
And why would they hover over it for so long? Unless they were planning on letting it be locked in the entire time. You...
Batter's making good and sure.
All right. It's not too surprising. It's definitely something he's practiced a lot of. It was his #1 champion going into the All-Star game that he didn't actually get to play that much at the All-Star game. So now he gets to break it out here. No biggie.
Yeah, it's a good time to start. The LCS season has begun. They're up against some really big rivals in Curse, and heck, ending the week at second place is not a bad place to start. So TSM definitely looking to make this roll happen.
We got a huge bunch in the brackets too, because everyone aside from Cloud9 has lost at least twice.
Yeah.
So whether you're 2-3 or 3-2, you're pretty close. It's a 28-game season, so these guys are definitely still feeling each other out here. With the Rise and Kennen picks as well, Curse has already designated their solo lanes, which gives TSM and specifically Reginald a lot of freedom because he knows he's either leaning against a Kennen or Rise. So whatever he does with his rune page, he's making sure to get a lot of magic resist.
Definitely a big case here for these guys, and right now it's TSM's turn to make their own choices. Adon has been running a lot of, at least of course with that one banned. He could be following the lead from Crumbs and Meteos and going for Zach here. Got 4 seconds to make their last few choices.
Interesting, too. I haven't been privileged to watch the Odd One Zach very much. I know he was mainly spamming Elise recently. Zach is something that can probably fit for the Odd One, but it's not, to me, it's not quite his play style.
Yeah.
I'm not kind of trying to put my finger on exactly what Odd One's play style is, but it's like the Cho'Gaths. Even Nocturne, for some reason, has always worked for him in the past, but Zach just having to always go in with a Bud, not sure exactly how it's going to work for TSM.
Well, they have, of course, locked in the Caitlyn as well, so a lot of long-range, really, tools here for TSM. Jace and Kate, both ready to fire from the back lines.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of long-range initiation, but, like, Dyrus can't necessarily go in with Reggie. Or, sorry, Reggie.
Odd One.
Odd One.
Yeah.
It's been a long day, man.
It has, it has. Yeah. Thanks for sticking with us here. Of course, we've got 2 more games, so even if you guys are slipping, drink some Red Bulls, get yourself hyped up because we've got great games still to follow in the day. Curse, it's their turn to make their choices. They're looking at their bottom lane. They grab their solos. They're saying, great, we're going to grab our bottom lane now. It's going to be Sona picked up for Edward, much to his chagrin. And looks like Cop going to be on Varus.
And we were wondering earlier what Curse was going to do near the end of the week when they're really just trying to scrape out the wins because they were trying a lot of unconventional for Curse strategies earlier on in the week. The Varus for Cop and even the Sona for Edward is very much what Cop is going to be used to playing with, and maybe we'll see a much more almost vintage Curse in this game.
And we really liked when vintage Curse came through, when they put Voy on a hard carry like Tryndamere, and everything went right for them.
Exactly. Vintage Curse got them to the #1 seed in the LCS for the majority of the last split before they had that late season collapse.
So Vintage Curse might just be what these guys are looking for. 24 seconds left, and TSM actually made the same choice, right? They said, we're not going to make the mistakes we did in Season 1. We're just going to play TSM style, stop rushing for champions that everyone else wants, and play what we want.
Yet, here they are picking Zach, Jace, Caitlyn. Come on, guys. If they pick the Janna, it would make a lot of sense. X-Special's Janna play has been absolutely incredible. And just now trying to figure out, that would make the most sense for them. They have the Ballista combo with Orion and Zach, followed with Shock Blast stuff. So that is a, it's a slightly different comp from TSM, but still, I actually do feel like that's a bit of a OP champ comp for TSM. Okay. I still like it.
A couple of counter picks in there as well, and it's time for Curse to make their final choice. Their jungler's still left open. Saint getting that one at the very, very end here. He's looking at Udyr.
Yeah. It used to be the case where I would say Udyr was hard countered by Janna, and there was just no way you could close to her.
Okay.
But as they swap it off to a totally new champion. I'm going to finish my Udyr point.
Sure.
With the Boots of Swiftness change and the increased move speed on Bear Stance, he can get by against a Janna team. It's not as ideal as it is against a non-Janna team, but you can definitely make do. I think the Nunu would be a substantially better pick, but we'll see what he goes for.
He's actually looking at Sejuani. I mean, we've seen Saint on a lot of tank initiators recently. Nautilus repeatedly locked in a heck of a lot. He's looking at the Sejuani right now. I mean, we've seen her a lot. We said she was available this split. Different one. Now I'm just trying to follow what Saint's going for. He's actually going to say, yes, I want Nasus in this one. I want the wave clear, I want everything else he brings.
Those jerks.
Those jerk, yeah.
Rihanna's like 4 champions right in a row. But they got Nasus now. So huge amounts of team fight potential there for Curse. And it's interesting that they picked such a immobile jungler against such a displacement-heavy team that TSM has, because the Janna ulti, if used properly, as we've seen against Kennen, can completely shut that down. So if Curse doesn't initiate just right, or if X Special plays just perfectly, I feel like TSM will get this off of the disengage just from Janna alone. We'll see, though.
So disengage in long range, really, I think, holding a bit of a line here for TSM. And you said, right, immobile jungle going to make things a little bit hard for Curse, but I think they're picking into a bit of comfort here, so at least they'll know how this comp runs.
It's just tricky playing against a Janna because they pick the majority of their solo laners. The double ability power compositions don't really work with like the hit and run strategy necessarily. So even though they hadn't finished up their whole wombo combo of AoE, the Janna pick was safe right from the start as long as Curse hadn't picked it themselves. So it's a great pick by X Special because this Janna's real good.
Great adaptation then by TSM. I want to see if he can do what Chouster did though and knock the hamster back over the wall, because that always is like the funniest thing to see when you get that good of a monsoon and you're like, you literally do nothing with Slicing Maelstrom.
It is quite a difficult situation to prep here. I'd have to say.
But it's a good highlight reel moment. Now, guys, we're getting ourselves into the game very, very soon here. Blue side, Team Solo mid. Red side, Curse. Curse looking for their first win of the day here. If they can grab it, it's going to make their lives a lot easier, hoping that they can kind of build some momentum coming into week 2 as they get themselves ready to keep the games going on. Game is loaded up. We got ourselves a match. It's going to be great.
Yeah, and Curse and Velocity are the only 2 teams today to not pick up a win. Everybody plays twice.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to go 1-1, right? That's the way that the LCS works.
Yes.
Okay. Just checking.
It's cool to see, though, that the league is so much closer now compared to, I would say, the beginning of the last split. We had this like huge top 4, bottom 4 divide. A lot of teams took a while to even get their first win. But by the first 2 days, teams had their first win. And it's just so much more competitive this time around.
And even the opening of the season is a much more explosive here because we're starting with the Super Week instead of having a Super Week in week 4. So everybody's getting a big dosage of themselves right off the bat.
It's going to be fun. So here we go. The dosage going to be good enough for these guys. Curse in the top right, TSM in the bottom left. Odin right now playing as a human ward, actually. Solo mid, we see so many Wraith wards open up the series, but TSM are super passive this time around.
Yeah, there's no like Thresh in the game this time either, so people aren't super worried about early game warding. We've been seeing a plethora of early game wards so far this split, but there's also because we've seen so much Blitzcrank and Thresh. That Shock Blast did not see St. Vicious. Is he going to get us something?
They're a little bit surrounded. The Rune Prison goes off on Reginald. Has to flash away from that one. He will survive this, but a lot of damage put off in TSM. Rage's got a recall right now. Jackie the same. He's hurt too.
I'm a little wondering why St. Vicious just decided to Spirit Fire those guys. I think if he would have used the early skill point, which is difficult for a jungler to do on Wither, and then withered someone, that way they could chase him down after Flash, I think they could have gotten First Blood, and then St. Vicious just would have required a better pull on his jungle, but he'd already skilled up his Spirit Fire before the level 1 engagement happened, so Curse didn't get that golden opportunity.
Instead, though, he's just going to pick up some gold from these wolves here. Of course, Edward's spending a lot of time here taking up some of the damage and making sure that he gets that decent pull that he's looking for. The odd one in a very similar situation. He's going to start up on blue, so some early antics definitely in this game, but we've kind of got ourselves back to a safe start in this battle. Odd one and Saint both grabbing their blue buffs without too much trouble.
Yeah, and it does look like we have a couple of lane swaps, obviously. Cop and Edward are mid against Reginald. This is a common theme for Reginald. He often gets 2 people against him in the mid lane, and he's actually become very adept at dealing with it. Even in the first game when he had his flash burn early on in the match, he still came back strong.
Well, meanwhile, though, speaking of 2v1s, Jackie's having a bit of a harsh time with that one, as Xpecial and Wild Turtle have put some pain on him, dropping him down below half health. That said, he does have teleport.
Yeah, and that's the nature of a 1v2 Rise at the very start of the game. You get screwed at the start. You cannot deal with 2 people when you're only level 1, unless you get some backup. So either the wave's going to all the way push in. It doesn't look like St. Fishes is planning a 3-man dive, so Jackie should be able to pick up a bit of farm once it gets to his turret, assuming he doesn't take too much damage from the poke.
Doesn't quite take the Peacemaker on the backside there, but Xpecial has been constantly landing those tornadoes and opening those situations. Gotta say, you said Xpecial has a great Janna. We're seeing it here even in the very early laning.
He's just going to have to continue trying to pull that off. You have the odd one now coming around the back, but at the same time, St. Fishes is coming to help out, so they're on a collision course for each other, and this is probably going to turn into one of those 2v3 laning situations.
I believe Saint saw out, but they're just going to go right on it anyway. They want to fight the 3v2. A lot of damage coming across. Wild Turtle taking turret aggro and then walks right through. They've now got Curse surrounded.
This is weird.
This is weird. They're
It's real weird.
the minion wave. Jackie puts some damage. Turtle's been rune prisoned. He's putting some damage. Jackie's down below half health. They're actually still fighting it underneath the enemy turret.
Yeah, and Sona's actually roamed all the way from mid lane, so Edward making some plays. I think he's going to have to burn a flash here unless Jackie flashes over for a rune prison. Very nice path that Xpecial took, barely saving his life.
Can they aggro the dragon and deal damage in time? No, Xpecial will simply flash away. He does survive that, but all that turret dive happened was really just burn summoners away from TSM.
I feel like St. Fishes came down at the right time, and the rune prison timing as Wild Turtle was walking through the turret really saved Jackie and St. Fishes' life there. Great repel of rotation from TSM by Curse.
Okay, so good openings here. Reggie now forced to, again, sit in this back line, but you talked about how good Reggie was in those 2v1s. He's at 16 minions, whereas Jackie's still only at 4, so you called that right. Reggie's really not doing that bad.
I think some of that obviously has to do with the rotations that we just saw.
Sure.
Because Edward walked all the way down to the bottom, and at that point, Reginald was just 1v1ing against an AD carry. And there's kind of a reason AD carries don't go 1v1 mid anymore, is because they lose a lot of those early game duels against champions, specifically like Orianna, who get to shield themselves while they do auto attacks that are pretty much as nice as Varus' early game. So Reggie doing his job, but the team creating a lot for him like usual.
All right, so there we go. TSM working around their mid laner quite successfully. Cop and Edward still trying to put the poke down. There we get some damage onto Reginald, but of course he came to lane with a bunch of potions and is sustaining himself back up. Cop and Edward also, to look at this, they're really not putting any major pressure on the turret until now. They finally get their first wave to hit it.
Yeah, neither of these 2v1s are really pushing the wave that hard. They're mainly focusing on harass, as you can see by Cop charging up that piercing arrow, actually maxing his piercing arrow, which is always something to check on a Varus, whether they max the Q or the E.
Yeah, it's been a little bit different now with the patch change where the damage went over there. We've seen them make a couple of different moves for this one. Cop and Edward, though, they're still looking for that push. So let's check out one of these other lanes and see how the other pushes are going. Xpecial and Wild Turtle, they're trying to put up against Saint, but he's just sitting there spirit firing, and that turret's not taking much damage either.
Nasus is a very good jungle pick against a team that you think is going to be shoving a lot. That's why when Velocity played their jungle Ezreal push comp earlier on in the day, they banned Nasus, and that's why St. Fishes has been able to keep this turret so healthy. That one Spirit Fire he put previously really more than halved the amount of time that minions were sitting at that turret and saved a huge amount of damage down there.
So by comparison, Odd One is trying to hold this turret in the mid lane, but doesn't have Spirit Fire
yeah,
on
it's
Zac.
not the same.
Not really.
Not really.
The Voyboy, though, he's level 6. He's just hit his ultimate, and you can see how well he's zoning out Dyrus from this.
I gotta say, Dyrus is doing a great job farming, though. If we've seen one thing from Kennen this week, it's how well Kennen can dominate the laning phase. Even one of our first matches of the entire week, it was actually Voyboy on Jace getting killed by a Kennen. It was Psycho Sid, and he just... Or no, maybe he was Elise, but he got killed by a Kennen. And Voyboy knows how powerful it is, so Dyrus doing a great job since he's pretty much even in farm.
So beautiful stuff there. Dyrus has hit level 6, which means a bit less on Jace, to be fair. But he's got a rank in W, maxing out the Q as one does normally. The mid lane, though, he puts the Shockwave up on Cop. Cop forced to flash backwards. Edward power cording back. The mid turret's taking a bunch of damage, but they've stopped the push.
Yeah, and the bottom lane has had a lot of harassment go down, too. Just look at how low Wild Turtle and St. Fishes are, but the mana is burned out by St. Fishes. So even though Turtle and Xpecial are super, super low, they have more threat right now, and they may get some freedom on this turret as they shove up that lane as quickly as possible.
The headshots being used, the auto attacks coming by as well. Interestingly, he's actually not Piltover Peacemakering the lane. He's low enough on mana. He's trying to save that for other abilities. Gets a shield as Rise goes for the damage, and there's the push on the turret.
Oh, there's that sneaky TP too. So Jackie made it back with full mana. Now I feel like he's too much threat for Xpecial and Wild Turtle to deal with. One of the things with doing a teleport Rise in a lane is you're actually opting yourself into a 1v2. Because the way 1v1 top lane Rise actually survives is because his trades are so powerful that people don't want to walk into range to harass you, but they're only threatening enough if you actually bring a combat summoner on Rise. So early on in the game, if you see a pro going like teleport Rise or ignite Rise, it'll generally tell you whether or not that team wants to 1v1 or 1v2 that side lane.
And great adaptation by Jackie. He's been holding that lane so well. The turret, half health, which is really not bad considering the mid lane turret for TSM is like practically dead at this point. So I gotta lend a hand. Curse making a lot of good early game choices.
They are hanging in there. Okay. TSM was dominating Vulcan in the early game as well, but the gold is just completely even. Curse has adapted to what TSM's been doing, but we haven't talked about like why the game would still be close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Curse right now, St. Vicious, he's going to actually walk right into the Odd One. Level 6 on each of them. Spiritfire comes down, a little bit of pain on the Odd One. Of course, he's sustained up pretty well with Bloblets. I'm waiting to see when that mid turret's finally going to go down because it has like 12 health, and Curse aren't... They're trying to push forward. There we go. They pulled Saint over there. Maybe that'll be enough for them.
Yeah, this is most likely enough. Reginald's ultimate is actually going to be back up in 5. And Odd One is level 6 as well, so they might try a 2v3 ballistic combo. Here we go.
He's going to dive on in, Saint taking some pain, but the ult's going to go back onto the Odd One. He's been forced to really run away from this one. Shockwave comes across, and Odd One has been forced down into Bloblets. Now, can they stop him from going down? A lot of damage coming across. Varus and Edward trying to do the damage over the wall. He does get first blood just in time. Cop picks up the 400 gold on top of the turret.
TSM needed to be able to engage that before their turret died if they wanted to take off. Also, I'm surprised Reginald that Odd One didn't actually try to pull off the combo. Odd One was dead before Reginald used his ultimate, and even though he was able to flash over the wall, Curse had enough savvy to shoot over top, pick up that first blood.
Great move right here. Now Wild Turtle, ooh, getting hit hard by Jack. He was actually donated the blue buff not long ago, so Rise, he teleported, got the mana pool, got the tier, now he's just huge.
And I was kind of expecting Curse to go for the Dragon after that one, but Voyboy plus Dyrus battling it out top. Voyboy can't get the stun.
Ooh, he does just from the last tick of the ultimate, but Dyrus wants to turn back with the Ignite, puts the acceleration gate back down, jumps in, goes man mode. One more attack to go. He just barely wins the fight. Now is the Ignite enough? It is not. Dyrus wins the 1v1.
Just ticking off those auto attacks. He didn't even have a health potion running. Didn't need it. Come on now, Dyrus. You know better than that. So 1v1's Voyboy. Really good stuff. I remember the All-Star voting between these guys was like a percentage away between Dyrus and Voyboy. And Dyrus coming on top that time.
Absolutely amazing job right there. And the thing is, in the interview, he said he felt like he was the weakest top laner in the North American LCS right now. I think he's proven himself wrong right there. That was a really, really good set of moves by him.
Yeah, that's non-confident Dyrus top. He knows he's definitely in the top tier of North American top laners. He's competing on the world stage. A lot of the top laners were incredibly impressed with Dyrus' play when they played against him, saying they got to treat him like an equal in a lot of these times because Dyrus can definitely hold his own. But Dragon time.
And TSM definitely with a bit of a lead there. Dyrus has come down to join his team in the Dragon Pit, and it's going to be a bit of a fight here. The rest are milling in. Dragon getting lower and lower. Blue team picks up Dragon. Good smite by the Alpha. Now Jackie getting cast. A flash away. Crescendo hits Dyrus. Can they go back in? Wither coming across. Still damage. And the shockwave coming up on Rise 2. They pick up Jackie, and now TSM looks for some more fights. Cop losing health right now. Wild Turtle participating in this fight. Has no ulti available. Oddman jumps over the wall but can't quite get in range. Gets the Q slow. This could just be enough. The Zephyr, the barrier still used. He's not quite going down. The piercing arrow comes by, but Wild Turtle picks up the kill. At the same time, Dyrus dove the turret and got Edward.
And there's still Curse people on the run. Saint and Voyboy have yet to be able to enter this fight. I think they want to run or just chase down Dyrus. The rest of TSM did not expect to see them there.
Oh my god, the burst, and they take down the 3-0 Dyrus, but that's not going to be enough to save the bottom turret.
And Voy actually has ultimate in 3 seconds if he wanted to keep going, and even if it was 4v1, Voy's not that crazy. But all right, that was a very big play for TSM. Not only did they get the Dragon, they got multiple kills. The only problem is that they got the shutdown bonus given away by Dyrus. Still a fantastic set of plays for them, taking advantage of this early game.
So that's given them an 1,800 gold lead then. Early game lead quite nice for these guys. Jackie just trying to farm and get there on the rise. He's picked up those raids right there. He's farming himself back up. So with gold in mind, let's take a look at how these item builds start to differentiate. We've got the BF sword open for Wild Turtle, going for Iadra Bloodthirster, but Cop wants to get the early Blade of the Ruin King.
And Cop has been out farming Wild Turtle as well, which is something we can't forget, especially since Wild Turtle was pretty much just solely against the Jackie and St. Vicious play. The only kind of difference in the lanes was that failed early game tower dive that Wild Turtle pulled off, which probably slowed him down a bit. I like Cop's last hitting potential thus far, and if he gets to the Blade of the Ruin King, it'll be a nice thing to try to peel off the odd one, but I think the late game potential of Wild Turtle's build will be greater.
So let's see if TSM can get there. Of course, they're already winning the early game, so this might not be very difficult in the end for things. Right now, we look at Reginald dueling up against Cop. Now, last time they were 1v1, Reggie held up just fine. Oddmans are looking for a move here on St. Vicious. He's got the slow. They've got him following up as well.
And TSM is mainly just shoving them back from the turret so that they could take it. There was enough threat coming back up because Dyrus was following, and there's a 4-man TSM power squad coming up top here, and Curse doesn't necessarily have the manpower to stop, but TSM peels back because Jackie's pushing mid.
That's a lot of aggression coming out of this Rise right here. Sweeps out the wave, and no one is there just yet to turn that one back. So a little bit of farm going towards the Curse side. Voidboy has held the top lane successfully. Uh-oh, this could be a little bit risky for Xpecial. Saints chasing down.
Can you get a Wither?
You get the Wither. Wild Turtle shows his presence and says, please get off my support. Looks like that will dissuade Curse from chasing back in. So let's take a look over at the bottom lane, though, because the early push came in from Reginald. But no, I thought he was going to freeze it. Never mind. Bad call.
Yeah, well, he had the cannon wave arrive, and generally the lanes tend to get a little bit unfrozen when the cannon wave arrives because it's just so desynced. And Cop wants to go elsewhere as well because of the way TSM pressures the map after they get 2 outer turrets down. TSM pretty much always goes for the 3rd outer turret, which means Curse needs men in the mid lane to stop this.
But they're just going to go in for it anyway. Let's Bounce comes across, and Saint Vicious has been caught out. The ballista combo comes in, and Saint forced to run. Crescendo comes in for the counter engage. Edward is alive, and the Verisol really stopping up TSM as well. Saint just barely survives that. Xpecial has no health. Jackie's going to start exerting his presence. Gets the Rune Prison on a Wild Turtle. Wild Turtle forced to back up, but goes in back on Jackie. Jackie just barely survives that. There's so many low health bars, but TSM have the numbers advantage. This will be their turret.
And it looks like they got the 3rd turret. The instinct from Cop was right to go and stop TSM from diving his team, but Voidboy was off doing other things in the top lane, and much like the majority this week, Curse seems a little bit out of sync on their calls. I mean, we always talk about how a bad call that everyone follows is better than a good call that some people follow. And when Cop went mid lane, I feel like he was following a call that they needed help mid, whereas Voidboy may have been doing his own thing in top.
And that paid them the price of a turret. So TSM, all of them following the right call, and that seems to work out here. But Dyrus has been caught out here. Jackie looking for the damage. Dyrus wanted to hammer smash him back, and then immediately flashes out. Great mechanics there by Dyrus. Lost the flash, but he got away.
Yeah, Dyrus says he's not a good top lane player. Come on now. That was being able to get just a fraction ahead so we could knock backwards. An interesting thing about the Jace knockback is it will always knock someone back 600 units from Jace. So you actually knock someone back farther if they're closer to you when you start it. So it was even better for Dyrus there, making sure there was absolutely no way he could get tracked since he knocked him back directly away from it.
Great moves then by Dyrus. Good knowledge of mechanics and showing why he was the all-star top laner. And again, 3-1, he's doing great. And actually, his item build is progressing so incredibly quickly as well. 5,300 gold, most in his team. Manamune, Brutalizer, and cooldown boots already done.
That's the Jace build. He hasn't been shut down at all by Voidboy. A lot of times when Jaces have to lane against a Kennen, they're forced into a null magic early, or even a Hex Drinker, and it slows down their armor penetration combo with Manamune / Muramana. Hasn't been the case for Dyrus because he was able to outduel Voidboy before Voidboy had items, and he got the power spike, didn't need to go magic resistant.
Beautiful stuff then. So full offense Dyrus, and he's been coordinating himself around these team fights pretty well, as we just saw a second ago. Doesn't need the MR because he is a strong, independent Jace. So TSM looking for their next move.
You don't need... I see what you did there, man.
You don't need no MR. All right, Saint Vicious, though, on minion sweeping duty. TSM looking for their next move around the map. They're in the lead by 4,000 gold. They got 20 seconds left on Dragon. I feel like they want to keep snowballing the advantage, though.
I think they do. TSM loves to win, and they love to win fast, specifically when they have the Orianna plus Zac combo. One time they pull it off great. The other time it cost the odd one his life, but the Dragon fight may very well create a bunch of team fights. The one thing the Curse has now is a level 11 Voidboy. Kennen is awesomely strong at this point in the game. No Zhonya's, so if TSM bursts him down fast enough, it could be trouble. But despite the 4,000 gold lead, this may be a dangerous fight for TSM to go into if they don't do it just right.
TSM are a little bit split up. They're coming in from multiple different angles here. Saint is taking up this Baron, not losing too much health right now. Of course, lifesteal passive helping him in this one. Reggie coming in from the side. He's looking for somewhere to go. Avon just jumps right in. Edward takes a bunch of poke. Special, though. Look at him getting chunked out right there. He's got a shield out of himself, but Edward goes down. With the crescendo, Voidboy jumping in, but takes too much pain as well. A really good opening fight for TSM. Saint Vicious in a bad place. Avon just leaps in there and finds Cop, and Shockwave comes in. 4-0 for TSM.
Kapow! You could see the way TSM fought there was not allowing Curse to get their AoE off. It was a double-pronged attack. They came in from 2 to 3 angles. The odd one jumped in the middle. There was Xpecial off on the side. Voidboy had no direction to go in. St. Vicious' ultimate could never get into a team. TSM just flanked everyone on Curse and completely just discombobulated them, getting the 4-0.
Absolutely beautiful coordination by them, and as a payment for that, they got that secondary turret, and now say, Dragon, yes please, give us more global gold. 7,500 gold now puts TSM ahead.
I think things just got out of hand, because a second ago this was manageable.
Yeah.
There was a Dragon fight that if Curse won, they're like, all right guys, we're gonna be back into the game. But at this point, you need more than that, because a 7,000 gold lead at 18 minutes is... We've had a lot of comebacks this week.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen a comeback from a lead this big.
So let's see then if they manage to pull a miracle and kind of break the chain that's been going on so far in the games. Curse, if they do pull a comeback, you said it takes more than just one miracle team fight. What can they do to pull themselves back in?
So they need to find a way to not kind of get flanked around, which is incredibly difficult against what TSM is doing now. Voyboy in particular needs to be able to catch multiple people in his ult, and then maybe they need to catch TSM in some odd turret dives. The farming has actually been adequate for Curse. Their items are building up a little bit, but they're just getting out-positioned. So if Curse can position better and also fight, honestly, 5v4s or 5v3s is what they're going to need to do for a little while. Maybe even steal a Baron. They need a lot of things to happen.
A lot of things they do need indeed. Right now, though, it's the top lane push, hoping to put some gold back into their pockets. Boy's going to tank up the turret damage because, look, they really just need the gold. And Saint and Jack, you're going to make that happen. However, in the mid lane, TSM just want to fire that back, trading equal things and pushing farther and farther into the Curse base. And this is going to force... Oh my gosh, Dyrus just stopped the recall from Edward. They're going to keep pushing in, and they're not outnumbered yet.
Yeah, and Dyrus just really giving them the freedom to be able to take this next turret. There's not enough people on Curse back. If Voyboy wants to go in, this could be like a 4v4 that Curse gets, but with the poke that Voyboy took going in there, it's a real dangerous 4v4.
They actually still have Cop waiting around on the bottom lane to push down this turret. It will go down to this next wave, but they're down to the inhibitor here.
And the Ignite goes down onto Jackie, pushing him out of the fight as well. Odd One just spamming away on that inhibitor. I feel like it's down. Cop not back at the base yet. Turret for inhibitor. Not really a good trade.
A bit of a risk overall. 8-2 and kills, 6-3 in turrets. All these numbers are bigger for that blue side TSM. And you said they like to end games early, 20 minutes in, and the inhibitor's already down.
Yeah, that's a good way of tracking a team's progression. You look at the number. Is it bigger than the number on the other side?
Yeah.
Is it deaths? And if the answer to the deaths question is no, then they're winning. So I think that's true for everything that TSM is happening right now, in all accounts.
So Dyrus is going to have to go back down to the bottom lane. Cop had pushed it out, but he's like, a secondary turret, not the worst thing in the world. Of course, no Dragon available. Minion's going to start flooding into the mid lane, though. This is so difficult. You said it would take a bit of a miracle for Curse, and they've still not quite found what that is. They thought maybe a split push, maybe taking some turrets down and trading them out to get the global gold back a little bit closer to equal, but so far that's really not happened for these guys.
Yeah, and I wonder if Curse has kind of resigned themselves out of this week at this point. They've had so many close losses. They're already 1-3, and they didn't seem that pumped going into this game. They weren't pulling off like crazy strategies, and I feel like they're just kind of ready to say, all right, guys, Super Week did not work out for us. Let's just deal and work for the next week. Whereas TSM, they had it out last night, and they're actually been on a tear today.
They have been on a tear. They've done absolutely amazing. Came off of a win in the very, very first game, but then still they're looking to close this week out at second place, which still no slouch to be in with this hyper-competitive summer split. Though Curse, they're still playing it, right? They're still putting in the effort. They're looking for somewhere to go. The push down mid lane is just getting stymied, though. Super minions take too long for them to kill.
Yeah, they don't have the damage yet. There's just the Blade of the Ruined King on Cop. Nijaki hasn't even reached an Archangel staff, let alone a Seraph's Embrace on Rise. Still no magic penetration going. Voyboy finally got a bit of magic resist, so when he walks near Orianna, he doesn't lose half of his health. But there's still no Aegis. There's just the Sightstone on Edward, but no real way of getting good crescendos off unless he completely burns his flash into a team that's never grouped up to get hit by crescendo. So
yeah,
many things are going well for TSM, if that's a nice way of putting it.
It absolutely is. Their positioning has been on point. You said spreading out for those ultimates and making sure they don't get caught together. And that's such a good thing to see. The veteran team knowing how to team fight this and knowing how to push on through this inhibitor turret now taking a lot of poke here. And Reggie from across the wall keeps poking out at Curse while Jackie farms the bottom wave. They're getting damage in the top turret.
And Curse is just trying to get some of the farm back. When they're turtled into their base, they can't just let all those waves dive to the turret. Otherwise, they will keep falling farther and farther behind. In the comebacks we've seen today, these inhibitors have fallen much later, and they've had really powerful wave clears or farm bait carries to clear the waves fast. Curse can't do that, which means these turrets aren't being capable of being defended because it takes too much time to get super minis out of their base.
Another thing falls over. Ever takes a Caitlyn ult and just takes it on the chin right there, but now the inhibitor is the focus. Curse is maybe looking to stop them down here, but it's down below half health. Wild Turtle still putting bullets down into that structure. Kills off the minion wave. TSM are not wanting to relinquish this. Verazlo goes by. Here comes Curse. Voyboy wants his. Wild Turtle gets a little bit caught right there. Boy's gonna get knocked back though. Can they re-engage? Saint forced to run back. There comes Crescendo, and the Let's Bounce comes across. They explode Edward, and the fight has begun. Saint Fish is running away in the bottom hand side now. Boy getting chased out as well. There's the jump in from Dyrus. Doesn't quite get the kill though. The Zonius comes across. The jump in from Oddwood. They picked up 2 more kills. Those APs are gone, and now they're on to the Nexus. This could be the game for TSM.
And this would be the fastest game of the day. TSM with some resounding dive ability. That was a desperation fight by Curse. The Janna ultimate, even though they probably didn't need it to be key, was super key in that fight as Voyboy did not get stuns off the slicing Maelstrom.
And there's a TSM looking very focused as the game closes out. I guess it wasn't really a surprising result. The whole game seemed to really go their way. And, you know, unlike the Coast crazy comeback, we're like, I can't believe I did that. TSM's like, we played our game.
And this is the TSM the TSM fans are used to seeing. This is what we saw at the end of last split in the last Super Week. It's what we saw in the playoffs when they took the #1 seed in North America. And that's not the Curse we've seen either.
It is not.
Curse has a lot of work to do.
And I know from talking to them, especially Edward, he says, look, I know we're going to be amazing, but I know we have work to do. We've barely been here. Curse fans do not despair. They've got a whole split to work this out and turn themselves back in at the end of this all. So some work to go for these guys, but certainly nowhere to go but up for them.
For Curse, hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully there's nowhere to go for up. They do have the win.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Definitely a good start for them. So, I mean, I kind of want to talk about the return to form, though, for Team Solo Mid, just because we had this little rocky patch in the middle of Super Week. Because Super Week is long enough that you see stories kind of go up and down.
Yeah.
They won their very first game. All right, TSM's back. Downward. TSM, where you going? TSM, where you going? And they came back at the very end.
And it's quick adaptation that they've been able to pull off. Those guys have been together for a super long time. They obviously had the one roster change in the past about 1.5 years when Wild Turtle replaced Chaox during the middle last split. But they have shown now that they're able to solve their problems quickly because they had pretty much no problems today. Both of their wins were very decisive.
They really, really were. So excellent play by these guys. And in fact, I want to highlight some more of that excellent play. We have a replay of that dragon fight where they kind of surrounded the opposition.
And this was such a pretty dragon fight because everyone on Curse wanted to land AoE, but no one did. Voyboy was getting knocked around so much, and then he tried to get his ultimate off, but he still hasn't been able to use the spell. He got knocked down and killed as soon as he used it. St. Vicious was trying to chase Wild Turtle, but he couldn't make it there. And Nightjackie had to turn tail and run right off the bat. Like, the way TSM flanked around Curse in that fight did not leave room for Curse to react.
And just the crazy aggression, too. It's what we see, I think, as a common trend from the really top teams is they are able to go in hard at the right time.
And that's what TSM has kind of modeled themselves after. In all of their success, when they were the top team all throughout Season 2, it was that aggressive play style. That's really where we coined the term for it, was thanks to TSM.
So congratulations to them. A very, very well-played game. And, of course, what other man to join us than Reginald, who will talk about finishing out Super Week with a win. Then it's our final match today between the two newest teams in the LCS, Velocity Esports versus Cloud9. Super Week continues live from Los Angeles right after this.
Cloud9 is a really strong team. I mean, they came in, the first 2 games wiping out TSM and Dignitas. So they obviously came in really strong. I hope for a good game. Probably the hardest team that we're going to go against.
Welcome back, everyone, to week 1 of the North American LCS Summer Split. Now, before we get into our last match of the day between Velocity and Cloud9, I'd like to welcome TSM's mid laner, Reginald, to the desk.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Had a really commanding game. Talk to us about just your mindset coming into it.
Yeah, so, I mean, our mindset coming into it was like, oh boy, the game before was so long. Let's make this quick. Let's play right. Let's do everything right, and let's snowball the game into victory. And then we came into it really positive. We thought that we came in the mindset with confidence and that we're going to win. So, or we're going to miss our flight, of course. So we tried not to mess up. We did everything right, and we snowballed the game, so we won.
So I want to ask you about a couple of the specifics in the very, very beginning in Champ Select. Dara said in an interview, we kind of went back and said, look, we're going to play TSM champions, not just pick what's sort of OP at the time. And so last time it was like we're going to pick Shen, pick our strategy, go for it there. But this time you did go for the Jace. You did go for a lot of these common champions we're seeing in the LCS.
So in Champ Select, I was quite worried, mainly because they had an AoE comp, right? So if it got to mid-game, then we would have lost. Or not mid-game, late game, we would have straight up lost because their comp is so strong. So the idea is our comp is really strong everywhere, and we need to really snowball the game, like win all of our lanes. Specifically, we have stronger 1v2. We should win all our lanes and snowball the game. And so in Champ Select, Jace was left up, and the idea was, should we pick Jace or should we pick Kennen and go in AoE comp? And Darius is a lot more comfortable with Jace, so he picked Jace, and then we formed a comp around Jace and made it work because he just played Jace a lot more than Kennen. So we decided to go with Jace comp, and we went into the game, and we're really positive, and we're just expecting just to win our lanes and just to win the game.
Cool.
And against Curse now, with Edward being added to the lineup, what differences did you notice playing against Curse now with their first week of Edward compared to the Curse of last split?
Honestly, I really don't see a difference. Like, for example, like Edward's a really good player, not gonna lie. He's a much better player than Rux or a much better player than Elements in the support role. And I'm not saying that Elements and Rux are bad. I'm just saying Edward's just really good. That's why he got All-Stars for Europe. And I just think that I honestly think that Curse doesn't have strong solo lanes. Like last season, the reason why Curse did so well at the beginning of the split was because Assassins got really strong. And Voibo was a really good player on Assassins, so he would be able to carry Curse really hard. But once Assassins got nerfed, Voibo wasn't able to adapt to the meta. He couldn't play Assassins, and he isn't able to play range champions well, so Curse isn't doing well. NY Jackie isn't a star player. He's a consistent player. He's always going to go even, and he's just always going to go even. He never ever carries, but he's not going to ever feed. And then Cop is a player like that too. He's not going to ever carry, but he's not going to ever feed, right?
Yeah.
So there's not many players on that team that can carry, and they're playing carry roles. That's why Curse loses, because now they're playing players that are more experienced that can carry. Because before last season, every single player was just playing this game and going to school and taking it as a hobby, but it's a job now. And every player is really just stepping it up and getting better, and Curse hasn't done that yet.
So I want to ask you then about how you would analyze your own team then in terms of who's the consistent guy, who's the carry guy, because you play dudes like Ryze and Karthus who command games, and then Orianna who are a little bit more supportive in their role.
So, I mean, this is how our team works. Usually I would, or just starting how our team would work is everyone is consistent, and like people don't have to win lanes to win game. Like I try to centralize it around picks to win game, so just say I would want to outpick them to win the game rather than just relying on outplaying, because like picks are really like 70 or 80% of the game, right? If you go in the game with already a huge disadvantage, you have to play a lot better to win. So our goal is to really go in the game, obviously win our lanes, but try our best to outpick the other teams. And on our team, I'm more of like the playmaker and the shot caller, but I expect Darius and Turtle to go even in the lanes. And usually we would just win if other lanes went even, because I generally try to carry really hard. And then when I feed, I try my best to make good calls and have them carry us back into the game.
Cool. So if picks are being 70 to 80% of the game then, and you don't need to divulge too much, but how much time do you spend going through picks and bans before each matchup, especially in something like a Super Week?
So since last split, I've been really controlling like 80 or 90% of our picks and bans. I literally just like watch a lot of replays by myself on my own time before I like go to sleep, or I would just watch replays all the time. And I'm trying to adapt more of the Korean meta where going for objectives are a lot more important and going for towers, going for kills, right? Because right now you want to get kills and snowball into towers and dragons. You don't want to just get a kill, go back to base, get a kill, go back to base, because that's how NA has been playing for the last 2 years, and we haven't gotten better. We need to adapt to other scenes, and we need to be able to play well. So that's our goal right now, is to get kills, snowball in towers, snowball into objectives.
So speaking of TSM getting better, then I want to talk about how you guys have progressed through Super Week. You started out strong, had a really rough 2 games in the middle, and then came back looking amazing. What happened to turn you guys back up?
So yesterday was really unfortunate. I mean, we played Dig and we played Cloud9 and we lost, and we played Dig and we lost. And a part of that was a lot of our players were not playing well, and our morale was down from losing to Cloud9. And then a big problem was that people weren't listening to my calls, and that's not only the problem but I think that's a huge problem in our team, mainly because I'm always the shot caller and I'm always the leader, right? Where people would listen to my calls, and I'd always expect it. So I kind of go in tilt when people don't listen to my calls, and I'm not able to perform as well. So I think that was a big reason why I was underperforming, and people weren't listening to my calls, and that's what led to us losing.
All right.
So just one last question for you then. You mentioned earlier about trying to adapt to the Korean meta, and this is a kind of off question. Who in NA do you think is the closest to adapting to that Korean meta? Would you agree with the perception that it's Cloud9?
Definitely Cloud9. No doubt about it. I honestly think that once the season pans out, Cloud9 and TSM are probably going to be the top 2 teams.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah. So great learning experience, of course, from you guys. And you guys have looked very, very good coming into this one. Reggie, congratulations on the win. We hope to see you guys continue to succeed throughout this split. And I'm looking forward to the learnings you make and as you educate us in your games. Now, guys, of course, we're going to have more action here in Super Week. We've got one final game, Velocity Esports versus Cloud9. Now, the summer split has started very differently for these 2 rookie squads. While Cloud9 is sitting at the top of the league standings, Velocity season has come to a screeching halt after losing 3 in a row.
And in their first game today, Velocity went with their poke push comp that actually had a lot of success in the promo relegation tournament. They controlled the early game and had Dignitas shoved back into their base really early. But it all fell apart actually in some of the team fights. Part of the reason they lost was Maple Street was getting hit again and again by Dignitas' stellar initiation, and he was not able to come out with strong plays in that Dignitas game. It was such a close strategy to work, but it didn't quite come through.
So they've got to make a couple of quick choices. I can't talk right now. A couple of quick decisions, make a couple of quick improvements. Maybe they'll be looking a little bit better. Even if Maple Street does turn it around, it's going to be tough to take down Cloud9. In fact, in 4 games this season, no one's been able to beat Meteos and Crew. They've been off to a perfect start after beating the top teams from the spring split. They look poised to dominate the LCS.
And in the 2 Super Weeks that we've had in the spring split, there have only been 2 teams that have went 5-0. Dignitas, TSM, and now Cloud9 looks to be the 3rd team to be able to do that. And we can't really say enough about how well these guys have been playing and performing. Sneaky has gone 16-5-29 in 4 games. High has gone 16-11-25. That's one of the worst scores for him. His play, though, diving has been what's traded a lot. But then there's Meteos, whose KDA, not going to sit like this for long, is 42 when he's been playing Zach. In 3 of the 4 games, overall 8-1 and 34. And yeah, it's just a lot of stats, but that's because their stats are pretty damn impressive.
And just those numbers are crazy to look at. Meteos has been so on point, and we've been talking about him a little bit. And backstage, we talked about Zach a little bit, and we're like, yeah, he's picking on Zach a lot. And Kobe's like, yeah, he's making it look easy, but initiating properly as Zach is really hard.
Exactly, because not everyone has 1,550 range move blocks. So if you go in early, you're going to die. And the fact that he's died once in 4 games mean he is never doing that.
Yeah, so absolutely beautiful play by him. Guys, let's take a look at the starting lineups. In the blue corner, it is Velocity Esports. Chris in the top lane, NK Inc. in jungle, Vile Rose in mid, Maple Street on an AD carry, and Evan Niskus on support.
And in the red corner, of course, we have Cloud9 trying to get that 5-0 week. Top lane is Balls. Meteos is in the jungle. Mid is High, and AD is Sneaky. We're going to get to say that all year long, and then Lemonation, of course, on the support.
Yeah, those guys are not going to change their roster too very much. So before we get into the match ourselves, let's see who you guys think is going to come out on top. According to LOLesports.com, a whopping 84% of you think Cloud9 will win and go a perfect 5-0 during Super Week.
And this is not a percentage I can necessarily disagree with. While Velocity has shown signs of really strong play, Cloud9 has consistently shown it to us. And the couple things, obviously, the Korean metagame that Reginald has talked about, Cloud9 has adapted that, and they're trying to emulate that as much as possible, whereas Velocity has some elements of something that's almost there.
Yeah.
But they are making probably a few too many mistakes.
And it's just so close, though. Even though Cloud9 has started out perfectly, right? No losses. They had a slugfest against TSM that could have gone either way, absolutely. And then also in general, they had the really crazy comeback yesterday as well, where they were down and out, and then got that one dive-in team fight that turned it around.
And they want to get that 5th win because their manager Jack is going to buy them dinner tonight, and that's clearly what they're playing for here.
Yeah.
Is obviously none of the accolades. #1 team. Surprisingly, even if they were to lose this, they would still be first place in the LCS. That's how much parity has happened in these first 5 games, but how much Cloud9 has been above all of that.
They've been the only one to really be untouched here. Every single team has 2 losses at this point, or more, and it's just crazy to look at how well these guys have done. I mean, coming out of nowhere, I shouldn't really say nowhere. They came down from the challenger scene. They dominated that, and people said, look, they looked really strong there. They 3-0'd complexity. They didn't have very close games, but were they really, really tested? And now they have been tested, and everyone really is just believing that hype.
And I can see why they're believing the hype. Cloud9's going to be believing the hype soon for themselves. They've kept themselves remarkably humble throughout all of this, actually. They know that it is just the 4 games. Obviously, it's so easy to say after 1 week, they're the best. Everybody take over. But this is a couple games over 3 days on a patch that is actually going to be changing a fair bit when we get on to 3.8 next week. So Cloud9 needs to enjoy this. They need to keep their heads level. They need to keep up the hard work that got them here, and then they'll have that successful season.
And we saw stuff just like that happen really in the last split as well, where we had that rough start. Curse started out immaculate for a while, and they were untouchable for a while. And then you saw other teams rise up to their level. Teams like Velocity, who got off to a rough start and then came back in the end of the season, came back in the Super Weeks, came back in the playoffs. They know there are hungry teams nipping at their heels, like Velocity right here, who are ready to rise up.
Yeah, Velocity needs to rise up. Specifically, this guy really loves looking at the camera. When he goes full screen, you kind of jump back for a little bit, and you're like, wow, that's... It's a scary man.
There's actually one thing I want to point out actually with him rocking the beanie now, because every once in a while he has it on sometimes and he has it off sometimes, and because their games are so crazy, it actually gets more frazzled over time because he's like an animated guy and he's yelling and whatnot.
Yeah.
And I asked him about it on the first day. He was rocking the beanie, and I was like, dude, are you going to wear that? We like watching your hair expand as your KDA grows. And he's like, no, I'm keeping it under wraps this time. Oh my God, I love Valorous.
He lives to show. By the way, our cameraman who's in the game lobby with these guys tells them when the camera shoots to them. That's how they know when they want to do these funny things. Or there's just something in that camera lens he really wants to look at.
It's his reflection.
Yeah.
He likes looking at himself. He's a little bit of a vain player, but it's okay. And yeah, I mean, these guys have put on a great show. It's so fun to watch. And it's interesting, too, kind of the team makeup, because they also came from the challenger scene. Sometimes it's hard to know what the names are. And if you don't watch too regularly, you don't know these guys. But this man on your screen here, Chris, I want to talk about him a bit.
Okay.
Because in the match against Dignitas, you had Cutie Pie saying, this guy gets a little bit better. He's going to be the best top laner in North America.
It's also I'm a Cutie Pie saying, if he gets his mechanics, he was like, he's a god. If he gets his mechanics, okay, then maybe he's going to be pretty good. I never know what to think about I'm a Cutie Pie, but I do know that
Always honest.
I do know that Chris is a extremely passionate player. I know after they qualified, like he was so pumped up and charged after that interview that he could like barely speak. Like he wants to do this so much. Also, he's one of the only left-handed players we have.
Left-handed pride. It's me. I'm sorry. He's a fellow left-hander.
Every once in a while, someone's left-handed.
I'm so excited about it.
Yeah.
I'm such a rare breed, and I you know, Chris is what you talk about how passionate he is. We heard him from in the interview back in their first win, where he's like, yeah, if I get ahead, I feel great. I'm gonna roll my lane. I'm gonna crush. I get behind, it like shuts him down a bit, and it hurts his performance a lot.
And that's something that top laners all have to be able to adapt to. The ones that can survive after falling behind are the ones that make it to the All-Star game. They're the ones that are on the top team. So if Chris wants to make his graduation to the school of top lane, it's got to be able to keep his mind in the game if he falls behind.
And we have seen Evelyn banned against Velocity every single, completely new tangent, but Champ Select started, and we've seen Evelyn banned away from Velocity freaking every single time here.
Yeah, it's definitely a target pick for them, whether it's a jungle Eve or a mid Eve. That's definitely something that Cloud9 has done scouting-wise that I haven't been too tracked on, but the Kale ban is specifically, I know this one for Vile Rose, because he's someone who channels onto a single champion and will play it until you get rid of it.
Well, the Janna dropped out as well. They're banning out that other Velocity strat there. So they have a new mid lane pick for the jungle Ezreal grab.
It's funny because I feel like Janna completely needs to be part of that composition, since the way it works is And I'm going to talk about this for a while because I found Velocity's composition really fascinating.
Yeah.
The mid lane Janna isn't your regular kind of farm out AP Janna. It's a Janna who was there strictly for pushing utility and channels farm to others when necessary. So the reason that composition works is you 100% need Ezreal and you 100% need Janna, because the jungle Ezreal will get double buffs and then push mid and take the farm while Janna actually supports him for a while. And then Janna maxes Tornado and teleports around to different waves, keeping things shoved while the rest of the team goes and does things. So it's very much a linchpin in that strategy, and without it, you can't pull it off.
So good scouting them at Cloud9 to know what to remove from that strategy. They wanted to remove the Janna. Even though it is a favored champion of Lemon Nation, they'll take that hit and say, we're moving strats from you guys. Let's move on. Now Cloud9 still on those important champion hype trains. They have grabbed up the Jace for the, I don't even want to say top lane, for one of the solos. They've grabbed up that Thresh as well. We're going to see some hooks in here.
Yeah, I think if we went to like Leaguepedia, went to the OGN Champions League, clicked on picks and bans, and just like saw the top contested champions and just like picked from the top line, those would be Cloud9's picks every single time.
Yep.
Because that seems to be the way they've approached this game. They've tried to memorize and emulate that playstyle, and that's why you see the Jace and that's why you see the Thresh every time they have a chance for it.
Very studious group of players there, making sure they are on the cusp of the groundbreaking League of Legends strategies, learning from everyone else, learning from their peers. Velocity, they're going to make their own choices, though. They, of course, did get that first pick Elise. It's been very good for Chris overall. They've grabbed the jungle Jarvan in here, as well as that blue Ezreal coming in there for Maple Street.
Yeah, we can safely say it's a blue Ezreal.
Yeah.
I think every Ezreal is blue nowadays. We haven't seen one that's not ever since Ezreal started making his resurgence back in. The Jarvan definitely tells us that the top lane, that the Elise is either a supporter or top lane, but I'm mainly going to go with the top lane.
Okay, so they're definitely making their choices here, showing their hand a little bit, because you like occasionally see Jarvan mid, but I doubt it at this point. So removing some of the ambiguity there. Cloud9 at the same time picked their own grabs, and the thing is, they're still a little bit worried maybe about some of that push. They've grabbed the Nasus in there for some wave clear, and they've of course got the Zac here for high, or sorry, the Zed here for high.
High Zed has been real impressive this entire time, despite Zed being nerfed in the 3.7 patch that we are playing on. Can't wave clear quite as well, but it's made up for by the fact now that they have the Nasus in the jungle. His wave clear is huge, and that's mainly the way Cloud9 tries to keep things off, is they make sure they have the lanes all pressured at the same time.
Yeah, the one jungler that Meteos had played that wasn't Zac was actually the Nasus here.
Nasus, yeah.
He got both his buffs stolen away by Patoy's Blitzcrank and was like, okay, I'll wave clear your top lane and kill a turret. So the adaptation's been very strong for these guys. Velocity Esports making their choices. The Rumble's been grabbed up. Of course, we know Valorose as that mid-Rumble player, and they've got the support Nami here for Evaniscus.
I want to see a Nami work, man, because I know Nami is very strong, and it's just a matter of finding the right situation. I don't know if this is the right situation. Evaniscus has played it once before. Hasn't worked out quite yet for him. They did pull off like a really nice double bubble that just rolled through for a team fight, but no, it was Daydreamins, actually.
Yeah, let's coast.
We've had 19 games so far in the Super Week, so very much to go off of.
Okay, so the full lineups are here. A good amount of area of effect and a heck of a lot of magic damage for this Velocity squad right here. But Cloud9, they've grabbed the Rise up here for balls, so their full lineup is here. Interestingly enough, also, they switched the Jace around. It's AD carry Jace.
And this is something that Cloud9 did in the qualifiers, back when they were known as Quantic. Sneaky loves playing Jace in the bottom lane. He doesn't necessarily actually win the lane that hard with him, but once they get to the team fight phase, it's just explosive. The mid-game power spike of this team is immense.
Oh, geez. So a lot coming in for these Cloud9 guys. The mid-game's power spike. You heard Reginald talk about his team composition being strong all around and using those advantages, saying we don't want to wait till late game. An AoE team will wreck us here. So they're going to use the times in the game at which their composition is strongest and use that for a couple of advantages. So seeing these guys on your screen, there is Cloud9, the composition we're talking about. They're ready to go. Sneaky warming up his hands. Lemonation already focused. The game is loading. He's already got his fingers in the right spot.
Of course, man. He's got to warm up. A lot of these guys actually have like rotations they go through to kind of hit all their buttons really quickly. I know Patoy was the first one I ever saw doing that. He just warms up his fingers before every game as quickly as possible. Even when he goes in, just like clicking his skill indicators off and on as fast as quickly as possible. They got to be warmed up. Adrenaline's pumping.
The adrenaline is pumping, guys. We've got our 20th game of the week underway. We're going to find out if Velocity can end their cold streak and turn it back on here against Cloud9 in the very last game. Blue side, Velocity Esports. Red side, Cloud9. Game is underway. Let's get it rocking.
And right off the bat, the first crazy thing we see is a blue elixir start by Vile Rose's Rumble. He wants to fight high
and High wants to fight him because he's also started with his red elixir. If we don't see anything crazy level 1, and barring any disaster, we actually see a 1v1 mid lane, we're going to see some elixir battles.
That's going to be a fun battle to watch. A heck of a lot of just damage showing up out of nowhere. I want to see what these guys end up doing with it. Though right now, Cloud9 are doing something a little bit sneaky. They've got Jace kind of leading the charge. They're looking to show this tri-brush, but Maple Street, I believe, will spot them. No, he did not. He's been hooked. Arcane Shift's not going to work for him. Look at the burst damage coming across. Flashes the wall, but High shows up and says, you're going to give me 400 gold. Thank you very much. First blood, 50 seconds into Cloud9.
The hook landed right as he was arcane shifting away, so he was unable to escape. And what a great way for Cloud9 to start off this game. Burning the flash and the barrier from Maple Street, as well as getting the first blood. Could not ask for more.
Absolutely beautiful opening. They saw the ward go down in the lizard brush as they moved through, put some own wards of their own down, and they've got good coverage now of the red buff side of Velocity's jungle.
And it's so difficult to be 100% safe against a Thresh at level 1 just because of the crazy range on his death sentence. Maple Street was trying to do the tri-brush scout, but he went a little bit too far and just was not able to come back in time. I think if he was expecting to see them coming down there, then it would have been a little better for him. But
unfortunately, he got caught a little bit off guard. That invade did work successfully. Evaniscus and Maple Street, though, still, they're lurking around in weird places. They're looking for a bit of a late invade. Thing is, they have Vile Rose chilling bottom, but they have NK Inc here as well. That's actually, sorry, I caught this wrong. Chris is actually top lane Jarvan. It is still jungle Elise here. They're going to make moves onto the blue buff.
Yeah, and this could very well be like a 3 or 4v4 in here. They're going to try to smite this away, but Lemonations is on the cutoff path. This could be a 4v4 developing.
This is going to be close. Vile Rose shows up. There's the pull. Lemonation flashing away. NK Inc with a fresh blue buff is still going to walk back. And the thing is, Cloud9 did not get any buffs in their level 1 so far.
Now NK Inc was able to smite that away. At least Sneaky got a lot of damage onto Vile Rose as Vile Rose was coming back in. But the aggro play there by Velocity, because they 4-man evaded that blue buff through a river ward and almost dared Cloud9 to go in and stop them. When they were able to get that, shows that it was a dangerous play that worked out.
It did work out. And speaking of dangerous plays that worked out, the bottom lane, they actually chunked High down off a beautiful bubble that Evaniscus landed, forcing him to chug through some potions. Of course, he spent the first blood gold in the longsword, but is in a rough spot this early lane.
Yeah, and specifically with a 350 gold red elixir, it's not nearly as safe of a start as it was before for High. But Meteos, of course, is what we're seeing right now. Because NK Inc stole the blue and then didn't make a run for his own blue, Meteos is able to come around the side and clear this one for himself. So all that jungling shenanigans that really happened, I feel like could have been capitalized on better by NK Inc. Meteos did the standard thing, rushed for the other blue buff, and was able to take it.
And they actually just pinged him out right there. Velocity realizes their mistake and says, yeah, he got us. Well played right there. See if NK Inc can do anything around this one and catch himself back up. We now watch this bottom lane, though. These 2v1 lanes, we've seen them a heck of a lot, and it's really been mostly a game of turret pressure.
Especially when we have the junglers looping around to try the 3-man dives. High has been able to hit level 3, which means he's a little bit more resilient to the dives early on, and I think he's going to be okay. The thing I want to keep track of is how quickly this mid lane can shove on a Rumble. I know the most recent Rumble nerfs have made it much more difficult for him to last hit a turret, because it used to be you could use your E to get the last hit on ranged minions, but when the damage went down, it's like 5 or 10 damage short, and you no longer get it unless you tag it with Flame Spitter first, so it's much harder to last hit a turret in Rumble now.
So let's see if Varros can keep up. Of course, right now he's just using NK Inc to make that a little bit easier. Cocoon comes off on Sneaky, actually, but the pull is onto the Spider. A lot of us coming across, forced to just jump back and down onto some minions, but Vile Rose still looking for some damage, actually. This lane is just full of pressure, and Ball's taking damage from Chris. Look at him down below 200 health. Won't quite be a kill, but Chris looking good there.
And Ball's getting jumped on pretty heavily by Chris here. Jarvan is a monster in the lane, and we talked about the Ignite on Rise saying, I'm going to go 1v1 top lane. That's exactly what Cloud9 is doing, but it's not working out too great for him because he's gotten caught on the wrong side of a couple of these trades.
So running out of potions, of course, did open up with the Sapphire Crystal and trying to make that work for him, but how to sustain? We're watching the bottom lane again, though. Again, the turret pressure, a thing we are concerned with. But the wave clear from Meteos is stopping that up quite a bit. The turret down to 1/3 health, but the rest of Velocity are not making a lot more real progress here on that.
No, not really. I mean, the Nasus is what really stops a lot of those wave pushes.
whereas NK Inc. is just trying to hold off for Vilrose. Obviously, if the mid turret goes down beforehand, this is a win for Cloud9, and I think they're going to opt in to this trade whenever possible. That's why they picked the jungle Nasus, and that's how they're executing the strategy.
Vilrose, of course, not in a great spot. 10 compared to High's 14 minion kills, so even as far as 1v2 farm is concerned, Cloud9 are finding a lot of advantages with this lane swap, so you called it right. They are opting into it and excelling. Cloud9, 600 gold in the lead. Of course, most of that does end up being first blood. And we're going to now watch this, I guess, this top lane fight.
And because Balls has been ran out of mana by the incredible aggression of Chris, since the jungler, Meteos, in the bottom lane has been completely showed, there's no reason that Chris can't aggress as much as possible. There's no threats whatsoever of any kind of gank, and Balls just has to back away, otherwise NK would have killed him.
They're going to proxy that wave, and they make a lot of experience get missed to this turret here. Look at that. The minion's going to go down. Balls is nowhere to be seen. He's backed for a Tear and a Ruby Crystal, as well as a Scout Ward, or sorry, a Sight Ward, so he'll be able to see something. But you're right, this lane has not gone easily. He is missing a little bit from this.
It's not gone ideally, but I think as far as top lane rises go, the idea is not necessarily to crush, it's just to farm. His farm's been a little bit behind, but he's still surviving. Not the most ideal, not the most disastrous.
All right, so holding on right here. Cloud9 still holding Meteos, just trying to keep High's turret alive. It's taken some damage, but hasn't moved a lot in the recent past. Elimination pulls in Meteos. They got the slow into Evaniscus. Looking for this gank here. High looks for the slow, forcing the flash, and there goes Meteos flashing forward as well. More damage coming through. She's burning alive from the red buff. The flash pull does not land from Elimination. Evaniscus gets out.
That was the funniest looking gank, because the direction of the lantern just moved Nasus like sideways. I don't think it actually moved him closer to the target. If the flash hook would have landed from Elimination, it would have secured the kill, but that is a lot burned by Cloud9 for a non-successful gank, whereas Balls is getting jumped on as Elise comes in. Does have his flash, though.
Does have the summoners indeed. Had burned the ult, though, as part of the escape, so that'll be down for what that one's worth. Velocity, though, just going to keep the farm going. Chris is constantly shoving. But speaking of shoving, Cloud9 finally turned this bottom lane around, getting some damage onto this turret.
Yeah, one thing the gank did give them was pressure in the lane, and it allows High a window to shop without immediately losing his turret. So I think that was the main objective of that game.
Vilrose in a 1v1 puts in a fair bit of damage on a Sneaky. He is level 6 first, so it's a nice power spike for him, but he doesn't find too much out of it. Elimination shows up and says, hey, get off my Jace, thank you very much. He's going to be safe out of this one. Vilrose at 33 minions. He still has not gone back to base to take that back. He has gone back to base to shop. He's at 700 gold right now, but doesn't have a heck of a lot to show for it.
Yeah, keep in mind, Vilrose started with that Elixir of Brilliance, the blue elixir. Tried to burn it, didn't quite get a kill, but he's just trying to farm up in what was for a very long portion of this game, a 1v2 lane. And I think he's done an average job of stopping it. Him versus Zed is pretty even, so it's going all right for him.
NK Inc., though, has spent a lot of time trying to help out Chris. And in terms of sort of jungle pressure where it's been Meteos camping for High a heck of a lot in the bottom lane, now showing up top for a bit of clear. But NK Inc. has repeatedly tried to help Chris get rid of Balls.
And Chris is one of the people who, when does well, Velocity wins. So that could be a reason that NK Inc. is spending so much time up there. The other one could be Vilrose says he's okay mid lane. I know Vilrose does a lot of the shot calling for Velocity.
So Vilrose holding on for what he can. Chris looking to push Balls away. And again, this 2v1 it's interesting just how many weird lane sort of constructions we end up getting when the junglers spend a heck of a lot of time on one of the sides. Though 8 minutes in or so, the buffs are starting to respawn around the map, and Cloud9 are making some stabs for it.
And at this point, Sneaky has to be a little bit careful. Cloud9 is probably thinking about going for a dragon, since Balls is saying, man, they're just camping me up here. Get on it. But because Velocity went all the way behind the turret, then ran through the jungle, it really just was a good way of denying farm for Velocity.
And it's done so pretty well. The red buff being stolen out, and now it's just, you know, Velocity, none of their really early moves have paid off so far. The early kill, of course, happened, but Cloud9 hasn't even found a ton for them either. We've seen just a laning phase where moves have been attempted but not really completed upon, and it's interesting that they're trying so hard and it's just not quite working for them.
Well, the laning phase could not be more even after the first blood. The first blood gives a team 600 gold, and that's what the gold difference is. The lanes are balancing each other out as far as farm goes, and the turret damage is remarkably similar as well. So Velocity is really playing these guys heads up despite starting at a slight disadvantage.
And actually a nice bubble there onto High, and Elimination dealing a little bit of damage, but the shields helping to keep him walk away. There we go, the pink ward battle has begun. Oh, Ball's getting jumped on by Chris, but
no way.
The Ignite just might be enough to kill him off. He's very, very low, tries to hit some minions, and he's actually going to fall over. Balls wins that duel. You said the Ignite rise, the trade is there, he gets it.
I think that's exactly what Balls will need to take control of that lane. He's been struggling this entire time, getting ganked over and over again, but then as soon as Chris went for the kill, Balls punished. That should give him enough gold for a catalyst, which might just give him the sustain he needs to deal with Chris's harassing that lane.
But with vision control now on the bottom side, I want to see what these guys end up doing for it. The blue ward is there. Velocity has vision control of bottom. Meteos runs to the top lane. Dragon is there. I don't see Velocity capitalizing right now on that knowledge.
No, they're not going to be able to, just because Evaniscus and Maple Street are just trying to do double golems and basically just keep up and farm. What we have to track in this game, aside from the turret pushing, is the Tiamat that Chris just finished. I want to see what he does with that guy, because we have not seen that out of much in the LCS.
So I remember back in, I think it was the spring split qualifiers.
It was on a Shen.
Yeah, Ravenous Hydra Shen. So this guy builds his item and does good things with it. Now, mind you, he carried the heck out of that game. So he gave up an early, it made game kill in lane. I think it'd be fun to watch. Let's see what he does. He's certainly wave clearing well.
Well, he's hitting multiple creeps at once. Why could you not want it in TMI? Look at all that money he's just made. I want to see it work.
Okay.
We're going to track it. We're not going to analyze it yet.
Balls get the team out for an ultimate, basically, clearing those minions out pretty successfully. Chris realizes, yep, my red buff is gone. Thing is, I don't think he even has it timed properly. He was like waiting around, and that was killed like 9 minutes in, so he's got some time to go. Valrose has been moved, though. I guess Chris realized, my guess is that he's like, I'm not beating Vulcan 1v1 anymore. Valrose, you want to try?
Yeah, and Vyros isn't going to be able to beat Rise 1v1 either. Anytime Rumble tries to run at him, Balls are just going to throw a Rune Prison and a whole heap load of damage on top of him. But, at least Vyros doesn't have to deal with the 1v2 anymore. And this could give Chris a bit more roaming time. Maybe he just wants to roam around with the Tiamat, gank a bunch, and maybe get Balls confident. He is spotted by that ward. I don't think he's going to get much here.
He looks for it. No, indeed. Balls just walks right back to his turret, says, I am a little bit unsafe. You guys can go for this. But Chris still trying to put the pressure on the turret. He dives into minion waves, clears them fast with the Tiamat. It's actually left NK Inc. to absorb this top lane farm. However, for like the 4th time, they finally 2v1 top, and Velocity gets a turret for it. Actually, first turret of the game.
And Cloud9 takes the Dragon right back. I mean, it's a trade here. Meteos popped his ultimate to kill it extra special fast. First kind of big action there, team-wise movement, but it turns out to just be a trade.
They've still got a little bit of pressure here. He actually puts the flag across the wall to spot Rise coming over to defend it.
I was thinking Velocity might decide to turn on Balls, but they're a little worried of the counter dive. They would have a lot of burst with that Tiamat Jarvan being able to jump on, pop the Tiamat inside the Cataclysm and just do a bunch of damage. But Balls is a little scary. Maybe some bad memories of the last time Chris dove him and gave up first blood or second blood.
So actually, we also did see some really good adaptation as well by Sneaky. Kept the pressure on in the mid lane. It was the 2v1 from before. After the Dragon pressure, they still found a way to equalize a turret as well. So a turret and a Dragon for a turret. That's a really good move for Cloud9.
And that's what they excel in, is just winning these map-wide trades. Even though we've complemented Cloud9's team fighting so well this Super Week, what's been granting them the advantages and the overall victories in a lot of these games is just the way they move around the map. Meteos, when we were interviewing him, was talking about how he times pretty much everything from enemy buffs as well. So that often means that when he knows an enemy blue or red buff goes, they're more likely to know where laners are going to take them, which gives them even more opportunity to move into the right lanes to take pressure.
And that's just so beautiful when teams have that level of coordination and make those kinds of grand moves and keep things going. Reminds me of a year and a half ago Moscow 5 when they exploded.
Look out Balls, though.
Ooh, yeah, he's a little bit surrounded right here. NK finds him for the cocoon. A lot of burst coming on through here. He jumps over the wall, but he's on enemy territory. Oh, the guess is wrong on the equalizer. Balls still running back down towards mid. I think there's no one's in front of him.
I think he may make an escape because high damage is going to threaten NK Inc. off of him. What a run by Balls, and then the Ignite.
Ooh, nearly picks him down, and Vilrose does not quite get the counter engage. However, Meteos in the bottom lane with crew have pushed down the bottom lane turret. Cloud9 find another objective. Vile, though, he's still chasing. He's still trying to find high, still trying to find Balls. Ooh, doesn't quite land the slow.
That is such heady play by Cloud9. Very lucky, too, the fact that NK Inc. wasn't quite able to repel track all the way over to Balls. Everyone thought he'd flashed to the side over instead of down over, and it really just faked out both NK Inc. and Vyros when they're trying to chase down Balls.
Great play then. So the objectives and the advantages still seemingly going in the Cloud9 favor. Chris finally gets his own red buff this time around. He's going to like that one a little bit. We're going to see these guys go back into the lanes. High without an ultimate, though, puts a lot of pressure on Val Rose, who overheats, but does not really want to pick a fight right now.
And the red elixir unconsumed right now in High's inventory. Blade of the Rune King, of course, back off of cooldown. I wonder what Cloud9 is going to be doing next. I'd expect them to make some kind of play for a top turret, just because that's the only outer turret they haven't controlled yet.
Nearly got the pull and the lantern in on Val Rose, but the flash away keeps him safe just outside of the box. That was a nice move, though.
Yeah, and there is a lot of velocity kind of being on the run here. There's a giant wave kind of pushed up that Maple Street doesn't want any part of, and that's just going to allow Sneaky to get a little bit more farm. He's not ahead of Maple Street. As we said, he wouldn't really be. When he plays that Jace, he farms up enough, but doesn't necessarily win lane. It's all about the mid-game spike for him.
Now, speaking of spikes, though, Maple Street has grabbed himself his first big completed item, went tier into Blade of the Ruin King, just completed that. That is a very different take from what we've seen before on this Ezreal.
Yeah, that's real weird. I'm not sure exactly what he has planned with that. Maybe a little bit of assassination attempts jumping on top of people, but not the Lizard Elder, not the Bloodthirster, just a mini Bloodthirster. Only 25 attack damage on that Blade of the Ruin King.
Let's see what he can do with that one. A little bit of moves forward here. NK Inc. Put the spider under the brush, says we're going to clear out the little mini golem right there, but those doesn't do much. Chris, he's going to spot Balls here. Ooh, doesn't quite go in. He knows that Balls is right around, though.
Yeah, and Balls is a little bit fearless right now. No matter what he's done, he's been able to escape these things, and if Chris jumped on, High might be able to come back and punish. High's also really trying to get to level 11, just did by picking up that red buff, so the ultimate death mark from High is even more dangerous here.
Chris still lurking around in the shadows, too, in the top lane, really trying to sniff out blood. Vile Rose showing up as well, making his way out. I don't believe he got spotted. And actually, Balls is running backwards on the mini-map. And there's a jump in. Chris doing a whole bunch of pain, a lot of bursts. The Equalizer coming by as well. Chris chunked incredibly low, but because of Vile Rose's roam, they get that one, and they start running away.
But meanwhile, in the bottom lane, because they realized both solo lanes were gone, Cloud9 just went all in and picked up Maple Street. I think that was Elimination Hook.
Absolutely great play here, and NK Inc. has to now hold his mid turret alone. The rest of Cloud9 is regrouping. Elimination's actually flanking around from behind.
Yeah, you can see they're just living in that bottom jungle, and that's why Velocity is trying to rush up the top lane. They're going to get this second turret, but at what cost?
Well, they're going to trade secondary turrets right now. The poke comes out on Evan. He's actually been hit by the Wither as well. Lemon's going to look for the hook. He's walking closer. No, he plays first. Evan must flash that one away, but he did not need to flash that. The second turret did go down. He didn't need to stay so long that he had to burn flash.
Yeah, it was still turret trade, so the total game is at 3 turrets to 2 now. The kills are still actually fairly low in this. And we actually have a replay of the kill that happened bot lane that we missed while the double kill was happening up top, or the one kill was happening up top.
A lot of early bursts on the Maple. The flay backwards and just so much damage coming across there. Evans' ult could not stop them. Just a really, really good burst combo.
They just ran him down. Yeah. It wasn't even about the hook. They just managed to close the distance, and I think a lot of that had to do with Cloud9's ward coverage within the red area of Velocity's jungle, that Maple Street just isn't safe.
He's not safe at all. I mean, the ability of this team to dive on in, we talked about that with the TSM game, where these guys will just group and then go, and their ability to just start the fight, pick off the straggler, make things happen, and close games out have really set them apart.
Yeah, I heard from some of the referees, the most common thing when they're listening to Cloud9's chatters, can we dive, can we dive, can we dive? And now they're going to want to dive into this dragon because they get the smite steal.
Oh, the smite steal from Meteos is beautiful. He's got the lantern right there, doesn't even really want to take it. Equalizer has come across putting some health bars lower, but of course, what does Cloud9 even need to fight for? It's actually going to be a jump in on Sneaky. He's going to acceleration himself.
This isn't good for Velocity.
He is not really at all. They're getting strung out a little bit here. The back line is ready for Cloud9 to jump in. The Ezreal whiffs actually comes across and doesn't hit a heck of a lot. Cloud9 backing out. It's the blue steal. And that is going to be grabbed up by Velocity, but that's kind of all they got.
Yeah, I'm surprised they actually got out of that one alive. Cloud9 had taken enough harass that they decided not to corner Cloud9 into their jungle because Cloud9 was essentially trapped there. This is the real game Cloud9's playing. They didn't care about the people in their jungle. They realized that because of where Velocity was, Cloud9 could take a secondary inner turret.
And they do grab that one. Maple will trade the turret away, so once again we're seeing trades on this map, but it's a more important turret for sure that Cloud9 just grabbed.
Middle turrets trump all. Even though they're the same in gold, it just opens up the largest amount of map.
And now actually they're looking for more map to open up the backdoor potential. Okay, they're just going to push the minions forward, but they do run forward on this and say, all right, let's get some minions down here. No one from Velocity is even remotely close to this one. They can find another turret kill for themselves.
Yeah, but this is another trade, and this one I don't necessarily agree with because Velocity is able to push up the mid lane and get their mid lane as well. Are we going to see a little bit of a base race here as Maple Street gets jumped on?
Takes a bunch of damage from High, pops his own Blade of the Ruin King, though, to heal himself back up. Does disengage successfully. Cloud9 still wanted to put moves here on this left-hand side. The middle turret's going down, and the rest of Velocity are still pushing mid.
We are going to see a little bit of a base race. Balls went all the way back to base. He does not have home guards on Ryzen. This is all 5 Velocity members pushing up mid. High does not have his ultimate either. This is very dangerous for Cloud9. Velocity's going to go for this.
Both teams are now on the inhibitor turrets of the other side. A lot of stuns coming across, though. This is bad for High. It's bad for Balls as well, forcing Balls to flash away. High forced to run, has popped his red elixir, and now the inhibitor turret is taking damage. There are minion waves here for both sides. These turrets are losing health very, very closely, but Cloud9 right now are ahead a little bit.
Cloud9 got the inhibitor first. Balls takes down support, and High's back with home guards.
They do a bunch of damage. The sun comes across, and it's going to be one picked up by NK Inc., taking a bunch of pain on the backside. Inhibitors trying to go down. Again, Cloud9 are still ahead on this one 4v4.
Cloud9 is going all the way for the Nexus turrets. They still have 2 people they sent back, Thresh as well to help High, and they have the edge in this one.
The turret's going down. Velocity is forced to run away, and it's up to High to stop the recalls here. Pulls the Lantern in as well, and Sneaky keeps putting on damage. No, they're going to back off and get one turret, and that's it.
All the creeps spawn right inside the base, including a fresh super minion, so Cloud9 could not get their creeps to the second Nexus turrets, but an inhibitor trade is super crazy. I gotta say, Cloud9 getting the Nexus turret is better for them in the long run, but to get that opportunity, I have to applaud Velocity because they can't win a team fight against Cloud9, so forcing them into dangerous decisions like that is a great move.
So here we go, guys. This has just become a much crazier game, and I gotta say, Super Week in general, week 1 of the North American LCS, I have seen more crazy games in 1 week than I've seen crazy games in like 3 months.
It's been absolutely unreal. North America is on another level this split. A lot of back and forth games too. That's the craziest thing. And just unreal decision making comes out from them. Surprisingly, Chris didn't upgrade that Tiamat to a Ravenous Hydra. And he's pretty much just going tank Jarvan afterwards.
He's got a longsword. There's hope.
There's hope.
That could turn into a Vamp Scepter. You never know. High's moving in, though. He's looking for somewhere to push. The stun's going to miss. The Equalizer comes across. It hits a lot of people, but Viros has been hooked in. The team fight is starting. Lemonation, and High puts a ton of damage there onto the Elise, who has to jump right back on down. Viros falls over. The wave comes across, and now Chris is initiated. He's in the middle of everyone, but the damage just keeps coming. The kills just keep coming. Cloud9, 3 kills so far. A beautiful bubble comes across, but it's a 3-for-1 fight. Balls chasing down. A nice shock blast across. Maple's almost in range. Can they get the damage they need? There's the hook. Maple's going to fall over. Cloud9 goes for the base.
And now the question is, because there's only 1 Nexus turret left and super minion spawning, can Cloud9 end this game sub 24 minutes?
They're looking for it right here. Only evidence because it's alive, but in 10 seconds, NK Inc. and Vile Rose will show back up. Here comes the minion line. Lemonation leading the charge on down this turret. 3 seconds until the revives. Balls runs on forward. Deals a
they
bit
spawn
of
real
pain.
fast.
It's going down so incredibly fast. Balls lower and lower on health. Here comes the rest of the team. Can they do the damage they need? The Nexus is down below half health, and there's minions. They're trying to stop the Cloud9 squad. The knockout comes in from Chris. Sneak is going to get trapped down. The Nexus down to about 300 health, but the counter engage is there. Velocity take 3 kills in this fight. Now, can they turn it around?
There's that Tiamat coming into effect. The double kill from Jarvan as they were both standing next to each other going down for it. Man, Cloud9 was a couple seconds away from being 5-0, and maybe that call, that aggression was a little bit too much. They won a team fight so amazingly well because Velocity initiated out of sync, but now there's a window of giving Velocity back a Baron.
And of course, the game is so early on, the death timers are short. They can't go for the Baron. You said it's Baron, you're absolutely right, because Cloud9 are almost back alive.
And this is a pretty quick Baron attempt. High does have his death mark, but he's distracted by mid lane Vile Rose that's on a ward. I don't feel like High is going over for this one. This is a Baron Velocity has taken.
They're definitely going to have to do this one. Not quite the perfect smite, but NK Inc. still executes. Vile Rose spots High, though. Can he get the slows down? They don't want to engage in that one. Their health bar is a little bit low from the Baron attempt.
Everybody's got to take a deep breath now on Cloud9 because they have been going for some very quick end game plays this week and have yet to be burned by them. But this was kind of the first example of getting burned. Dignitas got burned earlier when they tried to all-in against Team Coast. And Cloud9 essentially made the same mistake there. It's a tough calculation knowing exactly how much damage you're going to do to a Nexus as a team is respawning and trying to kill you off. Cloud9 was in such control of that game too that they could have just taken a Baron off of that and then won later, but they wanted to end it fast because that's their style. We'll see if they can come back from this one because they essentially have to wait out the Baron now, Velocity.
Well, they're going to pick up some globals for themselves to try to keep this one in their favor. Though the kills are close, you're still seeing a pretty big gold lead for these Cloud9 folks. Almost 6,000 gold separates them. The Dragon just picked up there. Let's look at some really key playmakers. 9,000 gold on all 3 carries of Cloud9. That is a very, very large number.
Yeah, they're still powerful. They've been winning everything in this game except that one call to go for the Baron. Sorry, to go for the game that gave up the Baron. They do have the Muramana transform as well on Sneaky. They do have a Last Whisper finished on high, so he's penetrating almost everything. And they might actually fight even a team with Baron if they feel so bold to.
Of course, there's still a super minion wave in the top lane, and with no turrets to defend the Nexus, they've got to be very worried about that. The inhibitors are just now starting to respawn. These next 2 waves are really important for Velocity to hold.
Yeah, Velocity is in another one of these situations where they're going to sit back on their base and kind of just farm out the minions. It's crazy that we've had so many of these situations in this game where teams with downed inhibitors and downed Nexus turrets are still able to hold on for realistic chances of coming back in games, but that's exactly what we're seeing again here.
The second inhibitor has respawned as well. So the breather you mentioned really coming through here. The super minions are going to stop spawning on both sides. The last waves are coming through right now. The one you see in the top of your screen right there still contains a super minion for Cloud9, but that is the last of theirs here. And this will reset the game in the lanes a little bit. Balls is set on the side lane farm path. They've got good ward control of the bottom jungle as well, Cloud9. This might even be their next position of attack.
Yeah, they can catch out a lot of good stuff from Velocity in that bottom jungle because that's where they've been doing most of their work all game, and they just have a lot of confidence in that area. Velocity, though, trying to make a play up mid lane, knowing that from the previous base race, by the way, that happened, there is an exposed inhibitor, and Velocity has 90 seconds left on this Baron buff. So if Cloud9 wants to hold this, they will either have to poke or fight off Velocity as they go for this.
So Baron buff, the actual timer left exactly 1 minute here. There we go, inhibitor under siege. Chris takes some poke. They're getting themselves grouped up here. 5v5, the battle line's drawn. Damage up on a Vile Rose. The early shield pop by Chris. I don't know if he needed to right then. There's the Rise Burst. Chris, he's going to initiate on. There's a Tidal Wave. So much damage coming across. Lemination's going to fall right over. No, actually, he's not. There we go, picking it up, but now the backline's taking pain. Vile Rose drop. High still lurking around the shadows. Maple Street survives the burst as well. 2 have fallen on one side, but Cloud9 are all still alive. Oh, that shock blast by Sneaky takes one down. That's going to make it 3 kills for nothing. Maple Street's not in a good place. He's trying to run away. Ball's going to take down Evaniscus. Maple Street getting chased as well. That is an ace, almost picked up here for Cloud9. They've got the map on lock.
5-4-0 against a team with Baron. Did not even lose their inhibitor. The sniping and the kiting from Cloud9, specifically Sneaky, even High going in just to flash out, is what everybody came to see this game for. Now it's round 2, though. It's 5 or 7 seconds on Velocity spawn timers. Cloud9 is rushing through to get the inhibitor. I don't think they can end the game here, but they may try. They may try. They're not doing it again.
There's a huge minion wave there, and Chris says, huge minion wave. Good thing about Tiamat. And just crushes it out. Level 16 on him. All right, so we've got another inhibitor game afoot.
Yeah, and Cloud9 very clearly demonstrated that they still win the team fights here, even against a team with Baron making a push. Not the crispest of initiations by Chris, and that's exactly what Cloud9 decided to punish. Cloud9 has just an awesome team comp, honestly. The Meteos just kind of being the midline with Balls, and then everyone else just dancing around is crazy. Balls getting chased down, though.
He flashes for the stun, doesn't land it, but they do
out.
land the ults. Balls is so going to fall over for this one, and there's now a power play for Velocity. Again, the middle inhibitor is not protected by anything.
Yeah, that's not a great sign for Cloud9, specifically because Balls is one of the highest DPS sources for them, and Cloud9's fighting this maybe 4v5 as the tidal wave comes through.
Dive in, burn a lot of ults here, and Velocity's still looking to push on forward. Hook comes across on Valrose. High is on the backhand side right here. 5v4 for 25 seconds. Chris up at the front door. Remember that super minions will be pushing down the left-hand side, which will make things rough for Velocity.
We can't forget how much damage Sneaky and High can dish out, and Velocity has not forgotten that. There's a couple people at half health on Velocity, now even less than half health as this poke comes through. Plus there's only 10 seconds left on Balls, but High gets initiated onto.
Jumps in High, he's gonna take a bunch of pain, but gets the lantern out. He will survive that one. The re-engage is there. Lemonation walking through his own box and surviving. No, Maple Street will turn that one back. Chris, no health right there. Balls is back alive as well. This is gonna be a very, very close fight. Meteos and Sneaky putting out some pain. The bubble will miss, and now Velocity running away, trading a 1-for-1.
And High didn't even get spells off. He pretty much just ran away. Lemonation went in with the box. Still a 1-for-1. They held off yet another 4v5, and this is a great battle that Velocity is putting up against Cloud9.
Just clawing it together from a 7,000 gold deficit, and they're still making it look close as ult comes by, weakening some of these minions right here, but not doing nearly enough. Medius and Co charging forward now through the acceleration gate. They look for the mid lane here.
And they're the ones that are a little bit healthier off of this. They're running through a couple mid lane wards as well on the way, so Velocity knows what's coming. Cloud9's thinking a little bit better of this one, recognizing that they've had this game in hand for a while. It's just a matter of playing it smart, and I think that's what they're going to do right now.
Well, smartly, they're taking away the jungle camps right now. High, soloing away the Lizard buff, and doing a pretty good job of that one. We just saw Balls' Rise on the left-hand side of the screen take away some of the wolves. So a lot of jungles being sucked away from the map, and they know in the next 10 to 20 seconds, both Dragon and Baron are respawning.
And the Baron is the big buff for these guys. High's making sure to keep that bottom lane shoved out as much as possible because he doesn't want to have to make another trip down there for quite a while. The nice thing actually about Maple Street having Ezreal is Ezreal can keep that shoved if we have a poke fest in mid lane. But based on the quick initiations that we've seen throughout this game, I expect the fight to come fairly swiftly. Chris is having no qualms about diving in. What Velocity really needs to do is get a Jarvan ulti with the Cataclysm, because their initiations have yet to be able to really pull that off. Unless they're just ganking balls, they have to land that combo on multiple people.
And so they're going to look for the area of effect team right here. No oracles means they're just sitting in a sea
man.
of wards. The tidal wave comes across and hits nothing right here. Cloud9 might just go in on this one. A bit of damage across. Meteor stunned up. There comes Chris in the mix, and he's going to dive right on in. Equalizer comes across, so much AoE, but Chris just gets melted there. High's going to survive. They've gotten nothing here, but Maple Street's going to get caught out. Double kill. 3 kills picked up so far. Now NK Inc is the focus. He's going to drop. He tries to get High, and he cannot do it. 5v1, this could be Cloud9's game.
GG's called. It's a matter of Cloud9 running through the base at this point. Can they end the game this time? There's no turrets to defend it. Evaniska says he's got this.
I got this 1v5, but they got super minions there as well. Might just be too much for Nami to take down, and under the sea she goes. Great job, Cloud9 taking it 5-0 in Super Week.
5-0 for a team that is completely new to the LCS. You know, you got to earn it sometimes in the LCS, but they just beat up on a lot of teams. They beat TSM, Dignitas, Curse, Velocity. Such an impressive set of teams for these guys to take down. Got to be feeling good and confident after that.
They really do, and you see like relief on them too as well. Like it was like a mix of smiles and a mix of, oh man, because that game was nearly a throw. I mean, we've seen so many amazingly fun and close games with wacky stuff going on, and Cloud9 goes, you know, that was actually probably our closest game in a way.
Well, I think their closest game was probably against Curse, but the amount of base pressure they were under, there were a couple times in that game if like they didn't play those fights right or get caught a little bit sooner, it was over. Specifically when Velocity had a Baron buff and they had a 5v5 on an exposed inhibitor Cloud9. Of course, it was a 5-for-0 ace for Cloud9, so in that way it wasn't that close, but you know, Cloud9 got pretty low in that fight.
They did get really, really low. Some very, very good coordination in that team. We've talked about their team fighting being so on point, and they managed to win a 5v5 against a Baroned up team. That takes a lot of skill to get through. So now we got to think to the future for these guys. So they're the team with the target on their back. They're the team that everyone's going to look at and say, they've kind of out-prepared everyone else. They've got the strategies there. They've got the coordination there. We got to take these guys down.
And it's going to be so interesting now because for the first time in a while, we have a fairly impactful jungle patch coming out, specifically because Meteos has had such control. He had an unfortunate death in this game as they're trying to end the base. 2 deaths on the season now. Come on, man. But he had such mastery over this jungle right now. Jungle spawns will be spawning quicker throughout the game, but later in the early game, there is a bit of learning for these guys to do in the next week, and this is a time where Cloud9 will have to adapt quickly as everyone will be gunning for them on top of that.
Well, we do have a replay to look at, though, to show some of the mastery that these players have put out in this game. Jat, if you want to take us through one of those big team fights.
Well, right here in this big one, we get to see, I believe, the Baroned up team trying to fight at the inhibitor, and just check how Cloud9 never gets fully initiated on. They got a lot of poke onto Chris before he went in and bursted him down before his DPS could come in. Everyone flashes out with a sliver of health, and the dive potential isn't powerful enough to finish them off. Since NK Inc. and Chris didn't get to really dive Buddy up, they both tried to be Batman, and they didn't quite finish off the right targets. The rest of Velocity got chased down because Cloud9 was more mobile, and you can just see everyone is so low, but the Wombo combo didn't come through for Velocity, and Cloud9's overall damage and strength took them out.
So beautiful coordination there. Everyone holding everyone else up. Right? The sign of a great team is how low your health bars are when you finally win the team fight.
It's a little bit true, yeah.
They're all low, so they did it exactly right. Survived the AoE, and that's one of the tricky things, surviving the AoE.
Cloud9's team fighting is something we definitely have to track. Cloud9's early game, Meteos' deaths, because junglers having the top KDAs is definitely not something that we see very much of. He's got 2 of them. In the future, maybe he'll have a few more. And honestly, as the rest of the now race to overthrow the #1 seed. Last split, we had 3 different #1 seeds. Cloud9's the early runner.
Early runner. We'll see if people can catch up to these guys. Now, we've had to take a short break, but when we return, we're going to sit down with the undefeated Cloud9's Lemon Nation and High. Plus, we'll break down the standings after a crazy week 1 and hand out our first MVP of the LCS Summer Split. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
Hey everybody, welcome back. The final day of the North American Summer Split coming to an end, but we have just a bit more for you and some information about the EU split coming up as well. But right now, joined Rivington III by Lemon Nation and High coming in from Cloud9. You guys find yourselves 5-0 on the week. And I just want to start with this first question. Both of you can talk it out. We'll start with Lemon Nation. You guys came out of the couch saying, man, that was pretty sloppy. We actually played quite sloppy throughout this week. How is that even possible?
In the past, we've made a lot less mistakes, like in our scrims. Like, for instance, in this game, we tried to end the game and we got aced. That was a big throw, and we just...
Like, normally, when you're ahead of the enemy team, you shouldn't be trading inhibitors. That was good for them. Even though we got a Nexus turret, they got an inhibitor. When they're behind by like at least 5,000 gold, they should never be able to get that. So when you're trading things with the enemy team, when they're weaker, it's just bad. So like normally we wouldn't ever do that, but like it's pretty late. Both teams are tired right now. It's just like we made bad decisions. And we got really greedy. We tried to end it, it didn't work out. So we normally wouldn't do things like that, but yeah.
And how have you guys now, your first super week of LCS, this spring split, guys didn't even have to experience this much treacherous gameplay. These games went 50 minutes or some even more. How are you guys feeling after this week?
I'd much rather play these short games rather than those hour-long games by CLG. It's just, the game's more fun when it's shorter for us. I don't like long extended games because then I just feel like one team's messing up over and over. But one team to their own, and I'm having fun.
At times. Like,
At
they're
times.
very exciting.
Yeah. For the players, but not for us.
So you guys, you had a lot of confidence still, Elimination, going into the fighting phase. It's something you guys have kind of had as we interviewed people at the desk. It's just confidence. Once you know you're strong enough to go in, those are the fights. But were there a few more mistakes you guys made on that? It just wasn't from the Nexus rush?
Our team fighting was still very good throughout the whole game, yeah.
Did you get the picks and bans you wanted for last game?
We definitely
More or
did.
less, yeah. We kind of predicted what they're going to do, and we got everything we wanted for the most part. We changed it up a little bit, but I can't go into detail about that.
They kind of showed a lot with the last 4 games they've played, so yeah.
All right, and High, how long do you think this Zed play can last? Somebody's going to maybe target you, or where's the champion pool going from here? It's there behind you, but when are you going to show it?
There's no need to change champions if people aren't going to ban it and or if it's still pretty strong. I don't think Zed's like as strong as like the other ones that I play mid, but like he's definitely stronger than like the other champions, at least for my playstyle. So until like the other champions get nerfed, or depending on how good Aatrox is, I'll probably still have the same champion pool because it works out and you can't really do much about it. So.
All right, well, fair enough. Lemon Nation, you usually have the notes in front of you per the games, right before you're always calling stuff out. Are those picks, bans, strats as well? And how can you make those notes throughout the day? Because it's pretty strenuous game out. You kind of want some rest.
It's all picks and bans on my notes, and we just do it the hour beforehand when we're in the little studio back there. It's not too difficult. We write down everything they've played past couple games.
All right, and guys, final question. Obviously, 5-0 on the week. Some boiling crab coming to you. Obviously, it closes at 10 tonight. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to get that boiling crab for breakfast. But what's the future looking like for Coast? You're obviously not gonna change anything up, but how do you guys feel with this win? What are you gonna go with next?
We're going home, and I'm going to bed. That's what's gonna happen for me.
And Lemon, just looking for the first. You guys are gonna keep this undefeated?
I'm gonna go home and watch OGN. That's what I'm gonna do.
All right, so still keeping the game going, making sure you guys are on top of it as well. Elimination High, congratulations. The only 5-0 coming out of the North American Summer Split for Cloud9. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had an amazing set of games, 20 games overall over this huge super week. We have more League of Legends coming in the Summer Split, but right now, we're gonna break down a little bit of the day. Kobe's on the telestrator, and then we're gonna send you off.
All right, thank you, Riv. I've got one more clip for you guys today, and this is TSM versus Curse at the Dragon. This is where TSM really get their first big win in this game, and they take this and snowball it to win the entire game. So let's take a look how we started off. There are 2 members of Curse up here, not by the Dragon. So they're going to try and stall this Dragon as long as they can to wait until Nasus and Ken can arrive. Let's play the clip here. All right, so they're just going to try and take as much, or make TSM take as much damage as they can from the Dragon. Jackie coming in with Cop. He's very low on mana right here, and he actually doesn't get the Dragon. Now let's pause it here. At this point, we've already had Jackie burn his flash to get out of this, and it should be every man for himself at this point. Everybody should be making their own escape paths for Curse, because they've already lost the objective. Dragon's dead. St. Vicious should just turn right around and get out of there. But they decide to actually turn back around. Jackie's going to end up getting caught. Let's roll the rest of this clip. Jackie goes back in to throw a Q, but there's a shockwave, pulls him back in, and that's going to be all she wrote for him.
3 members of TSM not going to chase down Cop, while also Edward up here, he's not going to get away either because in comes Dyrus on Jace, and this is going to be 2 more kills for TSM. Right there was a huge win, but finally, Kennen and Nasus are going to join the party. Dyrus thinks that everything's over and they just won a nice big battle. He walks into a bad neighborhood once again, though, and Voidboy plus St. Vicious just mug him, take him out, and there's nowhere for him to go after that. Definitely going to leave a mark after that one. Congratulations to all the teams that made it through this Super Week, though, especially Cloud9 at the top of the leaderboards. Now we're going to send it back over to the desk to wrap it up.
Thanks very much, Kobe. So let's take a look at the updated standings after an incredible week 1 of the summer split. Up first, it's the undefeated Cloud9 at a beautiful Hawaii 5-0. Then there's a 3-way tie for second place between Team Coast, TSM, and Vulcan.
In 5th place, it's CLG and Dignitas at 2 and 3. And finally, unfortunately for these guys in last place, Curse and Velocity are 1 and 4.
So now it's time to name our first MVP of the North American LCS Summer Split. For helping his team go to a perfect 5-0, the award goes to Cloud9's jungler, Meteos.
And he obviously leads the league with a KDA of 27.5. Also, even more amazing, he accomplished this all by being the initiator for the team in almost every team fight. And he also told us in the interviews he's keeping all of the timers for the team, which often is a job shared between him and the support.
So beautiful stuff by that man. And of course, coming up on Saturday, the European LCS Summer Split kicks off with 3 new teams and 8 huge games live from DreamHack in Jönköping, Sweden. To begin the day, we get our first look at an Edwardless Gambit when they take on Spring champions Fnatic in a rematch of the Spring Finals. Then it's Meet Your Makers battling SK Gaming.
After that, Ninjas in Pajamas face off against Lemon Dogs, who are formerly Sinners Never Sleep. Then Team Alternate takes on Evil Geniuses, and Fnatic battles SK Gaming.
Then it's Gambit Gaming taking on Evil Geniuses, and Meet Your Makers versus Ninjas in Pajamas, formerly known as Copenhagen Wolves.
It all starts at 6 a.m. Pacific and 3 p.m. Central European Time.
And then week 2 of the North American LCS kicks off next Thursday, live from Los Angeles with a battle between the undefeated Cloud9 and Counterlogic Gaming.
Then TSM will take on Velocity Esports, Vulcan will face off against Cursed, and Team Coast will throw down against Dignitas.
It all starts next Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Central European Time. And that officially does it for week 1 of the North American LCS Summer Split. I'm Freak, for Jack, Kobe, Riv, and the entire live broadcast crew. Thank you so much for watching.
I gotta put these on.
Oh my god.
That's the good luck right there.
I feel bad for the people that have to listen to us.
Balls my check.
They're probably like, oh my god, these guys are so dumb.
Deno coming in!
Oh, surprise, gentlemen! It comes in. Balls may go down here. Meteos gets out just in time.
Good game.
Oh.
Yo, Balls.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
carry, dude. Carry. That's what carries this game.
Yeah, it does. Next day, you got the carry. I have seen more crazy games in 1 week than I've seen crazy games in like 3 months.
I got him fear, I got him fear, I got him fear, I got him fear.
Yes!
Let's go, Queen.
Yes, no.
Zion, go, Zion, that's you.
Get it, fucking get it.
Yeah, shift this out.
We did it! Get out here, guys! Yes! Oh my god! Yes! Oh my god! Yes! I almost threw that game, but we won.
Zion is bad shot caller.
Vulcan.